Traversing the continent of Douqi, Liuyun rises to become the young master of the Mitel family. He applies to venture to Utan City for training and successfully takes over the Mitel Auction House in Utan City, becoming the direct superior of Yafei. Simultaneously, Liuyun awakens the auction system that offers a 10,000-fold return, allowing him to receive random rewards for any item auctioned. Ding! The auction of the second-grade foundational pill has been successful. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a 10,000-fold return, acquiring the 6th-grade life-creating pill. Ding! The auction of the Blue Lotus Earthfire has been successful. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a 10,000-fold return, obtaining the sacred flame of the Blue Lotus. Ding! The auction of a Xiao Yan ring has been successful. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a 10,000-fold return, acquiring the high-level celestial technique, the 9 suns burning heaven technique, an ancient alchemist legacy, and the Taoyin Divine Flame. This is utterly outrageous. Gazing at the items returned by the system, Liuyun was instantly astounded. Chapter 299, A Bloody Rampage begins. Yun, cease this futile chatter with a beast and swiftly subdue him to prevent further casualties. Seeing Yun hesitating, Guhi urged impatiently. Upon hearing Guhi's urging, Yun's brow furrowed slightly. He recalled the enchanting process through which Liuyun had healed him, now standing still without any movement. Guhi, it appears you are intent on courting death today. If that is the case, I shall oblige. As his words fell, Liuyun's body transformed into a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, a pair of lethal claws were poised against Guhi's neck before anyone could react. Observing Guhi under Liuyun's restraint, Lu Ling, who had previously sustained a gash on his throat, disregarded the blood flowing from his wound and shouted excitedly, "Release my master!" At that moment, only Lu Ling was concerned for Guhi's safety, while the group that had just flattered him fell into a stunned silence. Each one of them was so tense that they could not utter a single word. At this juncture, as Liuyun's claws, as unyielding as steel, pressed against Guhi's throat, Guhi's countenance no longer bore the calmness it had moments ago. BFF. As Liuyun exerted more force, his claws pierced Guhi's neck, and his garments quickly became drenched in crimson. No! Witnessing Liuyun's intent to kill, Yun cried out. Who exactly are you? Guhi managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to suffer a fate worse than death, Liuyun replied coldly. Upon concluding his statement, a ghostly radiance began to emanate around Liuyun. Clusters of eerie blue flames surged from his body. What? Yihua? Feeling the terrifying heat emitted by the flames, Guhi's pupils widened in horror. However, as his body was restrained, he could not react in time before being engulfed by the Taoyin Divine Flame unleashed by Liuyun. Liuyun swiftly captured the frail soul that emerged from Guhi's obliterated body and stored it within the system's space. With the disappearance of Guhi's body and soul, Liuyun seized the falling spatial ring of Guhi. Teacher! Lu Ling cried out in anguish from the ground, blood pouring from his throat. The Pill King has perished just like that. The sudden turn of events left those who had just attacked Liuyun utterly shattered, their fear beyond description. Meanwhile, Nalan Su, who had remained passive, felt his back drenched in sweat. Fortunately, Yenron's decision has preserved my Nalan family. A flicker of relief crossed Nalan Su's eyes. So formidable. What kind of terrifying being has Master Gu provoked? The Princess Yuya, who had been observing the battle, marveled repeatedly. Her expression was somewhat dazed. She could not fathom how someone who had yet to become a fighter just half a year ago could have transformed into such a powerhouse. Yun gazed at the complete extinguishment of Guhi's life force, her face reflecting a mixture of shock and sorrow, unable to believe that her former friend had perished so abruptly. Liuyun, what manner of person are you, to strike with such brutality? A sorrowful expression appeared on Yun's face. Aha, I am brutal. Liuyun, observing Yun's accusatory demeanor, could not help but chuckle mockingly. If my strength today were lacking, have you ever contemplated what fate would have befallen me? These individuals thrive on the survival of the fittest. I merely followed suit. Brother Liuyun, you did nothing wrong. These people deserve death. The little medical fairy atop the pavilion promptly voiced her support for Liuyun, stating, there is no need for mercy when facing enemies. Moreover, your reluctance stems solely from the fact that the deceased is someone familiar to you. Would you feel the same if they were merely strangers? The last words of the little healer were evidently directed at Yun. However, as the words lingered on her lips, Yun found herself at a loss for expression, for it seemed even she had come to acknowledge the truth in the words of both Liuyun and the little healer. Everyone, let's flee together. At that moment, after a brief silence, one of the remaining individuals in the auction house, a mercenary with the strength of a Doling, mustered the courage to shout, As this doling mercenary made the first move to escape the auction house, a multitude followed suit, hastening towards the exit. No one shall escape today. Witnessing the intent of those attempting to flee, Liuyun unleashed his doppelganger illusion, and in an instant, countless shadows of Liuyun emerged around the auction house. A spectral blue wall rose from nothingness, enveloping the entire auction house. With a piercing scream, those at the forefront, upon encountering the abruptly arisen blue firewall, found their bodies disintegrating in an instant. The myriad shadows of Liuyun continued to reap fresh lives one after another. The entire auction house was shrouded in an atmosphere of dread. Run! This man is nothing short of a demon. Spare me. I beg you, do not take my life. The echoes of terrified voices reverberated throughout the Mitel auction house. Liuyun, cease this slaughter. I implore you. As she beheld the rampant carnage wrought by Liuyun, Yunyan seemingly forgot her identity as a formidable Douhuang, pleading with Liuyun in an almost desperate tone. Today, no pleas will be of any use. These individuals must pay the price for their actions. Liuyun disregarded Yunyan's entreaty, continuing to harvest the lives of the fleeing souls without pause. I cannot allow you to continue this massacre. Observing Liuyun's unwavering intent to carry on, a flicker of determination ignited in Yunyan's eyes. Extreme wind. With a soft incantation from Yun, a wind vortex, stretching dozens of meters, surged forth with a cataclysmic force, aimed directly at the shadows of Liuyun. Are you truly turning your hand against me as well? Perceiving the attack belonging to a Douhuang, Liuyun's eyes turned even colder. Concealed within the void, Lin Hai had initially intended to assist Liuyun in thwarting Yunyan's assault. However, upon sensing the familiar aura surging within Liuyun, he abandoned this notion. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Liuyun's form was enveloped in a blue radiance, revealing a colossal blue fireball that resembled a gigantic azure sun. At that moment, a scene that would utterly overturn everyone's understanding unfolded. From atop the blue sun, an eerie blue light suddenly radiated, followed by a dazzling blue beam shooting forth from within the azure orb. The blue beam pierced through the void, hurtling towards the immense wind vortex that was aimed at Liuyun. At that instant, the very structure of the Mitel auction house could no longer withstand this force, collapsing with a resounding crash. A wave of destructive energy emanated from the void, causing the intangible space to ripple with tremors. Chapter 300. Departure to the Black Corner Domain. The entire structure of the Mitel auction house finally succumbed to the overwhelming power, crashing down in a cacophony. A wave of ruinous energy spread outward from the void, sending ripples through the empty space. Boom! As the blue beam collided with the wind vortex unleashed by Yun, a cataclysmic explosion echoed through the void. What kind of unparalleled powerhouse is engaged in this battle? It's truly terrifying. An ordinary citizen witnessing this spectacle in the imperial city shuddered, eyes wide with disbelief. Even amidst such a violent explosion, the blue light maintained its velocity, piercing directly through the wind vortex. After the blue light had dissipated slightly in power, it pierced directly through Yun's left shoulder. Yun let out a soft groan as the azure wings of fighting spirit on her back began to dim, her body gradually descending towards the ground. Is it over? Even Sect Master Yun has been defeated. With her body nearly buried beneath the collapsing debris, Lu Ling's eyes brimmed with despair. Simultaneously, his heart swelled with boundless regret. If given another chance, he would do everything in his power to prevent his teacher from offending such a ruthless individual. The extraordinary prowess displayed by Liuyun extinguished any flicker of vengeful courage within Lu Ling. As Yun's defeat settled in, the fury within Liuyun's gaze began to subside. He surveyed the Mitel auction house, now reduced to a veritable wasteland. Spotting the unscathed Qinglin, Yafei, and the little healer, a hint of relief crossed his face. Young Master Liuyun, from the very beginning, our royal family has been unwaveringly supportive of you. Observing Liuyun, who appeared calm amidst the chaos, Princess Xiao Yan cast aside her royal demeanor, earnestly declaring her allegiance to him. In that moment, within the ruins, apart from the few women beside Liuyun and the fate-uncertain Yun, only Princess Xiao Yan and the remnants of the Nalan family remained. Offering a casual glance towards Princess Xiao Yan, Liuyun spoke in a markedly indifferent tone. Everything belonging to these families will be taken over by the Mitel family. Furthermore, I, Liuyun, shall establish an alliance within the Empire of Jiaoma, to be named the Yun Alliance. Upon hearing Liuyun's proposition, Princess Xiao Yan dared not express a shred of dissent, nodding vigorously in agreement and extending her willingness to assist in the formation of this Yun Alliance. Just then, clad in a moon-white robe, Nalan Yinran had somehow made her way into the ruins. Teacher, She gently lifted the unconscious Yun, her face etched with sorrow. Observing this scene, Liuyun chose to ignore it. He had already held back during that last strike. Otherwise, even a formidable Do Huang would be unable to withstand a full-force strike from Yun. Let's return. Following this battle, the overt strength of the Jiama Empire has undeniably diminished by a significant margin. Originally, there were few Do Huang experts, and during this confrontation, 4 of them met their demise. Princess Yaoyi continually lamented within her heart. What kind of existence has Gu He provoked? From this day forth, the heavens above the Jiama Empire are destined to undergo a transformation. Great-grandfather is currently in seclusion. It is imperative that we do not disturb him at this critical juncture. Yaoyi inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. A moment's carelessness could lead to the collapse of the Jiama Empire. After finalizing the reconstruction of the auction venue, Liuyun returned to the Mitel family estate. The Jiama Empire has been thoroughly drained. There is little of value left to plunder. It is time to prepare for a journey to the Black Corner region, where resources abound. Having made his decision, Liuyun immediately began to prepare for departure. This time, he chose not to take anyone with him, for once the Void Gate was established on the other side, he could traverse between the 2 locations at will. Early the following morning, Liuyun departed from the imperial capital alone. Perched atop the Void Earth Beast, he quietly engaged in his cultivation. During this period, Liuyun has amassed considerable combat experience, and even without consuming any elixirs, he sensed a breakthrough approaching to Do Huang. Undoubtedly, Liuyun's ability to naturally progress is closely linked to the supreme technique that operates continuously within his body. At this moment, as he absorbed Do Qi, his aura surged dramatically. 3 hours later, Liuyun slowly opened his eyes, and the once surging aura began to dissipate. With a mere thought, a pair of resplendent golden wings of Do Qi manifested behind him. The hue of the wings directly correlates with the technique he has cultivated. After a day of flight, Liuyun finally arrived at this border. The last stronghold of the Jiama Empire, although equipped with a magical barrier to guard against aerial assaults, posed no challenge to the Void Earth Beast. Liuyun and the beast soared away from the Jiama Empire undetected. After passing the stronghold and traversing several hundred miles, navigating through various small nations and tribes, he would enter the renowned and peculiar domain known as the Black Corner region. Due to its unique terrain, it has become one of the most chaotic areas on the continent. Countless fleeing powerhouses from various nations have found refuge here, establishing the most savage of rules. Moreover, this place gathers a multitude of races beyond humanity, resembling a miniature version of the continent itself. In the Black Corner region, no laws govern. Only one principle prevails, the law of the jungle. In other words, it is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. Here, the weak possess no rights. Additionally, the Black Corner region may also be regarded as a nexus for information on the continent. Countless tidings flow in and out daily. To put it plainly, if you seek fame and wish to make your name known across the continent, the Black Corner region offers the quickest route. However, the prerequisite is that you must possess sufficient strength and resources. Otherwise, you may gain notoriety, but lose your life instead. As a notorious chaotic domain, the Black Corner region lives up to its reputation. Each day, powerful figures perish, and new challengers arrive from afar. This area is rife with death, yet it brims with challenges and temptations. Here, one can encounter advanced techniques, high-level dose skills, and various divine weapons, armor, medicinal cauldrons, herbs, and potent elixirs that are typically rare to behold. These treasures are indeed dazzling, and it is said that within the auction houses of the Black Corner region, Earth-grade techniques have made appearances on 2 separate occasions. Chapter 301. The tidings of Wuming and Qifeng renowned across the continent as a realm of chaos. The Blackhorn domain lives up to its notorious reputation. Formidable warriors meet their demise here, while an equal number arrive from afar, drawn by the allure of danger. This region is rife with death, yet it is equally saturated with challenges and temptations. Rarely seen elsewhere, advanced martial arts, superior combat techniques, and an array of divine weapons, armors, medicinal cauldrons, herbs, and high-grade elixirs abound in this land. Such treasures dazzle the senses, and it is said that within the auction houses of the Blackhorn domain, Earth-grade martial arts have made appearances on 2 occasions. For 3 days, Liuyun sat atop the back of the void-drifting beast, until the monotonous mountains below began to reveal a varied landscape. Noticing the changes in the surroundings, Liuyun paused momentarily, then lifted his gaze to the horizon, where he beheld a dark plain that appeared as a black line, starkly dividing the external world from the chaotic realm within. The Black Domain Great Plain. As Liuyun observed the expanding black line in his line of sight, His travel-worn visage suddenly brightened, a smile gracing his lips. According to the map, this Black Domain Great Plain is the gateway to the Black Horn Domain. Stepping onto this ground signifies entry into a world that starkly contrasts with the outside. Without lingering at the threshold of the Black Horn Domain, Liuyun urged the void-drifting beast deeper within. Soon, a swirling black storm began to take form ahead along his path. Nature is truly fascinating. Observing the vast expanse of the black storm, Liuyun smiled, reflecting on its sheer magnitude. For one at his level, such a tempest, which would instill fear in the hearts of ordinary folk, was merely a picturesque spectacle. Thus, Liuyun chose not to circumvent the tempest, but commanded Xiao Zi to traverse straight through it. At that moment, he discerned a convoy beneath the storm. To those within the convoy, the sky, devoid of warning, had abruptly darkened, followed shortly by a howling gale that swept down from above. Those of weaker constitution found themselves swaying precariously, prompting them to grasp onto anything within reach. The black winds surged down from the oppressive sky like a monstrous maw, consuming all in their path. The convoy, linked in a circular formation, sheltered within, with weapons firmly embedded in the ground, anchoring their bodies like nails. In the pitch blackness, obscured from sight, no one could discern the presence of others nearby, amidst the howling winds. As Liuyun observed several individuals in the convoy being swept up by the storm, no trace of pity crossed his countenance. However, as he rode into the heart of the tempest, he collided fiercely with the storm's tearing force, causing it to deviate just enough to spare the convoy from disaster. Phew! Among the convoy, a middle-aged man revealed a look of relief, then turned to his companions with puzzled inquiry. What just transpired? How did the black storm veer so dramatically? Quite strange indeed. Another burly man with a beard echoed his confusion. As the storm receded, the convoy members finally beheld the sky returning to daylight. Suddenly, the burly man pointed to a distant speck in the sky, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look, what is that?" At his call, the others directed their gazes toward the indicated spot. A flying magical beast. Could it be that this creature's interaction with the storm redirected its path? In that moment, a flicker of gratitude surged within the hearts of the convoy members. Look, there appears to be a figure atop the beast. Just then, a keen-eyed observer recognized Liuyun's silhouette standing on the void-drifting beast. To command such a formidable creature and effortlessly alter the storm's course, could this individual be one of the renowned figures from the rankings? A contemplative expression crossed the middle-aged man's face. I doubt it. The burly man shook his head, asserting confidently, the characteristics of those renowned figures starkly differ from this individual in the sky. Indeed, those esteemed figures should not be present here, the middle-aged man conceded. However, it is worth noting that the rankings have been rapidly refreshed of late. Indeed, two mysterious masters have recently emerged within the Black Horn Domain. Upon hearing this, the burly man's expression turned gravely serious. It is said that their strength has instilled trepidation even in the third-ranked Yao, who dares not confront them. Is that truly the case? The middle-aged man remained somewhat skeptical of the burly man's claims. Absolutely. I have heard that Yao once sought out trouble with Master Chiefeng, only to return grievously wounded. If only I could follow Master Chiefeng. I can make a name for myself in this Black Horn Domain. The burly man's face glowed with yearning. To follow Master Chiefeng with your novice great fighter strength. Such an endeavor seems daunting. High above, Liuyun, oblivious to the conversation among the convoy, passed through the black storm without a moment's hesitation and maintained his rapid flight, swiftly crossing the entire Black Domain Great Plain. At this moment, the landscape before Liuyun transformed from monotonous black to reveal a burgeoning greenery. After exiting the Black Domain Great Plain, he maintained his speed, and upon cresting a ridge, a vast city formed of dark stones gradually came into view, its outline blurred yet imposing. At the city's numerous gates, countless tiny black figures, reminiscent of ants, surged into the cavernous maw of darkness. If I am not mistaken, this must be Taoyin City. Observing the city ahead, Liuyun retracted the void-drifting beast into his system space, and golden wings of fighting spirit unfurled from his back. Unlike the Jia Empire, where discretion is often the better part of valor, in the Black Horn Domain, excessive reticence can lead to unnecessary troubles. Thus, one must be bold when the time calls for it. Chapter 302. The next auction, if I'm not mistaken, this must be Taoyin City. Observing the city ahead, Liuyun retracted the void-drifting beast into his system space, and golden wings of fighting spirit unfurled from his back. Unlike the Jia Empire, Where discretion is often the better part of valor, in the Blackhorn domain, excessive reticence can lead to unnecessary troubles. Thus, one must be bold when the time calls for it. Long before Liuyun set foot in Taoyin City, three enigmatic figures materialized high above the city. After a brief exchange, they concealed their presences. As Liuyun approached the city walls, he finally retracted his golden wings and strode purposefully toward the city gate. Beneath the towering city walls, Liuyun gazed upward at the imposing, obsidian structure, his eyes briefly alighting on the three bold characters spelling out Taoyin City at the gate. His gaze gradually descended, ultimately resting upon a dozen or so men clad in dark, form-fitting attire stationed at the entrance, resembling sentinels of the city. Yet here, any individual wishing to enter must pay a substantial fee, a sum that, in the realm of the Jama Empire, would likely incite riots. Yet in this domain of the Black Corner, it seemed a commonplace affair. Get lost. Stop jumping around in front of me. Just as Liuyun was surveying this city, marked by the unique characteristics of the Black Corner, a voice brimming with anger erupted not far ahead. He turned his gaze to find a bald man, perhaps growing impatient from waiting, lifting a frail figure before him with a single hand. As the bald man finished his tirade, the weak man he had seized swiftly pivoted, drawing a dagger from his sleeve with lightning speed. The blade glinted ominously as it plunged toward the bald man's throat. Fortunately, the latter reacted swiftly, retreating just in time, causing the dagger to strike beneath his throat instead, resulting in a violent spray of crimson and a piercing scream that echoed from the bald man's lips. After inflicting a grievous injury upon the bald man, the frail figure contorted his body and slithered away like an eel, disappearing into the nearby thicket. I'll tear your eyes out. The bald man, now devoid of reason, charged into the bushes after him. Moments later, a scream, eerily similar to the first, emanated from within the foliage, gradually fading away. Standing still, Liuyun wore a look of astonishment. From that final cry, he understood that the bald man's life was likely forfeit. However, what bewildered him was the realization that the bald man's strength was approximately that of a 2-star dome master. While the frail individual appeared to be merely at the doja level, the disparity in their abilities was so vast. Yet the frail man had acted with such decisiveness and without a hint of hesitation, showcasing a ruthlessness that was truly astonishing. It was evident that those who survived in the Black Corner were anything but ordinary. With a discreet exchange of gold coins, Liuyun gradually made his way into the city. Upon entering Taoyin City, he found himself at a loss for words. In a mere stretch of less than 100 meters, he witnessed no fewer than 10 brawls, even instances of bloodshed with drawn blades. This city could scarcely be described with a single word: chaos. It was said that the Black Corner had previously witnessed 2 auctions of Earth-rank techniques, which had incited frenzied chaos. Yet this was precisely why Liuyun had chosen to venture into the Black Corner. When he had previously dispatched Wuming and Chiefing to the Black Corner, he had instructed them to establish a base on the outskirts and await his arrival. I hope it won't be too difficult to locate. Liuyun murmured to himself. Master, your arrangements are always the most reliable. How could it be difficult to find? Just as Liuyun contemplated over a cup of tea, 2 figures appeared before him, clad in simple attire that suggested they were ordinary individuals devoid of cultivation. Wuming, Chiefing. Upon seeing the 2 men before him, a smile spread across Liuyun's face. Greetings, Master. Wuming and Chiefing bowed respectfully. You 2 have been in the Black Corner for some time now. Tell me, how has the development been? Liuyun inquired with anticipation. Reporting to Master, we have established bases in numerous cities. Chiefing responded respectfully. Wuming hesitated before speaking. However, despite our utmost efforts to remain low-key and avoid provoking others, there are still those who continuously seek to challenge us. Presently, many in the Black Corner are aware of our existence. That is of no consequence. This is precisely the effect I desired. With your growing notoriety, we will attract even more talent to our auctions, Liuyun replied with satisfaction. Now, you 2 should promptly arrange the next auction. Set it for 7 days from now, and ensure the news spreads far and wide. Understood. With Liuyun's instructions, Wuming and Chiefing departed from the inn. After sending Wuming and Chiefing on their mission, Liuyun rose and left the inn, strolling leisurely through the city once more. Before long, he arrived at a grand establishment bearing a sign that read Qian Yaofeng in ancient characters. This should be the place, he murmured to himself, quickening his pace as he entered the imposing apothecary. Immediately, he was enveloped by a potent melange of various medicinal aromas, nearly provoking a sneeze. Inside, the apothecary was vast. with orderly rows of crystal display cases showcasing an array of medicinal herbs. At that moment, numerous patrons were gathered around the counters, their animated conversations filling the air. As Liuyun approached the crystal displays, he noted that the herbs available here were indeed rare and difficult to find in the outside world, leaving him curious about the source of such an extensive collection. Casually glancing around, he scrutinized the price tags affixed to the herbs. A particular high-grade Mu Ling Sanjin flower, while uncommon in the outside world, typically priced around 50,000 gold coins, was shockingly marked at 170,000 here. 17,000 for such a mediocre item. Liuyun thought to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. It seems I'm truly the most conscientious merchant. With a faint smile, Liuyun's gaze drifted over the crystal displays once more. After a while, he found himself standing before the last counter. Chapter 303. The Blood Sect's Young Master Clearly. The prices in the black corner were significantly higher than those in the Jama Empire. Moreover, there had been instances of 7th-grade pills and earth-rank techniques appearing as well. Contemplating this, Liuyun realized that auctioning the Yao in this black corner would not be an earth-shattering event, unlikely to draw the attention of any formidable entities. After exploring several renowned markets within Taoyin City, Liuyun arrived at the base established by Wu Ming and Qifeng. It was a remarkably opulent residence, far grander than the Mitter family's estate in the imperial capital. Liuyun Pavilion. Seeing the plaque above the residence, Liuyun felt a surge of satisfaction. According to Wu Ming and Qifeng, the Liuyun Pavilion was not only established in Taoyin City, but it also expanded its influence across multiple cities. In such circumstances, the upcoming auction would undoubtedly attract a multitude of attendees, allowing them to display ordinary items in special cabinets, thus streamlining the auction process as they had done in Black Rock City previously. Moreover, having learned from the lessons of the last Mitter auction, Liuyun planned to finalize transactions immediately after each item was sold, delivering the goods directly to the buyers. This way, even if unforeseen circumstances arose later in the auction, they would not have to reclaim the rewards given earlier. As he contemplated this, a frown crossed Liuyun's face. The last incident with Gu He had caused him considerable loss, as items that failed to sell could not be auctioned again for rewards. Reflecting on the soul of Gu He had stored in his system space, Liuyun pondered what rewards he might receive if he were to auction off. As he walked toward the entrance of the Liuyun Pavilion, he was abruptly halted by a guard, a formidable dome master stationed at the door. Halt! Not bad. A 9-star dome master as a doorkeeper. These two fellows certainly know how to make an impression, Liuyun mused to himself. Liuyun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It is well known that a grand fighter could easily become a local sovereign in a small city within the empire of Jama. Yet, here at his own Liuyun Pavilion, a grand fighter was merely a gatekeeper. How audacious! To dare to look down upon my Liuyun Pavilion. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, several guards standing at the entrance visibly bristled with anger. Why bother with idle chatter? Anyone who dares to speak so boldly at the entrance of Liuyun Pavilion should be seized and thrown into the water prison. As they reached a consensus, one guard swiftly reached out to seize Liuyun. In that moment, Liuyun appeared stationary, yet he deftly evaded the attack. A clever lad. Next time he may not be so fortunate. The guard, clearly oblivious to Liuyun's status as a battle king, turned and charged at Liuyun once more after his failed attempt. The outcome was evident. He still could not grasp the hem of Liuyun's robe. Third, step back. You are no match for him. The captain of the guards, who had been observing Liuyun toy with the guard, shouted in warning. Who are you, my lord? Are you not aware of the consequences of trespassing into Liuyun Pavilion? The captain furrowed his brows, acutely aware that they had only recently arrived in Blackmark City. In this brief time, they had already witnessed many reckless individuals causing trouble, all of whom had been dealt with by the pavilion master without exception. It's nothing. Just came to take a look, Liuyun remarked, dismissing the offense caused to him by the guards, as they were merely fulfilling their duties. If you have seen enough, please leave. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to depart later. The elder-looking captain advised Liuyun. Very well. Liuyun, recognizing that the guards were unaware of his identity and wishing to avoid conflict with his own people, turned to leave. At that moment, across the street from Liuyun Pavilion, a strikingly handsome young man with a pale complexion emerged from a tavern. Having just witnessed the altercation between Liuyun and the guards, he was taken aback by Liuyun's youth paired with such formidable strength. This young brother looks unfamiliar. Surely he is not from Blackmark City? The effeminate young man appeared to be in his early 20s, and from within him emanated subtle waves of energy that caused slight disturbances in the air, indicating he had reached at least the level of a battle spirit. This individual possessed considerable power for one so young. Such talent surpassed many who were lauded as geniuses within the Jiamai Empire. Observing the casually strolling youth with battle spirit strength, Liuyun couldn't help but scoff at the so-called geniuses of the Jiamai Empire. Blood-sex people. A bunch of perverse individuals. That one in the middle must be Fan Ling, the young master of the blood sect. Noticing the young man attempting to strike up a conversation with Liuyun, several guards shook their heads disapprovingly. Those from a blood sect are seldom virtuous. If that youth gets entangled with him, he may find himself in deep trouble. My young brother, did you have an unpleasant encounter with Liuyun Pavilion? Seeing Liuyun remain silent, Fan Ling, unperturbed, continued, if you have any grievances with Liuyun Pavilion, perhaps I could assist you. And how would you propose to help me? Liuyun replied with a smile, turning the question back on him. Do you know who I am? I am Fan Ling, the young master of the blood sect. My father ranks among the top experts on the blacklist. Fan Ling proudly introduced himself. Fan Ling, upon hearing that name, Liuyun suddenly recalled certain matters. This was the very Fan Ling who had benefited from the intervention of the medicinal ointment. However, what was the meaning behind his current overtures? Was he attempting to recruit me? Oh, you remember me? Fan Ling's face displayed an expression of smugness. Now that you recall, do you have business with me? Liuyun asked, curiosity piqued. Nothing in particular. I simply believe you possess remarkable talent and would like to befriend you. Oh, no need for that. You are not worthy of being my friend, Liuyun replied curtly, as he prepared to find a location to set up a void gate. Tomorrow morning marked the time for the auction of 10,000 returns in Black Mist City. What? You dare to say that I, Fan Ling, am unworthy to be your friend? Fan Ling's countenance darkened with fury upon witnessing the disdain in Liuyun's gaze. His eyes glinting with malice as he watched Liuyun's retreating figure. Not having walked far, Liuyun soon found a grand inn within the city. However, just as he was about to step inside, he furrowed his brow slightly. He is still following me? It seems there is no longer a need to spare the blood sect, Liuyun murmured to himself. Chapter 304. Refining the breaking sect pill after securing a room. Liuyun paid the proprietor for 7 days' lodging. Upon entering his room, Fan Ling's figure swiftly followed him into the inn. This individual, a prodigy seemingly in his mid-teens, already possessed such formidable cultivation. Such a gifted talent must possess valuable items. If I could eliminate him, the treasures he carries would be mine. After noting Liuyun's room number, Fan Ling summoned the innkeeper and issued him some instructions. Shortly after Fan Ling departed, a voice echoed from within Liuyun's room. Wooming and chiefing are still too low-key. Go deal with that blood sect master. Once accomplished, imprison him in the water prison at Liuyun Pavilion. As Liuyun's words faded, another figure swiftly tore through the void and vanished. Though Liuyun spoke plainly within his room, his words were potent enough to incite a storm across the Black Corner region. It was likely that after tonight, the infamous blood sect would no longer exist, and the rankings of the experts on the blacklist would be recalibrated. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Hai was occupied, Liuyun began to refine pills within his room. This time, he aimed to concoct the advanced breaking sect pill, a 6th grade elixir. With his eyes narrowed, Liuyun recalled the alchemical techniques and precautions regarding the breaking sect pill imparted by the Pill Emperor's legacy. After a moment, his eyes snapped open, and a dark flame flickered to life within them. With a soft sound, the ethereal blue Taoyin Divine Flame erupted from Liuyun's palm. Liuyun had gathered all the necessary materials for refining the breaking sect pill from various auctions. Now, with a flick of his hand, he summoned a snow-white jade box, emanating a slight chill, which he pulled into his grasp. Inside the box lay a branch resembling a frozen sculpture, though its unremarkable appearance belied the rich medicinal fragrance wafting from it, indicating its extraordinary nature. This item, known as the cold marrow branch, was not a mere twig, but rather a condensed essence of pure, cold energy formed in extreme, icy terrains. For those cultivating ice-type battle chi, refining and absorbing it would significantly enhance their chilling powers. Thus, this treasure was deemed priceless in their eyes. Liuyun had acquired this reward at the last auction in Haiyan City. Although the system stipulated that items returned from auctions would yield no rewards upon re-auctioning, this rule did not apply to items refined into pills. Holding the cold marrow branch between his fingers, Liuyun felt a faint chill emanating from it. He marveled at the fact that, despite practicing the Supreme Yang technique, he could still sense a subtle coldness from it. For others, merely holding it would likely numb their arms. With a mental command, Liuyun gently tossed the cold marrow branch into the ethereal blue flame in his palm. As the flame engulfed it, the cold marrow branch immediately resisted, emitting misty tendrils of frost in an attempt to stave off the flame's encroachment. However, the flames of flowing clouds are not to be compared with ordinary flames. Even the rarest of fires dare not approach the flames of flowing clouds. In the next moment, amidst a series of sizzling sounds, the cold marrow branch, infused with countless years of frigid energy, could not withstand the high temperature of the Taoyin Divine Flame for long, and the crystalline surface resembling ice began to melt rapidly. At this stage, the expression on Liuyun's face remained remarkably relaxed. This was largely due to the Taoyin Divine Flame. Had it been an ordinary fire, merely refining this cold marrow branch would have taken at least a day or two, consuming not only time, but also an immense amount of fighting spirit. For an alchemist, a powerful flame is indeed no less than a divine weapon. In less than half a stick of incense, the resilient cold marrow branch was completely transformed into a viscous white liquid, emanating an exceptionally rich and pure energy. Once the refinement was complete, Liuyun swiftly perfected this pure energy and, without pausing, moved his hand to cast another stubborn medicinal herb into the roaring divine flame. Time passed swiftly, and medicinal materials laid out in the jade box before Liuyun dwindled rapidly, filling the enclosed room with a dense aroma of mingling herbs, akin to a swirling mist. As the medicinal materials were gradually refined, a smile appeared on Liuyun's face. With the Taoyin Divine Flame, Liuyun found the process of concocting elixirs significantly easier than other alchemists. The breakthrough pill, even among 6 great elixirs, is considered a top-tier item. Such a potion may not hold direct significance for true Do Zone powerhouses, yet could attract the fervent attention of major factions. After all, possessing this elixir could potentially lead to the emergence of another Do Zone powerhouse within their ranks, presenting an irresistible allure for those factions that prioritize legacy. If a breakthrough pill were to appear in the previous empire of Jiamai, it would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath. The 2 old geezers, Yun Shan and Jia Xingtian, who had lingered at the pinnacle of Do Huang for years, would stop at nothing to seize it. Naturally, Liuyun intended to auction off the breakthrough pills he concocted first. Even if the quality did not improve, acquiring 10,000 breakthrough pills would still be quite remarkable. At this moment, the refining process had reached a critical juncture. As the final moments approached, the true prowess of an alchemist was put to the test. Liuyun showed no signs of complacency. His gaze remained fixated on the movements of the medicinal liquid within the divine flame. With meticulous adjustments, the medicinal liquids began to undergo a merging process. May there be no errors, Liuyun murmured to himself. Shortly thereafter, upon the completion of the fusion, a mass of colorful liquid the size of a fist appeared within the cauldron. Observing the amalgamation of medicinal powers, Liuyun felt an unexpected joy, as he had not anticipated reaching this stage on his first attempt at concocting the breakthrough pill. He continued to control the temperature with his spiritual power, gradually releasing the heat of the Taoyin Divine Flame, allowing the various medicinal liquids within the mass to fully solidify. As the mass slowly reduced and solidified, approximately half an hour later, its surface began to harden, slowly forming a pill shape with an uneven surface. Chapter 305. The auction begins. Watching the successful condensation of the pill shape, Liuyun remained calm and continued nurturing it. Meanwhile, outside the inn, Lin Hai, returning, sensed the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from Liuyun's room. Realizing that Liuyun was about to refine a high-grade elixir, being well-versed, he understood that the creation of high-tier elixirs could cause significant disturbances. At this moment, he could not allow anyone to interrupt his master. With this thought, Lin Hai resolved to expel all the other patrons from the inn. Just then, the energy wave within Liuyun's room surged to a terrifying degree, followed by a resounding bang. A beam of energy, approximately half a foot wide, shot forth directly from the room, piercing through the ceiling and soaring skyward. Observing the beam that had broken through the ceiling, Lin Hai's expression shifted slightly. What kind of elixir was his master concocting to create such a commotion? Not only was Lin Hai curious, but everyone in Taoyin City who witnessed the soaring light beam felt astonished, sensing the pure energy contained within it. Many quickly darted towards the direction of Liuyun's inn, and in less than a minute, the area surrounding the inn was crowded with figures atop buildings and tree canopies. As they observed closely, some powerful individuals finally discerned the source of the light beam, prompting a chorus of astonished exclamations. The beam exuded a rich elixir fragrance, indicating that someone was refining elixirs within that room. Though high-grade elixirs could cause some disturbances, such phenomena were rarely witnessed unless it involved a 7th-grade elixir. Could it be that someone was refining a 7th-grade elixir? Impossible. The commotion during the formation of a 7th-grade elixir is far greater than this. It must be a rare top-tier elixir among the 6th-grade ones. TSK. An elixir capable of causing such a ruckus is certainly not an ordinary item. Who might this master alchemist below be? Recently, Taoyin City has undergone significant changes, with Liuyun Pavilion establishing a branch here and now a high-tier alchemist emerging. Indeed, how bold of this individual to concoct elixirs in such a place. If he were to be disturbed at this critical moment of elixir formation, it would be a minor issue if the elixir were destroyed. He might even face a backlash. Among the crowd watching, there were certainly those with ulterior motives. Anyone approaching within 100 meters would face dire consequences. At that moment, 2 middle-aged men clad in exceedingly simple attire appeared above the inn. Their gazes briefly lingered on Liuyun's room, and one of them suddenly issued a chilling command that echoed through the skies. As the command resonated, an overwhelming aura surged forth from their bodies, causing the faces of those present to change dramatically, their voices rising in alarm. Quickly retreat. It's Xiao and Wuming, feeling the penetrating chill of murderous intent. Many felt a shiver run down their spines and hurriedly retreated. Could this alchemist be connected to Liuyun Pavilion? Or were Wuming and Xiao merely seeking to expel others to monopolize the elixirs? Unperturbed by the commotion outside, Liuyun remained focused on concocting the breakthrough pill. As Liuyun's movements hastened, the beam of light shooting into the sky gradually dimmed. However, the elixir's fragrance intensified. The beam continued to fade until ultimately, it transformed into a myriad of tiny light particles, slowly dissipating. With the complete disappearance of the beam, a light orb the size of a thumb emerged under the scrutiny of countless gazes. Upon its appearance, the orb's brilliance suddenly surged, as if attempting to flee the sky. Yet, just as the light flared, a cold snort suddenly resonated from within the room, followed by a powerful suction force erupting forth. Under this fierce suction, the light orb began to sway unsteadily. After a brief stalemate, it finally darted back under the watchful, covetous eyes, vanishing into the room. As the elixir disappeared, Wuming and Xiao above the inn also withdrew their figures. With the elixir taken, the lingering fragrance gradually faded away. How strange. The elixir has been successfully concocted, yet Wuming and Xiao, these two formidable figures, simply departed? In a moment, the crowd stood in a daze, watching the departing figures of Wuming and Xiao. Within the room, Liuyun, elated at successfully concocting a 6th-grade upper-tier breaking sect pill, casually summoned the miniature void-burrowing beast, establishing a portal to the void within the confines of the inn. Shortly thereafter, a flicker of purple light enveloped the room, and the silhouettes of Liuyun and Lin Hai vanished in an instant. In the Outcloud Empire, within a special courtyard of the Wu family, the foremost clan of Black Mist City, the figures of Liuyun, Xiao Yan, and Lin Hai materialized. Indeed, after leaving Black Seal City, Liuyun had made a detour to the imperial capital to bring Xiao Yan to the Outcloud Empire. Despite the vast distances separating these locales, the presence of the void-burrowing beast merely required the expenditure of a few bottles of accompanying purple crystal essence. Brother Liuyun, Xiao Zi is truly extraordinary. We arrived in the Outcloud Empire so swiftly, Xiao Yan exclaimed, surveying her surroundings with awe. Indeed, Liuyun tenderly brushed Xiao Yan's hair and then guided her into the room. At that moment, Wu Jingtai, the head of the Wu family, awoke from his slumber and hurried to the courtyard where Liuyun resided upon receiving Lin Hai's message. Master, your subordinate has arrived. Wu Jingtai spoke with trepidation, gazing at the youthful figure within the courtyard. How are the preparations for tomorrow's auction coming along? Liuyun inquired, turning to face Wu Jingtai. Everything is in place. But master, the efficacy of the wand poison pearl you announced for auction is exceedingly potent. I fear that an overwhelming number of attendees may arrive tomorrow, Wu Jingtai expressed, a hint of concern shadowing his features regarding crowd control. Do not fret. You need only perform your duties on stage with confidence, Liuyun replied calmly. He understood Wu Jingtai's apprehension. The wand poison pearl's ability to counteract all toxins below the 7th tier would undoubtedly offend a considerable number of poison masters within the Outcloud Empire. However, Wu Jingtai was oblivious to Lin Hai's true capabilities. Moreover, I possess a new item that I require you to present at the auction tomorrow. With that, Liuyun handed Wu Jingtai a delicate green vial. What is this? Wu Jingtai regarded the item bestowed upon him with utmost seriousness. It contains a breaking sect pill capable of enhancing the probability of a peak Do Huang expert breaking through to Do zone, Liuyun stated with a nonchalant demeanor. Gasp upon hearing Liuyun's words. Wu Jingtai involuntarily inhaled sharply, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the jade vial. Master, should this priceless treasure be auctioned, many will undoubtedly covet it. A tinge of worry crossed Wu Jingtai's face. Yet, upon witnessing the impatience etched on Liuyun's countenance, he wisely chose to withdraw. The following day, before the Wu family auction house, a throng of people surged forth, the clamor reaching a deafening crescendo. In front of the auction house, a dozen or so men clad in black, their expressions stoic, bore sharp weapons at their waists, their hawk-like gazes scanning the ebb and flow of the crowd. Judging by the faint aura emanating from these men, they were all formidable figures at the Grand Do Master level. Outsiders witnessing this scene could not help but marvel. The mere guards at the door possessed Grand Do Master prowess. It was evident that the Li family had indeed risen to prominence recently, making the annihilation of the former tyrant of Black Mist City, Wan Gue, seem less surprising. The items slated for auction by the Wu family had captivated countless attendees. After a period of promotion, nearly every individual attending the auction was drawn there by the allure of the Wan Poison Pearl, eager to glimpse the legendary item rumored to neutralize all toxins below the 7th tier. At this juncture, Liuyun, accompanied by Xiao Yan, entered the auction house through a concealed entrance left by Wu Jingtai. Once Liuyun stepped into the private room arranged by Wu Jingtai, the latter exited the auction house to formally announce the commencement of the event. Under the careful management of the Wu family's personnel, the tumultuous crowd outside entered the venue in an orderly fashion. Within, numerous poison masters cloaked in black robes were present. The master of the Wan Scorpion sect has arrived. With the bellow of the auction house guard, all eyes turned to the entrance where a figure shrouded in black robes appeared. The master of Wan Scorpion sect. A portion of the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing the announcement. As an established force within the Outcloud Empire, many newly emerged factions were unaware of the Wan Scorpion sect's might. However, the older generation recognized the terror that lay within. The sect's ancestral figure had reached the pinnacle of Do Huang decades prior. The question lingered, had he perished or advanced to become the coveted Do Zone powerhouse? Following the appearance of Scorpion Mountain, another significant figure graced the auction house, Hua, and the leader of the Demon Poison sect. However, he arrived with only one arm. The onlookers, upon witnessing Hua's singular limb, displayed no hint of disdain. Instead, they were filled with trepidation. Rumor had it that Huan lost his arm in a clash with the old monster Lu from the Wan Poison sect. That battle had been monumental. Though Huan lost an arm, he successfully incapacitated Lu, and now nearly 1/5 of the Outcloud Empire was believed to be under Huan's dominion. Huan disregarded the murmurs around him and made his way to a spot not far from Scorpion Mountain, settling down. As most attendees took their seats, Wu Jingtai's figure gradually materialized at the grand auction stage, capturing the audience's attention. Esteemed guests, today marks a momentous occasion with the reopening of the Wu family's auction house. I, Wu Jingtai, extend a warm welcome to all of you, he proclaimed. Since aligning with Liuyun, Wu Jingtai's insights had greatly expanded. Now, he faced the formidable Do Huang experts below him with remarkable composure. Enough of this trivial chatter. Let us commence. Just as Wu Jingtai uttered a word, an impatient elder clad in white hastily urged him. This elder hailed from a different region and had achieved the status of a 1-star Do Huang. Boom! The moment this 1-star Do Huang expert finished speaking, the previously calm Huan's face contorted with fury, his high-tier Do Huang aura erupting throughout the auction house. Huan's gaze locked onto the Do Huang expert who had dared to speak out against Wu Jingtai. If you dare to speak disrespectfully to Brother Wu again, I won't hesitate to eliminate you. Faced with Huan's threat and the oppressive aura radiating from him, the white-clad elder's expression fluctuated, silenced into compliance. The audience, who initially anticipated a spectacle, were astounded by Huan's intervention on Wu Jingtai's behalf. Even Scorpion Mountain felt a flicker of astonishment. The power behind the Wu family was evidently formidable, even attracting the attention of a figure like Huan. Wu Jingtai cast a grateful glance at Huan, then smiled as he addressed the crowd once more. Please, there is no need for impatience. Due to the overwhelming number of attendees and the air of mystery surrounding everyone, we have instituted a rule for this auction. Each item will be immediately traded upon being sold. At this juncture, Wu Jingtai's expression turned grave. These words had been specifically instructed by Liuyun the night prior, aimed at preventing a recurrence of the previous disturbance caused by Gu He. Rest assured, for those who successfully bid on items at this auction, the Wu family guarantees your safety. The rules are simple, and I hope everyone will adhere to them. We shall now commence the auction of our first item. Wu Jingqiao gestured towards the back, and soon, 4 men clad in black brought forth an iron cage to the stage. Inside the cage was a frail, white-haired elder. At that moment, among the crowd, a young figure caught sight of the imprisoned old man, and a flicker of sorrow flashed in his eyes. He quickly stifled his grief and focused on Wu Jingqiao at the auction podium, his gaze filled with resentment. This young man was none other than Wan Feng, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Liuyun. The people of the Outcloud Empire were adept at disguise, and Wan Feng was no exception. He had altered his appearance to evade Wu Jingqiao's attention, making it nearly impossible for even those closest to him to recognize him. As for this first auction item, I trust everyone is already well aware that this individual is none other than Wan Gu, the head of the Wan family, a genuine Do Wang expert. Furthermore, there is no need for excessive concern when bidding on Wan Gu, as he has been afflicted with a unique poison. Whoever secures this elder will also receive the method to control him from the auction house. Upon hearing Wu Jingqiao's introduction, many in the audience felt a surge of excitement. After all, a Do Wang expert could easily become a local tyrant within the Outcloud Empire, and Wan Gu's prowess surpassed that of the spirited Wu Jingqiao on stage. Wu Jingqiao, having briefly explained the situation, wasted no time and declared, "We shall now begin the bidding for this Do Wang expert, starting at 2 million gold coins. Please place your bids." Damn Wu Jingqiao. At that moment, the disguised Wan Feng clenched his fists tightly, vowing inwardly, no matter what, I cannot allow my father to fall into someone else's hands. 2,100,000 gold coins. 2,200,000 gold coins. As soon as Wu Jingqiao finished speaking, the auction hall erupted with bidding cries, resonating throughout the venue. Within mere moments, the price soared to 4 million gold coins. 4,100,000 gold coins. 4,200,000 gold coins. In the face of an opportunity to control a Do Wang's life or death, the upper echelons of noble families in the private boxes began to fervently compete, astonishing many onlookers. However, the initial bids were merely a warm-up. Consider the resources required to cultivate into a Do Wang. It is not solely a matter of resources, but also demands a certain degree of talent. 4,300,000 gold coins. Wan Feng continued to raise his bid slightly. Initially, he intended to announce a high price to intimidate the crowd, but that would make his intentions too obvious, raising suspicions. Therefore, he opted for a more cautious approach, bidding just a bit higher along with the others. Yet, to his surprise, despite his carefulness, he caught Wu Jingqiao's attention. Wu Jingqiao's gaze subtly swept over Wan Feng's position. Strange. It seems this person has raised his bid 6 times in succession, each time without much hesitation. Why not increase the bid by a larger margin? Wu Jingqiao pondered, feeling perplexed by the disguised Wan Feng. 10 million gold coins. Just as Wu Jingqiao was questioning Wan Feng's identity, the price suddenly surged, and the bidder, clad in a voluminous black robe, revealed only a vague face. Very well, this gentleman bids 10 million gold coins. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Wu Jingqiao announced loudly. Upon hearing the price jump to 10 million gold coins, the crowd turned their curious gazes toward the black-robed figure. Is a Do Wang expert? The attendees sensed the aura emanating from the black-robed individual and understood that the real bidding had only just begun. Only those of equal strength among the Do Wang experts possessed the power to contend for Wan Gu, as the 4 Do Wang experts present had little interest in Wan Gu. 15 million gold coins. 20 million gold coins. Following the black-robed figure's escalation of the price, 2 more Do Wang experts joined the bidding. As the bid reached 20 million gold coins, Wan Feng's heart raced, and the false face beneath the robe twisted in anguish. This price was fast approaching the limits of his current wealth. At this moment, even Wan Feng's patience was wearing thin. He gritted his teeth and declared, I bid 30 million gold coins. Wan Feng's offer indeed shocked everyone present. Even the Do Wang experts who had just raised their bids paused. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered which family this extravagant descendant belonged to. 30 million gold coins represented a staggering sum. The venue fell silent, and Wu Jingqiao, adhering to the rules, inquired, "This gentleman bids 30 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" After 3 inquiries, Wu Jingqiao struck his gavel, declaring the first auction item as winner. Congratulations to this gentleman on successfully acquiring the Do Wang expert in the cage. As per the rules, please come forth to finalize the transaction. Wu Jingqiao gestured for Wan Feng to collect his prize. At that moment, in a private box, Liuyun received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning a 6-star Do Wang. As a reward, you have received one 1-star Do Zun, which has been deposited into the system space. Please check your inventory. 1-star Do Zun. Hearing the system's announcement, Liuyun was filled with joy. Although he had anticipated a higher reward than the previous auction of Princess Yaya's guard, the actual confirmation of the reward stirred a tumult of emotions within him. With so many people present, he temporarily suppressed his desire to summon the Do Zun. Meanwhile, Wan Feng, relieved that the gavel had fallen, approached the appraiser at the auction. He retrieved the resources he had prepared in advance from his space ring. With so many eyes upon him, none suspected his true identity. Soon, after receiving a signal from the appraiser, Wan Feng slowly approached the iron cage. At that moment, Wu Jingqiao handed him a green pill. "This gentleman, this is the elixir that can control the old man Wan Gu. Consume it, and his life and death will be at your command," Wu Jingqiao explained. "Is there an antidote?" Wan Feng thought of Wan Gu's dire condition and initially intended to ask, but fearing that revealing too much could expose his identity, he changed his approach. "Interesting. Are you suggesting that this elixir is poisonous?" Wu Jingqiao inquired suspiciously upon noticing Wan Feng's hesitation. "No, that is not my intention. I will consume it now." Wan Feng hurriedly took the elixir and swallowed it, then excitedly asked, "Can I take him away now?" "Yes." Wu Jingqiao nodded in agreement and then kicked the iron cage containing Wan Gu, flipping it over. At that moment, Wan Gu, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, finally opened them in response to the commotion. With disheveled hair, Wan Gu's eyes revealed profound weariness, and no trace of a Do Wang's demeanor could be seen. Upon witnessing Wan Gu's murky gaze, Wan Feng's heart twisted in pain, and he suppressed his emotions as he lifted the iron cage containing his father and carried it away from the auction stage. As Wan Feng departed with the cage, Wu Jingqiao immediately began introducing the second auction item. "Ladies and gentlemen, as the Wu family auction house reopens, we shall not be offering mundane items. The next auction item is a 6th-tier magical beast, the Lightning Falcon. Chapter 308. Sky-high price. Ladies and gentlemen, this Lightning Falcon possesses strength equivalent to that of a Do Huang among humans." As he spoke, Wu Jingtai suddenly snapped his fingers. Subsequently, the enormous curtain behind the auction stage slowly drew apart. In the spacious area beyond, there loomed a colossal black eagle, standing at an impressive height of 7 to 8 meters, with a wingspan reaching a staggering 30 meters. Upon the unveiling of the curtain, this magnificent eagle caught sight of the audience gathered in the auction hall, its enormous eyes glinting with a fearsome ferocity. A 6th-tier magical beast? The crowd was profoundly shaken at the sight of a lightning falcon, bound by iron chains. With a piercing cry, the lightning falcon emitted a shrill call, and the invisible pressure it exuded instilled a sense of dread among the less seasoned attendees. As its wings flapped, a gust of wind swept through the auction hall, toppling numerous items in its wake. Observing the increasingly agitated lightning falcon, Wu Jingtai's expression darkened as he called out, "Eagle King, have you forgotten something?" To Wu Jingtai's admonishment, the lightning falcon's eyes momentarily flashed with a hint of fear before it swiftly retracted its steel-like wings. "Rest assured, I remember. Whoever secures my acquisition shall have my allegiance, and I shall follow them for life." A voice suddenly resonated from the immense beak of the eagle. The crowd was abuzz with murmurs as they witnessed the lightning falcon's sudden compliance following Wu Jingtai's words. The Wu family had an extraordinary backing to present such a formidable 6th-tier beast for auction. A 6th-tier magical beast could indeed serve as a guardian spirit for an entire clan. However, many in the audience were acutely aware of their financial limitations and turned their gazes toward the 4 powerful Do Huang present. At that moment, the previously silent leader of the Scorpion Gate, Xiao Yan, expressed interest after hearing the lightning falcon's assurance. "Brother Wu, what a grand display. To have a 6th-tier magical beast so obedient is truly impressive," he remarked enviously, gazing at Wu Jingtai. In response to this compliment, Wu Jingtai replied, "I cannot compare to Brother Hua. I have heard that the territories of over 20 cities in the vicinity now belong to you. With such prowess, Brother Hua, it seems you have your sights set on the lightning falcon. That may be premature. Brother Wu, please continue with the auction, Huan interjected. Casting a glance at the seated Xiao, Huan could distinctly sense that Xiaoyan's strength surpassed his own. Resuming his address to the audience, Wu Jingtai continued. Esteemed guests, although this lightning falcon possesses the strength of a low-tier Do Huang, its short-distance explosive speed rivals that of a peak Do Huang, and its claws are exceedingly sharp. Having said that, let us officially commence the auction, starting at 10 million gold coins. As Wu Jingtai's words fell, the crowd descended into a profound silence, each person straining to hear the bids from the Do Huang present. 50 million gold coins. A sudden voice broke the stillness. Belonging to a young man cloaked in black, his face obscured beneath a conical hat. Who is this individual? Not even a Do Huang, yet daring to bid such an exorbitant sum? This figure, shrouded in darkness, displayed more extravagance than the previous bidder, Wan Feng. At that moment, the elderly one-star Do Huang, previously chastised by Huan, spoke threateningly. Young man, do you know who is present today? If you cause trouble, do you comprehend the consequences? Moreover, even if you manage to secure this 6th-tier magical beast, can you truly protect it? I am well aware, the young man replied, unfazed by the elder's menacing tone. Meanwhile, Wu Jingtai took note of their exchange, his expression darkening as he pointed at the elder and proclaimed, the Wu family auction house operates with absolute fairness. Should anyone act against the order, I will have them removed. Furious at Wu Jingtai's blatant disregard for his authority, the Do Huang elder seethed with anger. We shall see. With that, he stormed out of the auction hall, his mood sour after losing face before the mysterious young man, Wu Jingtai, and Huan. That mysterious young man has bid 50 million gold coins. Is there anyone willing to offer more? Wu Jingtai continued to inquire. Following this brief interlude, the audience's attention returned to the auction stage. Now, only Huan, Xiaoshan, and another Do Huang were left to compete against the enigmatic bidder. As anticipated, upon Wu Jingtai's prompt, Huan raised his bid to 80 million gold coins. Such an offer was mere child's play for Huan, who had just absorbed the remnants of the Wan poison sex power. 100 million gold coins. A calm voice rang out, marking the first words from Xiaoshan, the leader of the Scorpion Gate. Brother Liuyun, these individuals have bid 100 million gold coins. It's my first time witnessing such high stakes. Xiao Yan remarked with curiosity from Liuyun's private box. Liuyun affectionately ruffled Xiao Yan's hair, smiling as he explained, you see, bidding in gold coins is merely a way to expedite the auction. The final transaction may involve other forms of exchange. Actually, I think your method of selling is quite disadvantageous, Xiao Yan countered shrewdly. A 6th-tier magical beast, such as this, is essentially priceless. Yet these people are merely trading it for ordinary items. I suggest you consider trading it for equivalent high-tier items instead. Liuyun paused momentarily, reflecting on Xiao Yan's astute observation. In truth, this was not the first time he had encountered such inquiries. No need. I have a plan to forge a grand haul from gold coins, where I shall reside in the future, he replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? How is the construction of the palace coming along? Xiao Yan inquired eagerly. It hasn't begun yet. I wish to accumulate enough first to forge it in one go. Liuyun responded with a casual demeanor. Forge it all at once? How is that even possible? Xiao Yan gasped, quickly calculating in her mind. Given your extraordinary flame's power, if it takes half an hour to forge 100,000 gold coins, then 1 million would take 5 hours, and 1 billion would amount to 500 hours. How many days is that? Liuyun couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Yan's adorable finger counting. He had merely spoken offhandedly, unaware that she would take him seriously. As Xiao Yan diligently calculated the time required to forge the coins, the auction hall buzzed with excitement as the price of the lightning falcon had soared to 100 million gold coins and continued to rise. When the cloaked mysterious bidder raised his offer to 200 million gold coins, Xiaoshan's deep gaze revealed a hint of skepticism. Did this enigmatic figure truly possess such vast resources? Just as Xiaoshan was about to inquire further from Wu Jingtai, Hua preemptively spoke up, Brother Wu. If the winning bidder ultimately lacks sufficient funds, does the ownership of the 6th-tier magical beast revert to the second highest bidder? According to the established rules, this is indeed the case. However, should the second highest bid fall short by more than 1/10 of the first, a re-auction is necessitated, Wu Jingtang elucidated. Very well. With Brother Wu's assurance, I find solace, Huan remarked. It was evident from Hua An's words that he and Xiao Yan shared similar sentiments, both doubting the financial capacity of this enigmatic individual. At present, the highest bid on the floor stood at an astonishing 200 million gold coins, a sum so colossal that many within the auction house scarcely dared to contemplate it. In the next moment, it appeared that Hua An and Xiao Yan had reached a silent agreement. After jointly declaring a bid of 18 million, they withdrew from the fray. Well then, as no further bids have been made, the lightning-flying eagle falcon now belongs to this gentleman, Wu Jingtang proclaimed, gesturing towards the mysterious figure. Upon hearing Wu Jingtang declare the outcome, the enigmatic man, well versed in the decorum of such affairs, approached the authentication area. As both the mysterious figure and Wu Jingtang entered the authentication chamber, even Liuyun began to harbor curiosity about whether he could indeed produce 200 million gold coins. After all, in the entire Northwest continent, it was quite rare to find someone as youthful and affluent as him. The crowd patiently awaited for nearly an hour before the cloaked figure finally emerged from the Wu family's authentication chamber. Wu Jingtang's silhouette followed closely behind. Once both men arrived simultaneously at the auction stage, Wu Jingtang pointed towards the lightning-flying eagle falcon behind the curtain and boisterously declared, "Eagle Emperor, congratulations on acquiring a wealthy master." The audience below could scarcely believe their eyes. They had underestimated this individual, who could indeed procure something valued at 200 million gold coins. This was a true revelation of the saying, wealth can transcend the divine. Not only the common folk were taken aback, even the formidable combat emperors, Xiao Yan and Huan, found themselves momentarily speechless. After a brief lapse of concentration, both pondered a pressing question. How could such a young man of seemingly modest strength manage to purchase a 6th-tier magical beast? If the lightning-flying eagle falcon wished to flee, how could he possibly prevent it? Eagle Emperor, to gauge your worth in gold coins is indeed a grave offense. I must apologize for this, young one, came the youthful voice of the mysterious man from the auction platform. Ka, the 6th-tier magical beast, initially lamenting its fate, now felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing the respectful treatment it received from its young purchaser. Wu Jingtang, brimming with confidence, addressed the mysterious man. Rest assured, sir, as long as the Wu family auction house has accepted your item, we shall guarantee its quality. With that, he shifted his gaze toward the lightning-flying eagle falcon. Isn't that right, Eagle Emperor? Though Wu Jingtang's words were delivered in a remarkably mundane manner, the lightning-flying eagle falcon sensed an undercurrent of threat. Sighing, the lightning-flying eagle falcon fixed its gaze intently upon the cloaked young man and, after a moment of inner turmoil, sincerely declared, "Young friend, fear not. I shall remain loyal to you in the days to come." Upon hearing this vow-like utterance from the lightning-flying eagle falcon, a triumphant smile broke upon the youthful visage concealed beneath the cloak. With the Eagle Emperor's support, who could possibly challenge my standing? The young man mused internally. He then bowed respectfully to the lightning-flying eagle falcon, expressing, "It is a great honor to forge a bond with the Eagle Emperor." Just as the lightning-flying eagle falcon pledged allegiance to the mysterious man, the system notification echoed once more in Liuyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully auctioned the 6th-tier low-level magical beast, the lightning-flying eagle falcon, and have received a 10,000-fold return in the form of an 8th-tier mid-level magical beast, the Dark Magic Griffin. The 8th-tier magical beast, the Dark Magic Griffin, has been dispatched to the system space. Please check your inventory. The Dark Magic Griffin, an 8th-tier mid-level beast. Upon receiving this notification, Liuyun found himself utterly disinterested in the mysterious young man below. His consciousness plunged into the system space, revealing a strikingly handsome and alluring man clad in black attire before Liuyun's eyes. A humanoid? Liuyun hesitated for but a moment before swiftly comprehending. Magical beasts can transform into a human form upon reaching the 7th tier, and since the Dark Magic Griffin had attained the 8th tier, equivalent to a 4-star Doupo powerhouse among humans, its metamorphosis was hardly surprising. The Dark Magic Griffin, an 8th-tier, mid-level magical beast adept in the manipulation of spatial power, possessing unique attributes of the darkness element that exert a formidable mental suppression effect, with a high probability of controlling the minds of its foes. The lower their cultivation, the higher the success rate. The alluring man, transformed from the Dark Magic Griffin, brought Liuyun even greater joy than the 1-star Doupo powerhouse he had just auctioned. With this formidable duo of man and beast, Liuyun felt bolstered in his aspirations to advance into the central continent, provided he did not attract the attention of those superpowers. Splendid. Liuyun exclaimed inwardly. Meanwhile, within the auction house, a gust of fierce wind swept through as the mysterious man mounted the lightning, flying eagle falcon and departed from the location. Such a pity. Though Xiao Yan expressed such sentiments, he did not harbor a particularly strong desire for the lightning flying eagle falcon. His strength was already nearing the pinnacle of the Douhuang realm, and this 6th-tier low-level magical beast was merely a minor embellishment. Its absence would be of little consequence. Chapter 310. The 10,000 poison pearl. The next auction item was none other than the highly anticipated 10,000 poison pearl, with a starting bid of 10 million gold coins. On the auction platform, Wu Jingtang's expression remained unchanged as he diligently presided over the auction. As he concluded his announcement, the crowd's attention shifted from a mysterious individual. The Outcloud Empire was a realm where poison masters thrived. Should there be an item capable of resisting toxins below the 7th tier, it could be said that one would have no fear of any poison, for not everyone could encounter 7th tier toxins. 15 million gold coins. 16 million gold coins. The frenzy of bidding erupted within the auction house. This time, Huan, the leader of the magic poison sect, appeared particularly excited. Having recognized that the green pill presented by Wu Jingtang bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Liuyun had bestowed upon him some time ago. I never imagined the pill gifted to me by Lord Liuyun would be so precious. Thankfully, I did not hesitate to consume it at the time. A satisfied smile spread across Hua's face. 20 million gold coins. Xiao Yan swiftly raised the bid to 20 million gold coins. But then he inadvertently caught sight of the smug expression on Hua's face, which puzzled him. The mysterious man who had purchased the lightning flying eagle falcon had already departed, leaving Hua as his most significant rival. 30 million gold coins. After Xiao Yan bid, Huan immediately added another 10 million gold coins. Following this, Huan glanced triumphantly at Xiao Yan. Although he no longer needed the 10,000 poison pearl, he was reluctant to allow Xiao Yan to acquire it so easily. Within the private room, upon hearing Huan's bid of 30 million gold coins, Liuyun immediately surmised his intention. It seemed Huan sought to vex Xiao Yan. 40 million gold coins. After Huan's bid, Xiao Yan did not hesitate and raised the bid by another 10 million. 41 million. Huan raised the bid again, but this time his increment was a mere 1 million gold coins. What could be the meaning behind Huan's seemingly trivial increment? Did he think that my Xie sect was easy prey? Xiao Yan sensed a provocation in Huan's latest bid, his brow furrowing in annoyance. 60 million gold coins. Xiao Yan, feeling urgency, quickly raised the bid and coldly addressed Huan. Sect leader Hua, if you wish to bid further, I shall not hesitate to forego the 10,000 poison pearl. There is no need, since the Lord of Scorpion Mountain has already bid 6 million gold coins. I shall graciously withdraw. Huan chuckled, his words clearly indicating his complete disinterest in the wand poison pearl. Upon hearing the sarcasm in Huan's tone, Scorpion Mountain realized he was being toyed with, and his expression darkened considerably. On the stage, Wu Jingtao, witnessing Scorpion Mountain's embarrassment at Huan's hands, struggled to suppress a smile and announced, "The Lord of Scorpion Mountain has bid 6 million gold coins. Is there anyone else who wishes to raise the bid?" After 3 inquiries, silence enveloped the audience. No one dared to provoke Scorpion Mountain further at that moment. With a grim expression, Scorpion Mountain rose from his seat, not heading towards the appraisal room, but striding directly towards the auction stage. As he approached, his steps suddenly halted, and a fierce wave of energy emanated from him. Turning his head, he cast a cold glance at Hua and declared, "Hua, do not presume that unifying these border towns grants you the audacity to disregard my wand Scorpion sect." Such an overwhelming pressure. As Scorpion Mountain unleashed this force, several individuals of lesser cultivation in the auction hall felt a tightening in their chests. Yet, Hua maintained a smile, his hands spread wide in a gesture of indifference. Scorpion Mountain flicked his sleeve, forcefully suppressing the fury that brewed within him. As he drew nearer, Wu Jingtao found himself facing the formidable pressure radiating from Scorpion Mountain, unable to stifle a groan as his complexion grew increasingly pale. Soon, Wu Jingtao's face had turned ashen, nearing the brink of collapse under the weight of the energy. At that moment, a barely audible cough resonated through the auction hall, and the intense pressure emanating from Scorpion Mountain vanished without a trace. Following that cough, the once proud Scorpion Mountain suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of black blood. After this incident, Wu Jingtao's tense demeanor finally relaxed. Simultaneously, He felt a renewed sense of awe for Liuyun's capabilities. Rumor had it that Scorpion Mountain was a powerhouse nearing the pinnacle of Douhuang, yet his master had managed to undermine him so effortlessly. This unexpected turn of events left the other attendees in a state of bewilderment. They were still trying to comprehend what had transpired when they beheld the Lord of Wan Scorpion, a formidable Douhuang, bowing respectfully to Wu Jingtao at the auction center. My apologies, esteemed elder. I was merely incensed by the petty actions of Hua and did not intend to cause a disturbance, Scorpion Mountain said. Wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes filled with trepidation and respect as he addressed the empty air. It appears my suspicions were correct. The Lord Liuyun has arranged for a formidable expert to be present. Below the auction stage, Huan sensed Scorpion Mountain's unusual behavior and immediately thought of scanning his surroundings with keen eyes. Lord Scorpion Mountain, there is no need for further discussion. Let us proceed with the transaction. After the recent events, Wu Jingtao spoke to Scorpion Mountain in a decidedly brusque tone. Very well, let us conclude the transaction swiftly. In response to Wu Jingtao's unceremonious words, Scorpion Mountain dared not delay further and hastily produced a plethora of items from his spatial ring. The auction stage was soon adorned with numerous precious items, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and toxic plants in abundance. After presenting these items, Scorpion Mountain tentatively inquired, Brother Wu, will these suffice to meet the 6 million gold coin valuation? If not, I can prepare more. Wu Jingtao casually surveyed the items on the ground and replied nonchalantly, these barely suffice. It was evident to any discerning eye that the pile of goods below could easily fetch over 100 million gold coins at market value. Wu Jingtao's dismissive demeanor elicited a respectful nod from the proud lord of Wan Scorpion. This scene left the onlookers perplexed, considering that Scorpion Mountain had previously addressed Wu Jingtao as senior. The crowd's gaze towards Wu Jingtao now brimmed with a newfound respect. As Wan Scorpion received the Wan Poison Pearl, a prompt echoed in Liuyun's mind from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully auctioning the Wan Poison Pearl. You have received a tenfold return in the form of the nurturing Poison Pearl, which has been deposited into the system space. Please check. Chapter 311. A Contest of Wealth, the Nurturing Poison Pearl. Hearing the system's notification, Liuyun exhaled in relief. During the previous auction of the Wan Poison Pearl, the return was in quantity. This time, it was in quality. Liuyun hastily immersed his consciousness in the system space to examine the properties of the Nurturing Poison Pearl. Nurturing Poison Pearl. Upon ingestion, it can store all toxins within the body and nurture them, transforming them into a force that can be wielded as one's own power. Upon reading the Nurturing Poison Pearl's effects, Liuyun's gaze immediately shifted to the small medical sage beside him. The promise he had made to her could finally be fulfilled. Once this auction concluded, Liuyun planned to eliminate the hidden dangers of her cursed toxic body without delay. At this moment, Scorpion Mountain descended the auction stage, trembling as he clutched the Wan Poison Pearl. Had it not been for Liuyun considering him a client who had yet to finalize the transaction, he likely would have received more than just a minor reprimand. With the return of the Nurturing Poison Pearl, Liuyun felt elated, thus forgiving Scorpion Mountain's previous transgressions. Next, the auction would feature the piece de resistance of this event. As Wu Jingtao's voice echoed through the hall, Scorpion Mountain, who had been preparing to leave, paused once more. A 6th-grade magical beast and the immunity to 7th-grade toxins with the Wan Poison Pearl were not the grand finale? Scorpion Mountain cast a questioning glance at Wu Jingtao on stage. At that moment, Wu Jingtao revealed a jade vial in his hand. The final item for auction is the 6th-grade elixir, Breaking the Sect Pill. Wu Jingtao introduced the Breaking the Sect Pill with a calm expression. Its efficacy, as you may be aware, can significantly increase a Douhuang's chances of breaking through to Dou Zone. Gasp! Upon hearing Wu Jingtao's introduction, Scorpion Mountain could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his eyes fixated on the jade vial in Wu Jingtao's hand, filled with an intense yearning. The earlier 6th-grade magical beast and Wan Poison Pearl had merely piqued his interest. However, the appearance of the Breaking the Sect Pill was what Scorpion Mountain desperately sought. In the Northwest continent, while Douhuang experts were numerous, those at the Dou Zone level were exceedingly rare. Should he manage to secure the Breaking the Sect Pill, his chances of breaking through to Dou Zone would undoubtedly increase significantly. With this thought, Scorpion Mountain decisively turned around and found a suitable spot to remain. Although the Breaking the Sect Pill was merely a 6th-grade elixir, its value could rival that of a 7th-grade elixir. Such a precious item being auctioned by the Wu family in exchange for mere gold coins left Scorpion Mountain in a state of confusion. At that moment, Scorpion Mountain recalled the overwhelming power emanating from a mysterious voice in the void. That force I have never witnessed even from my father. It could likely crush me with a mere fingertip. Enough talk. Let us commence the auction for the Breaking the Sect pill, starting at 50 million gold coins. Wu Jingtao announced, initiating the bidding. However, after his words fell, several minutes passed in silence, with no one daring to place a bid. It seems I have misjudged the situation. While the Breaking the Sect pill is remarkable, it lacks a market in this remote border town. Should it fail to sell, I will need to refine another one. Within the private room, Liuyun observed the crowd's reaction with increasing anxiety. 100 million gold coins. Just as Liuyun fretted, the first bidding voice finally broke through the auction hall silence. The voice was unmistakably familiar, and Liuyun's heart soared with joy. The bidder was none other than Scorpion Mountain, who had acquired the Wand Poison Pearl. Seeing him bid filled Liuyun's face with a radiant smile. As long as there was at least one person bidding, the Breaking the Sect pill would not go unsold. As for the notion of selling at a loss, it has never been within the realm of consideration for Liuyun. At the auction, after Xiao Yan placed a bid of 1 billion, the crowd fell into silence once more. Wu Jingtao's expression was somewhat intricate. He understood well that the value of the Pazong Dan was extraordinary, and ultimately, it would not fetch a favorable price when auctioned. However, Liuyun had previously instructed that the Pazong Dan must be sold, even if the final bid was merely a single gold coin above the reserve price. 1 billion gold coins from the Lord of Xiao Yan. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Wu Jingtao inquired, a sense of resignation evident in his voice. Hearing his inquiry and noting the quietness of the surrounding crowd, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. He could hardly believe that such a paltry sum could secure the immensely valuable Pazong Dan. Similarly, Huan in the auction hall was perplexed, unable to fathom Liuyun's intentions. Regardless, he was determined not to allow this individual to obtain the Pazong Dan so easily. When Wu Jingtao asked for bids a second time, Huan unexpectedly raised the stakes. 2 billion gold coins. With that declaration, the bid escalated to 2 billion. Xiao Yan, witnessing Huan's audacious intervention, expressed his displeasure, saying, Lord Hua, your strength seems quite distant from being able to utilize the Pazong Dan. Better to be prepared. Huan replied with a grin. Frustrated by Huan's incessant meddling, Xiao Yan's ire flared, and he coldly retorted, I fear you may not live to see that day. With that, Xiao Yan ceased the banter and boldly declared, I bid 5 billion gold coins. After Xiao Yan's bid, Huan remained undaunted, raising his thumb and adding, I increased my bid by 1 billion. Although Huan might not require the Pazong Dan for several years, if not decades. Such a rare item was a treasure beyond measure, and he was unwilling to relinquish the chance to acquire it. Should he ever succeed in breaking through to the Dozong realm, today's efforts would be justified. Seeing Huan's unwavering resolve to increase the bid, Xiao Yan felt his composure slipping. He had participated out of mere curiosity regarding the Wu family's advertised Wandu and had not adequately prepared. Brother Wu, can we postpone the auction of the Pazong Dan until I gather sufficient resources? I assure you I will offer a satisfactory price. Xiao Yan proposed in a conciliatory tone. Wu Jingtao, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Yan, ignored his suggestion and sternly announced, Lord Hua has bid 6 billion. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Haha, Lord Xia, it seems you haven't brought enough resources. With just 2 more bids, the Pazong Dan will be mine. Huan laughed, his confidence swelling. You. Xiao Yan was incensed, internally lamenting, am I really to miss out on the Pazong Dan today due to these mundane matters? As Wu Jingtao prepared to inquire for the 3rd time, Xiao Yan anxiously declared, I bid 10 billion gold coins. It was evident from Xiao Yan's expression that this bid represented the entirety of his available resources. At that moment, 2 figures swiftly approached Huan from outside the auction hall. One was a Douwang expert who had left the venue earlier, while the other, a secondary elder of the Mo Du sect, was Huang Dahai, a 7-star Douwang, who had lost an arm. Master, I have brought everything you requested. Huang Dahai said as he presented a storage ring to Huan. An excellent. Excellent. Huan exclaimed, examining the contents of the ring. His furrowed brow relaxing as he cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan. Lord Xia, did you not look down upon our humble border city? Today, let me demonstrate the strength of our small town. Raising his hand again, he arrogantly declared, I bid 1 billion gold coins more. Upon seeing Huang Dahai enter, Xiao Yan had a foreboding feeling. and witnessing Hua Yan's demeanor now filled him with regret. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have bid during the previous rounds. With Hua Yan's preparations, he now had no chance of winning. Xiao Yan's mind raced. Since he could not compete financially, he would have to concede. Forceful acquisition was out of the question. Given Hua Yan's cultivation, he would likely not use the Taoyin for at least 5 years, providing Xiao Yan ample time to devise a means to reclaim it. Having resolved his thoughts, Xiao Yan chose not to respond further to Hua Yan's bid and instead opted to leave the auction. Shortly thereafter, with a hammer strike from Wu Jingtao, the Taoyin was sold to Hua Yan for 11 billion gold coins. Thus, the auction in Haimu City came to a successful conclusion. Simultaneously, Liuyun received a notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful auction of the 6th grade medicine, Taoyin. You have received a 10,000-fold return of 10,000 Taoyin, which have been allocated to the system space. Please check your inventory. 10,000 Taoyin. The system was indeed formidable, and Liuyun was thoroughly satisfied with the quality and quantity of the return. With this batch of Taoyin, upon his arrival in Zhongzhou, he would be able to mass-produce Zhong experts. After everyone had vacated the auction hall, Liuyun summoned Wu Jingtao in the private room. Master, Wu Jingtao entered, bowing respectfully to Liuyun, and handed him a storage ring. Liuyun received the storage ring and briefly inspected its contents, extracting only the poisonous items before placing the ring on the table. The remaining items are for you to prepare the funds for the next auction. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Wu Jingtao promptly put away the storage ring. However, as he examined the remaining items within, his composure faltered. The ring was brimming with countless gold coins, pills, spiritual herbs, and an abundance of magical core weapons. Master, this is too valuable. Wu Jingtao trembled as he returned the storage ring to Liuyun. Feigning displeasure, Liuyun chastised Wu Jingtao. I told you to keep it. Did I not say it was for your use in handling matters? If you perform well, you shall not be at a loss. I shall do my utmost to serve the master, Wu Jingtao replied, exhilaration flooding his heart as he accepted the storage ring. This wealth could rival the entire treasury of the Mo sect. Upon leaving the Wu family auction hall, Liuyun, accompanied by Xiao Yan, headed straight for the desolate mountains outside the city. With so many people in the city, he wished to avoid attracting the attention of the human Dozun and the 8th-tier magical beast. Moreover, Liuyun felt it was time to establish a base of his own. Upon reaching the desolate mountains, Liuyun promptly summoned the human Dozun and the 8th-tier magical beast, the dark magic eagle, from the system space. In the next moment, 2 figures materialized beside Liuyun. Both were clad in black attire. However, the human Dozun was an elderly man, while the transformed dark magic eagle appeared as a handsome and captivating young man. What a formidable aura! Liuyun, who are these 2 seniors? Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the 2. Subordinate Jiang Tao pays respects to the master. Subordinate Magic Eagle pays respects to the master. Both figures bowed in unison before Liuyun. Liuyun turned to the curious Xiao Yan, smiling as he said, Do you understand now? He was quite pleased with the unexpected addition of 2 Dozun subordinates. At that moment, a figure emerged from the void surrounding Liuyun. Lin Hai's silhouette gradually materialized. Upon sensing the presence of 2 individuals beside Liuyun, Lin Hai was taken aback. When his gaze met that of the enigmatic man among them, he felt as though his very spirit was on the verge of being ensnared by the other. Fortunately, the alluring man withdrew the peculiar energy from his eyes just in time, sparing Lin Hai from embarrassment. Master, who are these 2? Lin Hai inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing his voice. This is Jiang Tao and Mo Gio. Like you, they are allies, Liuyun replied with a smile as he introduced the 2. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, like you, they are allies, a trace of melancholy crossed Lin Hai's countenance. He recalled the incident when he had just arrived by Liuyun's side, and the nameless one had been dispatched elsewhere. At that moment, without waiting for Liuyun to speak, Lin Hai addressed Jiang Tao and Mo Gio, saying, Respected seniors, henceforth, the safety of our master shall be entrusted to your care. Recognizing the sorrow underlying Lin Hai's words, Jiang Tao and Mo Gio nodded solemnly. Liuyun too felt a pang of reluctance. As before, having Jiang Tao and Mo Gio, both of whom possessed the strength of Dozun, as his bodyguards, was evidently more suitable. All good things must come to an end. Lin Hai, since you are the patriarch of a prominent family in Zhongzhou, I hereby assign you a task, before I advance into Zhongzhou. Establish a formidable force and elevate your cultivation to Dozun. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this task? Liuyun encouraged Lin Hai with a commanding voice. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Lin Hai's eyes sparkled with renewed determination as he replied loudly, I shall certainly complete the task. Excellent. Liuyun nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved a spatial ring from his system space and handed it to Lin Hai. With these resources, I hope that by the time you report back, you will have achieved the rank of Dozun. Yes, I shall devote myself to rigorous training, living up to my master's expectations, Lin Hai said, bowing deeply to Liuyun before vanishing from the location. Chapter 313. The bestowal after Lin Hai's departure. Liuyun's gaze returned to Jiang Tao and Mo. Liuyun understood that individuals summoned by him would possess a tangible identity. The Nameless One and Chi Feng were wanderers, while Lin Hai belonged to a family. He wondered what the backgrounds of these two might be. Please, share your circumstances, Liuyun inquired curiously of Jiang Tao and Mo. I hail from Zhongzhou. Without any sect or affiliation, Jiang Tao replied first. After he finished, Mo added, my clan originally resided in the Beast Domain. But due to certain circumstances over the long years, I am now the sole survivor, wandering through various lands. Upon hearing their responses and realizing both were unencumbered by attachments, Liuyun felt a sense of relief. He had already devised plans for the two. Jiang Tao, possessing the strength of a one-star Dozun, was to temporarily return to the sacred city of Jiama, as there were many individuals close to him there. With Jiang Tao's protection, Liuyun could venture forth with greater peace of mind. As for the enigmatic man, Mo, Liuyun intended to assign him to fill the position Lin Hai had previously held, serving as his personal bodyguard. Having made these arrangements, Liuyun focused his thoughts and began to examine their attribute panels. Jiang Tao, Wanderer Realm, One-Star Do, Zun Cultivation Technique, Heavenly River Profound Water Technique, Advanced Earth Grade, Do Skills, Layered Wave Technique, Beginner Earth Grade, Water Prison, Intermediate Earth Grade, Mo, last member of the Tianma clan. Realm, 4-Star Do Zun, Cultivation Technique, Profound Eam Dispersal Technique, Advanced Earth Grade, Do Skills, None Talent, possesses the formidable physique of the Tianma clan and the ability to control the minds of enemies. Characteristic, greatly enhances power and darkness. From their talents, it was evident that Mo surpassed Jiang Tao. However, it was peculiar that the Do skill section for Mo was empty. Curiosity piqued, Liuyun asked Mo, have you not practiced any Do skills? Without hesitation, Mo replied, Master, I indeed have not trained in Do skills. And why is that? Liuyun's curiosity deepened. I rarely engage in combat. Typically, I secure victory by directly captivating the hearts and minds of my opponents with my talents. I have acquired some Do skills, but they were all ordinary ones, and I found their power insufficient, thus I neglected to cultivate them, Mo explained candidly. I see. Liuyun deduced some of the reasons behind this. Among the beast clans, it was common for certain Do skills suited to their lineage to be passed down. The Tianma clan had lost its transmission by the time it reached Mo, and the most effective way to find suitable Do skills would be to awaken the memories within his bloodline. Nevertheless, there were still numerous valuable resources to be extracted from these two. With a full array of Earth-grade Do skills, even a simple auction would yield substantial returns. With this in mind, Liuyun procured 2 golden scrolls from a spatial ring and handed them to the two. These 2 Do skills, take them and cultivate diligently. Upon seeing the golden scrolls Liuyun offered, Jiang Tao and Mo did not hesitate to accept them and began to examine their contents. Chiman 4 Symbols Seal, Intermediate Heaven Grade Do Skill, Blood Soul Seal, Intermediate Heaven Grade Do Skill. A mere glance caused both of their expressions to shift dramatically, filled with astonishment. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they turned to Liuyun, with Jiang Tao's lips trembling as he exclaimed, Master, are these for my cultivation? Liuyun smiled and nodded. Of course, fine things are meant for our own. This was Liuyun's heartfelt sentiment. Since they had become his people, he had no need to withhold the Heaven Grade Do skills from them. Strengthening them would inherently bolster his own power as well. However, after making this declaration, Liuyun shifted the conversation. There is one more matter. I require you both to document the Earth Grade Do skills and cultivation techniques you have mastered. With that, Liuyun retrieved several blank scrolls from his spatial ring and handed them to the two. The creation of scrolls for techniques and skills, akin to refining medicinal recipes in the alchemical realm, was far from the simple act of jotting down notes. When crafting a scroll, one must utilize their spiritual power as ink and employ a brush as a guide to successfully produce a qualified scroll. When learning the techniques or dose skills recorded in these scrolls, the practitioner must infuse their spiritual power into the scroll to access the hidden cultivation methods and insights. For instance, under what conditions the technique can be cultivated more swiftly or how to practice the dose skill for greater efficacy. These elements are crucial when cultivating techniques and dose skills. Without this information, no matter how talented a genius may be, they would still need to undergo numerous experiments before they might successfully cultivate them, all while incurring additional time and costs. What Liuyun requested was for Jiang Tao and Mo Jiao to personally inscribe the techniques and skills they had cultivated in their minds onto these scrolls using their spiritual power. Later, he could auction these scrolls to acquire better techniques or even more earth-grade techniques. Understood. Acknowledging Liuyun's intent, Jiang Tao and Mo Jiao immediately accepted the blank scrolls. In truth, even if Liuyun had not commanded them to do so, they would not have resisted. Moreover, Liuyun had generously bestowed upon each of them a heaven-grade dose skill. The value of heaven-grade dose skills far surpassed that of mere earth-grade techniques, making this endeavor an undeniable boon. In their eyes, this arrangement was unequivocally profitable, and their hearts brimmed with gratitude and respect for Liuyun. Before long, Jiang Tao and Mo Jiao presented the completed scrolls of techniques and skills to Liuyun. Throughout this process, Xiao Yan, though her lovely face was etched with surprise and confusion, never interrupted the dialogue between Liuyun, Jiang Tao, and Mo Jiao. In the dialogue among the three, the revelation of the celestial tier combat skills, along with the formidable aura emanating from Jiang Tao and the demon griffin, profoundly impacts the little medicine fairy's perception of the world. It was only after Liuyun instructed the two to conceal themselves that the little medicine fairy snapped back to reality. Observing the dazed expression on her face, Liuyun could not resist pinching her cheek. In response to Liuyun's sudden gesture, the little medicine fairy pouted and, with a pitiful tone, exclaimed, "Brother Liuyun, you are so mean. You're going to make my face all swollen." She feigned a spoiled demeanor to mask her inner confusion. She refrained from mentioning the reasons behind Jiang Tao and the demon griffin's allegiance to Liuyun, as well as how Liuyun came to possess celestial tier combat skills. After all, Liuyun's lack of evasiveness indicated he had no intention of concealing anything. She would naturally come to know these matters in due course. Chapter 314. Expelling the calamity poison body, gazing at the little medicine fairy's adorable and endearing demeanor. Liuyun's hand moved to caress her delicate face before he drew her into his embrace. Little medicine fairy, do you remember what Brother Liuyun promised you? At the breath of warmth brushing against her ear, the little medicine fairy's fair cheeks flushed slightly. What did you promise me? Nestled against Liuyun, she pondered his words intently. In the next moment, an expression of immense excitement spread across her face as she looked up at him in disbelief and asked, "Could it be that Brother Liuyun has found a way to resolve my calamity poison body?" "Indeed, you are quite astute," Liuyun affirmed, bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead. He then retrieved the nurturing poison pearl from his system space. "Brother Liuyun, what is this?" the little medicine fairy inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity as she observed the peculiar orb Liuyun produced. "Didn't Brother Liuyun promise to cure your calamity poison body?" Liuyun gazed at her with affectionate eyes, explaining, "This pearl possesses the ability to absorb all the toxins within you, allowing you to control this power at will in the future." "Really? That's wonderful." Upon hearing this, the little medicine fairy joyfully wrapped her arms around Liuyun's neck. Leaning into him, after a considerable time, she reluctantly released him. Soon, Liuyun and the little medicine fairy arrived at a cave nestled within a desolate mountain. After sealing the entrance, Liuyun concentrated, causing a circular platform emanating a brilliant golden light to materialize in the center of the cave. This luminescent platform was the Bodhi Zen seat he had obtained during the auction of the Blue Lotus platform. The Bodhi Zen seat was known for its ability to accelerate cultivation speed. However, Liuyun's intent in presenting it was not for this purpose, but rather for its effectiveness in calming the mind and dispelling distractions. "Let's begin. Take a seat." Upon seeing the Bodhi Zen seat, the little medicine fairy nodded obediently without further inquiry. Taking a deep breath, she seated herself cross-legged upon the Zen seat. In that instant, her mind cleared, and the previous tension dissolved entirely. Noticing her poised figure with an elegant neck and slender waist, Liuyun wasted no time and sat cross-legged opposite her. As they both settled upon the Bodhi Zen seat, several moving golden light beams suddenly radiated from it. feeling the intense, yang energy emanating from the golden beams. The little medicine fairy furrowed her brows slightly. The rays cast a warm sensation upon her body. Suddenly, a series of grayish-purple toxic mists began to escape from within her, seemingly beyond her control, intertwining with the golden light beams and producing hissing sounds upon contact. "Do not be anxious," Liuyun reassured her with a smile, waving his hand to reveal the nurturing poison pearl in his palm. After producing the nurturing poison pill, Liuyun conjured a jade box, which was entirely snow-white and exuded a faint chill. Gently opening the box, a translucent, ice-like spiritual mushroom appeared before Liuyun's gaze. This extreme, cold mushroom, obtained from the auction of the 7-leaf Blue Lotus, provided temporary resistance to high temperatures and significantly enhanced the body's self-repair capabilities. After retrieving these two items, Liuyun fixed his gaze on the little medicine fairy and cautioned, "In a moment, Brother Liuyun will use the Ioa to concentrate the toxins within you. There may be some pain during the process. You must endure. If you cannot withstand this step, the subsequent procedures may not unfold." Seeing the serious expression on Liuyun's face, the little medicine fairy bit her silver teeth and nodded gently. She understood the immense effort Liuyun had expended to help her resolve her calamity poison body. Now that everything was prepared, she resolved to endure whatever pain may come. "I will begin now. Please remove your clothing." Liuyun's expression grew solemn, his heart racing. Despite the nurturing poison pearl's formidable toxin-absorbing capabilities, he could not shake off his apprehension. Taken aback by his words, the little medicine fairy's lovely cheeks flushed a vibrant red. However, she did not hesitate. With delicate hands, she gently unfastened her dress, allowing it to slide down her smooth, fair skin, revealing a flawless figure akin to jade. Even with his composure, Liuyun's gaze flickered at the sight of her exposed form. He understood that it was time to focus on the task at hand and quickly steadied his mind. As he gazed upon her exquisite figure, a flicker of azure flames ignited between Liuyun's fingers. With a determined gaze, he swiftly directed the flames and pressed down on the little medicine fairy's smooth abdomen. A slight tremor coursed through her body under his touch. Suddenly, a surge of terrifying dark gray toxic mist erupted from within her, and her grayish-purple eyes began to shift into a pure gray hue, emanating a faint aura of death. When the calamity poison body fully erupted, this gray hue would swiftly consume all vitality from its host. Fortunately, the little medicine fairy's calamity poison body had only recently activated, and the toxins had not yet penetrated deeply. As the gray mist enveloped her, the rosy hue on her cheeks faded, and her once gentle expression turned blank. However, the pain and struggle evident in her brow revealed her resistance against the backlash of the calamity poison body. Time was of the essence. Liuyun focused his spirit, allowing his soul force to envelop the fiery fingertips as they quickly entered her body. "Open your mouth." Simultaneously, Liuyun hastily urged the little medicine fairy to consume the extreme cold mushroom from the jade box. Upon ingestion, her complexion relaxed significantly. The dense gray toxins, under the influence of the flames and the chilling aura, hissed violently as they retreated like a frightened creature, ultimately retreating back into the little medicine fairy's body. As the toxins fully re-entered her, her grayish-purple eyes transformed into a pure gray. At that moment, a peculiar golden rune illuminated upon the Bodhi's end seat, bringing clarity to the little medicine fairy's eyes, which had been on the verge of losing control. Prepared for this, Liuyun directed the azure flames to envelop her delicate shoulder. "Concentrate." With Liuyun's commanding shout, the azure flames transformed into countless tiny, flickering flames that penetrated her skin and surged in her body, fervently pursuing the numerous gray toxins. The overwhelming azure flames spread throughout every corner of her being, thanks to Liuyun's powerful soul force, which meticulously controlled the flames to avoid harming the little medicine fairy. "Gather." Amidst the gathering of toxic vapors, Liuyun inhaled deeply, swiftly grasping the poison cultivating pearl and forcefully striking it against the abdomen of the little medicine immortal. Upon contact with her skin, the pearl emitted an enigmatic glow, gradually merging into her being. It bizarrely integrated within her, plunging into the swirling gray toxic mist. In the next moment, the poison cultivating pearl, anchored at the center of the vortex, generated an extraordinarily powerful suction, causing the gray toxic whirlpool to vanish at an observable speed. Chapter 315. The Cloud Alliance, it has succeeded. Observing the poison cultivating pearl within the little medicine immortal gradually transforming into a gray hue, Liuyun exhaled a sigh of relief. Now, the calamity of the toxic body would be entirely under her control, eliminating any concerns of a sudden eruption. As she transferred all toxins from her body into the poison-cultivating pearl, her aura began to rise sharply. Originally a 1-star Do Wong, she now radiated the presence of a 3-star Do Wong, and this ascension continued unabated. Simultaneously, the unprocessed medicinal power of the extreme cold spirit mushroom within her also began to manifest, continuously nurturing her body with waves of icy energy. Witnessing this, Liuyun swiftly retrieved a plethora of toxins from his spatial ring, hastily refining them. The little medicine immortal, with her eyes closed, unabashedly began to devour these toxins. In mere moments, her cultivation soared to the level of a 5-star Do Wong. All right, let us conclude for today. After a considerable time, seeing that the little medicine immortal had ascended to the strength of a 9-star Do Wong, Liuyun seized his refinement of the toxins. Upon opening her eyes and assessing her physical condition, the little medicine immortal's delicate face radiated relaxation. Liuyun Gij, she joyfully called out to Liuyun, showing no signs of shyness despite her state of undress, as she leaned her enchanting figure against him. At that moment, Liuyun could no longer contain his inner turmoil. Wrapping his arms tightly around the little medicine immortal, his lips freely exploring her pristine skin. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Liuyun and the little medicine immortal emerged from the cave. Liuyun Gij, where shall we go next? She inquired, intertwining her arm with his. Liuyun affectionately caressed her cheek, smiling as he replied, "First, let us return to the imperial capital. Do we not discuss establishing a base with the gold coins? We shall lay the foundation this time." Subsequently, Liuyun summoned the void earth beast. As soon as the beast appeared, it dutifully began its work. Soon, a circle of runes illuminated beneath their feet. Jiangta, Montakyu. At that moment, Liuyun called for Jiangtao and Mogio. Master, Jiangtao and Mogio appeared, respectfully bowing to Liuyun. They gazed curiously at the glowing runes beneath them. Prepare yourselves, we are about to depart. Without providing further explanation to Jiangtao and Mogio, Liuyun activated the void gate. In the next instant, within the holy city of Jiama, a circle of purple light illuminated Liuyun's room. As the light dissipated, four figures materialized in his chamber. Master, what kind of technique is this that allows for such instantaneous teleportation? Upon arrival, Jiangtao and Mogio's faces were filled with disbelief. It is worth noting that individuals of their caliber, having reached the Dozun realm, could tear through space to traverse via spatial passages. However, no matter how formidable the spatial technique, it required a certain amount of time. Yet, Liuyun's void gate achieved instantaneous arrival. You will learn in due time. Liuyun remarked casually, taking the little medicine immortal's hand as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. This return serves two purposes: to establish a base of my own and to assess the progress of my alliance. Ever since Liuyun showcased his thunderous prowess at the middle auction, no one in the imperial capital or the entire Jia Ma Empire dared to provoke the middle family. Upon exiting his room, Liuyun spotted Yafei and Qing Lin appearing before him. Joy illuminated their faces upon seeing Liuyun, and they hastened towards him. As the mature woman clad in a tight-fitting red qipao approached, revealing her fair skin, Liuyun felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her entirely. At this moment, Yafei exuded not only the allure of a mature woman, but also the same noble aura he had sensed from Yunyun before. "Young master, you have returned," Yafei remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she noticed Liuyun's gaze sweeping across her form. "Yes, I have just returned," Liuyun replied, adopting a more serious demeanor. "Yafei, how is the progress of the Cloud Alliance?" The situation of the Cloud Alliance is exceedingly favorable. Having nearly covered 1/3 of the Jia Ma Empire's territory, with nearly all major commercial enterprises under its monopoly, Yafei reported truthfully. "Excellent." A satisfied expression graced Liuyun's face upon hearing Yafei's update. He then curiously inquired, "There has been no opposition from the royal family, has there?" "None at all." Not only did the royal family refrain from any obstruction, but the other major faction, the Yunlan sect, is also actively cooperating with the Cloud Alliance. Confidence radiated from Yafei's expression as she spoke. Realizing that the development of the Cloud Alliance faced no hindrances, Liuyun chose not to delve further into the matter, entrusting everything to Yafei's capable hands. Jiangtao. Liuyun redirected his gaze towards the 1-star Do Zun among them. "What is your command, master?" Jiangtao responded respectfully upon being summoned. Remember these individuals, Liuyun instructed, gesturing towards the little medicine immortal, Yafei, and Qinglin. Your task henceforth is to ensure their safety, as well as that of the middle family. Understood. I shall devote myself to safeguarding this place, Jiang Tao replied with excitement. There is one more matter. If any peculiar soul entities from the Soul Palace approach, do not eliminate them. Instead, find a way to subdue them until I return to address the situation. Liuyun prudently arranged for potential visitors from the Soul Palace. Having learned of the Cloud Alliance's progress, Liuyun began considering locations for establishing a base. Naturally, he desired a site as concealed as possible. However, as of now, he lacked the Do-Sheng-level experts necessary to carve out a space. Thus, he resolved to settle for a secluded area within the Jia Ma Empire. The Monster Beast Mountain Range seemed a promising choice. With this in mind, Liuyun turned to the Little Medicine Immortal and asked, "Would you like to revisit the Monster Beast Mountain Range?" Absolutely. The Monster Beast Mountain Range was the place where the Little Medicine Immortal had spent the longest time. Had it not been for the eruption of her calamity poison body, she might have spent her entire life there. Hearing that Liuyun intended to take her back, an indescribable joy lit up her delicate face. Chapter 3:16. The Emergence of the Anti-Inflammatory Medicine MOGO. Come here. With the decision made to head to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, Liuyun was determined not to waste time on the journey. With MOGO's strength as a 4-star Dozun, he was capable of traversing space to hasten their travel. Liuyun briefly explained the location of the Monster Beast Mountain Range to MOGO, who instantly grasped his intent. In the next moment, MOGO extended his right hand and gently sliced through the air above. A spatial rift materialized in the void above them. Let us proceed. Upon witnessing the emergence of the spatial rift, Liuyun hesitated not, taking the Little Medicine Immortal's hand and plunging into it. Caw! Just as the two were about to cross into the rift, MOGO emitted a sharp cry. Subsequently, a terrifying shadow, stretching dozens of meters, swiftly manifested beneath the flowing clouds. Master, the spatial rift is perilous. Allow me to carry you, the magical griffin urged, transforming into its colossal form and cradling both Liuyun and the petite healer upon its back. Moreover, the griffin enveloped them with a layer of protective shield, ensuring their safety from harm. Stepping into the spatial rift felt vastly different from traversing via the void gate. Inside the rift was an abyss of darkness, punctuated only by the occasional flicker of faint light. After entering the rift, the petite healer clung tightly to Liuyun, her eyes firmly shut in trepidation. Despite the thick protective barrier surrounding them, the howling cacophony of noise from the rift reached their ears as the griffin soared at high velocity. Witnessing the marvels within the spatial rift, Liuyun felt a sudden urge to elevate his own strength, aspiring to traverse this realm without reliance on external aid. In the Beast Mountain Range, atop an unremarkable hill, a third-tier magical beast, the Wind Spirit Wolf, patrolled its territory with an air of arrogance. Suddenly, the sky above warped in a strange distortion. Awoo! Sensing the anomaly above, the Wind Spirit Wolf howled, masking its fear of the unknown. In an instant, the warped space ruptured, revealing a massive fissure from which emerged the silhouettes of 2 men and a woman. This bizarre scene was not only witnessed by the Wind Spirit Wolf below. Countless magical beasts in the vicinity, sensing the terrifying aura, turned and fled in haste. Beast Mountain Range, I have returned. In the sky, the golden wings of battle energy unfurled dramatically behind Liuyun. What a familiar sensation, the petite healer remarked, inhaling the surrounding air with a look of bliss. Brother Liuyun, where shall we go next? She inquired, gently linking her arm with his. Shall we first visit Qingshan Town? Liuyun had only casually mentioned the general location of the Beast Mountain Range to the Griffin earlier, so even he was unaware of their current whereabouts. Nevertheless, upon hearing the petite healer express her desire to explore Qingshan Town, Liuyun readily agreed, momentarily setting aside his plans to establish a base within the Beast Mountain Range. Guided by the memories in his mind, Liuyun identified a rough direction. Let's go to Qingshan Town. With a simultaneous flourish, both Liuyun and the petite healer sprouted a pair of wings made of battle energy and soared freely through the perilous expanse of the Beast Mountain Range, a domain where ordinary folk dared not tread lightly. To perish beneath my blade would indeed be a stroke of fortune for you, a scarred man declared, surveying the lifeless bodies strewn around him within an area known for harboring third-tier and occasionally even fourth-tier magical beasts. He pointed his blade toward a resolute youth holding a peculiar black measuring rod. If you seek my life, Let us see if you possess the capability." Unfazed by the Scarred Man's words, the youth replied boldly, though he appeared to be merely at the initial stage of a battlemaster. While the Scarred Man had already reached the rank of a one-star battlemaster, exhausted from battling the numerous lifeless bodies around him, the youth, who was none other than Xiao Yan, now found himself on the brink of depletion. "Master, what should we do? I didn't expect the leader of this mercenary group to be a battlemaster. My battle energy is nearly exhausted," he implored, seeking guidance from the aged voice emanating from his ring. "Do not panic. With me here, a mere battlemaster cannot claim your life," came the reassuring voice of Yao Lao. "This individual is merely at the initial stage of a battlemaster. With your strength, you might well overcome him on your own. This is a rare opportunity for you to hone your skills," Yao Lao encouraged. "What? You mean you won't intervene?" Xiao Yan's face darkened at the realization that he was to confront a formidable opponent, one who was a full stage above him. Though he found the prospect of defeating the Scarred Man daunting, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and resolved to give it a try. He swiftly swallowed a medicinal pill and beckoned the Scarred Man with a casual flick of his finger, calmly stating, "Come, let me test your prowess as a battlemaster." The Scarred Man's expression twisted into a cruel smile upon realizing Xiao Yan's determination not to flee. He dismissed the notion of Xiao Yan consuming a recovery potion, striding boldly toward him. As he closed the distance, the Scarred Man suddenly stomped the ground, launching himself at Xiao Yan with a furious swing of his large blade aimed at the youth's head. Feeling the sharp gust of wind from the impending attack, Xiao Yan's face grew grave. The disparity between a battlemaster and a one-star battlemaster was vast, and he doubted his ability to withstand even 10 exchanges with this foe. Leveraging his exceptional evasion skills, Xiao Yan angled his body slightly and retreated swiftly to avoid the Scarred Man's probing strike. He then maneuvered to the left side of the Scarred Man, his battle energy surging within as he raised a mysterious measuring rod and struck down fiercely at the opponent's head. The fierce energy descending from above did not alarm the Scarred Man. Instead, he hoisted his large blade and aimed a counterattack at Xiao Yan. The clash of the measuring rod and the blade erupted in a shower of sparks, echoing a sharp metallic sound throughout the forest. Engaging with a one-star battlemaster for the first time, Xiao Yan experienced the overwhelming might of battle energy. The force from the measuring rod sent him stumbling back several steps as he struggled to dissipate the impact. In stark contrast to Xiao Yan's retreat, the Scarred Man remained composed, only taking a half step back before firmly regaining his stance. "Kid, if this is all the strength you possess, then today shall be your last," he declared. Chapter 317. Brother Xiao, long time no see. It was evident that the Scarred Man had gained the upper hand during their earlier confrontation. Xiao Yan felt a tingling sensation in his arm, realizing the gravity of the situation. "This is troublesome. The gap between a battlemaster and a one-star battlemaster is greater than I had anticipated," he mused inwardly. Yet, he took a deep breath, exhaling a long sigh as he closed his eyes. Observing Xiao Yan's peculiar behavior, the Scarred Man furrowed his brow, uncertain of his opponent's intentions. As he focused intently on the closed-eyed youth, a wave of unease washed over him, particularly when he sensed the surrounding energy fluctuations intensifying. This discomfort soon manifested on his face. Clutching his blade tightly, the anxious Scarred Man disregarded the disparity in their strengths and cautiously advanced toward Xiao Yan. "You pretentious fool! Perish!" he bellowed, stepping into striking range, his face contorting into a vicious grin as he swung his large blade menacingly toward Xiao Yan's neck. "Kulme!" Xiao Yan's eyes snapped open, and he uttered the chilling words as he raised the measuring rod aloft, a searing heat radiating from its surface. "Flame dividing devouring wave rod." As Xiao Yan's voice resonated, a surge of energy erupted throughout the forest, with visible waves of energy rapidly converging into the measuring rod he held. As the energy poured in, the temperature emanating from the rod intensified, the strange patterns upon its surface glowing a fiery red. Simultaneously, the battle energy Xiao Yan had just replenished was almost entirely drained in an instant. The now blazing measuring rod sliced through the air, aimed directly at the astonished face of the Scarred Man. As the imposing figure of the Xuanzhongfu traversed the landscape, it appeared as though the very space around it had been distorted, as if evaporated. When Xiao Yan infused the last vestige of his Dou Qi into the Xuanzhongfu, a brilliant flash erupted from its tip, unleashing a crescent-shaped red glow, half a zhang long, which sped forth like lightning, imbued with searing heat, and struck fiercely towards the Scarred Man. Within his line of sight, a sea of red light flickered, and as the crescent-red radiance burst forth from the Xuanzhongshi, the scarred man's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinholes. The manifestation of Douqi into a tangible form was a feat only achievable by a Grand Dome Master. How could this mere boy, who had only just entered the Dome Master realm, accomplish such a thing? A fleeting sense of shock coursed through him. But the scar man had no time to dwell on this perplexing question. Douqi surged within him, and a pale blue Douqi enveloped his large blade, as though a layer of azure energy film had been affixed to its surface. With a deep exhalation, the scarred man swung his large blade forward, unleashing a half-zhong-long azure blade shadow that flitted from the weapon. The red crescent collided with the azure blade light in a fleeting moment. The next instant, a thunderous explosion akin to a clap of thunder resounded above the dense forest. As the thunderous sound reverberated, the ground erupted in a shower of dirt, and the scarred man was sent hurtling from the earth, his feet firmly embedded in the ground. After retreating over 10 meters, he finally crashed heavily against a massive tree, which instantly splintered with a resounding crash, allowing him to stabilize his form. Following the clash, the scarred man's gaze swiftly turned toward Xiao Yan. Upon seeing Xiao Yan plant the blackshear into the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, a sigh of relief washed over him. It was no wonder he had the power to slay so many of my brothers. However, this ends here. Observing Xiao Yan, who was clearly nearing his limit, the scarred man inhaled deeply and raised his blade, striding confidently towards him. Just then, a tremendous commotion erupted within the forest as countless beasts began to scatter in panic. This sudden occurrence startled the scarred man. He quickly positioned his blade defensively in front of him, wary and alert. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan, leaning against the Xuanzhongshi, wore a look of confusion. Xiao Yan, 2 Dou kings are flying this way. It would be inconvenient for me to intervene for the time being. Came the hurried voice of Yao Lao from within the ring. What? How could Dou kings be drawn to such a place? A Yao Lao's warning. A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Yan's face. The next moment, in the sky above the confrontation between Xiao Yan and the scarred man, 2 figures, one golden and one purple, emerged. These 2 figures were none other than Liuyun and Xiao Yixian, en route to Qingshan town. Ordinarily, their flying speed would have rendered them indifferent to such minor fluctuations in battle below. However, the MOGO, who had been closely following Liuyun, suddenly alerted him to the presence of a powerful soul entity within the forest. The fact that even the MOGO acknowledged a powerful soul entity caused Liuyun to take notice. He slowed his speed and scanned the area below. Xiao Yan, upon seeing the unsteady figure of the youth below, Liuyun's expression faltered. So the powerful soul entity the MOGO spoke was indeed Yao Lao. Just as Liuyun focused on the scene below, Xiao Yan's gaze locked onto him as well. The ability to transform Douqi into wings and soar freely through the skies. Was this the power of a Dou king? Watching the figures in the sky filled Xiao Yan with longing. After observing closely, a hint of uncertainty crossed Xiao Yan's face as he inquired of Yao Lao. Teacher, the Dou king in the sky appears to be Liuyun from the Mitre family. Appears? That individual is indeed Liuyun. Yao Lao responded through gritted teeth from within the ring. The mere thought of Liuyun, who had once sold him off, filled Yao Lao with irritation. Yet, when he beheld the resplendent golden wings behind Liuyun, his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. A Dou king under 20, such a talent would be considered extraordinary even within the Yao clan I once belonged to. However, this lad does not seem to hail from any of those prominent clans. There's no trace of ancient bloodline within him, Yao Lao mused inwardly. In the heavens, Liuyun flapped his golden wings and gradually descended to the ground where Xiao Yan stood, perhaps due to their shared origin from the same world. Liuyun felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity each time he encountered Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, it has been nearly a year since we last met. I never expected to run into you here, Liuyun greeted with a smile. Hearing Liuyun's warm voice, Xiao Yan managed to steady himself, responding in a somewhat weakened tone. Indeed, what a coincidence to meet you here, Brother Liuyun. Chapter 318. Xiao Yan's stubbornness, though they were considered old friends, the vast disparity in their cultivation levels compelled Xiao Yan to unconsciously diminish his tone, unable to treat Liuyun with the same casualness as before. Meanwhile, the previously stunned scarred man was taken aback to witness this Dou king conversing with his adversary, his breath catching in his throat, drenched in cold sweat, completely enveloped by fear. From the look of Brother Xiao, It is evident that the intense fluctuations in the forest were indeed caused by him. As the saying goes, what one fears most will come to pass. And Liuyun's sudden remark turned the scarred man's complexion pale, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Before Xiao Yan could respond, the scarred man fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Senior, spare my life. If I had known this young brother was your friend, I wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. Hearing the scarred man's incessant pleas, Liuyun frowned slightly, feeling a tinge of annoyance. Brother Xiao, since this man is your enemy, allow me to eliminate him for you. Gazing at the once arrogant Grand Dome Master, who now cowered before Liuyun's mere words, a sense of inexplicable despondence surged within Xiao Yan. However, his gaze quickly regained its determination. Cough, cough. Clearing his throat, Xiao Yan stated calmly, there is no need to trouble Brother Liuyun. I shall personally claim this man's life in due time. That is my good disciple. Such ambition. At Xiao Yan's words, Yao Lao within the ring felt a sense of satisfaction. On Liuyun's side, hearing Xiao Yan's polite refusal brought a momentary look of awkwardness to his face. It seemed he had overlooked the pride of this fated child. The current Xiao Yan reminded Liuyun of the figure from the depths of his memories, the one who once ascended the Yunlan sect. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from intervening further. Having come to this conclusion, Liuyun chuckled lightly. Thank you for sparing my life. With Liuyun's words, the kneeling scarred man felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, repeatedly bowing his head in gratitude. Observing the scarred man's demeanor, Xiao Yan hoisted the Xuanzhongshu onto his shoulder, disdainfully remarking, Begone, return and cleanse your neck. Await the day when I am in the mood to take your life. Very well, I shall depart at once. The scarred man, now thoroughly intimidated, offered no rebuttal to Xiao Yan's words and swiftly fled into the distance. It must be said that Xiao Yan's talent and perseverance far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In less than a year, he had risen from being a waste to attaining the strength of a Dome Master. Moreover, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, he still exuded the spirit to engage in combat once more in a short span of time. Brother Xiao, I see that your injuries are severe and your Douqi depleted. Here, take this pill. I hope it can aid you, Liuyun said, producing an exquisite jade vial from his hand. Thank you. Xiao Yan promptly accepted the item from Liuyun without hesitation. As he uncorked the vial, a rich aroma of medicinal essence wafted into the air. A fifth-grade pill, the recovery pill. In Xiao Yan's mind, a voice filled with astonishment echoed from Yao Lao. Xiao Yanzi, fortune smiles upon you. This recovery pill is specifically designed for the treatment of severe injuries. Its gentle properties ensure that it will inflict no harm upon your already injured body. It is a remarkable elixir for healing grievous wounds. Upon hearing Yao Lao's explanation of the pill in hand, Xiao Yan dismissed the impulse to consume it immediately. He carefully closed the vial, contemplating, such a precious item should be reserved for a time when it is truly needed. Thank you, Brother Liuyun, for this generous gift. Xiao Yan expressed with a fist salute towards Liuyun, adding, I presume you have pressing matters to attend to in the Monster Beast Mountain range? Liuyun gestured towards the sky, where the little medical sage lingered, and candidly replied, Indeed, I must accompany her to Qingshan town shortly. Realizing that another formidable Do Wang resided above, Xiao Yan gazed at the little medical sage, enveloped in a purple aura with a sense of wistfulness. His relentless efforts were largely driven by a desire to surpass Nalan Yanran. The woman soaring in the sky appeared even younger than Nalan Yanran. Yet her cultivation had already ascended to Do Wang, a chasm of difference between them. Sighing internally, Xiao Yan once again clasped his fists and addressed Liuyun. Since you have pressing matters, I too must delve deeper into the Monster Beast Mountain range. Let us meet again on another day. Indeed. Until next time, Liuyun, discerning the implication in Xiao Yan's words, and returned to the side of the little medical sage as they continued towards Qingshan town. Once Liuyun had departed, Xiao Yan's complexion abruptly turned pale, and he slowly seated himself cross-legged. In a moment of stillness, he inquired of Yao Lao, Master, why do such extraordinarily fast cultivators exist in this world? Clearly, Xiao Yan's feelings towards Liuyun's prowess were far from the nonchalance he had just displayed. If this individual were born into one of the ancient 8 clans, such cultivation would not be remarkable. If not, then his talent could only be described as monstrous. The ancient 8 clans, what are they? Xiao Yan's face was filled with confusion upon hearing Yao Lao's words. You will come to understand this in due time. Yao Lao replied, wary of discouraging Xiao Yan, and refrained from elaborating on the ancient clans. What intrigues me is that with such exceptional talent, Why has he remained so mediocre for the past decade? In the depths of the forest, both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were consumed by the enigma that Liuyun posed. Observing Yao Lao's inability to decipher Liuyun, Xiao Yan chose to cease further discussion about him, instead focusing on recovering from his injuries. Xiao Yanzi, it was initially your task to train and break through to Douqi in the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Now it is time to prepare for your journey to the Tagore Desert. Yao Lao outlined the next steps. The mention of the Tagore Desert reminded Xiao Yan of his father's words about his elder brother and second brother establishing a mercenary group there. A smile crept across his face as he declared, "Master, as long as there are no aftereffects, I am ready to endure any hardships." "You better not back out when the time comes," Yao Lao replied, his eyes filled with appreciation. "Rest assured," Xiao Yan responded earnestly, then posed another question. "Master, why must we train in the Tagore Desert?" Yao Lao pondered momentarily before explaining. "I once ventured into the vast Tagore Desert, having heard rumors of a rare fire hidden within. Unfortunately, I failed to find it then. If fortune favors you this time, perhaps you will have a chance." Upon hearing Yao Lao mention the rare fire, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, and he clenched his fists in anticipation. After parting ways with Xiao Yan, Liuyun and the little medical sage soon arrived at the entrance of Qingshan town. At the town's threshold, numerous passers-by and mercenaries preparing to hunt beasts in the Monster Beast Mountain Range flowed through, gazing at the ancient script adorning the town's entrance. The little medical sage's expression shifted into a moment of reverie as she murmured, "Qingshan town, it has been a long time." Noticing her momentary daze, Liuyun's hand instinctively brushed against her graceful waist. "Come, let us enter," he softly urged. "No." Despite Liuyun's intention to proceed, the little medical sage remained rooted in place. "What is it?" Liuyun asked with concern upon noticing her reluctance. Her eyes suddenly grew misty as she lamented. "The surroundings remain as they once were, yet the familiar faces are no longer here. Just being able to stand here again brings me joy." Liuyun giggled. "Let's go." With that, the little medical sage tugged at Liuyun's attire, urging him to leave. Recalling some of the little medical sage's past experiences, Liuyun seemed to comprehend her sentiments, silently following her lead without uttering further words. After a brief moment, they reappeared within the depths of the Monster Beast Mountain Range, precisely at the entrance of the cave where they had once spent time together. Arriving at this familiar location, the little medical sage's mood improved slightly. She extended her delicate hand, gently caressing the flora and fauna surrounding her, her eyes brimming with nostalgia. "Liuyun giggled. How wonderful it would have been if I had agreed to leave with you last time," she mused, her emotions stirred by the memories. Liuyun, noticing her sadness, quickly inquired, "Are you thinking of Xiaolan again?" "MHM," the little medical sage nodded, her voice choked with emotion. "Rest assured, Liuyun giggled will fulfill his promise. One day, I will bring Xiaolan back to life," Liuyun assured her. Touched by Liuyun's vow, the little medical sage felt a surge of gratitude. Yet she wished to shield him from any psychological burden. Wiping away her tears, she smiled and replied, "Liuyun giggled, how can what is past ever return? Do not force yourself. We came to the Monster Beast Mountain Range for another purpose, did we not?" She deftly shifted the conversation. "Indeed, I plan to establish a hidden base within the Monster Beast Mountain Range. What do you think of this location?" Liuyun tentatively suggested. "This place won't do." The little medical sage swiftly countered, "This is merely the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. It cannot possibly be deemed concealed. Moreover, establishing a base here would disrupt the natural environment." True enough, observing the emotional response he had elicited from her, Liuyun couldn't help but smile triumphantly. In the next moment, Liuyun summoned the magic griffin. "Awaiting your commands, Master," the griffin replied with utmost respect. "Griffin, I have a task for you," Liuyun instructed, producing a dozen spatial rings filled with gold coins and various other treasures. "Take these and travel toward the center of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. There, use these resources to construct a palace as per this design." With that, Liuyun presented the griffin with a blueprint depicting his envisioned palace. "Your subordinate will complete the task without hesitation," the griffin affirmed, accepting the materials and blueprint before vanishing from sight. With the palace's construction underway, the need for guardians to protect it became apparent. A thought struck Liuyun. The Monster Beast Mountain Range housed numerous 4th and 5th tier magical beasts. If he were to capture some and auction them off, he could quickly amass a loyal and powerful cadre of beastly guardians. However, in the Douqi Continent, there were no binding contracts between humans and magical beasts, and the market primarily dealt in beast eggs and younglings, making the sale of adult beasts a rare occurrence. However, Liuyun remained indifferent to such matters. He engaged in mass sales, confident that there would always be a few willing to part with their coin. With a resolute spirit, he and Xiao Yan ventured deep into the Beast Mountain range in search of their quarry. Each time they encountered a creature of slightly higher rank, such as a 4th or 5th tier magical beast, Liuyun would swiftly capture it, placing it into his system space once the beast ceased to resist. Before long, his system space brimmed with 3 or 4 5th tier magical beasts and over a dozen 4th tier ones. Notably, the direction in which they traveled was precisely where the griffin had recently departed. As dusk approached, Liuyun and Xiao Yan arrived near the palace being forged by the griffin. From a distance, the sky above the griffin was ablaze with a fiery crimson hue, even more dazzling than daylight. High above, vast quantities of metal were being melted into liquid form by the griffin's fiery breath, which were then poured according to Liuyun's blueprints. To Liuyun's astonishment, such a monumental undertaking was indeed being completed in one fell swoop. As the massive palace began to take shape, Xiao Yan gasped in awe, her mouth agape, when the outline of the grand structure, measuring 100 feet in length and width, materialized before them. It was not only Xiao Yan who was struck with wonder. Even Liuyun could not help but marvel at such might. As half an hour passed, the griffin's movements accelerated, and the palace grew increasingly solid. Under the griffin's manipulation, the colossal edifice began to rotate in the air, and with this peculiar motion, the intense heat that had enveloped it began to dissipate rapidly. The palace's originally fiery hue transformed into a resplendent golden brilliance as the temperature continued to fall. Once it had fully cooled, the griffin gently lowered the palace to the ground. Throughout this process, even with its 4-star Douzuan strength, the griffin's forehead beaded with sweat. Master, I have successfully forged the main structure of the palace, but there remains one area that I could not perfect. After placing the crafted palace steadily on the ground, the griffin excitedly addressed Liuyun. Excellent. Well done. Liuyun expressed his satisfaction at the sight of the magnificent palace. He promptly retrieved a jade vial from his system space and tossed it to the griffin. Take this. It contains a Douzuan pill. What is a Douzuan pill? The griffin queried, puzzled by the name of the elixir. The Douzuan pill can enable a Douzuan stage individual to at least break through to the next star. Upon hearing Liuyun's explanation, the griffin's eyes sparkled with excitement as it cherished the jade vial in its grasp. Chapter 320. The 5-clawed golden dragon, though magical beasts that had transformed into humanoid forms, enjoyed the longevity of their kind and inherited the cultivation talents of humanity. At the griffin's level, achieving another breakthrough would demand decades of effort. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. The griffin's voice quivered with excitement. I have never been stingy with my own. Liuyun replied. Turning to the newly constructed palace, he suddenly inquired, You mentioned there was one area you could not resolve. What is it? It is the dragon-shaped creature atop the palace. The griffin pointed directly at the palace's apex. The palace before them was constructed based on Liuyun's recollections of the architectural style of ancient Huaxia civilization. Liuyun had deliberately added a 5-clawed golden dragon as a totem from ancient Huaxia civilization to the top of this grand structure. Xiao Yan, following the griffin's gesture, also spotted the 5-clawed golden dragon atop the palace, and, filled with curiosity, asked, Brother Liuyun, what kind of creature is this? Why does it have 5 claws? Hearing Xiao Yan's inquiry about the 5-clawed golden dragon, the griffin, who had just stored the Douzuan pill, also expressed curiosity, asking, Master, what exactly is this creature? Why did it take me such considerable effort just to form its general shape? This is the 5-clawed golden dragon, a totem from the depths of my memory. Liuyun replied with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, the griffin immediately thought of the ancient True Dragon clan and tentatively asked, Could it be that Master hails from the beast domain? Is this creature somehow connected to the True Dragon clan? However, forging the form of a true dragon should not be so arduous. The griffin furrowed its brow, contemplating. Not all. Liuyun shook his head, denying the griffin's speculation. At that moment, Liuyun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the nascent form of the 5-clawed golden dragon atop the palace. Even the griffin, with its 4-star Douzuan prowess, could not fully shape this 5-clawed golden dragon. Could it be that this ancient totem from another world was not merely a legend, but rather a powerful being that truly existed? With this thought in mind, golden wings unfurled from Liuyun's back as he swiftly ascended to the palace's summit. positioning himself beside the 7 or 8 meter long 5-clawed golden dragon form. The griffin and Xiao Yan quickly followed suit, their curiosity piqued as they took in the intricate carving. As Liuyun reached out to touch the surface of the 5-clawed golden dragon sculpture, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Reflecting on his memories of the 5-clawed golden dragon, he slowly retrieved an ancient sword from his system space. Boom! The moment Liuyun drew the sword from its hilt, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. The pitch-black night sky erupted with bursts of dazzling white light, illuminating the firmament as brightly as day. Simultaneously, an ancient aura emanated from the sword, radiating a formidable pressure that spread outward. Xiao Yan, witnessing this astonishing scene, widened her eyes in disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless. One overwhelming presence. Master, what is this divine weapon? The griffin inquired, a hint of trepidation in its voice as it gazed at Liuyun's sword. This sword is named Xianyuan, Liuyun replied nonchalantly. Then, under the astonished gazes of the griffin and Xiao Yan, Liuyun began to etch designs onto the dragon's form with the Xianyuan sword. Bang! The sharpness of the Xianyuan sword was beyond the comparison of any mundane metal. In a flurry of sparks, the scales on the back of the giant dragon were swiftly carved by Liuyun. Next, he approached the most challenging part, the dragon's head. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the Xianyuan sword, feeling the resistance he had encountered while carving the dragon's scales. Now, Liuyun was certain that this 5-clawed golden dragon was anything but ordinary. It was a being that even a Douqi would revere. At that moment, Liuyun's Douqi surged wildly within him, and a brilliant light radiated from his entire being, accompanied by a manifestation of ethereal blue flames. To depict the 5-clawed golden dragon from his memory, Liuyun poured every ounce of his strength into the endeavor. Finally, as sweat drenched his body, he completed the last detail, the dragon's eyes. The moment he finished carving the eyes, a blinding pillar of light erupted from the sculpture. Look, what is happening over there? Could it be another treasure emerging? Several mercenaries training in the Beast Mountain range widened their eyes, gazing at the golden pillar soaring into the sky. Let's go check it out. At that moment, the entire Beast Mountain range, be it magical beasts or daring adventurers, turned their attention toward the golden beam ascending into the night sky, including the emergence of the Xianyuan sword. Liuyun had already witnessed 2 extraordinary phenomena in the heart of the Beast Mountain range. Many human cultivators began to make their way toward the source of. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Beast Mountain range, just as Xiao Yan was about to leave, he halted upon noticing the golden pillar rising from the depths of the mountain. Teacher, this is the second phenomenon. Could there truly be a treasure appearing in the heart of the Beast Mountain range? Xiao Yan asked, frowning as he inquired of the alchemist within his ring. Such an extraordinary occurrence must signal the emergence of something remarkable. The alchemist, appearing from Xiao Yan's ring, gazed at the golden pillar with a furrowed brow. Perhaps this is a grand opportunity. Xiao Yanzi, let's go and take a look. Sudan Li, Yao Lao Uget Xiao Zan. Upon hearing Yao Lao's insistence, Xiao Yan hesitated. Master, the phenomenon has already affected such a vast area. There must be numerous human experts heading that way, and the formidable overlords of the Beast Mountain range will certainly converge there as well. My strength may yield little benefit in such a scenario. With me here, why cower before those weaklings? Observing the hesitant Xiao Yan, Yao Lao barked. Very well. Faced with Yao Lao's fury, Xiao Yan reluctantly nodded. At the same time, atop the palace where Liuyun and his companions resided, the intricately carved 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly appeared to come to life, shifting its stance. It moved. It truly moved. This extraordinarily peculiar sight startled the nearby Xiao Yan. Taking a deep breath, Liuyun withdrew the Xianyuan sword into the system space and embraced the frightened Xiao Yan. Gazing at the seemingly animated 5-clawed golden dragon, Liuyun felt a surge of emotion. In this foreign land, witnessing the long-lost Huaxia totem radiate brilliance filled him with immense pride. Master, the manifestation of this 5-clawed golden dragon's anomaly likely heralds the arrival of many soon. Just as Liuyun was lost in thought, the voice of the demon eagle broke through his reverie. Chapter 221, Seclusion. The demon eagle's words interrupted Liuyun's contemplation. He had initially intended to keep this place concealed, but the current circumstances clearly rendered that impossible. Liuyun pondered for a moment and said, Since we have already been exposed, we might as well step into the light. What do you mean, Master? The demon eagle inquired, somewhat perplexed. Prepare yourself. This will henceforth serve as the base for a new force in the northwest continent. As for the name, let us call it the Palace of 10,000 Beasts. And you, Demon Eagle, shall be the head of the first branch. Liuyun directed the Demon Eagle. The Palace of 10,000 Beasts. Understood, my subordinate. After speaking, the Demon Eagle waved its hand, tearing through the space before vanishing from Liuyun's sight. After a brief moment, the shock in Xiao Yixian's beautiful eyes finally subsided. She lifted her head and said to Liuyun, "Brother Liuyun, why don't we go inside and take a look at the palace?" In response to Xiao Yixian's suggestion, Liuyun nodded. The next moment, the two descended from the palace's apex to the grand entrance, standing before the imposing door that towered several meters high. As Liuyun and Xiao Yixian approached, the heavy door slowly lifted, revealing the interior of the palace. Step by step, they ventured into the palace, with Xiao Yixian's curiosity mounting. The palace comprised 6 levels, with a circular hollow structure that opened from the center, allowing visibility of the ceiling from the ground floor. The bottom level featured an extremely spacious hall, supported mainly by 4 grand white pillars. "This is the first time I have encountered such architectural style," Xiao Yixian exclaimed, linking her arm with Liuyun's in delight. "Do you like it?" Liuyun inquired, tilting his head. "I do," Xiao Yixian nodded, then continued, "Although there are only some structural frames here at present, devoid of furnishings, I believe that with a little arrangement, it will be absolutely stunning." Seeing Xiao Yixian's high praise for the architectural memory he held, Liuyun felt a sense of joy. Arriving at the very center of the hall, Liuyun retrieved the Bodhi's End seat from the system space and placed it down. In truth, Liuyun had not devoted himself to cultivation for quite some time. This time, he intended to enhance his strength. Noticing Liuyun taking out the Bodhi's End seat, Xiao Yixian curiously asked, "Brother Liuyun, are you planning to cultivate here?" "Indeed, you're on the verge of breaking through to the Do Huang level. I must not lag behind," Liuyun jested. "Very well, Brother Liuyun, please cultivate diligently." But at that moment, Xiao Yixian spread her hands, her eyes filled with anticipation, and said, "Brother Liuyun, before you begin your cultivation, could you lend me Xiao Zi for a while?" Seeing Xiao Yixian's expression, Liuyun guessed her intention and summoned the Void Escape Beast without hesitation. Upon seeing Liuyun summon the Void Escape Beast, Xiao Yixian joyfully embraced it. "Little one, during this time, you must listen carefully to your sister," she said, pulling out a bottle of accompanying purple crystal essence and handing it to Xiao Zi. "All right, this time," Xiao Zi surprisingly spoke up. Being able to come out for some fresh air was already more comfortable than staying in the system space. And, with a reward to boot, the Void Escape Beast was in particularly high spirits. Listening to Xiao Zi's somewhat childish voice, Xiao Yixian's smile deepened. "Brother Liuyun, I'm off now." After bidding Liuyun farewell, she and Xiao Zi instantly vanished as the purple inscriptions beneath their feet illuminated. Once Xiao Yixian departed, Liuyun sat cross-legged upon the Bodhi's End seat. Before him lay countless medicinal pills and precious herbs. Meanwhile, in the Beast Mountain range, Xiao Yan had been on the road for 3 consecutive days and nights after discovering the anomaly in the sky. At this moment, he was less than 50 miles from the palace where Liuyun resided. Arriving at this point, Xiao Yan's speed gradually slowed. From here, he could faintly see the outline of Liuyun's palace. "Master, we are nearing our destination," Xiao Yan panted as he spoke to Yao Lao within his ring. "The palace?" Yao Lao leapt from Xiao Yan's ring, gazing toward the massive palace on the distant peak with a look of skepticism, saying, "The treasure has fully revealed itself. I wonder if others have already beaten us to it." "Why do you say that, master?" Xiao Yan inquired, puzzled by Yao Lao's words. "It's merely a guess." Yao Lao did not elaborate further, for not far above them in the sky, a pair of crimson eyes were fixated on the two. "Xiao Yanzi, trouble is brewing." Just as Yao Lao's words fell, a massive and razor-sharp claw descended from the sky, targeting Xiao Yan's body. A strong sense of danger surged throughout Xiao Yan as he swiftly swung the Xuanzhong staff to block in front of him. Bang! With a violent crash, Xiao Yan's body was sent flying several meters back, his feet embedding into the ground. A 4th-tier magical beast. Upon recognizing the enormous black avian creature above, Xiao Yan's expression instantly turned grave. Fortunately, the 4th-tier magical beast did not use Douqi. It merely delivered a casual blow. However, even a strike of raw physical power was enough to heavily injure Xiao Yan. Seeing that its attack had failed to annihilate the seemingly weaker human before it, the black avian appeared visibly enraged. It flapped its wings vigorously, and suddenly, Dozens of black feathers rushed toward Xiao Yan with the sound of slicing air. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan forcefully pushed off the ground with his legs, propelling himself into the air and narrowly evading the incoming assault. He then spun his body abruptly, releasing the Xuanzhong staff from his grasp, which hurtled toward the abdomen of the flying magical beast. The staff shot forth, propelled by multiple forces, tearing through the air as a faint purple arc shimmered along its surface. Gazing at the swiftly approaching Xuanzhong staff, a flicker of surprise appeared in the enormous eyes of the black avian. Yet, despite its astonishment, it regarded Xiao Yan's seemingly sub-3-tier strength with a sense of disdain. In the next moment, the black avian rapidly flapped its wings, extending its colossal and sharp claws to meet the Xuanzhong staff, a dark glow manifesting at their tips. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, as a flicker of white flame suddenly ignited on the Xuanzhong staff, its aura intensifying dramatically. As the claws of the ebony avian made contact with the Xuanzhong ruler, a brilliant white flame swiftly engulfed its talons, spreading fervently to its feathers. The immense force transmitted from the Xuanzhong ruler shattered its claws, delivering a heavy blow to its abdomen. With a resounding crash, the injured blackbird plummeted straight towards the ground, crashing through a line of trees before finally coming to a halt, motionless. Chapter 222. Breaking through the Dou Emperor. Gazing at the massive crater left by the colossal black avian, Xiao Yan took a deep breath. He could not help but reflect on how fortunate he was to have had the teacher's intervention. A shiver of apprehension coursed through him as he swiftly retrieved a sharp blade to commence the dissection of the enormous carcass of the 4th-tier magical beast. Xiao Yan, have I not already told you? In my eyes, these creatures are nothing but refuse, the elderly pharmacist proclaimed with an air of confidence. However, upon observing Xiao Yan's pallid face as he continued to dissect the 4th-tier beast, a flicker of compassion passed through his eyes. Having trained in the monster beast mountain range for so long, Xiao Yan had faced adversaries of higher realms more than once, yet the pharmacist had never offered assistance, subjecting him to trials that few could withstand. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan had never faltered, even when dancing on the precipice of death. Contemplating this, the elderly pharmacist felt a surge of anticipation for what lay ahead. In the next moment, he called out to Xiao Yan, "Hurry and consume the recovery pill sent by that brat from the middle family. More battles may lie ahead." Understood. Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily before reluctantly swallowing the recovery pill gifted by Liuyun. As the pill entered his body, his injured physique and depleted Dou Qi began to mend at an astonishing pace. After completing the dissection of the black avian, Xiao Yan pressed onward. An hour later, he finally laid eyes upon the grand palace perched atop the mountain. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a throng of humans and magical beasts had already gathered, with their numbers continuously swelling. Among them were formidable Dou kings and Dou emperors, and even 2 6th-tier magical beasts could be sensed from afar. Why were all these beings congregating at the mountain's base? Xiao Yan pondered this peculiar sight with a hint of confusion. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Forbidden ground of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Entry forbidden for the unworthy." The 10,000 Beasts Palace. I have never heard of it. The elderly pharmacist also took note of the inscription. Wasn't he this palace unearthed not long ago? How could it have been so swiftly occupied by this so-called 10,000 Beasts Palace, establishing itself as a forbidden ground in this remote northwestern continent? Who possesses the audacity to prevent so many powerful beings from entering? Unaware of the circumstances, Xiao Yan and the pharmacist mingled with the crowd, seeking to uncover some information. Approaching a human mercenary nearby, Xiao Yan inquired, "Good sir, what is the situation here? Why does it seem everyone is halted?" The mercenary, appearing to be in his 30s, cast a glance at Xiao Yan, noting the Dome Master's strength with surprise. However, he shook his head and replied, "Young brother, I advise you to leave this place post-haste. Do not wade into these murky waters." Having arrived, Xiao Yan was not one to retreat at the suggestion of a single person. Observing Xiao Yan's unyielding demeanor, the mercenary sighed and pointed to a massive pit along the mountain path, saying, "Do you see that mark? It was left by a 6th-tier magical beast overlord with Dou Emperor strength." A 6th-tier magical beast. Even the elderly pharmacist would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with one. It was said that this beast had arrived here 2 days prior, disregarding the inscription on the tablet and attempting to force its way in, only to be struck down by a mysterious force before being expelled. A 6th-tier magical beast was utterly powerless. Hearing the mercenary's explanation, Xiao Yan felt his mind struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. After a long pause, he turned to the pharmacist within his ring and chuckled bitterly, lamenting, "Teacher, if even the 6th-tier magical beasts are rendered defenseless, do you think this opportunity still belongs to us?" The elderly pharmacist fell silent in response to Xiao Yan's words. Today marked the 3rd day of Liuyun's seclusion. Suddenly, those observing from the mountain's base felt the energy emanating from the peak surge violently, akin to boiling water, creating intense fluctuations. The source of this energy disturbance was unmistakably the mysterious palace atop the mountain. What is this aura? Someone is breaking through. As the tremors reverberated, discussions erupted among the crowd at the mountain's foot. The energy of heaven and earth was rapidly converging towards the palace, and the speed of this convergence only intensified, ultimately forming a colossal energy vortex above the palace, spanning several meters in diameter. Who is ascending? Why does the energy required seem so terrifying? The crowd gazed in astonishment at the enormous energy vortex atop the mountain. At that moment, the elderly pharmacist within Xiao Yan's ring regarded the vast energy vortex atop the palace with deep curiosity. Such fluctuations could only signify a breakthrough to Dou Emperor. He had experienced the process of a Dou king ascending to Dou Emperor himself. Indeed, it required an immense amount of energy, yet it was never so frenzied as this. Almost ravenous in its consumption of the energy of heaven and earth. Of course, the pharmacist was unaware that the usual Dou kings did not consume energy in such a chaotic manner, as they merely refined the energy within their bodies through their cultivation methods. Liuyun, however, was different. Within him resided a cultivation method that transcended this world. Furthermore, a primordial Divine Flame incessantly refined the energy absorbed by Liuyun's body, ensuring that all energy entering him was compressed to an exceedingly pure state, facilitating easier absorption. Before long, the massive energy vortex atop the mountain dissipated after approximately an hour, and the turbulent energy fluctuations faded along with it. The disappearance of the energy vortex signified a potential failure in the breakthrough. By conventional wisdom, ascending to Dou Emperor could not occur so swiftly. Just as the crowd began to speculate that Liuyun within the palace had failed in his breakthrough, a spectral figure unexpectedly pierced through the fabric of space and entered the palace without warning. "Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to Dou Emperor." The sudden arrival was none other than the magical griffin. Upon learning that Liuyun was in seclusion, he had designated this area as a forbidden ground, prohibiting anyone from intruding upon Liuyun. Sitting upon the Bodhi's end seat, Liuyun exhaled deeply. After assessing his condition, he rose from the seat, stretched his neck, and addressed the respectfully standing griffin. "With all that commotion, there must be quite a few people gathered outside now, yes?" "Indeed, Master. The foot of the mountain is teeming with both humans and magical beasts, but I have kept them at bay. None dare approach even a step closer," the griffin replied confidently. Chapter 223. A gift of opportunity. However, it seems that the young man you encountered a few days ago, accompanied by a formidable soul entity, has also arrived, the griffin added suddenly. "Oh, Xiao Yan is here too," Liuyun remarked, his expression shifting to one of surprise. If he recalled correctly, Xiao Yan was merely a Dou master. The radiant light emanating from here would likely attract even Dou Emperor-level beings. In such circumstances, Xiao Yan still dared to venture into the fray? Since you were so determined, as a fellow villager, I shall arrange an opportunity for you, and see if you dare to seize it. With that thought, Liuyun handed the griffin a storage ring, saying, "Take him to the top of the palace and present him with these items." "Understood. I shall attend to this matter immediately." Without hesitation, the griffin accepted the storage ring from Liuyun and tore through space once more, departing the palace. At this moment, the crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain continued to discuss the recent breakthrough. Suddenly, the sky above the peak began to distort. A rift in space appeared before their eyes. What kind of power could possibly tear apart the fabric of space? Is this the might of the Beastmaster Palace? Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a strikingly handsome man slowly emerged from the rift. A terrifying aura emanated from him, enveloping the surroundings. As his gaze casually swept over the crowd, countless individuals and magical beasts fell into a daze. When a man's eyes fell upon Xiao Yan, he let out an exclamation of surprise. This youth truly lived up to the master's expectations, managing to extricate himself from my innate talents so swiftly. At that moment, Feeling the unwavering gaze of the griffin fixed upon him, Xiao Yan's heart raced with trepidation. Master, what should I do? It seems this person has set his sights on me. Xiao Yan urgently sought counsel from Yao Lao. Alas, young Yan, the individual stepping forth from the rift possesses strength that could very well reach the pinnacle of Dozone, or even be a Dozun powerhouse. Yao Lao sighed within Xiao Yan's ring. Dozun powerhouse. Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Furthermore, it was highly likely that this person had already sensed my presence, and that gaze was directed at me. What should we do? Is there any chance for us to escape? Escape is impossible. At this level of strength, they can directly seal off our space, creating a spatial prison. Alas, Yao Lao meticulously analyzed the situation and sighed once more. Had I known, I would not have come here. Now we can only leave our fate to chance. Both Yao Lao and Xiao Yan's faces were etched with regret. Had they not come to this commotion and instead headed straight to the Tagore Desert, such peril would not have arisen. Realizing that even Yao Lao had resigned himself to fate, Xiao Yan steeled his resolve. My young friend, the Beastmaster Palace. Find a connection with you. Would you care to visit our palace? The griffin, with a smile on his face, sincerely invited Xiao Yan. What? Upon hearing the griffin's words, the crowd, now alert, turned their curious gazes in the direction indicated. There stood two figures, a burly man in his 30s and a youth in his teens. How peculiar. Does a mere dosher dare to mingle here, unafraid of being devoured by the beasts of the mountain range? Isn't that taste by? Could it be that the esteemed figure refers to him as the one with whom he shares a connection? Yet, he is merely a low-tier doling. At that moment, Xiao Yan's humble standing was completely overlooked by the multitude. They all assumed the griffin's fated person referred to the mercenary uncle standing nearby. However, Xiao Yan knew distinctly that the words of the powerful being were directed at him. It seemed fate was inescapable. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan's eyes glimmered with determination. At this juncture, Yao Lao within the ring sensed Xiao Yan's heightened emotional turmoil and grew increasingly anxious. He had finally discovered such a promising disciple in Xiao Yan, hoping to one day reconstruct his own body. But now, if the Beastmaster Palace had ulterior motives, it would spell disaster for him. Since the elder has extended an invitation, how could I refuse? Xiao Yan clasped his hands in respect toward the griffin, acquiescing to the request. What is happening? Could it be that the powerful figure in the sky was not referring to the mercenary Taisbai, but rather to the youth beside him, who only possesses the rank of Dosher? Who is this boy, and why has he been chosen by such a formidable entity? Does he harbor some hidden secret? Xiao Yan's actions had drawn numerous penetrating gazes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Yet, amidst the throng of powerful humans and beasts, none recognized Xiao Yan's identity. Seeing Xiao Yan's acceptance, the griffin's face broke into a smile. With a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible force enveloped the space where Xiao Yan stood. His body, powerless against this force, was effortlessly lifted from the ground and swiftly propelled toward the palace atop the mountain. Is this the power of space? Xiao Yan's heart raced as he was borne aloft by this unseen energy. Soon, his figure diminished to a mirror in the eyes of the crowd. At that moment, Xiao Yan finally beheld the entirety of the palace's apex. As his gaze fell upon the radiant golden light emanating from the top of the palace, his emotions surged more intensely than ever before. The five-clawed golden dragon. How could my Huaxia totem appear in the Douqi Continent? Could it be that there exists another being in this realm akin to myself? As a fellow transmigrator, Xiao Yan had a profound memory of the five-clawed golden dragon sculpture atop the palace, filling his heart with both bewilderment and anticipation. Liuyun, what is it? What has happened? Yao Lao, sensing Xiao Yan's emotional upheaval, inquired with concern. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze from the five-clawed golden dragon, steadied his emotions, and replied calmly to Yao Lao, "It's nothing. I merely encountered something quite familiar." Xiao Yan's every reaction did not escape the griffin's keen observation. Noticing the brief moment of distraction when Xiao Yan had focused on the five-clawed golden dragon, the griffin was filled with speculation. The master had once mentioned this totem existed deep within his consciousness, and this youth seemed to recognize it as well. With this thought, the griffin regarded Xiao Yan with even greater importance. As Xiao Yan's body gently descended upon the palace's summit, the griffin approached him. "Elder, may I inquire why you have summoned me here?" In the presence of such a formidable being, Xiao Yan spoke with utmost respect. "The reason for inviting you here, young brother, is simply because you share a connection with my Beastmaster Palace," the griffin replied with a gentle smile, refraining from revealing any further details. "Oh, a connection with the Beastmaster Palace. Naturally, Xiao Yan was skeptical of the Griffin-esque claims of him being a fated individual. Internally scoffing, this is not some primordial world discussing the cyclical nature of fate. What nonsense is this? However, the more the Griffin withheld the reason, the more anxious Xiao Yan became. While he had witnessed the five-clawed golden dragon sculpture, he could not dismiss the possibility that such a creature might exist in this world. Elder, may I boldly inquire what the sculpture depicts? Xiao Yan mustered his courage to ask. It has existed for countless years. I too do not know what it truly represents, and moreover, there are no records of it on the Douqi Continent. The Griffin casually fabricated a lie. Countless years? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan became even more perplexed. He resolved to investigate further once this matter concluded, to ascertain whether five-clawed golden dragons had ever existed in this world. My young brother, my master left behind some items for me to deliver to those fated to receive them. The Griffin presented a spatial ring to Xiao Yan. For me? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the ring being offered. Meanwhile, Yao Lao, who resided within Xiao Yan's ring, was equally baffled. Initially, he believed the Griffin had set its sights on him, but it seemed the attention was entirely directed toward Xiao Yan. How could Xiao Yan possibly be entangled with the enigmatic powerhouse of the Beast Palace? Thank you. Just as Yao Lao was pondering this, Xiao Yan had already numbly accepted the items handed over by the Magic Griffin. Since the young brother has accepted the items, I shall not keep you two any longer. With the task completed, the Magic Griffin began to see them off as per Liuyun's instructions. At this, both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao's expressions drastically changed. It turned out that the other party had long discovered Yao Lao within the ring, but had chosen to disregard it. It seems that my greatest secret is utterly trivial in the eyes of this formidable being. Xiao Yan sighed inwardly and then respectfully clasped his hands in salute to the Magic Griffin, saying, "Senior, I shall take my leave." Wait, just as Xiao Yan was about to depart, the Magic Griffin's voice rang out once more. "Senior, is there anything else?" Faced with such a powerful entity, life and death were no longer in his hands, and Xiao Yan appeared exceedingly anxious, fearing that the other might change their mind again. With so many people below, do you intend to leave like this? With your strength, they would surely devour you, the Magic Griffin remarked with irritation. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Upon hearing the Griffin's reprimand, Xiao Yan slapped his forehead, feigning a moment of enlightenment. He continued to ponder, but when will these people finally disperse? Speak. Where do you intend to go next? I shall escort you there, the Magic Griffin inquired, tilting his head toward Xiao Yan. Subsequently, he made a swift motion with his right hand, and a spatial rift materialized in the sky. Then I'm most grateful, Senior. Upon hearing that the Magic Griffin intended to personally escort him away from this place, a look of delight spread across Xiao Yan's face. However, he was still reluctant to fully reveal his whereabouts. You may send me out of the magical Beast Mountain range in this direction. Xiao Yan indicated towards the way he had come. As soon as Xiao Yan's words fell, an energy shield immediately enveloped him, enclosing him tightly. In the next moment, to Xiao Yan's astonishment, he lost control of his body once more as the Magic Griffin bore him into the spatial rift. The overwhelming speed induced a powerful sense of dizziness in Xiao Yan, leaving him no time to observe his surroundings. Throughout this process, Yao Lao within the ring maintained silence. In less than the span of a single incense stick, Xiao Yan's figure appeared at the edge of the magical Beast Mountain range. As his feet touched the ground, he finally regained his senses from the earlier disorientation. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Yan turned to express his gratitude to the Magic Griffin, only to find that the Griffin had vanished, prompting him to scan his surroundings. Xiao Yan, there's no need to search. That mysterious figure has long since departed. Yao Lao finally had the opportunity to speak. Huh. Hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan sighed in relief. What did that mysterious person give you? Yao Lao inquired with curiosity. Master, I haven't had the chance to look yet, Xiao Yan replied, producing the ring gifted by the Magic Griffin. Items bestowed by a powerhouse of such caliber are certainly not to be underestimated. Yao Lao emerged from the ring, sending forth a strand of spiritual energy to probe the contents. 10,000-year evergreen vine. Yao Lao exclaimed in astonishment after his examination, his face beaming with excitement. Seeing Yao Lao so elated, Xiao Yan curiously asked, Master, what is this 10,000-year evergreen vine? It is an 8th-grade medicinal herb, a primary ingredient for the bone-melting blood pill. Yao Lao replied with fervor. But that is not all. There are numerous other medicinal herbs and treasures beyond your wildest imagination. Ha! It appears I, Xiao Yan, have truly struck it rich this time. Upon hearing Yao Lao's explanation, Xiao Yan's face radiated joy. After sharing a laugh, Yao Lao suddenly realized he had become overly emotional. Quickly regaining his composure and stating seriously, "In the past, such medicinal herbs would not have been considered valuable in my eyes. I could easily concoct pills far superior to these." "Yes, yes, master, you're absolutely right." Xiao Yan nodded somewhat perfunctorily. In the palace of Liuyun within the magical Beast Mountain range, the magic griffin hurried back after escorting Xiao Yan out, unwilling to linger any longer. At that moment, Xiao Yixian happened to appear in the palace. "Master, the task has been accomplished," the magic griffin reported to Liuyun. You may return to your own affairs." Liuyun nodded, signaling for the magic griffin to leave. "Congratulations, Liuyun, on swiftly completing your ascension to become a Douhuang." Xiao Yixian joyfully exclaimed while cradling Xiao Zi. "Not too shabby. I have finally taken the first step," Liuyun replied. "However, at the Douhuang level, one only finds significance within the Jiangma Empire. Once in Zhongzhou, I would be no different from an ordinary person." Liuyun reflected with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing Liuyun's self-deprecating remarks after his breakthrough, Xiao Yixian stuck out her tongue and said with a hint of grievance, "All right, I understand, Liuyun. Your ambitions are lofty, and the Douhuang realm is hardly worthy of your notice." "I did not mean it that way," Liuyun clarified. Xiao Yixian pouted. "That is exactly what you meant." I was merely stating the facts," Liuyun shrugged. "You say that, yet you are not even a Douhuang." Xiao Yixian's voice was filled with indignation. Liuyun was completely unprepared for Xiao Yixian's annoyance, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Ha!" Observing the flustered expression on Liuyun's face, Xiao Yixian suddenly burst into laughter. "Liuyun, I was just teasing you. Come, let's see how I have decorated this place." With that, Xiao Yixian tugged on Liuyun's arm and led him towards the stairs. During his seclusion, Liuyun was aware that Xiao Yixian had made numerous trips between the palace and the imperial capital. However, focused on his training at the time, he had not paid attention to what Xiao Yixian was doing. Now, as he surveyed the various decorations, such as beaded curtains and murals adorning the pavilion, he realized that Xiao Yixian's frequent comings and goings were for the purpose of renovating the palace's interior. It seemed that Xiao Yixian had grown quite fond of this place, treating it as her home. "Liuyun, are you satisfied with my decorations?" After reaching the second floor, Xiao Yixian turned to gaze into Liuyun's eyes and inquired. "Very much so, I quite like it. However," at this point, Liuyun paused dramatically, furrowing his brow. "Why is there nothing arranged on the ground floor? You must know that I spend the most time there." "Ah, Liuyun, please don't misunderstand. You were in seclusion, and I did not wish to disturb you. Besides, the fluctuations from your training were so significant." Xiao Yixian began to explain nervously, having been caught off guard by Liuyun's remark. "Significant?" With a smile, Liuyun leaned closer to Xiao Yixian, their gazes nearly touching. How annoying, feeling the warm breath from Liuyun and the intensity of his gaze. Xiao Yixian pushed against his chest, her cheeks flushed as she softly murmured, "Xiao Zi is still here." As soon as her words fell, Liuyun captured her cherry-red lips, his hands slowly wandering along her graceful waist. This time, Liuyun and Xiao Yixian spent a leisurely 3 days within the palace. However, amidst this tranquility, Liuyun also dedicated some time to visiting 3 different auction houses, selling some magical beasts he had previously captured. Although it was challenging to sell fully grown magical beasts, with most of them going unsold, the sheer volume of beasts Liuyun brought ensured that a few individuals were still willing to place bids. Thus, in these 3 days, Liuyun managed to acquire 3 shape-shifting magical beasts of the 7th rank and 18 magical beasts of the 6th rank. At this moment, Liuyun summoned 3 shape-shifting magical beasts into the grand hall of the palace. These 3 magical beasts, all of the fire attribute, consisted of the 7th-tier intermediate shape-shifting creature, the explosive flame 2-headed wolf, the 7th-tier intermediate shape-shifting creature, the ice flame beetle, and the 7th-tier advanced shape-shifting creature, the 6-tailed fire fox. The explosive flame 2-headed wolf and the ice flame beetle both bore the appearance of middle-aged men, cloaked in thick fur. However, the highest ranked among them, the 6-tailed fire fox, astonishingly manifested as a female. Even Liuyun couldn't help but steal a few glances at her human form, beneath a sheer, delicate red veil. The voluptuous figure of the 6-tailed fire fox was subtly revealed, accentuated by her fair, smooth shoulders and an exquisitely beautiful face that was a rarity in the world. Most striking were her enchanting eyes, which had the power to awaken the deepest desires within men. "Subordinates, I have encountered my master," they said, bowing respectfully to Liuyun upon their summoning. Clearing his throat, Liuyun averted his gaze from the firefox's alluring form. Two-headed wolf, beetle, firefox from now on. You shall act as guardians of the beast palace in the outside world. After issuing these instructions, Liuyun departed the palace with the little healer and the magical griffin. With the presence of these formidable, shape-shifting beasts, alongside the 18 sixth-tier magical beasts, the reputation of the Beast Palace would undoubtedly remain unchallenged. This time, Liuyun and the little healer intended to travel to the Black Corner region. The auction organized previously by Wuming and Qifeng had likely garnered considerable attention. In the Black Seal City, within a modest inn, Liuyun, the little healer, and the griffin materialized in one of the rooms. It was then that Liuyun noticed a figure in a black robe waiting within the chamber. As soon as the trio appeared, the cloaked figure sprang to his feet, exclaiming with excitement, "Master, you have arrived." The figure was none other than Wuming, a powerful force in the Black Corner region, ranked 4th on the blacklist, evoking fear in countless hearts. Indeed, Liuyun responded, somewhat surprised to see Wuming's anxious expression. "What has transpired?" "In response to your command, I and Qifeng prepared an auction in Black Seal City, announcing the sale of exotic flames," Wuming reported. "The allure of these flames is undeniable, drawing many renowned, powerful individuals to the Black Corner region." Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Liuyun's face as he pressed on. "Who exactly has come? Have you had a conflict with them?" "Master," Wuming's voice trembled with rising agitation. "Given Qifeng's and my reputations in the Black Corner region, even with the announcement of the exotic flames, few dared to cause trouble. However, the Medicine Emperor Han Feng managed to sway a 4-star Do Zone powerhouse, rallying a multitude of Do Huang to launch a night raid on our branch of Liuyun Pavilion in Black Seal City, while Qifeng and I were separated. I was encircled and forced to retreat, and when Qifeng arrived to rescue me, he sustained grave injuries, compelling us to take refuge near the Xiao Yan Academy to recuperate. Fearing that you would be unable to find us upon your arrival, Qifeng instructed me to wait for you at the inn where you stayed before leaving Black Seal City." As Wuming recounted the events, a shadow began to darken Liuyun's expression. "Where is Qifeng now? Was he well before you left him?" Initially, Wuming anticipated that Liuyun would be consumed by wrath and immediately seek retribution against Han Feng and his associates. However, Liuyun's first words instead stirred a warmth within Wuming's heart. "Master," Wuming replied, his emotions erupting as he heard Liuyun express concern for Qifeng's safety. "Qifeng is currently in a desolate mountain range less than 300 miles from the Xiao Yan Academy, quite close to Peace Town." Before Liuyun, Wuming, a wandering cultivator for most of his life, spoke as if he were on the verge of tears. "Griffin, head to Peace Town." Upon hearing Wuming's indication of Qifeng's location, Liuyun turned to the Griffin and commanded, "Let us proceed to the right." At that moment, Wuming's gaze fell upon the alluring young man standing beside Liuyun. "Why is Lin not by the master's side? Is he here to ensure the master's safety?" The thought that the peak power of Dozong possessed by Lin Hai could be supplanted by the young man before him made Wuming's heart race. Could it be that this captivating youth was a Dozun powerhouse? Just as Wuming's mind churned with confusion, the overwhelming aura emanating from the Griffin confirmed his suspicions. Suddenly, a spatial rift materialized within the room. "Let's go." Liuyun's voice resonated coldly within the chamber. Subsequently, 2 black protective shields enveloped Liuyun and the little healer as the Griffin stepped into the spatial rift. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wuming followed suit, stepping into the rift as well. The next instant, Wuming's eyes widened in shock as he beheld a massive black celestial griffin with a wingspan of several dozen meters manifesting in the dark void of space. "So this elder is a shape-shifting beast." Wuming inhaled deeply, a layer of white energy rapidly enveloping his body. As a Do Zone powerhouse, he was now capable of withstanding minor storms within the spatial rift. As dusk approached, a distortion appeared in the sky above Peace Town, a place renowned in the Black Corner region. Moments later, a broad, dark spatial rift emerged amidst the tumultuous sky. Beneath this rift stood a group of figures clad in light blue attire, each adorned with a cerulean emblem on their sleeve, depicting a dagger stained with crimson blood. Apart from the middle-aged leader, the group consisted of several young men and women. These individuals were members of the enforcement team sent by Xiao Yan Academy to Peace Town. "Look, what is happening in the sky?" a young female student exclaimed, pointing at the sudden appearance of the dark rift. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the spectacle. "This is Peace Town. Who dares to engage in such trickery?" The middle-aged leader of the enforcement team shouted bravely toward the sky. In the next moment, A figure clad in black emerged from the rift, followed by 3 others. Upon witnessing the arrival of this quartet, the members of the enforcement team were left dumbfounded, their spirits momentarily lost. The 4 figures stepping out of the spatial rift were none other than Liuyun and his companions. "Master, we have arrived in Peacetown." The griffin bowed respectfully to Liuyun. Indeed, Liuyun surveyed his surroundings before turning his gaze to Wuming. After arriving in Peacetown, a contemplative expression lingered in Wuming's eyes. After a moment, he pointed to his right with conviction, declaring, "Over there." "Very well, to the right." Upon receiving this precise direction, Liuyun and his companions took flight at full speed. Although there was a prohibition against flying within 100 miles of Xiao Yan Academy, this was merely a restriction for ordinary individuals. Look, something just flashed in the sky. In the tranquil town of Peace, as the flowing clouds journeyed unabashedly onward, an increasing number of enforcement personnel from Canaan Academy became aware of the presence of the 4 individuals. The small team that had encountered the demonic griffin had finally shaken off their state of shock. "What has transpired?" One female student gasped, her hand pressed against her chest in terror. Those eyes of that young man were terrifying when he merely glanced at me. I felt as if my very soul was being drawn from my body. Indeed, I sensed the same dread. What realm could he possibly belong to? Could he have already reached the level of a battle king? It seems unlikely. Even the battle kings within the academy do not exude such a dreadful aura. Could he be a battle emperor? That would place him on par with the elders of the inner academy. "Everyone, please be quiet," the middle-aged leader suddenly interjected, silencing the discussions with a grave tone. "These individuals possess formidable strength, far beyond our capabilities. They likely harbor ulterior motives. We must hasten back to the academy to inform the elders." Upon hearing their leader's words, the crowd gradually regained their composure and began their journey back towards Canaan Academy. "Master, we are almost there." Outside the town, Nameless suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards the gap between 2 majestic peaks in the sky. Observing the location Nameless indicated, Flowing Cloud swiftly gathered Little Medicine Fairy into his embrace and abruptly quickened his pace. Before long, the 4 arrived at the entrance of an inconspicuous cave nestled within the mountain range. "Chiefing," Flowing Cloud called out loudly, stepping into the cave without a moment's hesitation. "Master, is that truly your voice?" Within the cave, upon hearing Flowing Cloud's call, Chiefing questioned whether he was merely imagining things. At that moment, Chiefing appeared gaunt, with a horrific wound piercing through his left chest, still unhealed, and his right leg was broken, nearly rendering it useless. In his severely weakened state, his sensory perception had diminished drastically, and he remained unaware of Flowing Cloud and the others' arrival in the cave. "Chiefing, look who has come." Just as Chiefing pondered if he was hallucinating, a very familiar voice echoed in his ear. The voice coming from the cave was unmistakably Nameless. He had returned. Chiefing abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes and turned his head towards the cave entrance. In the next instant, the first figure that came into his view was a youth clad in a light blue robe. Upon seeing this youthful figure, a tremor coursed through Chiefing's body. "Master!" he cried out in excitement, bracing himself against the stone wall in preparation to rise. "Don't move. Just lie there," Flowing Cloud quickly admonished. "Yes, Master," Chiefing complied, reclining once more. The 4 of them gazed at the harrowing injury on Chiefing's body, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Take this," Flowing Cloud instructed as he stepped forward, swiftly producing a recovery pill for Chiefing to consume. After swallowing the recovery pill, the pain on Chiefing's face noticeably lessened. Yet the gaping wound still showed no signs of healing. "Master, allow me to assist," the demonic griffin suddenly offered, observing that the recovery pill had not proven particularly effective. As a 4-star Dozun, the griffin's profound fighting energy might yield remarkable results. "Very well," Flowing Cloud replied with a nod of silence. Seeing Flowing Cloud's acknowledgement, Chiefing harbored no doubts regarding the griffin's abilities. The griffin approached Chiefing, his hands weaving intricate hand seals. In the next moment, a black energy, as dark as ink, emanated from the griffin's hands and slowly flowed towards Chiefing. Hiss! The moment the black energy made contact with Chiefing, he emitted a muffled grunt. However, as more of the black energy invaded Chiefing's body, the furrow in his brow gradually relaxed, and a sense of ease spread across his face. "The wound is beginning to heal. This is wonderful," Nameless exclaimed in delight, astonished by the significant change in Chiefing's condition. None of them anticipated that the seemingly dark and fearsome energy from the griffin would, in truth, carry a profound vitality. After a duration equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, The griffin observed that Qifeng's wound had scabbed over, and he breathed a sigh of relief, slowly lowering his hand and ceasing the flow of energy. Master, the energy suppressing the healing of his wound has been eliminated. The pill he consumed should now be taking effect, the griffin respectfully informed Flowing Cloud. So there was indeed an energy hindering Qifeng's healing. Flowing Cloud realized, enlightened by the griffin's explanation. Thank you, esteemed elder, Qifeng expressed, filled with gratitude as he witnessed the griffin effortlessly alleviate his injuries. Qifeng, nameless. Do you recall who attacked you that day? Once Qifeng had sufficiently recovered, Flowing Cloud finally broached the subject. That day, the medicine's sovereign Han Feng gathered several battle emperors, most of whom were on the blacklist. However, the true threat to Nameless and me came from an elderly man with a hawk-like nose, Qifeng recounted with careful reflection. The elderly man with a hawk-like nose. In the Blackhorn region, there are only a handful of individuals capable of defeating Nameless and Qifeng. The hawk-nosed elder Qifeng described must be the rogue cultivator elder Yingshan among them. Flowing Cloud immediately deduced the man's identity upon hearing Qifeng's description. Do you know where they are now? Flowing Cloud inquired, his brow furrowed. I'm not entirely sure, but they should be aware of my severe injuries and certainly will not abandon their pursuit, Qifeng speculated. In that case, I shall allow them to come to us. Flowing Cloud declared coldly. Let's return to Black Ink City. Subsequently, he summoned the Void Earth Beast and established a portal within the cave. Black Ink City, the Black Ink Auction House. A few months prior, due to the establishment of a branch of Flowing Cloud Pavilion in Black Ink City, the 8 Doors had temporarily fallen to the status of a second-rate power. However, following a recent assassination attempt on the head of Flowing Cloud Pavilion, their influence in Black Ink City had been eradicated, and the 8 Doors regained their dominance, commandeering the Flowing Cloud Auction House and renaming it the Black Ink Auction House. At this moment, deep within the elegant chambers of the Black Ink Auction House, the leader of the 8 Doors, Yuan Yi, was meticulously examining a silver scroll in his hands. After a lengthy pause, he sighed, remarking that while this fighting technique was powerful, it was prone to attracting trouble. Thus he resolved to auction it off. He then stored the scroll away and exited the room, making his way toward the auction hall. Not long after, 5 uninvited guests clad in black robes entered the main hall of the Black Ink Auction. The final item up for bid is the Movement Technique 3000 Thunderclaps, ranked at the initial level of Earth Tier. The auctioneer's soft voice immediately plunged the previously boisterous auction into silence, as countless crimson gazes turned toward the silver scroll atop the crystal platform, their breaths quickening like the sound of bellows. After a moment of silence, the auction house erupted into a cacophony of fervent discussions. An Earth Tier fighting technique? Someone has truly brought such a level of technique to auction. What a wasteful extravagance. A technique of this caliber is likely to be meticulously safeguarded by those superpowers. Yet here we are, witnessing someone willing to part with it. It's not a matter of willingness. Most items auctioned in the Blackhorn region are illicit goods, acquired through dubious means and fearing exposure. The owners dare not cultivate them. Thus they bring them here to auction. 3000 Thunderclaps. It appears that the esteemed technique known as the 3000 Thunder Movements, the pinnacle of agility combat arts from the Thunder Pavilion of the mainland, allows one to shift their form with the swiftness of lightning, a speed that is almost terrifying. Among the gathered crowd, there are indeed those who possess discernment. With the unveiling of the 3000 Thunder Movements, the atmosphere within the auction house reached an exhilarating crescendo, as powerful factions began to engage in a fervent bidding war that left countless onlookers astounded and wide-eyed. The 3000 Thunder Movements was presented without a stipulated starting bid. Yet, at the very moment the auctioneer's gavel descended, the price surged to an astonishing 10 million gold coins. At that moment, beneath the auction platform, the nameless observer contemplated the situation, remarking, "It is peculiar that our Liuyun Pavilion's influence in Black Ink City has been completely uprooted by Han Feng and his cohorts. Yet the 8 gates remain unscathed amidst this turmoil. Moreover, they are able to auction such a prestigious Earth-level combat technique afterward." Qifeng echoed his concern with a furrowed brow. "Are you suggesting that the 8 gates may have some connection to that night's ambush?" Chapter 328, Investigation, Part 2, Returning to the Master. I believe that possibility is quite substantial. How could those newcomers to Black Ink City find the opportunity to strike while we were separated? The nameless individual continued to ponder the events of that fateful night. Whether or not this was the case could soon be confirmed. The purpose of Liuyun's visit was deliberately to expose both the Nameless and Qi Feng, thereby allowing the news to disseminate through the crowd, sparing Liuyun the trouble of seeking them out individually. Nameless, raise the bid and acquire the 3,000 thunder movements. Liuyun instructed. Understood. The Nameless one acknowledged Liuyun's intent and promptly stood, proclaiming loudly, 30 million gold coins. As his bid echoed through the auction hall, a profound silence enveloped the venue once more. 30 million gold coins. The 3,000 thunder movements, as a technique, was indeed worth such a price. However, it was evidently entangled with the Thunder Pavilion, and pursuing its mastery would undoubtedly invite complications. Thus, the auction price should naturally be lower. Yet now, someone had bid 30 million gold coins, prompting many attendees to cast sidelong glances at the nameless bidder. While the 3,000 thunder movement was exceptional, it was hardly worth such a sum at present. Who could this individual be, so extravagantly generous? The bid from a nameless one sparked a flurry of speculation among the crowd. Are you not going to strike the gavel? Noticing the prolonged silence in the auction hall, the nameless one urged the auctioneer. Upon hearing the request, the auctioneer hesitated, casting a troubled glance toward a room in the upper floor. Before responding, please remain calm. Since you have placed the highest bid, this agility technique rightfully belongs to you. Are you implying that you doubt my financial means? The nameless one retorted loudly. Do you believe I would hesitate to dismantle your auction house? Initially startled by the rebuke, the auctioneer regained his composure upon witnessing a figure emerge from the upper floor. How dare you? Do you even comprehend where you are? This is not a place for you to act recklessly. As the auctioneer finished speaking, a magnificently adorned middle-aged man appeared before the assembly. The Emperor of Garments. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. This man was recognized as the leader of the 8 gates. Yuan Yi, do you not come forth to pay your respects? At that moment, an even more astonishing voice resonated throughout the auction hall. The crowd turned to see the previously bidding figure, now having removed his black hood, revealing a countenance of great authority. Master Nameless. Upon witnessing the Nameless one unmask, Yuan Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his demeanor fraught with alarm. Master Nameless, it is truly a relief to see you alive. Indeed, thanks to your contributions. I am quite well, the Nameless one replied coldly. If I could not contend with that hawkish old man, how could I falter against others? This time, I intend to settle accounts with each of them. Yuan Yi felt a chill wash over him under the fierce gaze of the Nameless one. Bowing deeply, he addressed the Nameless one with utmost respect. Master Nameless, the ambush in the city was orchestrated by Han Feng and the old man from Eagle Mountain. The 8 gates were powerless to intervene. Oh! Suddenly, Qi Feng, seated beside the Nameless one, also removed his hood, speaking icily, from your words. It seems you are aware that the old man from Eagle Mountain was the main assailant that night? Speak, did that incident involve you? Master Qi Feng. The panic on Yuan Yi's face intensified in response to Qi Feng's inquiry. While the other attendees might be unaware of the formidable prowess of Qi Feng and the Nameless one, Yuan Yi, as the former sovereign of Black Ink City, was acutely aware of their terrifying capabilities. In the past, he had been rendered mute in their presence. Even the Blood Sect-S leader, possessing greater cultivation, was imprisoned in the water dungeon of Liuyun Pavilion. It could be said that with a mere thought from either the Nameless one or Qi Feng, the 8 gates could be obliterated in an instant. It is not my doing. I was coerced by Han Feng and the 2 elders of Jin and Yin. If I did not provide them with information, my life would be forfeit. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Yuan Yi dared not entertain thoughts of escape and opted instead to divulge the entire truth. The abrupt scene did not escape the notice of the other attendees in the auction hall. The auction is hereby concluded. Everyone may leave, the Nameless one declared, dismissing the crowd while retaining Yuan Yi and his associates from the 8 gates. Master, how shall we deal with Yuan Yi? The Nameless one quietly inquired of Liuyun, who stood nearby. Handle it as you see fit. Liuyun opted not to make the decision for the Nameless one and Qi Feng. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the Nameless one and Qi Feng exchanged glances. Chapter 329. The alchemist Han Feng. The current situation had become quite clear. Yuan Yi was coerced by Han Feng and played no part in the ambush that night. Moreover, the information he had relayed to Han Feng regarding Qi Feng and the Nameless one had little bearing on the overall situation. After brief contemplation, the Nameless one reached a decision and turned to Yuan Yi, stating, Yuan Yi, in light of your lack of agency, I shall reluctantly spare your life. However, My brother Qi Feng's right leg is injured and in need of retribution. You may decide how to proceed. Like Liuyun, neither the Nameless One nor Qi Feng specified the nature of Yuan Yi's punishment, ultimately leaving the matter to the individual in question. As the Nameless One finished speaking, Yuan Yi's taut nerves began to ease, but in the next instant, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Master Nameless, Master Qi Feng, I am grateful to both of you for your mercy. After uttering this, Yuan Yi suddenly seized a blade with both hands, its edge glistening ominously. Without hesitation, he plunged the weapon into his own legs. With a gasp, he collapsed forward, his legs punctured by 2 ghastly wounds, the bones within utterly shattered. Masters, I also have something to present. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Yi released his grip on the blade and produced an ancient, tattered piece of cloth, presenting it before Liuyun and the others. This artifact appears to be quite old, though I have yet to decipher its significance. However, I suspect it to be an ancient treasure map. Should we uncover the treasures within, it may well stir the entire continent. Yuan Yi continued to elaborate. As Liuyun beheld the tattered cloth presented by Yuan Yi, a flicker of interest ignited within him, for within his system space lay 2 similar artifacts. The enigmatic fragment of the map was no stranger to the Nameless One. He had witnessed the ethereal clouds acquiring a similar artifact from the eastern waves of the sea. He was acutely aware that the ethereal clouds must comprehend the secret held within this fragment. At that moment, the Nameless One, devoid of patience to hear Yuan Yi's explanations, snapped curtly, I shall accept this fragment. Now, you would do well to vacate the premises as swiftly as you can. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Yi's face reflected an expression of survival against the odds. In the next instant, a pair of black, battle aura wings unfurled from his back, propelling him swiftly out through the window of the auction hall. Inside the auction hall, after accepting the fragment from the Nameless One, the ethereal clouds promptly retrieved 2 additional fragments from the depths of his spatial system, piecing them together. At that moment, the 3 fragments amalgamated, leaving only a corner missing from the lower left. Observing this, the petite medical sage, filled with curiosity, inquired, Brother Liuyun, this ancient and mysterious fragment, what do the markings upon it signify? Upon hearing the medical sage's question, the others, including the formidable demon griffin, cast intrigued glances. The markings depicted not mere designs, but the pure lotus demon flame, ranked 3rd on the list of extraordinary flames. Liuyun replied softly, the pure lotus demon flame, 3rd on the extraordinary flame ranking. At Liuyun's revelation, the 4 by his side were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. The pure lotus demon flame was indeed a treasure coveted even by the Dose Saint level experts. It was unbelievable that such a modest 8 gates could possess a fragment of it. Unperturbed by their astonishment, Liuyun contemplated within. Once I gather the final fragment, I shall auction it off. For Liuyun, the value of the demon flame fragment might surpass that of the flame itself, as such an item, when auctioned, could yield an even more remarkable treasure map. Furthermore, the items retrieved from the return treasure map would not be subject to the system's regulations, implying that auctioning them could lead to further returns. News of the Nameless One and Qi Feng's appearance at the Black Seal Auction House swiftly spread throughout the chaotic expanse of the Black Corner region. 2 days later, in a secluded pavilion nestled within this tumultuous territory, a man clad in a blue robe embroidered with a maple leaf slightly lifted his gaze toward the direction of Black Seal City. The blue-robed man possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his black hair cascading down to his shoulders, exuding an unusual fragrance of medicinal herbs that evoked an irresistible sense of familiarity. Finally willing to show yourselves, I thought you two would remain hidden indefinitely, he murmured softly. After a moment, his brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated the news he had received. It appears that Qi Feng shows no signs of serious injury. Could it be that Elder Eagle Mountain has exaggerated? If Qi Feng's injuries were indeed not severe, it could complicate matters. Shaking his head, the blue-robed man turned slowly, revealing an emblem of an ancient medicinal cauldron upon his garment's chest. The cauldron shimmered with 6 radiant golden waves that pulsated gently, causing discomfort to the eyes. The 6 golden lines were a mark of distinction in the alchemical world, typically reserved for 6th-tier alchemists. Yet this man, who seemed scarcely over 30, bore such an insignia, a testament to his unparalleled prowess within the Black Corner region. The Medicine Emperor, Hanfeng. Before long, several more figures materialized within the pavilion where Hanfeng resided. These individuals were all renowned powerhouses within the Black Corner region. Among them, The strongest were two white-haired elders standing in the center. One donned a golden robe, while the other wore silver. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that their features were almost identical, both with white hair and beards. Their faces seemingly sculpted from the same mold. These were the silver and gold elders, ranked first and second on the blacklist of the Black Corner region. Being twin brothers, and having practiced identical techniques, their individual strength could only be likened to that of peak Dou emperors when separated, yet together they formed a formidable alliance, possessing considerable odds even against Dou zone-level experts. Thus, they constituted the core strength to counterbalance the Nameless One and Qifeng. The remaining individuals, though lesser in rank, possessed unique abilities that, when combined, formed a force not to be underestimated. Inside the pavilion, upon witnessing that most of the assailants from the previous attack on Liuyun's pavilion had gathered, Han Feng was the first to speak. "Gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the news emanating from Black Seal City." At Han Feng's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Observing their expressions, Han Feng calmly continued. "Since the Nameless One and Qifeng have made their appearance in Black Seal City, I hope we can once again unite to confront them." Chapter 333. The net tightens as Han Feng's voice faded. One of the powerful figures suddenly interjected, "Han Feng, since the Nameless One and Qifeng dare to show themselves, they must be prepared. I demand double the reward for this endeavor." "Ha ha, you still seek a reward?" Han Feng erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing this demand. "What do you mean by that, Han Feng?" The man who had spoken earlier inquired angrily at Han Feng's unexpected mirth. Noticing the man's fury, Han Feng's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He scanned the faces of the assembly before declaring sternly, "Do you all truly believe that this matter concerns only me, Han Feng? Yuan Yi from the Eight Gates has nothing to do with this. The Nameless One and Qifeng shall be made to vanish forever. Can you guess which of you will be next to disappear?" "The Medicine Emperor, I was merely speaking out of turn. I hope the esteemed Medicine Emperor will overlook my folly." With Han Feng's words, the man who had sought double the reward instantly turned pale with fear. Understanding the implication behind Han Feng's statements, it was clear that since these individuals had already offended the Nameless One and Qifeng, if those two were not eliminated, everyone would face the wrath of Liuyun's pavilion. "Medicine Emperor, it seems we must act promptly to eliminate these two. Indeed, should they recover and seek vengeance, the consequences would be dire." Han Feng's remarks prompted the powerful figures present to begin devising their strategies proactively. Suddenly, the previously silent Golden Elder spoke contemplatively. "However, given the strength of the Nameless One and Qifeng, I fear that with our current numbers, we might only be walking into our own demise." As the strongest among them, the words of the Golden and Silver Elders carried significant weight. Moreover, during the last operation, the assembled forces had experienced firsthand the terrifying capabilities of the Nameless One and Qifeng. Had they not taken advantage of the moment when the two were separated, even Elder Eagle Mountain might have struggled to secure victory. "Medicine Emperor, why has Elder Eagle Mountain not made an appearance?" One person tentatively inquired of Han Feng. "Rest assured, when we arrive at Black Seal City, Elder Eagle Mountain will undoubtedly make his presence known. That old fellow is likely as concerned about the retaliation from Liuyun's pavilion as we are," Han Feng assured. With the reassurance regarding Elder Eagle Mountain's anticipated arrival, the assembly collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Since the Eight Gates had been expelled, Liuyun's pavilion had re-established itself as the sovereign of Black Seal City. Today marked the 4th day since Liuyun's pavilion regained control over the city. It was said that during these 4 days, neither the Nameless One nor Qifeng had ventured a single step away from Liuyun's pavilion. At this moment, within a courtyard of Liuyun's pavilion, a young man clad in blue leisurely sat beside a roasting rack, skillfully sprinkling various seasonings onto the monster meat laid upon it. Suddenly, a shadow materialized beside the young man. "Master, a group of 7 or 8 Dou emperors have appeared not far from Black Seal City." The shadow respectfully informed the young man, who was engrossed in his culinary endeavors. "Ah, splendid. It is finally time to tighten the net," the young man replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he casually handed a skewer of roasted meat to the shadow. "Majestic Griffin, this time you shall remain in the shadows and let the Nameless One and Qifeng resolve this themselves." In the courtyard, the leisurely youth clad in azure, known as Liuyun, was engrossed in a barbecue. At this moment, upon learning that Han Feng might have approached them willingly, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the ground shimmering with a faint violet hue. "Xiao Yan should be returning soon with them," Liuyun murmured. As he spoke, The violet light on the ground suddenly intensified, and in the next instant, 4 figures, 2 men and 2 women, materialized before Liuyun and the magical griffin. Among them were the familiar faces of Wu Ming and Qi Feng, alongside Xiao Yan and the formidable 6-tailed fire fox, a high-ranking metamorphic magical beast. Curiosity piqued. Liuyun turned to Xiao Yan and inquired, Xiao Yan, what prompted you to bring the fire fox along? With a radiant smile revealing her pearly white teeth, Xiao Yan replied, Sister Firefox mentioned she was feeling a bit bored staying over there, so I thought it would be delightful for her to experience a new environment. After her explanation, Liuyun cast a sidelong glance at the enchanting fire fox, whose devilishly alluring form was hard to overlook. Sensing Liuyun's gaze, the fire fox's innocent face betrayed a hint of fluster, and with slightly parted crimson lips, she timidly spoke, Master, I took the liberty of leaving the beast palace. Please punish me. There is no need for such formality. It is perfectly normal to grow weary of staying in one place for too long. Liuyun casually waved his hand, then turned his attention to Wu Ming and Qi Feng. How goes your progress? What realms have you reached now? He inquired, reporting to Master. We have each made a breakthrough of 1 level, they respectfully answered. A faint smile graced Liuyun's lips as he remarked, So one of you is now a 4-star dozone, while the other has attained the rank of 3-star dozone. However, upon hearing Liuyun's praise, both Wu Ming and Qi Feng displayed no trace of arrogance, responding in unison. This is all thanks to the precious purple fruits bestowed by Master, along with that wondrous platform, which enabled our progress. Since you both have made breakthroughs, this upcoming battle shall rest solely upon your shoulders, Liuyun declared, setting forth his expectations. This confrontation was destined to draw the attention of countless onlookers, and Liuyun wished to avoid the spectacle appearing overly one-sided. Failing to do so could attract the scrutiny of certain powerful factions from Zhongzhou. Moreover, vengeance was best served through personal involvement. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, both Wu Ming and Qi Feng radiated a sense of confidence. Rest assured, Master, we shall emerge victorious, they assured him before swiftly darting toward the location outside the city. Master, the aura of a 4-star dozong has emerged. The magical griffin alerted Liuyun as soon as Wu Ming and Qi Feng departed. Elder Yingshan has concealed himself quite well. It's impressive he was only just detected by the griffin, Liuyun mused, a playful smile gracing his lips. Come, Xiao Yan, let us also take a look, he called out, turning towards her. Of course, Sister Firefox, you should join us as well, Xiao Yan joyfully exclaimed, taking the Firefox's hand as they followed Liuyun. Firefox, you must conceal your aura, otherwise, you'll frighten everyone away, Liuyun cautioned, recalling that this stunning woman draped in red silk possessed strength nearing the pinnacle of Dozong. Chapter 331. Wu Ming versus Han Feng. Understood. Master, I will suppress my aura, the fire fox replied, nodding obediently, her charm tempered with a touch of grace. Subsequently, she diligently concealed her presence, closely trailing behind Liuyun alongside Xiao Yan. 30 miles outside Taoyin City, in a secluded valley, Han Feng, the elder Jin and Yin, along with other formidable beings from the Black Ore domain, were deliberating their strategy to assault Liuyun Pavilion. Suddenly, 2 immensely powerful auras emanating from within the city interrupted their thoughts, causing everyone to gaze forward in astonishment. What? They discovered us so quickly? We are still over 30 miles from Taoyin City. Could it be that Wu Ming and Qi Feng anticipated our arrival? In no time, Wu Ming and Qi Feng stood shoulder to shoulder in the sky before Han Feng and his companions. At that moment, the sight of Qi Feng unscathed sent a shockwave through their minds. Han Feng's expression darkened, his thoughts swirling in complexity. The memory of Qi Feng being wounded by Elder Yingshan during their previous ambush was still vividly etched in his mind. And yet, how could such terrifying injuries have healed so rapidly? Qi Feng cast a cold glance at the group in the valley, then addressed Wu Ming, Brother Wu Ming. I leave these people to you. I will go unearth that hidden adversary. Indeed, I will handle things here swiftly. Wu Ming nodded in agreement. After locating Han Feng's group, Qi Feng proceeded towards Elder Yingshan's hiding spot, leaving Wu Ming alone. I didn't expect Qi Feng to be so audacious, confronting the old monster alone. Han Feng thought with a sense of relief as he discerned Qi Feng's intentions. To Han Feng, Qi Feng posed a far greater threat than Wu Ming. Wu Ming, surrender the Yi-Hua, and perhaps you may be granted a chance at survival, Han Feng proclaimed arrogantly. Wu Ming scoffed coldly. Han Feng, I truly wonder where your confidence originates. Even at death's doorstep, You dare to be so brazen. Everyone, chiefing has departed. What are you waiting for? Han Feng barked at the assembled powers of the Black Horn domain, as blue flames erupted violently around him. Upon hearing Han Feng's command, the Black Horn domain's experts hesitated not for a moment, unleashing a torrent of terrifying Douqi energy. Two massive, dual-colored flame spears rapidly formed between Han Feng's palms. He roared, launching the first assault against Wuming. The two flame spears, each nearly 10 feet in length, roared like crashing waves as they hurtled towards Wuming. In the wake of the blue flame spears came dozens of formidable energy ribbons, all unleashed with the full might of the Black Horn domain's experts. Faced with such a barrage, Wuming remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to evade. Is he planning to take it head-on? Han Feng thought, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. With a primal roar that echoed like a beast's, Wuming's arms morphed into claws, taking on a bestial appearance as a surge of formidable blood energy enveloped him. This sensation rendered the onlookers as if they were confronted by a true, ancient, ferocious beast. This blood energy was a manifestation of Wuming's cultivation of the 10,000 beasts true canon, and at this moment his physical prowess had reached an unfathomable level. Soon, the vibrant energy ribbons unleashed by the Black Horn domain's experts collided with Wuming's form, exploding upon impact like a dazzling display of fireworks. The convergence of nearly all the Black Horn domain's strength unleashed a terrifying attack that was hard to fathom. In the face of such relentless bombardment, Wuming's figure was completely enveloped. The air reverberated with a tremendous roar that pierced the heavens, as they beheld Wuming consumed by a barrage of Douqi energy. The Black Horn domain's experts were filled with elation. However, that joy was short-lived. Against such a fierce onslaught, Wuming emerged utterly unscathed, standing before them as if untouched. The violent tremors of the battlefield reverberated swiftly, alerting countless individuals within Taoyin City to the unfolding anomaly. In an instant, numerous figures darted swiftly towards the source of the disturbance. How could this be? Had he grown stronger again? Witnessing the terrifying attack that the Nameless One had endured, a sense of panic began to stir among the onlookers. Was this truly all he was capable of? Sky-covering palm, in the midst of the battlefield, the Nameless One uttered a low shout, and a wave of energy far more formidable than before erupted violently from his being. The energy in the world around him grew frenzied, and gradually, a colossal, pitch-black handprint manifested in the sky. Once this immense handprint appeared, the area where Han Feng and his companions stood was plunged into darkness as if night had fallen, devoid of any light, causing the group of experts from the Blackhorn region to instinctively retreat. Han Feng's pupils constricta suddenly. He could sense that the target of this enormous handprint was none other than himself. The overwhelming aura of destruction instilled deep unease within him. Should he be struck, even he would likely perish on the spot. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Han Feng resolved not to show any signs of hesitation. A deep, resonant roar erupted from his throat, and soon, a torrent of deep blue flames surged forth from within him, coalescing into a vast sea of azure fire, towering to a height of 7 or 8 jong. His figure stood at the center of this inferno, surrounded by flames that churned and roared, echoing like massive waves crashing against rocks, creating a sense of oppression akin to facing an endless ocean, devoid of any courage to resist. The blue flames surged into the sky, enveloping the horizon in a sweltering heat. Among his companions, those of slightly greater strength fared somewhat better, while the weaker ones were drenched in sweat. The extraordinary fire possessed the terrifying power to transform the very environment, a truth that proved undeniable. Undahan fence exerhun. The surrounding mountains and forests of the battlefield appeared as if they had endured a prolonged drought, with every moisture in the air evaporated, leaving the atmosphere excruciatingly dry. Each breath felt like swallowing sand. Golden and silver elders, come lend me your strength. I, Han Feng, shall pay double the promised reward. He shouted desperately towards the rear at this critical juncture. Hearing Han Feng's call, the golden and silver elders, who had initially considered retreating, hesitated momentarily. However, upon sensing the increasingly potent aura in the air, their previously wavering resolve quickly solidified. Although the two could contend with a Dozong when united, it was evident that the Nameless One was no ordinary Dozong. Remaining would only lead to their certain defeat. Han Feng, you are on your own, they declared, hastening away without a backward glance. How infuriating! Witnessing the allies he had brought falter at such a crucial moment, Han Feng's expression darkened considerably. Though he was seething with rage, the Nameless One did not afford him the luxury of time to vent his anger. Go! Gazing at the vast sea of flames that Han Feng had unleashed, the Nameless One's expression hardened. With a flick of his hand, the enormous handprint in the sky trembled and then erupted with a sound that shattered space itself, infused with an unparalleled aura of destruction. Sweeping down towards the deep blue sea of fire below, the Seaheart Phantom Beast, with a grave expression, observed the gigantic black handprint descending. Without a moment's hesitation, he called out, and the vast sea of flames roiled violently, the fire swirling and howling, ultimately coalescing into the form of a colossal deep blue beast. The emergence of this beast caused Han Feng's face to pale slightly. Clearly, summoning such a creature exacted a significant toll on his Douqi. The beast, immense in size, resembled a lion but bore an enormous scorpion tail, and atop its head, a single deep blue horn shimmered with an eerie glow. Whenever the horn moved, it left faint black traces in the surrounding space. As he gazed at the deep blue lion that Han Feng had conjured, the Nameless One's expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Given the vast disparity in power, Han Feng's various tactics were nothing more than a jest. However, not far from this scene, Liuyun, who was watching, could not help but express admiration. Han Feng exhibits remarkable control over his extraordinary fire, he noted. Having integrated the Taoyin Divine Flame, I can merely harness its effects in a rudimentary manner, not like him, who can shape it into such a dynamic beast. Upon hearing Liuyun praise Han Feng's command over the extraordinary fire, the nearby Xiao Yan voiced her concern. But will the Nameless One be in danger? Not at all, Liuyun replied patiently. The Nameless One is a 3-star Do zone, and his realm far surpasses Han Feng's. Coupled with his formidable Do techniques, Han Feng possesses no chance of victory, even with the extraordinary fire. Reassured by Liuyun's explanation, Xiao Yan finally relaxed. Meanwhile, outside the Black Seal City, countless onlookers gazed in awe at the area that had suddenly transformed into a near vacuum, their expressions filled with an indescribable horror. The terrifying energy fluctuations resulting from the collision between the colossal black handprint and the fire beast instilled fear in their hearts. Should such a force descend upon them, their bodies would surely shatter. Boom! The silence was shattered in an instant as a cataclysmic energy storm surged outward. In the eyes of the crowd, the previously formidable fire beast had vanished, replaced by a tempest of blue flames swirling violently. The majestic flames rippled like a curtain of fire unfurling from the heavens, dominating much of the sky, causing the view above to warp and blur. Despite the distance, a sense of weakness crept into their legs, compelling them to involuntarily retreat a step. In the sky, a distance from the storm's core, the elder in golden robes glanced back, taking a deep breath, relief washing over him as he spoke to his companion in silver robes. Thank goodness we did not agree to help Han Feng. Otherwise, we would have perished here today. The silver-robed elder responded with equal sentiment. Indeed, this Nameless One's strength exceeds that of our last encounter. Han Feng likely stands no chance of survival. Regardless, the Liuyun Pavilion shall become the unrivaled sovereign of the Blackhorn region. There may no longer be a place for us brothers to call home. The golden-robed elder sighed. Perhaps we could seek refuge with the Black Emperor sect. Their leader is said to be a 4-star Do zone, suggested the silver-robed elder. The Black Emperor sect. The golden-robed elder's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Boom! Within the storm, the massive black handprint, now unimpeded by the fire beast, surged toward Han Feng with unrelenting speed. At this moment, Han Feng, weakened by the prior exertion to conjure the fire beast, found himself without the strength to summon Do Qi for defense, staring in horror at the approaching handprint. Nameless Master, if you spare my life, I swear to dedicate myself solely to you in alchemy. Han Feng's heart brimmed with regret. He cast aside his identity as a 6-star alchemist, pleading for mercy. It is too late. Although Han Feng's offer was tempting, the Nameless One was consumed by a singular desire for vengeance and unhesitatingly rejected the plea. As the black giant hand made contact with Han Feng's defenseless body, he was utterly disintegrated, his clothing, flesh, and bones vanishing into thin air amidst the wave of destruction. Boom! After Han Feng's body dissipated, the residual force of the handprint continued unabated, crashing downwards and leveling an entire mountain, leaving behind a colossal pit hundreds of meters wide. Meanwhile, on the other side, after parting ways with the Nameless One, he swiftly located the hidden sanctuary of the Eagle Mountain Elder based on the description provided by the magical griffin. How did you find me? The appearance of Qifeng prompted a slight frown on the Eagle Mountain Elder's face, his eyes flickering with a hint of suspicion. What need has a dying man for knowledge of the answer? Qifeng replied coldly. In response, the corners of the Eagle Mountain Elder's mouth twitched slightly, only to be replaced by a fierce glimmer in his eyes as he sneered. Qifeng, it seems your strength has indeed advanced. But do you truly believe this guarantees your victory over me? You are underestimating the situation. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from within the Eagle Mountain Elder. Let us see then. Qifeng's lips curled into a chilling smile as he waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of energy that rivaled that of the Eagle Mountain Elder, surging forth like a tidal wave. The two colossal forces clashed within the small valley, causing the very space around them to tremble, and fissures as thick as an arm began to creep up the mountain walls. Chapter 333. Pursuit. Just as Qifeng and the Eagle Mountain Elder stood poised for battle, a sudden and violent disturbance from another battlefield captured their attention. Have they begun already? Qifeng pondered aloud. Do not forget how Nameless retreated before you arrived last time, the Eagle Mountain Elder remarked, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. Such needless chatter. Qifeng responded, a flicker of impatience crossing his calm features. With a decisive flick of his sleeve, a massive stream of golden fighting spirit shot forth, slicing through the air like a great golden serpent aimed directly at the Eagle Mountain Elder. Oomph. Observing Qifeng's attack, the Eagle Mountain Elder scoffed, extending his withered hand forward before suddenly clenching it. The space before him warped dramatically, and the golden energy struck fiercely against this distorted reality. With a resounding explosion, both forces were annihilated, sending shockwaves that caused the valley to shudder violently, and several boulders tumbled from the peaks, creating a thunderous roar. Again, the Eagle Mountain Elder barked, and with a swift motion, a gray glow appeared upon his withered palm. He deftly maneuvered behind Qifeng, his grayish nails poised to strike at Qifeng's throat. With a resounding thud, Qifeng, sensing the Eagle Mountain Elder's movement, turned and met the attack with a powerful punch. The collision of their forces echoed like thunder, sending violent gusts sweeping across the skies, causing the distant forest to creak ominously. After several exchanges, the Eagle Mountain Elder deftly retreated from Qifeng's side. You are truly fascinating. Qifeng, in just 7 short days, not only have you healed, but your cultivation has soared. The Eagle Mountain Elder's face was alight with curiosity as he spoke. Still attempting to buy time? Do you really believe that with the likes of Han Feng and Jinin, they can contend against my brother Nameless? Qifeng's eyes glimmered with amusement at the Eagle Mountain Elder's demeanor. At that moment, the Eagle Mountain Elder's brow furrowed deeply, for he sensed the once tumultuous battle nearby had suddenly fallen silent. Why has it gone so quiet? He murmured, his cautious nature stirring a desire to withdraw. Qifeng, equally aware of the sudden stillness, allowed a smile to creep onto his lips as he addressed the Eagle Mountain Elder. Elder Eagle, can you guess who emerged victorious over there? Given Qifeng's understanding of Nameless, he harbored no doubt of his triumph. Moreover, with the formidable magical griffin lurking in the shadows, he had faith that Nameless would remain unharmed. Witnessing Qifeng's unwavering confidence, the Eagle Mountain Elder's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, declaring, Qifeng, since your grievances with Han Feng have been resolved, I shall not interfere any longer. With that, the Eagle Mountain Elder abruptly turned and plunged into the depths of the vast mountains. Watching the Eagle Mountain Elder vanish into the wilderness, Qifeng's face registered a moment of astonishment, followed by a cold snort as he muttered, cowardly old fool. The next instant, Qifeng's figure followed closely behind the Eagle Mountain Elder into the depths of the mountains. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, after dismantling Han Feng with a single strike, Nameless cast his gaze towards the retreating figures of Jinin and other powerful individuals from the Black Corner domain. Let's see how far you can flee, Nameless scoffed, and then vanished from sight. As Nameless pursued the remaining foes, Liuyun's attention shifted to the massive pit created by the overwhelming palm strike. Wahoo! Stay here with little physician. I shall retrieve something. After giving instructions to the alluring Hua, who, Liuyun, shrouded in his black robe, stealthily approached the deep pit, eliciting astonishment from those around him. Look, what is he doing? A sharp-eyed observer quickly noticed the shadow moving towards the pit and shouted. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Liuyun's hand slowly rose as he unleashed a powerful force that drew a deep blue ring, glimmering with azure light, from the bottom of the pit into his grasp. The figure in black seems to be collecting Han Feng's spoils. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. How dare he claim nameless spoils at this time? He must be courting death. The audacity of this individual was truly admirable. Gazing at the deep blue ring in his hand, Liuyun's face brightened with delight. Han Feng's storage ring is likely one of the wealthiest treasures in the entire Black Corner domain. And in my possession, this fortune will be magnified 1,000-fold. With that thought, Liuyun released his spiritual energy to probe the storage ring. Upon contact, he distinctly sensed a faint soul imprint left by Han Feng. However, for Liuyun, the potency of the soul imprint was exceedingly weak. He effortlessly erased Han Feng's mark before his consciousness surged into the storage ring. A mere glance revealed a wealth of rare herbs and countless techniques and scrolls, clearly exchanged by those who sought Han Feng's alchemical prowess. Suddenly, while engrossed in examining Han Feng's ring, an odd expression crossed Liuyun's face. He had discovered an inconspicuous transparent light orb concealed among the clutter. Han Feng, I never expected you to tread the same path as your master, Liuyun murmured to himself upon seeing the hidden orb. In the next moment, he stored Han Feng's ring within his system space, and as he took flight, golden wings of fighting spirit unfurled from his back, elegantly ascending from the pit and soaring into the distance. Liuyun's fluid movements left the onlooker stunned. If the treasures of the alchemy Emperor Han Feng were to fall into our hands, as Liuyun's figure retreated into the horizon, several individuals in the crowd finally regained their senses, their eyes glinting with avarice as they hastily pursued him. Chapter 334. Greed. The battleground between Nameless and Han Feng garnered the attention of many spectators, and similarly, the clash between Qifeng and the Eagle Mountain Elder was also witnessed by passersby. The master of the Qifeng Hall at the Flowing Cloud Pavilion is truly formidable. With just a few moves, he compelled the once notorious and savage Elder Eagle to abandon his dignity and flee. One elder, having attained the realm of the Battle King, was astounded to witness Elder Eagle's retreat after only a brief exchange with Qifeng. Deep within the mountains, Qifeng relentlessly pursued the lingering aura left by Elder Eagle. There was no escape. Suddenly, Qifeng caught sight of a rapidly moving figure in the distance, a gray-haired elder, and accelerated his pursuit. Noticing Qifeng closing in, the gray-haired elder also hastened his pace. Behind him, Qifeng unleashed a beam of golden light imbued with terrifying battle energy, slicing through the air towards the elder's back. The beam traveled with incredible speed, reaching Elder Eagle in an instant. Yet perplexingly, the elder made no attempt at defense, instead using the moment to widen the gap between them. Whoosh! In the next instant, the golden light, brimming with formidable energy, struck the gray-haired elder's body, but oddly, it passed straight through him. During this process, the elder merely paused momentarily before continuing his flight without a hint of reduction in speed. Strange. The aura of this Elder Eagle seems less pure than before. A flicker of suspicion crossed Qifeng's eyes at this sight. However, the pressing situation allowed no time for contemplation. Any hesitation could result in Elder Eagle slipping away from his grasp. While Qifeng chased the gray-haired elder through the deep mountains, a pair of captivating eyes belonging to a devilishly charming young man sparkled with intrigue in the void above. How fascinating! I did not expect this junior to possess such prowess. The young man smiled faintly and then shifted his gaze elsewhere, slowly vanishing into the void. Meanwhile, having acquired Han Feng's ring, Liuyun leaped into the depths of the mountains. However, behind him trailed numerous figures, their eyes gleaming with greed. Sensing the pursuit, Liuyun could not help but furrow his brow. He had intended to leave discreetly after taking Han Feng's ring, but he had not anticipated attracting such a following. As Liuyun deliberately slowed his pace, the eerie atmosphere enveloping the forest abruptly solidified, coalescing around a group of 10 or so shadowy figures following closely behind. Seeing Liuyun's speed diminish, this group surged forward, eager to confront him. The ferocious aura emanating from them made it clear that these individuals were ruthless enough to become ruthless mercenaries for the sake of profit. The sudden advance of these 10 or so figures caused a larger contingent trailing Liuyun to halt. Their gazes filled with a strange mix of emotions as they observed the advancing figures. Should anyone stir the pot, these individuals, already consumed by greed, would surely abandon their last vestiges of rationality. These 10 shadowy figures appeared to form a small team, yet each member's strength was notable. The leader, a man with slightly graying hair, exuded the unmistakable presence of a battle king, while the others were clearly no slouches. In the chaotic realm of the Black Corner domain, one must always be vigilant, but under the overwhelming temptation of profit, even life itself could be cast aside, which is precisely what fueled the chaos in this domain. Thus, even though many were aware that the black-clad figure they followed was likely a battle emperor, their greed still propelled them forward, with some of the bolder among them unable to withstand their insatiable desire and making the first move. Among these figures, a group of fierce men had spent years navigating the treacherous Black Corner domain and were determined to seize Liuyun's medicinal emperor ring, believing it would grant them the opportunity to become top-tier powerhouses in the realm. After all, the ring of the medicinal Emperor Han Feng contained not only countless high-grade elixirs, but potentially even otherworldly flames. Though these men were undeniably greedy, they also possessed considerable skill. Having separated from the main body of followers, they swiftly melded into the shadows of the forest, forming a formation to surround Liuyun. Many factions within the forest halted at this moment, their gazes fixed upon Liuyun and the daring figures daring to strike. Under the watchful eyes of both hidden and visible observers, the figures quickly emerged from the shadows, surrounding Liuyun. With a subtle gesture from the foliage, the 10 figures leaped forth without a sound, their sharp weapons glinting ominously, enveloping every vital point of Liuyun's body. Seeking death. Upon witnessing the descending blades surrounding him, Liuyun scoffed coldly, and in an instant his body vanished, leaving behind numerous afterimages that appeared behind his assailants. Before the attackers could process Liuyun's sudden disappearance, they were met with an overwhelming force that sent their heads crashing down. In a mere heartbeat, the meticulously planned ambush resulted in the annihilation of the attackers. Gazing at the scattered corpses and the acrid scent of blood that filled the air, Liuyun felt no shred of pity. Those who sought to kill for treasure must be prepared to meet their own demise. The sight of these capable individuals being dispatched in the blink of an eye elicited gasps of astonishment from the larger group that had been tailing Liuyun. The crowd now harbored a clear understanding of Liuyun's strength, and an unusual, oppressive atmosphere descended upon the forest. Crack! The sudden sound of a breaking branch pierced the charged silence, shattering the oppressive tension and redirecting countless gazes toward Liuyun, where a flicker of frenzied greed began to surface. Chapter 335, Soul Avatar. Hiss! As greed surged, the forest erupted with a piercing sound of whistling arrows, as countless projectiles imbued with astonishing force shot forth from shadowy corners. In that moment, those following Liuyun unleashed a fervent assault against him. It appears I have not yet shed enough blood. Noticing their movements, a fierce glint flashed in Liuyun's eyes. The arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. Yet just as they neared Liuyun, they abruptly froze mid-air before, under the influence of an enigmatic force, they began to turn back, hurtling back towards their origin with a resounding whoosh. In an instant, the forest was filled with anguished cries. Kill him. Seize the medicinal Emperor ring. By killing him, we can obtain otherworldly flames and countless elixirs. The piercing screams did not deter the greed-driven crowd. Instead, the sight of blood only fueled their ferocity. A chorus of furious roars erupted, plunging the forest into utter chaos. Countless individuals, weapons drawn, charged toward Liuyun with wild abandon, their eyes crimson as if they were frenzied beasts devoid of reason. The medicinal Emperor ring? At that moment, a gray-haired elder, who was at a considerable distance, halted in his tracks upon hearing the cries of slaughter emanating from the crowd. This elder was none other than the Eagle Mountain Old Man, who had been pursued by Qifeng, though it was unclear why he had suddenly appeared here. At this instant, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in the elder's eyes, and he swiftly moved towards the source of the commotion. Before long, a scene of one-sided carnage unfolded before his gaze, depicting the black-robed figure mercilessly dispatching opponents. How could Han Feng's ring have ended up in this person's possession after his encounter with Wuming? The Eagle Mountain Old Man was uncertain about the specifics of the situation, yet the frenzied expressions of those around left little room for disbelief. It was better to trust in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. Upon perceiving that Liuyun was merely at the Douhuang realm, the elder took decisive action without hesitation. However, his target was not Liuyun, but the group concealed within the forest, poised to strike. With a series of sharp gray flashes, figures hidden amidst the trees fell one after another. This pace of slaughter surpassed even that of Liuyun. Once the area was cleared of all threats, the Eagle Mountain Old Man fixed his gaze upon the black-robed Liuyun. "Why do you not flee?" he inquired, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he observed Liuyun standing there with unperturbed composure. "Why should I run?" Liuyun replied with a light chuckle, posing the question back to him. Before the Eagle Mountain Old Man's arrival, Liuyun had already received news from the Demon Griffin. It appeared that his seclusion had lasted too long, to the point where even a fledgling Do Huang no longer regarded him with respect. Hearing Liuyun's words, a self-deprecating expression crossed the elder's face, which was soon replaced by a stern demeanor as he stated, "The ring belonging to Han Feng is in your possession. Surrender it, and you may leave." "And what if I refuse?" Liuyun provocatively brandished the deep blue ring in front of the elder's eyes. "Then you shall perish." The Eagle Mountain Old Man snarled, his expression twisting into one of menace. In the next instant, his body vanished like a wraith. When he reappeared, he was right before Liuyun, his withered hands reaching for Liuyun's neck. However, just as he thought he would crush Liuyun's throat, he realized it was merely an illusion. The true Liuyun had already distanced himself by several meters. Witnessing Liuyun's escape, the Eagle Mountain Old Man coalesced a brilliant gray energy within his palms and hurled it towards Liuyun. Ninth Sun Burning Heaven Technique. As the elder's attack approached, Liuyun did not hold back either. With a resolute shout, the Taoyin Divine Flame surged through an unusual meridian within him, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that filled him with overwhelming power. In the next moment, Liuyun thrust forth his palms, unleashing a searing energy that collided with the elder's gray force. Boom! The two energies clashed violently, creating a ripple of terrifying expansion throughout the space, causing trees to topple and forming a vast vacuum in the forest where the two stood. Under the immense shockwave, Liuyun staggered back only a few steps before regaining his footing. Who is this person? I don't recall hearing of such a figure in the Black Corner domain. The Eagle Mountain Old Man thought, astonishment flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this black-robed individual not only possessed extraordinary speed, but could also withstand his attack despite being at the Do Huang level. Although his previous strike was casual, it was not something a mere Do Huang Jr. should be able to endure. While the Eagle Mountain Old Man was still reeling from his surprise, Liuyun spoke, "Elder Eagle, it seems your strength has diminished considerably after splitting off a clone." "What? He can actually see through my secret?" The elder's astonishment deepened upon hearing Liuyun mention his soul clone. "Predecessor, I was reckless just now. I hope you can forgive my impudence." After a moment of calm reflection, the Eagle Mountain Old Man's tone turned exceedingly respectful towards Liuyun. For Liuyun's performance led him to suspect that he was a vessel of some ancient being, albeit one who had not yet regained full strength. Not paying heed to the elder's astonishment, Liuyun maintained a serene demeanor and said, "I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply surrender the secret method for cultivating the soul clone, and you may depart." Upon hearing this, the Eagle Mountain Old Man felt an eerie sense of déjà vu. It seemed he had spoken in a similar tone just moments ago, only for the roles to be reversed now. When informed that Liuyun sought the method for forming a soul clone, the elder hesitated. Had Liuyun been more assertive, the Eagle Mountain Old Man might have readily relinquished the secret. At this moment, the elder contemplated that if this individual truly possessed a remnant of his own strength, he would have attacked long ago rather than waste time here. Such reasoning was indicative of his own insecurity. Moreover, since he might be an ancient being unable to unleash his full power, the treasures and secrets he carried could surpass Han Feng's ring. After a moment of deliberation, the Eagle Mountain Old Man's resolve solidified, and a hint of malice flickered in his gaze directed at Liuyun. Chapter 336. Gathering Clouds from All Directions. Suppressing the flicker of murderous intent in his eyes, the Eagle Mountain Old Man maintained a respectful demeanor as he addressed Liuyun. "Since you are interested in the method for cultivating the soul clone, how could I possibly withhold it? However, the scroll containing the secret method is incomplete. I must rewrite it from memory." "Very well, then hasten to write it," Liuyun replied, not in a hurry. In the next moment, the Eagle Mountain Old Man produced a blank scroll before Liuyun and began to inscribe it with soul energy. "Old Man, should you attempt any tricks before me, the consequences will be dire," Liuyun cautioned, sensing that the elder's actions did not seem like a mere transcription of the secret method. "Huh, you shall be the one to regret it," the elder sneered as he abruptly stomped the ground, causing a geyser of gray energy to erupt. And an invisible force of soul energy shot forth, penetrating into his body. As this soul energy returned, the Eagle Mountain Old Man's aura quickly restoring him to a state near his peak. It became evident that all of the elder's previous actions had been a ruse to buy time. Successfully retrieving his soul clone, Predecessor, you wished for the secret method, did you not? Come and take it, he taunted, his confidence bolstered by the resurgence of his power, brandishing another black scroll towards Liuyun. As his words fell, the elder's eyes gleamed with malice, and without hesitation, he produced a black dagger, charging directly at Liuyun. Liuyun observed the Eagle Mountain old man's transformation, and in the next moment, as he shook his head, the elder, who had been rushing towards him with the dagger, was suddenly sent flying. As he regained his balance in a state of panic, he was met by a pair of deep, obsidian eyes. Under the influence of a peculiar force, the elder's grip on the dagger gradually loosened, and his expression shifted from shock to a vacant stare. Liuyun approached him, retrieving the spatial ring from the elder's hand. Qifeng should be arriving soon. I shall leave this matter to him. With that, Liuyun slowly stepped out of the forest littered with corpses. Shortly after Liuyun departed, the forest erupted once more with violent fluctuations of battle. The following morning, Wuming and Qifeng returned in succession to Liuyun Pavilion. Speak, what transpired? Liuyun inquired softly upon their return. In response to the master, Nameless reported that Han Feng and his associates had been largely vanquished by his subordinates, with only the duo of Jin and Yin having vanished without a trace. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Nameless conveyed this to Liuyun. Jin and Yin have escaped? Upon hearing Nameless reply, Liuyun paused momentarily, then recalled that at that time, the attention of the demonic griffin had been primarily focused on the elder of Eagle Mountain and himself. This understanding led him to dismiss the matter, stating nonchalantly, no matter. Those two are hardly the type to remain inconspicuous. They will inevitably reveal themselves. At that moment, Liuyun turned his gaze towards Qifeng. Master, the elder of Eagle Mountain has been slain by my hand, Qifeng declared resolutely. Bloodstains marred Qifeng's attire, and his complexion appeared somewhat pallid, a stark contrast to Nameless, who was impeccably clean. Excellent. You have avenged our previous grievances. Was it satisfying? Liuyun exclaimed exuberantly. Quite satisfying. Both replied in unison. Seeing this, Liuyun clapped his hands on their shoulders and said slowly, as long as you find it satisfying. Those who dare to harm my people must be prepared to pay a hefty price. Now that vengeance has been exacted, it is time to commence our endeavors. Liuyun turned and instructed the two. Nameless, Qifeng, spread the word. In 7 days, the Liuyun Auction House shall open its doors on schedule. The news of the demise of the Medicine Emperor Han Feng and various notorious figures within Blackmark City spread rapidly throughout the Dark Corner domain, becoming common knowledge within just 4 days. Concurrently, word of an auction featuring exotic flames also circulated widely. Countless powerful factions, upon hearing this news, were inevitably shaken. At this moment, within a secluded chamber of the Canaan Academy's inner court, an elderly man clad in a black robe, with white hair and beard, furrowed his brow as he gazed at a slip of paper in his hand. The Liuyun Pavilion had gained considerable momentum over the past year, gradually eclipsing the influence of the Canaan Academy within the Dark Corner domain. Moreover, the announcement of an auction featuring exotic flames was particularly audacious. After a brief contemplation, the elder in the black robe stepped out of his chamber. Shortly after his exit, several figures soared from the Canaan Academy, their trajectory aimed directly towards Blackmark. Not only the Canaan Academy, but also various established factions within the Dark Corner domain dispatched personnel to the city upon learning of this auction. Rumors suggested that even the top-tier force, the Black Emperor sect, had taken notice of the event. In a matter of days, Blackmark City had become a gathering place for numerous powerful individuals from the Dark Corner domain. Despite the influx of diverse characters, order within the city remained remarkably intact during this period, with few daring to engage in combat. Today marked the day of the auction at the Liuyun Auction House. Early in the morning, the area outside the auction house was thronged with people. Among them stood an elderly man in black attire, his gaze cold and penetrating, accompanied by a group of uniformly clad young individuals, evidently from the Canaan Academy. In another direction, a figure suddenly flashed by, drawing the attention of the crowd. It was an elderly man in yellow robes, grinning as he approached. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his robe was intricately embroidered with golden serpents, shimmering in the sunlight, exuding an unusual aura of pressure. Following closely behind him was a red-faced elder clad in the attire of an alchemist. The appearance of the yellow-robed elder caused quite a stir at the entrance of the auction house, with gasps of astonishment resonating throughout the crowd. It was none other than Mo Tianqing, the leader of the Black Emperor sect. It was known that he had ascended to the Dozong tier over a decade ago, remaining in seclusion ever since. No one expected him to grace the event today. The crowd grew increasingly agitated. Suddenly, the doors of the auction house swung open, allowing the attendees to enter in an orderly fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, once you enter the auction house, please adhere to the established order. Should anyone violate the rules, my brother and I will not show mercy. Despite the presence of several individuals exuding the aura of Dozong, Nameless spoke with unwavering confidence. At this moment, Liuyun had already taken his seat in the opulent private box atop the auction house. Chapter 337. The Ninefold Clone Technique to Dozong. It seems the rumors hold truth. Mo Tianxing mused inwardly as he sensed the power emanating from Nameless and Chiefing on stage. And their strength is not inferior to mine. What do they hail from? Just then, Elder Su Qian from the Canaan Academy passed by with a group of individuals. Mo Tianxing discreetly cast a glance at Su Qian before quietly suppressing any unusual thoughts. It was rumored that the highlight of this auction was a piece of exotic food. Such a treasure, for the Liuyun pavilion to dare auction it off. Do they not fear theft? Theft? Who would dare? I heard that the renowned old powerhouse, the elder of Eagle Mountain, recently perished in Blackmark City, a bona fide Dozong. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand auction of the Liuyun pavilion is about to commence, Chiefing announced, silencing the crowd's chatter. All eyes were fixed upon the auction stage. At this moment, behind Nameless and Chiefing, a group of beautiful maidens gracefully glided across the stage, bearing silver trays, which they reverently placed upon the auction stone platform. Within the trays, the audience could glimpse various objects shimmering with a faint glow. To whet your appetites, let us begin with our first item. Chiefing indicated toward one of the silver trays, which contained a pitch-black scroll. This is a secret technique for cultivating a soul clone, capable of enhancing the practitioner's spiritual power and conjuring a soul clone of similar strength to the original. As he lifted the scroll, Chiefing smiled lightly. In accordance with the true value of this technique, the starting bid should be at least 10 million. However, as this is our first item, I shall be generous and set the starting price at 5 million. Moreover, the ceiling price is set at 30 million gold coins. Whoever bids the highest first will claim this soul clone technique. So seize the opportunity. The scroll that Chiefing held was indeed the bounty that Liuyun had previously extracted from the Elder of Eagle Mountain's spatial ring. 6 million gold coins, 7 million gold coins, 10 million gold coins. As Chiefing announced the commencement of the auction, a flurry of bids erupted from the crowd. However, many remained cautious, for it was evident to discerning eyes that if this technique were as powerful as claimed, the starting bid would not be so low. It must certainly possess numerous flaws and was not as flawless as Chiefing suggested. Indeed, this technique allowed the soul clone to be conjured, but it would significantly weaken the original's power, and the clone could not stray too far from its source, making it somewhat impractical for genuine powerhouses. Nevertheless, some individuals, either oblivious to its true nature or overly confident in their own spiritual prowess, clamored to secure the soul clone technique. Before long, the bidding surged to 30 million gold coins, reaching the ceiling price. Observing this, Chiefing promptly struck the hammer and focused his gaze on the final bidder. With the strike of the hammer, those who intended to bid were left stunned, realizing they had reached the maximum value. Congratulations to the leader of the Iron Beast Gang for securing this soul clone technique. Having navigated the Dark Corner domain for so long, Chiefing was familiar with many of the renowned figures, and he promptly announced the name of the Iron Beast Gang's leader, Tai Wu. Please proceed to settle the payment. Leader Tai. Chiefing handed the silver tray containing the soul clone technique to a nearby maiden for safekeeping. Meanwhile, within the elegant chamber atop the building, the sound of the system's prompt echoed in Liuyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully auctioned the flawed soul clone technique, receiving a 10,000-fold return of the ninefold clone technique, which has now been dispatched to the system space. The ninefold clone technique. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liuyun's consciousness immediately plunged into the system space. Before him appeared a transparent scroll, seemingly in a state of nothingness. Liuyun eagerly examined the attributes of this scroll. Ninefold clone technique. The method is divided into 9 levels, and each breakthrough allows the creation of a clone possessing the consciousness of the original, free from mutual influence. Witnessing the formidable efficacy of the ninefold clone technique, even Liuyun, with his current understanding, could not suppress his excitement. A clone with the same strength as the original, and without any limitations, capable of self-cultivation. Was this not akin to possessing an additional life? With the ability to create clones, he could perhaps act with greater audacity. Liuyun had not anticipated that the flawed soul clone's secret method, scavenged from the old man of Eagle Mountain, could grant him such a powerful cloning technique. Just as Liuyun reveled in the joy of acquiring the clone technique, on the auction stage, Qifeng had already commenced the bidding for the second item. Ladies and gentlemen, the second auction item is a 6th grade high-level elixir, the Breaking Sect Pill. Slowly, Qifeng unveiled the second silver platter. The efficacy of the Breaking Sect Pill, I need not elaborate further, I presume. The starting bid is set at 20 million gold coins. As Qifeng lifted the silver platter, a finely crafted jade vial was revealed within. The Breaking Sect Pill. Upon the unveiling of the silver platter, countless pairs of eyes, glinting with avarice, turned toward the jade vial. Even Su Qian, the Grand Elder of the Jianan Academy, and Mo Tianqing, the leader of the Black Emperor's sect, felt a flicker of excitement within. However, what puzzled everyone was that such a precious elixir was merely priced in gold coins by Liuyun Pavilion, which seemed rather peculiar. Although the pricing was somewhat odd, it did not deter the fervor of the bids. 30 million gold coins, 35 million gold coins, 60 million gold coins. The escalating bids reverberated throughout the auction hall, and soon the price of the Breaking Sect Pill soared to 60 million gold coins. Just as the bidding began to slow, a commanding voice suddenly resounded across the auction hall. Qifeng, this Breaking Sect Pill is a 6th grade elixir. I am willing to exchange it for 3 6th grade elixirs. The sudden surge in the bid immediately caused a stir in the auction hall, and all gazes turned toward the source of the voice. Resting upon a figure draped in a yellow robe, exuding an air of authority. The one making the offer was none other than Mo Tianqing, the leader of the Black Emperor's sect. Upon hearing his bid, the crowd collectively gasped, murmuring among themselves. 3 6th grade elixirs in exchange for a single Breaking Sect Pill? What a bold offer from the leader of the Black Emperor's sect. Isn't that a tad unwise? You fail to comprehend. This Breaking Sect Pill is no ordinary 6th grade elixir. Its value rivals that of a 7th grade elixir. Moreover, and most crucially, Mo Tianqing's son, Moya, has already reached the 9-star Do Emperor. Should he utilize this elixir to break through to Do Zone, the Black Emperor sect would then possess 2 Do Zone powerhouses. Now makes sense. No wonder the leader Mo is willing to pay such a hefty price. On the auction stage, Qifeng merely cast a glance at Mo Tianqing's words without providing any direct response. Instead, he turned to the attendees, asking esteemed guests, Mo Zhongzhu has offered 3 6th grade elixirs. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Clearly, in light of Mo Tianqing's substantial offer, the attendees chose to remain silent. Those capable of bidding higher refrained from doing so out of concern for incurring Mo Tianqing's ire. Even Su Qian, the Grand Elder of Jianan Academy, opted out of bidding, as none within the academy were at the 9-star Do Emperor level. At this moment, although no one continued to contest Mo Tianqing's bid, his expression darkened. Qifeng's earlier actions had seemingly disregarded him entirely. This was the first time in his years of dominance in the Black Corner region that he had been so openly slighted. Damn it! If the opportunity arises, I shall surely annihilate your Liuyun pavilion. Mo Tianqing silently cursed, yet the next moment, he wore a broad smile as he addressed Qifeng, saying, Haha. Qifeng, it seems my bid has reached the limit for this Breaking Sect Pill, since no one else intends to raise the bid. This Breaking Sect Pill shall belong to Zhongzhu Mo. Please proceed with the transaction promptly. On the auction stage, Qifeng continued to disregard Mo Tianqing's attempts at camaraderie, self-absorbedly announcing the procedure. Seeing this, Mo Tianqing snorted coldly, flicking his sleeves as he approached the auction stage, producing the prepared 3 6th grade elixirs to exchange for the Breaking Sect Pill. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully auctioned the 6th grade elixir, the Breaking Sect Pill, and received a 10,000-fold return of 10,000 Breaking Sect Pills. This time, upon receiving the system's notification, Liuyun could not help but chuckle ruefully. He had not anticipated that both auctions of the Breaking Sect Pill would yield returns in terms of quantity. Shaking his head, Liuyun's gaze once again swept across the auction hall. As time progressed, the atmosphere within the auction grew increasingly fervent. One by one, elixirs comparable to the Breaking Sect Pill began to appear on the auction stage, even featuring a local-level cultivation method and 2 intermediate-level dough techniques. However, the auction prices for these items were exorbitantly high, leading most attendees to adopt a spectator's mentality, feeling fortunate merely to witness the fierce competition among the powerful factions for these treasures. On the side of the Black Emperor sect, After successfully bidding for the breaking sect pill, Mo Tianxing rarely made further offers. In contrast, Su Qian, the Grand Elder of Jianan Academy, occasionally bid on elixirs and herbs that caught his eye. As the dazzling array of auction items continued to be presented, the astonishment in Mo Tianxing's heart intensified. Although many items piqued his interest, he refrained from bidding, having set his sights on the final, climactic item. For everyone present, this auction by Liuyun Pavilion, even without the so-called final highlight, was undoubtedly the grandest auction in the Black Corner region in nearly a decade. Gradually, the auction began to approach its conclusion. At this moment, even Qi Feng's tone grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach this point in the auction, only the final two highlight items remain. Qi Feng exclaimed excitedly. Within the elegant chamber atop the building, upon hearing Qi Feng's words, Liuyun withdrew his focus from the system space. Though he had successfully acquired heavenly grade dough techniques and some impressive 8th grade elixirs from the preceding auction items, their allure paled in comparison to the two items soon to be auctioned. In stark contrast to Liuyun's reaction, the attendees in the hall displayed far more intense emotions. Upon hearing that the final highlight items were about to be presented, their breaths quickened and their eyes sparkled with anticipation. The first highlight item is a 7th grade elixir, the Revival Pill. As he spoke, Qi Feng lifted the last silver platter on the stage. The Revival Pill is a 7th grade elixir capable of saving a life. With it, as long as one's head is not severed or heart shattered, one can still survive. Listening to Qi Feng's introduction of the 7th grade Revival Pill, an unusual silence enveloped the vast auction hall. Previously, one could only hear tales of the final treasure being the yet now, a remarkably precious 7th grade elixir has emerged, leaving the crowd utterly bewildered. It is worth noting that this life-restoring elixir was a last-minute addition by Liuyun. After retrieving the flawed, soul-splitting technique from the old man of Eagle Mountain storage ring, Liuyun promptly discarded the vial containing the life-restoring elixir, along with other items from that ring, into the clutter of the system's storage space. Fortunately, Liuyun remembered it in the end. Otherwise, the elixir would have languished in obscurity. Within the grand hall, once the crowd regained their composure, their gazes collectively shifted towards the distinguished guests' seating area. They all understood that given the rarity of such a 7th grade elixir, it was impossible for an ordinary individual to acquire it. The only ones present with the qualifications and strength to obtain it were the formidable figures seated in the guest area. In the guest section, an unusual silence prevailed. Even the previously restless, powerful factions remained composed, leaning back in their chairs, their fingers lightly tapping the armrests, choosing to speak not a word. Master, perhaps we should forego this finally, suddenly suggested an elderly man with a crimson face, clad in an alchemist's robe, to Mo Tianxing. Abandon the Yihua? For what reason? Mo Tianxing's brow furrowed at the elder's proposal. Master, consider this. Since Liuyun Pavilion has chosen to auction the Yiva, it must either be difficult to tame or possess inadequate power, rendering it rather useless. In any case, none of these outcomes hold a candle to the practicality of the life-restoring elixir before us. Should you acquire it, it would be tantamount to possessing 2 lives, which is of utmost importance. The elderly man patiently articulated his perspective to Mo Tianxing. Chapter 338. The 9th grade treasure pill. Upon hearing the elder's reasoning, Mo Tianxing's resolve wavered. If he could secure the life-restoring elixir, the foundation of the Black Emperor sect could endure for generations. Very well, we shall strive to procure this life-restoring elixir at all costs. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Tianxing finally made his decision. At that moment, Su Qian, the Grand Elder of the Canaan Academy, also wore a troubled expression. Even he found himself deeply tempted by the prospect of a high-grade, life-restoring elixir. An elder beside, Su Qian swallowed hard and exclaimed with excitement, Grand Elder, while our academy possesses an array of 6th grade elixirs and precious spiritual herbs, few can be compared to this life-restoring elixir. Indeed, such high-grade elixirs, even if one were to gather the materials, I fear no one in the entire Black Corner region could concoct them. Another elder chimed in, affirming, Grand Elder, should we manage to secure the life-restoring elixir, the Academy's foundation would significantly strengthen. Upon hearing the elder's words, Su Qian's expression remained largely unchanged. He merely nodded slightly, stating, the life-restoring elixir is exceedingly precious. Others will undoubtedly make every effort to acquire it. We shall follow suit in bidding, acting within our means. Dear friends, there's no need for such tension. Feel free to place your bids. Since Liuyun Pavilion has presented the life-restoring elixir for auction, the highest bidder will assuredly claim it. Observing the somewhat silent crowd below, Qi Feng sought to reassure them. Following Qi Feng's assurance, many in the hall visibly relaxed. 50 million gold coins, 80 million gold coins, 100 million gold coins. After the previous auction of a dozen items, the crowd had become familiar with the peculiar rules of the Liuyun Auction House. Hearing Qi Feng's recent guarantee, many, despite recognizing the elixir's immense value, still rushed to place bids, hoping for a stroke of luck. In addition to those offering gold coins, numerous individuals presented rare herbs and elixirs. Soon, the price of the life-restoring elixir soared to 200 million gold coins, alongside 3 6th-grade elixirs and 2 7th-grade magical cores. The bidder was none other than one of the 3 Do Zone powerhouses that Qi Feng had sensed earlier. The crowd turned towards the voice, only to discover that the individual was somewhat unfamiliar, not a notorious figure on the blacklist, nor a sect leader. 7th-grade magical cores, which can only be produced by 7th-grade magical beasts, and 2 appeared at once. The Black Corner region truly harbors hidden talents. I have never heard of this elder before. He likely does not hail from the Black Corner region. The middle-aged man's bid instantly captured everyone's attention, sparking lively discussions among the crowd. Meanwhile, Mo Tianxing regarded this enigmatic figure with a calculating gaze. I did not expect his bid to overshadow Su Qian's. In that case, I shall have to bring out that item. With a heavy heart, Mo Tianxing clenched his teeth and declared, Qi Feng, as the master of this sect, I am willing to exchange the Bodhi Transformation Essence for the life-restoring elixir. Bodhi Transformation Essence. In the auction hall, Qi Feng paused briefly to contemplate after hearing Mo Tianxing's and the stranger's bids. Moments later, he addressed the gathered crowd with a respectful bow. Esteemed guests, this matter is of great significance. I kindly request a moment for my brother and I to discuss. With that, Qi Feng and the nameless figure temporarily withdrew from the auction stage, taking the life-restoring elixir with them. In the hall, upon witnessing Qi Feng and the nameless figure leave the stage, the leaders of powerful factions, including Su Qian from Canaan Academy and the mysterious man who had just placed the highest bid, all exhibited significant changes in demeanor. When they realized the two had not moved far, merely retreating to a room on the upper floor, they ceased their scrutiny and quietly awaited further developments. What is the origin of the Bodhi Transformation Essence? As the nameless figure and Qi Feng exited the stage, many who were unaware of the essence's significance turned to inquire from those nearby. In an instant, discussions erupted throughout the auction hall. To explain the Bodhi Transformation, one must first understand the Bodhi heart. It is rumored that in some remote mountains, there exists a mystical ancient tree known as the Bodhi tree. Deep within its roots, over the years, a miraculous, viscous substance known as the Bodhi heart gradually forms. However, it typically requires at least a millennium for the Bodhi tree to yield this essence. The Bodhi Transformation Essence is derived from the secretion of this Bodhi heart. What are the effects of the Bodhi Transformation Essence and the legendary Bodhi heart? The Bodhi Transformation Essence, when consumed, bestows transformative effects that improve one's constitution, providing remarkable benefits. It is said that possessing the Bodhi Transformation Essence allows one to sense the Bodhi heart. As for the Bodhi heart itself, it is a true celestial treasure birth from the convergence of earthly and heavenly energies. If consumed, it is said to replace the human heart. Thus, even if the heart suffers a fatal blow, one could still preserve their life. Moreover, the power provided by the Bodhi heart far exceeds that of the previous heart. Most crucially, it continuously nurtures the soul, allowing it to grow stronger, which is an irresistible temptation for alchemists. Upon hearing the account of the Bodhi Transformation Essence's origin, many inhaled sharply, exclaiming, if someone were to acquire the Bodhi heart, wouldn't they have the potential to become a peak powerhouse that stirs the continent? Huh? To become a peak powerhouse? You overestimate the Bodhi Transformation Essence. If it were truly that miraculous, who would be willing to part with it? Amidst a chorus of astonished remarks, someone suddenly scoffed. Upon hearing someone belittle the efficacy of the Bodhi Transformation Essence, a flicker of doubt arose in the hearts of those nearby, prompting them to turn towards the source of the voice. Upon realizing that the speaker was the earlier mysterious figure who had produced 2 7th-grade magical cores, expressions of understanding spread among the onlookers. It seemed this elder was not ready to concede. However, it remained uncertain how Liuyun Pavilion would choose. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. Within the span of less than half a jaw stick, the Nameless One and Chiefing returned to the auction stage. The two hall masters were left to ponder the outcome of their discussions. Upon their appearance, Mo Tianxing eagerly inquired, his eyes fixed intently upon them, as did the unfamiliar Do Zong expert. The verdict had been reached. Chiefing spoke with unhurried composure. My brother and I have deliberated, and we shall exchange this life-saving elixir for the Bodhi transformation essence in Mo Zongzhu's possession. Ha! Upon hearing Chiefing announce the result, a triumphant smile spread across Mo Tianxing's face. The next moment, he cradled an exceptionally unique box and approached Chiefing slowly. Inside the elegant room atop the building, as Chiefing declared the outcome, a system notification echoed in Liuyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the 7th grade life-saving elixir. You have received a 10,000-fold return in the form of the 9th grade treasure elixir, reincarnation locking elixir, which has been delivered to your system space. Please check your inventory. A 9th grade treasure elixir. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liuyun's body quivered slightly. As his consciousness descended into the system space, a jade-green elixir, approximately the size of a dragon's eye, materialized before him. Layers of elixir mist wafted from within, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Gazing at the wondrous elixir, Liuyun eagerly examined its attributes. Reincarnation locking elixir, grade, 9th grade treasure elixir. This miraculous elixir can only be crafted after enduring the thunder tribulation. Upon ingestion, if the body suffers any harm, the energy contained within the elixir will immediately initiate repairs. As long as the body is not shattered instantaneously, it will swiftly regenerate. Furthermore, the effects of this elixir can be supplemented through other means, allowing for sustained efficacy. Realizing the formidable capabilities of this 9th grade treasure elixir, an uncontainable joy illuminated Liuyun's face. Its prowess far surpassed that of the 8th grade undying elixir, and it could be reused. In that moment, Liuyun yearned to consume the 9th grade treasure elixir immediately. However, considering the multitude of onlookers, he restrained his excitement and shifted his gaze back to the auction, murmuring to himself, "Today's auction has indeed brought me countless surprises. I wonder what rewards await me from the auction of the Azure Lotus Earthfire." Inside the auction hall, in stark contrast to Mo Tianxing's pride, the mysterious Do Zong expert's expression grew peculiar upon witnessing Mo Tianxing successfully acquire the life-saving elixir. Particularly when he saw Mo Tianxing consume it right before the eyes of the crowd, his demeanor darkened considerably. Subsequently, after Chiefing completed the exchange with Mo Tianxing, his gaze slowly turned toward the enigmatic Do Zong expert. "My mysterious friend, although you did not win the life-saving elixir, I believe you'll find great interest in the final item we have to offer." With that, as Chiefing's voice trailed off, an intensely azure flame in the shape of a lotus flower floated before him. Exotic fire. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of the azure lotus before Chiefing. After a brief moment of shock, the mysterious middle-aged man excitedly addressed Chiefing. "Chiefing Hall Master, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the Qinglian Earth Fire, ranked 19th on the exotic fire list." "Indeed," Chiefing nodded with a smile. "This is none other than the Qinglian Earth Fire. The Qinglian Earth Fire, born deep within the earth, requires countless refinements, fusions, and compressions through the earth's flames. It takes 10 years to become spiritual, 100 years to take form, and 1,000 years to blossom as a lotus. When fully matured, its hue is predominantly azure, with a cluster of azure flames at its core, hence its name, Qinglian Fire. Also known as Qinglian Earth Fire. This fire possesses unpredictable power, capable of triggering volcanic eruptions in proximity to volcanic regions, embodying the destructive forces of nature. The value of this exotic fire is well understood by all present. Had my brother and I been able to refine it, we would not have put up for auction. Unable to fathom Liuyun's intentions, Chiefing sought a plausible excuse for their actions. "I see." Hearing Chiefing's explanation, most attendees, being shrewd individuals, exchanged polite remarks, albeit with a hint of skepticism. After introducing the Qinglian Earth Fire, Chiefing's gaze fixed intently on the mysterious middle-aged man, inquiring earlier, "During the bidding for the life-saving elixir, would you be willing to present the elixirs and 2 7th-grade magic cores you offered to continue in this round of bidding?" Chiefing posed this question entirely in accordance with Liuyun's wishes. Upon leaving the auction stage earlier, they had not gone to confer, but rather to seek Liuyun's judgment in his room. Liuyun had noticed that the bids from the mysterious man and Mo Tianxing were fairly close and approximated the value of the auctioned item, thus orchestrating this scenario to expedite the conclusion of the auction, just as Hall Master Chiefing proposed. In the crowd, the mysterious Do Zong expert pondered briefly before consenting. Excellent. Receiving the affirmative response, Chiefing promptly announced, currently, the highest bid belongs to this gentleman, comprising 3 6th-grade elixirs and 2 7th-grade magic cores. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? This sudden development left the crowd momentarily flabbergasted. They had not anticipated such exorbitant prices to emerge at the onset of bidding. The situation left little time for consideration, and those who were unprepared appeared hesitant. From the side of the Jinnah Academy, Su Qian, who had come merely to observe the auction, felt a twinge of regret as the last 2 items approached sale. At that moment, noticing the Qinglian Earthfire beside Qifeng, a question arose in his mind. Rumor has it that Han Feng fell at the hands of the Nameless One. Where then has his exotic fire vanished? Could it truly be, as the rumors suggest, that after the Nameless One vanquished Han Feng, a mysterious figure in black retrieved his ring? Great Elder, in my opinion, this is merely a self-directed play by the Liuyun Pavilion, interjected an elder beside Su Qian, his tone laced with indignation. Perhaps that would explain why the Liuyun Pavilion chose to auction the exotic fire, Su Qian mused. On the side of the Black Emperor sect, the red-faced elder beside Mo Tianxing expressed relief. Zongzhu, fortunately, we secured the life-saving elixir. Otherwise, we would have incurred significant losses. Indeed, Mo Tianxing agreed wholeheartedly. The Qinglian Earthfire's ranking on the exotic fire list is not particularly high, even weaker than the so-called Sea Heart Flame of the so-called Medicine Emperor Han Feng. Moreover, I have already consumed the life-saving elixir, and the fate of this exotic fire remains uncertain. As he spoke, a glint of malice flickered in Mo Tianxing's eyes. Chapter 339. The creation of clones with the crowd enveloped in silence. The ownership of the final auction item, the Qinglian Earthfire, was about to be determined in mere moments. With no one willing to raise the bid further, the Qinglian Earthfire was awarded to this gentleman. On the auction stage, Chiefing wasted no time, promptly announcing the result. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Liuyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the Qinglian Earthfire. You have received a 10,000-fold return in the form of the Holy Fire of Qinglian, which has been delivered to your system space. Please check your inventory. In truth, prior to this system notification, Liuyun had been contemplating a singular thought. What would transpire if this auction returned 1,000 blooming Qinglian Earthfires? Yet at this moment, upon realizing that the return was not in quantity, but rather in quality, he cast aside that peculiar notion and plunged his consciousness into the system space. In the realm of the system space, a cerulean flame floated, far more solid than the heart fire of the Azure Lotus. The intense heat radiating from the flame caused Liuyun to feel a tremor in his very soul at merely a glance. As the azure flame twisted, an ethereal figure of a graceful woman seemed to emerge from its depths. Unable to resist, Liuyun inspected its attributes. Azure Lotus Sacred Fire, the supreme fire from the myriad worlds, capable of reaching terrifying temperatures that can incinerate all existence as it matures. Current status, severely injured. Intelligence yet to awaken. Strength equivalent to a 3-star Do Saint. 3-star Do Saint. How remarkably powerful. It is worth noting that my greatest asset at present is the mid-tier Do Zun, the Magic Griffin. Upon reading the description of the Azure Lotus Sacred Fire, Liuyun felt a surge of excitement. However, he soon composed himself and sighed, lamenting, alas, with my current strength, attempting to refine this Azure Lotus Sacred Fire, which possesses the power of a 3-star Do Saint, will be tantamount to courting death. I shall wait until my strength has grown before considering its integration. Once the auction of the last Azure Heartfire concluded, Qifeng did not engage in pleasantries with the crowd, but rather began ushering them out directly. At this moment, regardless of whether they had successfully bid on items, everyone lacked the desire to linger. Those who had traveled from afar planned to leave Blackmark City under the cover of night. After all others departed the auction hall, Wu Ming and Qifeng ascended to the room on the top floor. My lord, all auction items have been sold, and these are the proceeds from the auction. In the room, Qifeng joyfully presented the items acquired from the recent auction to Liuyun. However, among the multitude of items, Liuyun found himself drawn only to 2 7th-grade magic cores and the Bodhi transformation essence contained within a wooden box. He opened the box, which exuded a faint chill. revealing a viscous substance of a deep emerald hue that appeared to writhe slowly. The Bodhi transformation essence is a treasure that nurtures the power of the soul. Furthermore, it is said that possessing the Bodhi transformation essence allows one to sense the Bodhi heart. However, that concept feels rather distant for me. And even if I were to acquire it, it would not be something to auction lightly. After some contemplation, Liuyun resolved to auction the Bodhi transformation essence first, postponing thoughts of the Bodhi heart for another time. After closing the wooden box, Liuyun stored all the items presented by Qi Feng into the system space. Wu Ming, Qi Feng, I fear I must enter seclusion for a period. Now that Liuyun Pavilion has garnered significant fame in this black corner domain, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, I will instruct the Firefox to remain here and protect you in secret. After making arrangements for Wu Ming and Qi Feng, Liuyun placed several vials filled with elixirs upon the table. These elixirs are for you two to prepare for the next auction. Consider the remainder as resources for your cultivation. Upon seeing the elixirs Liuyun had provided, Wu Ming and Qi Feng felt their eyes welling with emotion as they fervently assured, "Rest assured, my lord, we shall not disappoint you." They were acutely aware that with Liuyun's current pace of development, if they remained stagnant, they would soon be unable to assist him at all. Upon leaving the Black Corner domain, Liuyun made his way directly to the Palace of Beasts located in the Beast Mountain Range. Ever since acquiring the ninefold clone technique at the auction, he had been eager to begin. At this moment, after entrusting the void, burrowing beast to the little medical fairy, he seated himself upon the Bodhi Zen seat and commenced his practice of the first layer of the ninefold clone technique. After thoroughly reviewing the scroll's contents, a wave of uncontainable joy spread across Liuyun's face. Initially, he had presumed that creating a clone would require splitting his soul power in half, thus diminishing his own power. Yet, the ninefold clone technique circumvented this dilemma, detailing a remarkably unique method that utilized other treasures that enhance soul power to replace the soul required for crafting clones. This indeed aligns with the principle of energy conservation. With a sigh of admiration, Liuyun began to understand why the Elder of Eagle Mountain would willingly forsake the life-returning pill, granting him 2 lives, to instead choose the Bodhi transformation essence to enhance his soul power. The requirements for the cloning technique are exceedingly high. With this thought in mind, Liuyun entered the system space. In the next moment, a multicolored lotus, roughly the size of a basin, floated before him in the void. Surrounding the multicolored lotus were fluid-like substances that enveloped it completely. The soul-infusing divine lotus. My soul realm was too weak back then, but now that I have preliminarily entered the realm of the soul, it is time for you to come into play. After murmuring, Liuyun's soul power surged forth, enveloping the 5-colored lotus entirely. He then drew it from his brow and integrated it into his being. As the liquid-like substance on the surface of the multicolored lotus began to meld with Liuyun's soul, his soul power surged dramatically. Boom! In that moment, Liuyun felt an indescribable sensation of euphoria coursing through him. Simultaneously, he performed a series of mysterious hand seals, and with the manifestation of these seals, wisps of soul power, resembling fine smoke, began to separate from his body. Each time the 5-colored lotus replenished a portion of soul power, Liuyun would detach a segment of his own soul power. During this process, he also ingested a dozen or so elixirs that aided in the recovery of soul power. As time passed, the thin layer of liquid surrounding the soul-infusing divine lotus was entirely consumed, and the rate at which it replenished soul power gradually slowed. Fortunately, it did not cease completely. Although the process was slower than before, at this rate, Liuyun estimated that he would be able to fully condense another complete soul within a month. Time flew by, and Liuyun remained in the Palace of Beasts for a full 27 days. Finally, on the 28th day, within the palace, a soul body identical to Liuyun floated beside him as he sat cross-legged upon the Bodhi Zen seat. Exhaling deeply, Liuyun released a breath he had been holding. This was, thus far, the longest period of seclusion he had ever experienced. However, the rewards were substantial. He now possessed an additional soul clone. Moreover, throughout the process of refining the soul clone, the strength of Liuyun's own soul had become even more solidified than before. Raising his gaze, Liuyun looked curiously at his soul clone, and at that very moment, the clone's gaze met his. In that instant, Liuyun experienced an indescribable sensation. He could sense that he and the clone shared a connection of consciousness, yet each possessed the ability to think independently. Furthermore, no matter how far apart they were. He could communicate with the clone unless some extraordinary means obstructed their connection. As Liuyun examined the clone, it suddenly spoke, "Stop dawdling. This disembodied sensation is quite unpleasant." Upon hearing that urging voice, Liuyun smiled widely. The words echoed his own feelings at that moment, as he found himself alone in the palace, and, out of boredom, he had allowed the clone to voice his thoughts. The ninefold clone technique is designed for cultivating clones. Now that he had successfully refined a soul clone, there must surely be methods for crafting a physical body as well. This process of body refinement would be even simpler than that of the soul clone, and their eventual integration would encounter no complications. At this moment, Liuyun slowly closed his eyes atop the Zen seat. A fissure appeared at his brow, from which a drop of his blood emerged. Simultaneously, a variety of precious materials and high-grade elixirs suddenly manifested upon the Zen seat. Subsequently, Liuyun summoned the Taoyin Divine Flame and commenced the meticulous refinement of these materials. It had been over a month since Liuyun had entered seclusion. At this juncture, the influence of the Cloud Alliance had engulfed the entire Jiamar Empire, with its commercial prowess and the number of formidable warriors far surpassing that of the imperial family. In the imperial capital, the Cloud Alliance had constructed a manor even grander than the imperial palace of the Jiamar Empire. Within the depths of this vast estate, in a secluded courtyard, Yafei turned to the little medical fairy beside her, her expression tinged with concern. "It's the first time I've seen the young master remain in seclusion for so long. I wonder when he will return." Sensing the underlying worry in Yafei's words, the little medical fairy pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "Sister Yafei, do you miss Brother Liuyun? If so, perhaps we could ask Xiao Zi to take us to the Monster Beast Mountain Range." Upon hearing the suggestion from the little medical fairy, a flicker of interest crossed Yafei's face, but she quickly shook her head, sighing. The young master may be at a critical juncture in his seclusion. It would be unwise to disturb him now. Indeed, the little medical fairy nodded. "I hope Brother Liuyun emerges from seclusion soon." Just as the little medical fairy and Yafei were yearning for Liuyun's swift return, a strange black mist stealthily approached the vicinity of the manor where the Cloud Alliance was based, hovering ominously in the sky above the imperial capital. Boom! Simultaneously, within the massive manor that rivaled the imperial palace, an elderly man with white hair, who had been quietly meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. "A soul entity," he murmured softly, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the loft. The next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air above the expansive estate. Accompanying this resounding noise was a violent wave of battle energy that rapidly spread, engulfing the entire sacred city of Jiamar. The powerful beings within the city felt their spirits jolted by this disturbance, unable to suppress their curiosity as they gazed skyward and began to speculate. What has transpired? Could it be that an exceptionally terrifying powerhouse is engaged in combat? It seems to be emanating from the direction of the Cloud Alliance. Amidst the murmurs, several warriors affiliated with the Cloud Alliance hastened toward its headquarters. Even the ordinary citizens within the city were affected by this wave, each experiencing a sense of tightness in their chests. Fortunately, the terrifying energy dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. Otherwise, it might have incited chaos. "What is this?" The little medical fairy, having sensed the source of the disturbance, immediately flew toward the loft where the elderly man had been. "Elder Jiang, what just happened?" Upon reaching the secluded loft, the little medical fairy furrowed her brows and called out anxiously. Inside the loft, as her words faded, the door slowly creaked open, revealing an ancient figure emerging. In his grasp, he held a swirling mass of pitch-black mist. Gazing at the mist ensnared by the elder, the little medical fairy inquired curiously. Could it be that Elder Jiang was just in combat with it? Indeed, the white-haired elder affirmed with certainty, as instructed by the master. Any soul entity exhibiting such dark energy must be captured. I was puzzled as to why a sudden force had emerged in the Jiamar Empire, suppressing the Yunlan sect, only to discover that a master of your caliber was concealed within. Suddenly, a haunting voice emanated from the imprisoned black mist. "You must consider my earlier proposal for cooperation carefully. The organization behind me is formidable enough that even you would stand no chance of resistance." Preposterous. Angered by the black mist's incitements, the elder raised his hand and unleashed a burst of azure energy toward it. How dare you treat this protector in such a manner? You shall regret this." The elder's thunderous strike elicited a piercing scream from the black mist. This soul entity has reached the 6-star dozone level. Had I not intervened immediately and spared no effort, it might have managed to escape. Jiang Tao explained to the little medical fairy. 6-star Do Zone? That surpasses even the top powerhouses I encountered in the Black Corner region. Although this eerie soul entity was currently under the control of Jiang Tao, a Do Zone powerhouse, both the little medical fairy and Jiang Tao wore expressions of concern, recognizing the entity's overconfidence in its demeanor. If Brother Liuyun has not returned in 3 days, I shall take Xiao back to the monster beast mountain range. After a moment of silence, the little medical fairy finally made her decision. Chapter 340. Entering the Canaan Academy, time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 days had nearly slipped away. On the evening of the 3rd day, outside the palace of 10,000 beasts in the monster beast mountain range, a colossal vortex of energy once again manifested, reminiscent of the one that appeared after Liuyun's breakthrough to Douhuang. The boundless energies of heaven and earth were frantically drawn into the palace. Haha! After all this time, the fusion is finally nearing completion. Inside the palace, Liuyun had departed from the Bodhi meditation seat, and at that moment, the figure seated upon it was none other than Liuyun's avatar, which had fully merged with his physical body. Liuyun had crafted this avatar in his likeness, the only difference being that it appeared to be that of a young man in his mid-20s. Soon, as the energy vortex outside the palace dissipated, the seated Liuyun's avatar slowly opened its eyes. 5-star Douhuang. Upon sensing the realm of his avatar, Liuyun expressed immense satisfaction, stating, "At last, my extensive use of elixirs has not gone to waste." Although the avatar's cultivation level now surpassed that of his true self, in terms of actual combat prowess, the avatar was undoubtedly inferior to Liuyun. This was because the avatar had merely attained the level of 5-star Douhuang, while Liuyun's true self, having practiced the supreme technique, Nine Yang Burning Heaven Art, possessed combat power comparable to that of a Do Zone, a distinction the avatar could not yet claim. Of course, the formidable Do techniques and secret arts that Liuyun had mastered could still be employed by the avatar, including the Taoyin Divine Flame, which could be utilized without any resistance. It has been nearly 49 days since I entered seclusion. I wonder if anything has transpired in the imperial capital? Liuyun murmured to himself. Just then, a circle of glowing purple runes suddenly illuminated the floor not far from Liuyun. Recognizing the appearance of the purple light, Liuyun understood that the little medical fairy had arrived. In the next moment, the enchanting figures of Yafei and the little medical fairy emerged from within the purple halo. Brother Liuyun. The little medical fairy rushed towards Liuyun with great excitement upon her arrival. However, just a few steps in her dash, she abruptly halted in her tracks. Why are there 2 Brother Liuyuns? Yafei, standing behind the little medical fairy, was equally bewildered. Fear not, both are indeed me. In the next instant, 2 nearly identical voices resonated within the palace. During my time in seclusion, I have been refining my avatar, Liuyun explained. This avatar is formed from my essence and blood. No wonder they look so alike. It turns out Brother Liuyun was crafting an avatar. The little medical fairy quickly grasped the situation, her exceptional comprehension evident as she continued to stride towards Liuyun. Having been in seclusion for nearly 2 months, Liuyun felt immense longing for the lovely companions by his side. At that moment, he opened his arms and embraced the little medical fairy tightly. Recovering from her initial surprise, Yafei also made her way to Liuyun's side, her captivating eyes brimming with affection as they gazed upon him. Meeting Yafei's somewhat melancholic gaze, Liuyun's eyes reflected a tender concern, and he extended another hand to draw her into a warm embrace. Inhaling the distinct fragrances that emanated from both women, along with the exquisite softness of their bodies, Liuyun found himself momentarily entranced. Brother Liuyun, 3 days ago, a strange soul entity appeared at the headquarters of the Cloud Alliance. Fortunately, Elder Jiang acted promptly to capture it. After a prolonged embrace, the little healer finally conveyed the matter she had intended to discuss to Liuyun. The Soul Palace has sent individuals once again. Upon hearing this news, Liuyun could not help but furrow his brow. What is the strength of the newcomers? Liuyun inquired. Elder Jiang stated they are at the level of 6-star Do Zone, replied the little healer. 6-star Do Zone. It seems at this time they have only sent enforcers. Liuyun murmured softly. Enforcers? Liuyun Gij, do you possess extensive knowledge about the forces behind them? The little healer asked curiously, intrigued by Liuyun's murmurs. Do you genuinely wish to know? The little healer nodded with unwavering certainty. Seeing her persistence, Liuyun decided to reveal everything, speaking slowly. These individuals hail from the superpower of the Central State, the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace? There's an adage in the Central State. 1 palace, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions. Among these, The Soul Palace stands as the most formidable and enigmatic force. Beneath its two main hall masters, it boasts 9 great heavenly lords, revered elders, followed by enforcers. And at the very bottom, the most ordinary soul messengers. The 6-star Do Zone soul entities that appeared this time are classified as Earth-level enforcers within the Soul Palace. The little healer gasped in astonishment, then asked with confusion, but why would such a colossal force come to our remote corner? Enforcers from the Soul Palace are rather common across the Douqi Continent. They typically lead teams of soul messengers to capture spirit entities and instigate conflicts between factions, reaping the benefits in the process. This is also a reason why the Soul Palace is more detestable than other major powers, Liuyun explained patiently. So, these fellows engage in such nefarious deeds. No wonder Liuyun would act against them without hesitation. After listening to Liuyun's description, the little healer appeared contemplative, but a moment later, her expression shifted to one of worry as she hastily said, Liuyun, if this force known as the Soul Palace is so powerful, what will happen when they discover we have captured their people? Fear not, the world is vast. As long as we do not expose ourselves, the Soul Palace will not focus their attention on us for the time being. Liuyun gently patted the little healer's head, attempting to reassure her. Furthermore, it may not be long before the people of the Soul Palace take a detour upon encountering me. Observing the confidence radiating from Liuyun's face, the little healer felt a sense of tranquility within her heart. After spending a tender night in the palace with Yafei and the little healer, Liuyun returned to the estate where the Cloud Alliance's headquarters is located the following morning, accompanied by the 2 women. Master, you have returned. Upon their arrival, Jiang Tao promptly appeared to greet Liuyun and presented the imprisoned black mist. I had thought the master of this old fellow was an exceedingly terrifying entity. It turns out to be merely a dohuang. A mocking voice emerged from the black mist. Boldly, how dare you disrespect the master? It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Jiang Tao bellowed angrily at the black mist, extending his hand to discipline the Soul Palace enforcer. Wait. At that moment, Liuyun suddenly intervened, stopping Jiang Tao. The Soul Palace enforcer has graced the empire of Kamikaze with their presence. As the host, I cannot neglect the etiquette of hospitality. A sly smile curved on Liuyun's lips as he spoke coldly. It seems you are aware of the might of my Soul Palace. If that is the case, why not hurry and have your people remove the confinement and let this enforcer return? The Soul Palace enforcer laughed boisterously at Liuyun's words. Leaving now? Why not first catch up with your old friend here? As he spoke, Liuyun produced the jade vial containing the imprisoned vulture enforcer. What? The vulture enforcer has also been captured by you? Upon seeing the vulture enforcer tormented by raging flames within the vial, the black mist trembled slightly. However, before you catch up, you must first assist me with a small task. What do you want? The moment the Soul Palace enforcer glimpsed the fervent glint in Liuyun's eyes, terror washed over him, and he cried out, Boom! Before the Soul Palace enforcer could finish his words, a surge of violent soul power tightly enveloped the black mist. Due to the process of refining his avatar, Liuyun's soul power had grown significantly stronger than before. At this moment, he would not let such an excellent source of soul energy slip away. Utilizing the soul-devouring technique, Liuyun began to swiftly consume the soul of the Soul Palace enforcer. The piercing cries echoed continuously from the black mist. As the screams grew fainter, Liuyun finally ceased his devouring, then forcefully grasped the somewhat ethereal black mist, stuffing it into the jade vial. Having absorbed more than half of this Soul Palace enforcer's soul, Liuyun's soul power surged even further, and he obtained additional information regarding the distribution of the Soul Palace's forces. From this information, Liuyun deduced that the Soul Palace would continue to send individuals to the Empire of Kamikaze, instilling within him a sense of impending danger. Although the Soul Palace would not dispatch powerful figures like heavenly lords on account of merely 2 enforcers, the ancient Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade in Xiao Yan's possession was akin to a ticking time bomb, potentially exploding at any moment. They would undoubtedly seek every means to seize the Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade from Xiao Yan. Now, by targeting the Soul Palace, he had unwittingly become a shield for Xiao Yan. Contemplating this, Liuyun felt a headache brewing. Ultimately, as long as his strength could contend with the Soul Clan, he need not fear these matters. Shaking his head, Liuyun temporarily set aside thoughts of the Soul Palace. The most pressing issue at hand was how to rapidly enhance his strength, and the most expedient way to achieve this lay in elixirs. In the northwestern continent, the highest grade elixirs available were only of the 7th tier, To acquire higher-level elixirs, one had to venture into the central state. However, within the Xiao Yan Academy, there existed a rare flame, the Fallen Heart Flame, which Liuyun found himself pondering. A direct theft would certainly be unfeasible. Although the hidden elder within the library was no match for the magical griffin, the half-saint dean who enjoyed wandering would be quite difficult to deal with. Everything must be approached with caution. Having formulated his upcoming plan, Liuyun intended to send his avatar to infiltrate the Xiao Yan Academy, while his main body would return to the Beast Palace to cultivate. With so many high-grade elixirs at his disposal, Liuyun was confident he could break through to the Dozong realm in a short span of time. Once he reached the Dozong level, relying on various methods, unless he encountered a high-level Dozun, he would possess the strength to fight back. In the Black Corner region, Xiao Yan Academy. As the most powerful force in the Black Corner region, the Xiao Yan Academy today welcomed a grand event. A young 6th-tier alchemist had come to apply for the position of elder at the academy. To this end, the academy's grand elder, Su Qian, personally received this promising 6th-tier alchemist. Although Xiao Yan Academy typically required a thorough background check for new recruits, this individual claimed to hail from the central state and subtly mentioned the names of some enemies, prompting Su Qian to refrain from further inquiries. Elder Yunlu, since you have joined our Xiao Yan Academy, the academy will prioritize providing the medicinal materials you require for alchemy. Within a grand hall, Su Qian kindly addressed the youth before him. In that case, I extend my gratitude to the grand elder. The young man respectfully clasped his hands in thanks. This young man was none other than Liuyun's avatar infiltrating the Xiao Yan Academy. It seems my speculation was correct, even with my identity shrouded in mystery. The Xiao Yan Academy could not refuse me based solely on my status as a 6th-tier alchemist. Upon returning to the academy-assigned courtyard, Liuyun murmured to himself. The next moment, he retrieved a red alchemical cauldron from his spatial ring and began concocting elixirs right there in the courtyard. Even without the assistance of the Taoyin Divine Flame, Liuyun's alchemical prowess at this moment was extraordinary, as he deftly infused precious herbs into the cauldron, causing them to rapidly dissolve into medicinal liquid. Within less than half a day, a turbulent wave of energy erupted within the courtyard, accompanied by a rich and fragrant aroma of pills. Hidden not far from the courtyard, Elder Huo was utterly astonished. This was a clear indication of the successful refinement of a 6th-grade elixir, and the alchemical speed of this young individual was nothing short of terrifying. At this moment, Elder Huo paid little heed to Liuyun's identity. What concerned him was that with Liuyun's innate talent, given time, he might very well ascend to the rank of a 7th-grade alchemist, which would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for the Xiao Yan Academy over the course of half a month. As extraordinary phenomena continued to emanate from the courtyard where Liuyun resided, many students within the inner academy became aware of the arrival of an elder who had attained the rank of a 6th-grade alchemist. After a fortnight of alchemical endeavors, Liuyun finally stepped out of the courtyard for the first time, beginning to meander through the academy. Adorned in robes that bore the insignia of a 6th-grade alchemist, he commanded a profound respect from the students of the inner academy, even if they did not know him personally. This must be Elder Yunlu, the 6th-grade alchemist. How youthful he appears. Surely, he is yet to find a partner. I can't take it anymore. Are you infatuated again? Just the other day, you mentioned having a crush on Lin Xiaoya. Nonsense. My admiration is solely for Elder Yunlu. As he walked, Liuyun was the subject of playful banter from numerous 16 or 17-year-old girls, yet he paid them little mind. His purpose for being here was singular, to acquire the Falling Heart Flame. Thus, after wandering aimlessly for a while, he arrived at a plaza. Before his eyes lay a peculiar depression in the ground, within which stood an enormous black tower, deeply embedded in the earth, with only the tip of the tower and a dark entrance visible above the surface. Chapter 342, The Tumult of the Falling Heart Flame. The tower buried beneath the earth, the sight intrigued Liuyun, and as his gaze swept over the exposed section of the tower, he noticed an air of distortion and wrinkling surrounding it. Surely, this must be the seal left by the headmaster of the Xiao Yan Academy. He proceeded forward, as the Ten-Thousandfold Refinement Tower was currently open, with students occasionally entering and exiting. Elder Yunlu. Suddenly, a melodious female voice called out from behind him. Liuyun turned to see a young woman dressed in a snow-white fox fur gown approaching him. She exuded beauty, with a delicate oval face, cherry-red lips, elegant brows, and sparkling eyes, creating an overall captivating allure. Do you know me? Liuyun inquired softly. Seeing him pause, the woman approached with a radiant smile, her demeanor calm and sweet. Elder, My name is Lu Fei. It is my first time meeting you, and I recognize your identity due to the insignia of a sixth-grade alchemist you bear. The gentle sound of her voice, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito, emerged from her lips, and as she spoke, her charming face blushed faintly, secretly thinking, "It appears the rumors are true. This new elder is not only powerful, but also remarkably youthful and handsome." "Oh," Liuyun responded with minimal reaction, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Elder, are you also planning to enter the Ten-Thousandfold refinement tower?" Despite Liuyun's somewhat indifferent tone, Lu Fei felt no embarrassment and continued to draw closer. "I wish to experience the unique features of the Xiao Yan Academy," Liuyun replied casually. "Then allow me to accompany you. I'm quite familiar with this place." A bright smile remained on Lu Fei's face. "Very well," Liuyun consented, charmed by her enthusiasm. The two walked side by side towards the entrance of the Black Tower. Upon witnessing Lu Fei's eagerness to walk with a male, many male students initially experienced a tinge of jealousy, but as they noticed the insignia on Liuyun's robes, their expressions shifted to one of solemnity, respectfully parting to create a path for Liuyun and Lu Fei. As they drew nearer, Liuyun truly grasped the immense scale of the Black Tower. What was merely the exposed portion above ground was already equivalent to a 2- or 3-story building. It was a mere glimpse of the magnificent structure concealed beneath the earth. Stopping a few meters from the Black Tower, Liuyun surveyed the slightly ancient form of the structure, pondering. It seems that in order to suppress the falling heart flame, the Xiao Yan Academy specifically chose to construct it from extremely cold materials. Stepping forward, Liuyun ventured inside. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere, along with a surge of heart fire igniting within him. However, the potency of this heart fire was insufficient even to qualify as a mere supplement for someone who had cultivated the 9-yang burning heaven technique. So Liuyun chose to disregard its presence. Suddenly, he sensed a slightly stronger aura approaching him from within the tower. The next moment, a plainly dressed old man appeared within Liuyun's line of sight. "It must be Elder Yun Lu," the elder remarked. "I have heard the Grand Elder speak of you. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person." Despite being considerably older than Liuyun, the elder treated him with utmost courtesy. Acknowledging Liuyun's status as a 6th-grade alchemist and his formidable strength as a 5-star Doupo, Liuyun was surprised to find that many recognized him despite rarely making an appearance at the Xiao Yan Academy. As he exchanged greetings with everyone, a wry smile played upon his lips. Lu Fei, standing beside him, felt a tinge of pride as she observed the respect Liuyun commanded. When the elder guarding the tower learned of Liuyun's desire to tour the Ten-Thousandfold refinement tower, they all discreetly refrained from interrupting. After exploring several levels, Liuyun intended to descend further, while Lu Fei began to sweat, her fair complexion reddening as she hesitantly remarked, "Elder Yun Lu, I can accompany you no longer. This level is my limit." "Very well. You may stay here to cultivate. I shall continue alone," Liuyun replied with a smile. Without Lu Fei's company, Liuyun swiftly ascended to the 6th level of the Ten-Thousandfold refinement tower. The individuals permitted to cultivate on this level were primarily those with exceptional talent within the Xiao Yan Academy. Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation emanated from one of the cultivation rooms, capturing Liuyun's attention. "Someone is breaking through," he mused. As he focused on the unusually crafted cultivation room, its doors suddenly swung open. A petite girl in white, only reaching his waist, emerged from within. She appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, with long, pale purple hair cascading down to her waist and a face as delicate as sculpted jade. The moment she stepped out, the little girl blinked her large, dark eyes at Liuyun. "Xiyan." Upon hearing her name called, the girl beamed innocently and softly replied, "You seem a bit unfamiliar. Are you here to cultivate as well?" "No, I'm not here to cultivate. I'm merely taking a look around." Observing the adorable child speaking in such a youthful voice, Liuyun's lips curled into a smile. "Wait, your aura is remarkably strong. No student should possess such power." Suddenly, Xian furrowed her brows and inquired, "Are you perhaps an elder of the academy?" "Astute deduction," Liuyun replied, nodding in agreement with an approving tone. "Ha! Before meeting you, all the elders I had encountered were a bunch of old men. I never expected to find someone as youthful as you." Upon hearing Liuyun acknowledge his status as an elder, Xian, unlike the other students, displayed no hint of reverence. Instead, she maintained her composure, unaffected by Liuyun's esteemed position. "Really? Can you possibly be younger than this little rascal here?" Liuyun teased. "Oomph. How dare you call me a little rascal? Given Xian's fiery temperament, had any other student dared to utter such words, they would surely face dire consequences. Yet, recognizing Liuyun's status as an elder, she knew she could not best him. Thus, with a puffed-up face, she replied, "If it weren't for accidentally consuming the transforming herb back in the day, I wouldn't look like this now." The transforming herb, the primary ingredient for the transformation pill, possesses the ability to transform lesser beasts into human form. But it bears a flaw. Those transformed remain forever in the guise they assumed at that moment. Liuyun was well aware of this, and, tilting his head with a smile, asked, "Do you like how you look now? Do you wish to embody the feminine charm of those older sisters outside? Become like them?" Xian felt a strange sensation rise within her upon observing Liuyun's innocent gaze. "Do you have any solutions?" Not at the moment, but, seeing Liuyun's deliberate pace, Xian abruptly interrupted him. "If there is no solution, what are you babbling about, you lying elder?" After hastily throwing out those words, the indignant little Xian stormed off from the 6th floor. "Ah, do I really speak that slowly?" Being called a liar by such a young girl made Liuyun question himself. After Xian departed, he continued down the corridor, soon arriving at a pitch-black iron door, beyond which lay an even deeper darkness. I remember that the fallen heart flame tends to erupt periodically. Fixating on the iron door, Liuyun concentrated, and a small flicker of blue flame ignited within him. As the blue flame danced in his eyes, the boundless darkness beyond the iron door began to strangely lighten. Subsequently, within the dark expanse, the space began to twist subtly, resembling an invisible serpent. The fire serpent, enveloped in somewhat distorted flames, opened its massive jaws, revealing fangs as thick as a human thigh, radiating a warped energy. Its enormous triangular eyes continuously expelled invisible fire, and with a furious roar, it lunged from the darkness. Yet, just as it was about to break free, an unseen spatial barrier halted its advance. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from behind Liuyun. "Elder Yunlu!" An elderly man with graying hair appeared behind him, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. The spatial barrier seemed to strengthen, remaining impervious to the fire serpent's relentless assaults. After a few more futile attempts, the fire serpent gradually retreated. Relieved to see the creature still contained, the elder turned to Liuyun and explained, "Elder Yunlu, the Grand Elder has issued a decree forbidding anyone from entering through that iron door. I nearly forgot to mention it to you." "Ah, thank you for the reminder," Liuyun acknowledged. His gaze returned to the dark space, his blue eyes shining more brightly. Ugh, ugh. As Liuyun observed, a deep, muffled sound erupted from the dark expanse beyond the iron door. The moment the sound resonated, the entire training room trembled slightly, and the previously tranquil energy surged violently, as if boiling water. Not good. Sensing the tremor, the elder in charge of the 6th floor's tower turned pale. "All students within the tower, evacuate immediately." The next moment, an ancient voice echoed from the tower's peak, reaching every student within. As the voice merely ordered the students to leave, Liuyun chose to remain where he was. "Elder Yunlu, the energy within the tower has suddenly become so tumultuous. It must be the fallen heart flame erupting again," the elder in charge exclaimed, visibly agitated. "The Grand Elder should arrive shortly." Erupting flame? Liuyun feigned ignorance. As dozens of elders gathered, their combined efforts summoned an even more formidable energy shield than before. This eruption appeared more ferocious than previous instances. Among the crowd, Su Qian, standing at the forefront, wore an extremely grave expression, casting a fleeting glance at Liuyun. Their eyes met, yet Liuyun revealed no hint of trepidation. Su Qian realized that this eruption of the fallen heart flame was likely connected to Liuyun. However, as the deep rumbling echoed once more, Su Qian refocused his attention, enveloping the entire bottom level of the Tianfeng Refinement Tower with his consciousness, ensuring that no subtle fluctuations escaped his notice. In the stillness of the lower level, a faint sound of liquid flowing unexpectedly arose, reminiscent of rippling lake water. Yet, this seemingly minor sound drastically altered Su Qian's expression, his eyes widening in alarm. Two beams of piercing light directed toward the deep hole from which the sound emanated. With a swift motion, Su Qian appeared at the edge of the deep hole, his gaze penetrating like lightning. However, after a moment, the earlier sound of flowing liquid seemed to vanish entirely. Furrowing his brow slightly, Su Qian hesitated for a moment before placing his hands gently against the layer of violently swirling energy. The furious energy, capable of easily injuring any Do Wang-level fighter, calmed as if recognizing its master. As Su Qian's hands slowly parted, the circular energy shield opened, creating a passage wide enough for a person to pass through. In a flash, Su Qian darted into the energy shield, firmly planting his feet at the edge of the deep hole. Instantly, an intense heat enveloped him. Even with Su Qian's strength, he could not disregard such high temperatures. With a wave of his sleeve, a robust aura encased his body, insulating him from the searing warmth. Having completed his protective measures, Su Qian finally turned his gaze into the depths of the hole, a faint luminescence gradually covering his irises. Beneath this glow, the unfathomable depths revealed glimpses of another realm, a sea of magma, its color an unusually dark red, as if infused with the essence of countless bloodshed, exuding an eerie hue. As Su Qian beheld this distant magma world, his expression grew increasingly grave. Although he understood that the essence of the fallen heart flame lay hidden within, the extremely harsh environment made even him reluctant to venture forth, especially with a watchful and sentient fallen heart flame lurking within. Chapter 343, Subjugation Bang. As Su Qian perceived the deep, resonant sounds, he realized they matched the rhythm of his own heartbeat. How is this possible? He murmured softly, his countenance shifting dramatically as he gazed in horror towards the subterranean magma realm. In that place, a tempestuous and colossal energy was slowly surging forth from the depths of the magma, and with the rise of this tumultuous force, the tranquility that once enveloped the magma realm was violently shattered. A fierce wind, seemingly conjured from nowhere, howled above the molten expanse, stirring the magma into fiery waves that soared to heights of over 10 zhong, only to crash down with a thunderous roar reminiscent of a cataclysmic landslide. As this energy surged, Su Qian felt a familiar intensity wash over him, causing a pallor to spread across his face. After years of acquaintance, he instinctively understood that this energy belonged to the fallen heart flame. Why had it suddenly become so agitated? The intensity was several times greater than before. He murmured in shock. With such a surge in power, what would become of the seals? A chill gripped Su Qian's heart, and just as he contemplated retreating, a deafening rumble erupted from the depths of the chasm. He glanced downward, inhaling sharply. In the boundless magma world, the dark red molten rock began to roil violently, an exceedingly ferocious energy permeating the surroundings. As the magma churned, it seemed as if something was about to break free. After a brief moment, the tumultuous magma suddenly fell silent. Yet Su Qian's gaze remained taut. He could distinctly sense that the violent energy was drawing closer to the surface. Suddenly, the once placid surface of the magma erupted in a surge, as a nearly transparent fire serpent, colossal and with a head measuring a full zhong in size, broke through the magma. Its body was adorned with an ethereal flame that exuded a staggering energy, appearing before Su Qian's grave expression. With a piercing cry, the massive, seemingly endless, transparent fire serpent, as if imprisoned for millennia, lifted its immense head. The sound it emitted was sharp enough to cause a common battle spirit to explode upon impact. As this sound wave spread, the magma world erupted as if countless bombs had been detonated, a deep rumbling resonating as the magma shot forth, flames spraying in all directions. After a frenzied outburst, the enormous transparent fire serpent, sensing the gaze from above, suddenly lifted its colossal head, its triangular pupils glowing with an imperceptible flame, fixating intently on the figure of a young man outside the energy barrier. What is this? Seeing the serpent's gaze directed at the energy barrier, completely disregarding his old rival, Su Qian was puzzled, redirecting his attention to Liuyun. Could it be that something about Yun Lu attracted the fallen heart flame? However, the current situation allowed no room for contemplation. Su Qian's body surged forth from the magma, abruptly gesturing to the elders present, commanding with urgency, "All elders, follow me out of the tower." The sealing effect of the Ten-Thousandfold refining energy tower cannot withstand this creature. We must utilize the formation left behind by the esteemed headmaster to attempt to seal it once more. Just as Su Qian's words fell, he was about to dart towards the tower's exit when Liuyun suddenly interjected, "Elder, I wish to see if I can tame this beast." "What? Elder Yun Lu, are you certain you want to confront the fallen heart flame without relying on a seal?" Hearing her words, Su Qian paused, his expression flickering with uncertainty as he regarded Liuyun. He had intended to investigate Liuyun's secrets after this matter was resolved, yet she had unexpectedly stepped forward at this moment. The other elders also displayed surprise at Liuyun's declaration. with her strength at merely 5-star Dou Emperor. Facing this fire serpent without the seal was akin to courting death. I am quite certain, Liuyun replied with calm resolve. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Su Qian and the other elders, a deep azure flame flickered in her pupils. Exotic fire. Upon witnessing the anomaly in Liuyun's gaze, Su Qian finally understood the reason behind the premature upheaval of the fallen heart flame. It was all connected to the exotic fire possessed by the newly arrived Elder Yunlu. With this realization, Su Qian made a decision, addressing Liuyun very well. Since Elder Yunlu is so confident, we shall assist from the side. As Su Qian's words echoed, a violent and piercing sound wave surged forth once more, and the massive body of the imperceptible fire serpent struck the magma with tremendous force. Instantly, its colossal form, nearly 20 to 30 zhang in length, shot upwards like a bolt of invisible lightning, radiating searing heat and chaotic energy through the chasm. The energy barrier set up by the elders of the Xiao Yan Academy resembled a vividly colored lid, sealing the entrance of the chasm tightly. The surrounding space rippled with waves, indicating that this seemingly casually formed energy barrier contained an incredibly potent force. This formidable energy barrier had been established by the Inner Academy long ago, allowing any elder to activate it during critical moments to guard against the sudden upheaval of the fallen heart flame. However, although this energy barrier was robust, when an immensely heated force approached in the blink of an eye, it rippled violently as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. Boom! The enormous blood-red magma erupted violently from the endless depths, crashing down upon the brilliantly colored energy barrier with overwhelming force. The dull sound reverberated throughout the tower's base. And in that instant, fine cracks appeared, culminating in a sharp crack as it shattered completely. After a protracted buildup, the intensity of this upheaval of the fallen heart flame was more ferocious than any prior instance. Thus, the incredibly resilient energy barrier during the initial collision only managed to withstand for a fleeting moment before collapsing entirely. The so-called momentum built from a single surge, followed by decline and ultimately exhaustion, was vividly illustrated in the explosive energy displayed by the fallen heart flame, leaving even Su Qian feeling a tremor of unease. This creature has broken free of its seal. The actions of the imperceptible fire serpent caused Su Qian's expression to change dramatically. At that moment, with the first seal breached, Su Qian and the elders instinctively recoiled, were it not for Liuyun's assertion that she had a method to tame the fallen heart flame. It was likely that none would dare linger within the Tian refining energy tower any longer. As the initial layer of the seal was shattered, a massive head emerged from the magma, its pure white, triangular pupils fixating intently on Liuyun in the forefront. How intriguing! This form, evolved from the fallen heart flame, bears little distinction from a magical beast. Observing the enormous fire serpent's unwavering gaze, Liuyun chuckled lightly, fully aware that the premature agitation of the fallen heart flame was fundamentally due to the heart fire projection sensing the trace of the Taoyin Divine Flame within him. With the fallen heart flame now fully engaged, Liuyun felt no desire to waste further time. With a mere thought, he summoned forth the trace of the Taoyin Divine Flame from within his body. This small azure flame might not have been particularly striking to the elders, yet the fire serpent displayed an unmistakable greed upon beholding it. With a sharp cry, the imperceptible fire serpent opened its vast maw, unleashing an overwhelming surge of intangible flame that rapidly engulfed the entirety of the tower's base. In this tense moment, Su Qian observed Liuyun standing resolutely in place, showing no inclination to evade, and he could not help but voice his concern. Elder Yunlu, do not withstand it head-on. In the next instant, as Su Qian's words fell, Liuyun's entire being was enveloped by the colossal wave of intangible flame. Elder Yunlu. A sigh escaped the lips of one of the elders present. However, in the next moment, the onlookers were astonished to find that the figure enveloped in the invisible flames, Liuyun, appeared to be unscathed, his countenance reflecting an expression of ecstasy. How could this be? Could it be that with the acquisition of the Yaoa, the heart fire of the fallen heart flame had become ineffective against him? Amidst the murmur of confusion, Liuyun's aura suddenly surged, astonishingly elevating from a 5-star Dou Emperor to a 6-star Dou Emperor. At this moment, he was actually breaking through. What extraordinary talent this individual possessed. Just as the crowd was taken aback, Liuyun's subsequent actions sent a shiver down their spines. Before their very eyes, Liuyun's body began to move, and in his hand, a wisp of ethereal blue flame erupted into a dazzling azure radiance. A heat more intense than that of the invisible fire python permeated the entire base of the tower. 9 suns burning heaven technique. With a silent shout resonating within Liuyun's heart, the terrifying energy coalescing around the azure flame surged forth with a piercing sound, striking directly at the massive head of the invisible fire python. In response, a fiery column erupted from the gigantic head of the fire python. Boom! When the fire column collided with the blue energy, an explosive sound akin to thunder reverberated in the ears of the spectators, causing the immense heaven-burning Qi refining tower to tremble significantly. Su Qian and the Elder Council could distinctly feel the surrounding temperature soaring, and even with their formidable strength, they found it increasingly difficult to withstand the heat. Some of the less powerful elders hastily retreated from the scene. As the explosive sound subsided, the molten lava beneath surged violently, quickly covering the entire base layer. Thus, within the tower, only Su Qian and Liuyun remained, outside the heaven-burning Qi refining tower. Once the elders rushed out, they discovered that the area was already surrounded by students. Quickly disperse. No one is to approach within 300 meters of the heaven-burning Qi refining tower. The elders hurriedly ushered the students away. What on earth had transpired? Why had such a tremendous noise emanated from within? Indeed, the energy surge just now had made my heart feel as though it might shatter if I lingered any longer. At that moment, the students were filled with insatiable curiosity. Why had they not seen Elder Yan? As Liu Fei scanned the elders who had emerged from the tower, she noticed that Liuyun was conspicuously absent, and a flicker of concern flashed in her eyes as she silently prayed. I hope Elder Yun is safe. He is still so young. Just as Liu Fei worried for Liuyun's safety, a little girl also noticed his absence among the crowd, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity. At the tower's base, amidst the molten environment, Su Qian's gaze was fixated on the source of the collision. There stood Liuyun, resolute and unyielding. Yet the enormous body of the invisible fire python had vanished without a trace. Frowning, Su Qian's eyes began to search frantically. At this moment, Liuyun too lost sight of the fire python. Yet in the next instant, he let out a contemptuous chuckle, for through his heightened senses, he discerned that the fallen heart flame had transformed into a multitude of flames, appearing behind him. As the temperature behind him escalated abruptly, a blue glow emanated from Liuyun's palm, and without a hint of panic, he pressed downward. Bang! With his strike, a piercing wail resonated throughout the heaven-burning Qi refining tower, causing the rolling lava to surge toward the tower's peak, spilling over and prompting numerous students to retreat in alarm. After the violent fluctuations subsided, Su Qian was astonished to discover that the reformed body of the invisible fire python had become significantly more ethereal than before. At this moment, he finally grasped the true extent of Liuyun's power. As the body of the invisible fire python gradually became more insubstantial, an unusual flame, seemingly intangible yet palpably present, began to radiate brilliantly within the python's form. Externally, it appeared merely as a flame, yet it imparted an exceedingly strange sensation to Su Qian, as if this flame possessed a wisdom akin to that of a human. Was this flame the true essence of the Yihua? Why did Yin Lu seem to understand it so well? Su Qian murmured to himself. Finally, it had manifested. At this moment, a spark ignited in Liuyun's eyes, his golden dough Qi wings suddenly flaring as he transformed into a streak of light, shooting directly towards the intangible flame. Just as he was about to close in, Liuyun unexpectedly called out to Su Qian, the Grand Elder remaining within the tower. Grand Elder, this creature is exceedingly ferocious. If I subdue it, the Academy won't make things difficult for me, will they? Upon hearing Liuyun's inquiry, Su Qian hesitated for a brief moment before responding with unwavering conviction. Rest assured, Elder Yin Lu, this fallen heart flame has lingered within the Academy for many years without anyone managing to subdue it, and its periodic outbursts have posed considerable risks. If Elder Yin Lu can successfully tame it, it will be a tremendous achievement worthy of reward. How could we possibly make things difficult for you? Chapter 344. Entering the tower's base, the remains of the Dozun, if Elder Yin Lu can successfully tame it, it would be a tremendous achievement worthy of reward. How could we possibly make things difficult for you? However, Elder Yin Lu, do exercise caution against this creature's heartfire attacks. Su Qian not only refrained from imposing any demands on Liuyun, but also concluded with a tone of concern. Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Liuyun silently mused. This Su Qian is quite adept at navigating interpersonal relations. Very well. I shall provide some recompense to the Xiao Yan Academy in the future. With this thought, Liuyun no longer held back. In the next instant, he abruptly accelerated, disregarding the intense heat, and grasped the peculiar flame within his palm. As Liuyun seized the fallen heart flame, its green radiance intensified, and soon a ring of jade-like light appeared on its surface. The jade glow flowed languidly, as if imbued with sentience. Shortly after the jade glow emerged, torrents of scorching, intangible flames surged forth from the flame itself, completely enveloping Liuyun's hand. Additionally, as the external assault began in earnest, the fallen heart flame sought to summon its heart fire within Liuyun, clearly attempting to break free from his control amidst this internal and external onslaught. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson. Noticing the fallen heart flame's movements, Liuyun's lips curled into a smile, allowing the terrifying heart fire to generate within him while maintaining an unwavering grip on the fallen heart flame. In that moment, not far away, Su Qian, observing the situation, noted that despite Liuyun being engulfed by the heart fire, he exhibited no signs of discomfort. Rather, he seemed to derive a measure of enjoyment from it. Su Qian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This fellow truly is a freak. Just then, a furious shriek pierced the air, and the ethereal green radiance within the fallen heart flame surged once more, followed by a large mass of slightly pale, intangible fire suddenly appearing. With the emergence of this flame, the crimson lava within the heaven-burning Qi refining tower began to boil violently, countless bubbles rolling and bursting, releasing a faint fire toxin and searing heat. Stubborn and unyielding, witnessing the fallen heart flame's fierce resistance, Liuyun smirked slightly, manipulating his hand seal as a strange suction force emanated from within him, drawing all the flames enveloping the surface of the fallen heart flame into his meridians. Under this peculiar suction, the intangible flames surrounding his palm and body quickly dimmed. Soon after, blue light began to emanate from Liuyun's palm, causing the green radiance within the intangible flames to retreat hastily, as if a mouse had seen a cat. The slightly pale flames that had just been summoned by the fallen heart flame began to ripple violently on the surface before rapidly dissipating. After struggling for a brief moment, the fallen heart flame, ensnared by the flowing clouds, gradually transformed into a translucent form. Within that transparency, a small serpent of flame, about the size of a palm and tinged with a milky hue, danced incessantly. The serpent's eyes, filled with an intangible fire, appeared quite spirited, clearly indicating that this little creature possessed a certain level of intelligence. When Liuyun gazed upon the fiery serpent, it seemed to have sensed his scrutiny, and a flicker of fear emerged in its serpentine eyes. Subsequently, the flame serpent began to bow its head repeatedly towards Liuyun, accompanied by a peculiar sound wave that resonated in his ears. Was it begging for mercy? Liuyun understood that this flame serpent was indeed the true fallen heart flame. Observing its actions, a faint smile crept across Liuyun's lips as he mused. Must I discipline you before you yield? With that, Liuyun ceased his pulling force, deftly drawing the flame serpent into the meridians of his palm. Despite the terrifyingly high temperatures the fallen heart flame had accumulated over the years, Liuyun effortlessly suppressed it using the supreme technique, the 9 suns burning heaven art. As he gazed at the fiery red patterns swirling in his palm, Liuyun softly declared, "If you can remain docile within my body, I shall preserve your consciousness and later find you a worthy master. However, should you dare to exhibit any rebellious tendencies, do not blame me for erasing your intelligence and consuming you." Seemingly comprehending Liuyun's words, the fallen heart flame emitted another sound wave that reached Liuyun's ears. Following me? Upon grasping the intent of the fallen heart flame, a scornful smile played upon Liuyun's lips. "Your strength is far too weak. You do not meet my requirements." With a single sentence, Liuyun extinguished the fallen heart flame's desire to acknowledge him as its master. Once the fallen heart flame was thoroughly subdued by Liuyun, the previously rampant and terrifying magma within the heavenly burning Qi Tower began to flow slowly back into the depths of the earth. At that moment, Su Qian, who had been observing Liuyun from the side, congratulated him with a warm smile. "Congratulations, Elder Yun Lu, on acquiring the Yeo fallen heart flame. I had long known that the Canaan Academy possessed such a, and in front of many elders of Canaan Academy, I revealed my strength." Liuyun had no intention of continuing to conceal it. However, Before he could finish his words, Su Qian hurriedly interrupted him. Elder Yin Lu, there's no need to explain. The existence of the Fallen Heart Flame in Canaan Academy is not a secret. Most people in the Black Corner region are aware of it. Moreover, as a 6th grade alchemist, the allure of Viola for you is naturally immense. Hearing Su Qian articulate what he had intended to say made Liuyun feel somewhat embarrassed. Regardless, the absence of the Fallen Heart Flame meant that the heavenly burning Qi Tower had lost its most distinctive feature, and with it, the acceleration effect on the student's cultivation had vanished. These are things I shall definitely compensate the Academy for in the future, Liuyun stated with a serious expression. Upon hearing the promise from someone who was likely to become a 7th grade alchemist, even Su Qian's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible smile. Although Liuyun had made such a statement, Su Qian could not afford to appear too overtly pleased. He was well aware of the distinction between immediate benefits and long-term gains. Elder Yin Lu, you are being too modest. You have eliminated such a significant threat for the Academy. How could it possibly demand any compensation? Su Qian replied nonchalantly. Very well. Since the Great Elder feels this way, I shall refrain from further discussing it, Liuyun acknowledged. After their conversation, Liuyun and Su Qian traversed the magma and soared towards the summit of the heavenly burning Qi Tower. Outside the tower, half an hour had passed since the eruption of the Fallen Heart Flame. At that moment, on a clearing 300 meters away from the tower, numerous inner courtyard students nervously gazed at the tower structure. They're coming out. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged side by side at the entrance of the tower. Great Elder Su Qian. How are things inside? As soon as the two appeared, the outer courtyard's Great Elder, Qian Hu, hurried over to inquire. The thing has already been subdued by Elder Yin Lu. Su Qian pointed to Liuyun beside him. That's good. Just as Qian Hu uttered these words, a sudden realization struck him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Elder Yin Lu subdued the Fallen Heart Flame. Indeed, I have successfully subdued it, Liuyun replied, slowly raising his right hand. As Qian Hu beheld the fiery red patterns in Liuyun's palm, his eyes widened even further. A wave of complex emotions washed over him as he glanced at Su Qian, pondering, how strange. This Elder Yin Lu has only been an elder for less than a month and has already taken the Yo belonging to the Academy. Yet the Great Elder has not opposed it. In an instant, Qian Hu found himself engulfed in a multitude of doubts. However, as the Great Elder Su Qian had yet to voice any objections, he felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. Instead, he burst into laughter and congratulated Liuyun. Congratulations, Elder Yin Lu, on acquiring the Fallen Heart Flame. Following Qian Hu's lead, many other elders of the Academy expressed their astonishment upon learning of Liuyun's acquisition of the Fallen Heart Flame. They had never anticipated that the Fallen Heart Flame, which had remained within Canaan Academy for countless years without being claimed, would be obtained by Elder Yin Lu in less than half a month. Truly a stroke of good fortune. Everyone, return to your cultivation. The heavenly burning Qi Tower will be temporarily closed for a period. As Su Qian's words echoed, the crowd gathered in the vast square gradually dispersed. Liuyun then turned to Su Qian and said, Great Elder, I would like to borrow the magma environment at the base of the heavenly burning Qi Tower for further cultivation. Certainly, Elder Yin Lu, feel free to enter and cultivate. Until you emerge, no one shall disturb you, Su Qian replied, having had some exposure to the world at the tower's base. That place was virtually devoid of life, with magma flowing freely, and the energy there was imbued with a hint of ferocity. This realm of peril had been scarcely explored, and its dangers remained largely unknown. At this moment, even though Su Qian readily agreed to Liuyun's request, he reminded him once more, Elder Yin Lu, do not venture too deeply into the magma below. Apart from the existing Fallen Heart Flame, there may also be other unknown dangers lurking. Thank you for the reminder, Great Elder. I will be cautious. With a slight bow towards Su Qian, Liuyun transformed into a streak of light and re-entered the heavenly burning Qi Tower. Hey, Elder Yin Lu, why has he gone back in? I still have something to discuss with him. After Liuyun re-entered the tower, an elegant figure in the square stamped her foot in impatience. However, Liuyun remained unaware of this, as he had already descended to the magma at the base of the heavenly burning Qi Tower. Liuyun's gaze swept towards the deep chasm below, where a blazing red expanse greeted his eyes, exuding an intense heat reminiscent of a volcanic crater. Though there was still a considerable distance to the magma world, the fervent heat remained palpable even from afar. Gazing at the deep chasm, Liuyun felt a slight swallow in his throat. his dark eyes sparkling with an undeniable excitement. He was acutely aware of the world hidden at the bottom of the magma, a realm that could drive the strongest of the continent into a frenzy, the ancient Emperor's Cave. Should I venture in for a look? As this thought surged to the forefront of his mind, Liuyun quickly shook his head. With his current strength not yet reaching the dozone level, a mere glance from the Dragon Emperor at the entrance could spell his doom. In the next moment, Liuyun's figure began to slide down the mouth of the chasm, the scorching winds howling past his ears. As he drew nearer to the underground magma world, the surrounding air grew increasingly torrid. However, this degree of heat had little impact on Liuyun. With the automatic operation of his 9 suns burning heaven art, this extreme temperature instead created an optimal environment for cultivation. The seemingly endless descent persisted for quite some time until Liuyun's vision abruptly expanded, revealing before him an endless realm of molten lava. Enormous bubbles surged forth from the magma, erupting in a blaze of heat, accompanied by wisps of white smoke that spread outward, concealing within them a venomous fire. If inhaled, such smoke would surely spell trouble. Even with his experience from consuming the myriad poison pearl, Liuyun dared not be careless and opted to navigate around it carefully. Upon arriving in this place, a pair of golden battle energy wings unfurled gracefully from Liuyun's back, gently flapping to stabilize his form amidst the molten world. Suspended in midair, Liuyun began to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation emanated from the falling heart flame in his palm. A sound wave resonated in his ears, and a smile flickered across his face. Without hesitation, he accelerated downward. From the information just gleaned, Liuyun understood that not far beneath him lay the birthplace of the falling heart flame. Amidst the vast expanse of magma, a brilliant crimson hue dominated. And within this scarlet world, the swiftly descending golden silhouette was particularly striking. After nearly 20 minutes of descent, Liuyun felt a considerable pressure weighing down on him. Were it not for his cultivation of the 9 suns burning heaven technique, which granted him remarkable resistance to flames, he would never have been able to endure with his 6-star Do Emperor strength. At this moment, Liuyun's greatest advantage lay in the automatic operation of the 9 suns burning heaven technique in such an environment. His battle energy did not deplete, but rather exhibited a tendency to surge. With a deep exhale, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Liuyun's eyes. Exploring such a place was exhilarating for him. According to his memories, he knew that beneath lay the remains of a Do powerhouse and a young falling heart flame. Just then, the falling heart flame in his palm stirred with heightened intensity. Liuyun did not pause, continuing in the direction indicated by the flame. Indeed, as he descended further, a faint transparent halo emerged from the magma, and Liuyun's gaze immediately swept toward it. The halo, being transparent, did not obstruct his line of sight. Within that circle, a skeleton long, turned to bone radiated a faint glow, and hovering above it was a flame, entirely transparent, resembling an intangible entity. Upon seeing the transparent flame within the halo, Liuyun recognized it as another form of the young falling heart flame, while the skeleton was likely that of the heavenly fire sovereign. Just as Liuyun was about to step into the transparent halo with the aid of the falling heart flame, he sensed a scorching gale rushing toward him in an oddly aggressive manner. The fierce wind arrived suddenly, prompting Liuyun to pivot swiftly and counter with a punch. Bang! The force of his fist dissipated the incoming wind, and he turned his gaze toward its source. Approximately 10 meters away, a scarlet figure drifted through the lava, its body a vivid red, indistinguishable from the surrounding magma unless closely scrutinized. Moreover, its body was covered in red scales, with a tail about half a meter long that flicked slightly. The creature stood upright on 2 large feet, its round head adorned with tiny scales, and its small eyes glimmered with a hint of ferocity. Its large mouth, slightly ajar, revealed a multitude of sharp teeth, rendering it reminiscent of a bipedal lizard. A fire lizard tribe. I didn't expect to encounter one so soon. Upon fully discerning the peculiar creature's form, Liuyun felt a surge of caution. Suddenly, the lizard man, fiercely locking eyes with him, emitted a piercing screech, its eyes blazing with malice. In a swift motion, it lashed its tail, its sharp claws slicing through the lava, charging directly at Liuyun. A bold one indeed. Liuyun could sense that this lizardman's strength was merely at the Do Huang level, witnessing its provocation. His gaze turned icy. With a flick of his sleeve, a torrent of golden battle energy erupted from his palm, crashing fiercely upon the magma beast, sending it hurtling back several meters before it finally regained its balance, screeching in protest. After receiving this lesson, the magma creature's eyes brimmed with crimson fury. Its mouth gaped wide, and the surrounding lava surged toward it, coalescing into a sphere of magma the size of a fist, hurtling toward Liuyun like a cannonball. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Observing the relentless pursuit of the creature, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within Liuyun. He opened his palm and clenched it suddenly, causing the rapidly approaching magma fireball to decelerate dramatically, ultimately bursting into a pool of magma just a few meters from him, merging into the surrounding sea of lava. Seeing Liuyun effortlessly neutralize its attack, the lizard man became enraged, its incessant screeches escalating as it continuously unleashed fist-sized magma fireballs toward him. In the lizardman's eyes, it seemed as though each fireball struck Liuyun directly. Yet, after the explosions, Liuyun's figure reappeared unscathed. Just as the lizard man realized this, Liuyun's fist crashed down upon its head. Boom! The punch shattered the lizardman's skull, its life force rapidly extinguishing as its body grew rigid. Gazing at the fallen lizardman's form, Liuyun suddenly recalled something and reached into its body, retrieving a crimson pearl. Extracting his hand, he found no trace of blood, only a slick, oily substance, within which the red pearl gleamed with a faint, searing light. What a remarkable treasure! Observing the crimson pearl, Liuyun could distinctly sense the immense and tempestuous fire attribute energy contained within it, a purity surpassing that which he absorbed directly from the magma realm. With this in mind, Liuyun hesitated little and commenced to absorb the energy within the pearl. Although the energy was exceedingly violent, it felt as gentle as a lamb to Liuyun, who had cultivated the 9 suns burning heaven technique and the devouring demon art. As Liuyun absorbed the turbulent fire attribute energy from the crimson pearl, a sudden violent commotion erupted from the magma to his right. Liuyun's gaze swiftly darted to that area, where a swarm of crimson figures surged forth like a school of fish, each bearing fierce expressions and rows of sharp teeth. So many have come. Excitement lit up Liuyun's face. He had just been pondering that relying solely on this pearl might not yield significant strength. Yet here came a horde presenting themselves on a silver platter. As Liuyun calmly absorbed the energy from the crimson pearl, the hundreds of crimson figures had already surrounded him, their eyes glinting with brutality and malice, fixated intently on Liuyun. Surrounded by a multitude of fiery lizard men, Liuyun understood that he had slain their kin, and thus the confrontation today would be one of life and death. With a faint smile, he chose to strike first. Suddenly, a dozen afterimages of Liuyun materialized in place, and in the next moment, the head of the nearest fiery lizard man exploded instantaneously. Witnessing this, the lizard men encircling Liuyun glared with eyes of flame, emitting piercing, shrill cries before breaking through the magma and darting towards Xiao Yan with lightning speed. Despite being besieged by the numerous fiery lizard men, Liuyun remained remarkably calm. With his palms firmly clenched, a fierce gust of wind imbued with heat surged forth, creating violent ripples in the magma, and he struck with precision at the oncoming crimson figures. After dispatching several lizard men, he did not neglect to extract the crimson orbs from within their bodies. The sheer number of lizard men, proficient in manipulating magma energy, would typically overwhelm an ordinary Do Huang expert, but for Liuyun, it was surprisingly effortless. Each time he glided past a lizard man, a casual blow would result in its demise. Thus, within a mere few minutes of combat, nearly half of the lizard men had perished at his hands. Moreover, Liuyun's system space was enriched with nearly 100 orbs pulsating with brutal energy. As more and more fiery lizard men met their end at Liuyun's hands, those that remained began to grasp the formidable strength of their opponent, yet they did not retreat. Instead, a shrill and piercing sound began to emanate from their mouths, indicating they were summoning reinforcements. Observing their actions, Liuyun felt an exhilarating thrill. In this magma-laden terrain, his 9-yang burning heaven technique operated autonomously, ensuring his Do Qi would not wane, alleviating any concerns of being worn down by their relentless assaults. At this moment, noticing that the remaining lizard men were merely fixated on him and had no intention of attacking, Liuyun awaited the arrival of their reinforcements. He extracted the crimson orbs from his system space and began to devour them right before the eyes of the lizard men. As torrents of violent, pure fire energy were absorbed into his body, he felt his strength escalating at a visibly rapid pace. Some of the lizard men present, witnessing Liuyun's actions, dared not to intervene, but their cries grew increasingly mournful. Upon fully absorbing the energy from the orbs, Liuyun bore a look of insatiable satisfaction. After assessing his situation, he discovered that he had progressed from 6-star Do Huang to nearly an 8-star Do Huang, almost forgetting a crucial point. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in regret, exclaiming, "If only I had sold these orbs at the auction house, I could have reaped even greater rewards." With that, he cast a glimmering gaze towards the remaining lizardmen. This sudden maneuver terrified the lizardmen, prompting them to retreat a few steps. Just then, intense ripples surged from the magma above the battlefield. Liuyun glanced up and was immediately met with a swarm of crimson figures filling his vision. Among them, a particularly enormous lizard man stood out. Its gaze locked onto the largest fiery lizard man. This creature not only boasted a more robust physique than ordinary lizard men, but its scales shimmered in a dark red hue, exuding a chilling and ferocious aura. Yet it also harbored a sinister cunning that set it apart from its kin. The arrival of this formidable foe prompted a serious demeanor from Liuyun. In an instant, the dense mass of crimson figures swiftly carved through the magma, encircling him within mere seconds. The sheer number, perhaps in the thousands, began to weigh heavily on Liuyun's mind. How he wished for the presence of the magic griffin at that moment. As he hastily estimated the overwhelming number of lizard men, a sense of dread began to settle in. Just then, the largest fiery lizard man emitted a series of sharp cries and lunged towards Liuyun, its razor-sharp claws aglow with a terrifying crimson energy. The magma around them rippled violently in response to the lizardman's charge. Liuyun understood the gravity of the situation and swiftly formed a seal with his hands, gathering a sphere of ghostly blue energy in his palm. Boom! Upon collision with the lizardman's claw, an ethereal tortoise seal manifested around Liuyun, yet he was still thrust backward, staggering several steps before regaining his footing. The largest lizardman fared no better. The clash of energies caused cracks to form across its tough hide. With his gaze fixed intently ahead, Liuyun's expression grew grave. It was evident that the lizardman's strength surpassed his expectations. From their earlier confrontation, he deduced that its power likely exceeded even that of the Black Emperor of the Black Corner region, Mo Tianxing. Were it not for the protection of his Xuanwu true armor, he might have sustained considerable injury. Seeing the lizardman severely wounded, Liuyun resolved to end the battle swiftly. After consuming a medicinal pill, he rapidly positioned himself above the largest lizard man, unleashing a merciless punch imbued with scorching winds towards its back. Meanwhile, the surrounding throngs of lizardmen reacted, launching themselves at Liuyun. However, their speed proved insufficient to impede his movements. The lizardman leader struggled to swipe at him, but failed to connect. With a dull thud, the injured lizardman emitted a piercing wail as its back erupted in cracks, its body starting to disintegrate. Liuyun deftly collected the even larger crimson orb from within its body. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the surrounding lizardmen no longer exhibited the same ferocity. Instead, they displayed a hint of trepidation. As Liuyun continued to dispatch hundreds of lizardmen, the remaining creatures unleashed a series of sharp cries before hastily retreating. Watching the lizard folk gradually vanish from view, Liuyun refrained from pursuing them. After collecting the orbs from the fallen lizardmen, he began to move towards the transparent circle below. Harnessing the power of the fallen heart flame, Liuyun entered the luminous sphere without hindrance. As he crossed into the transparent dome, the surrounding magma began to writhe once more, slowly swirling before mysteriously vanishing into the depths. Shortly after Liuyun entered the protective sphere, several blood-red figures shot in, ultimately appearing in the magma region, while behind them, a multitude of fiery lizardmen knelt. Having just confronted Liuyun, the blood-red figures lingered in the area, their fierce gazes fixated on the spot where the dome had disappeared, emitting roars of fury. Yet they were powerless to act. After several frustrated cries, the blood-red figures were compelled to abandon their pursuit, casting one last scornful glance at the dome before retreating with their kin. As soon as he passed through the luminous veil, Liuyun sensed a wave scanning over him. Once fully within, the previously crimson environment transformed into a hazy space illuminated by a soft white glow. Gazing at the lifeless remains upon the ground, Liuyun wore a smile and softly inquired, "Do you wish to continue hiding?" As her words fell, a resplendent beam of white light erupted from the corpse, gradually transforming into an ethereal, aged figure. Chapter 346. Journey to Zhongzhou, with Liuyun's words echoing. A brilliant white light burst forth from the cadaver, slowly coalescing into a spectral, venerable apparition. The figure donned a flowing white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, bearing a countenance marked by age, and sharp eyes that reflected a flicker of astonishment as they met Liuyun's gaze. "You, young one, have managed to discover me so swiftly," the elder exclaimed, a hint of surprise lacing his voice. Before Liuyun could respond, the elder beckoned toward the fallen heart flame, which emanated a peculiar energy without relinquishing its place in Liuyun's grasp. "Do not waste your efforts. You cannot summon it away," Liuyun calmly cautioned, his expression unperturbed. The elder, taken aback, remarked, "What sorcery is this? The fallen heart flame has not been refined. I am still its master. Why then do I lack control over it?" Hearing the elder's barrage of questions, Liuyun offered no answers, but instead countered, "Such inquiries are not yours to make. Perhaps you should elaborate on your own circumstances." "Ha! Ha ha ha!" As Liuyun finished speaking, the elder suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. "In all my years, I have yet to encounter a junior so oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth." Once the laughter subsided, the elder's expression darkened, and he warned sternly, "Do not presume that because I am but a remnant soul, I cannot contend with you. Is that so? At this point, you scarcely qualify even as a remnant soul." Liuyun replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Even if I had not come here, you would have faded away in a few years regardless." Seeing Liuyun's unwavering composure, the elder furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Alas, not long after, the elder let out a long sigh. "I am Yaotianhua. Some refer to me as the Venerable of Heavenly Fire." As he spoke, the Venerable's gaze inadvertently fell upon Liuyun's impassive expression, stirring a deeper astonishment within him. "This child remains unmoved upon hearing that I was once a Dozuan powerhouse. Could he be from a superlative force? In his youth, emboldened by a modicum of power, he thought he could conquer the world. After subduing the fallen heart flame, instead of departing, he delved deeper into this magma realm out of curiosity." The Venerable's tone carried a hint of regret as he reflected on his past recklessness. Upon venturing further into the magma realm, he discovered another seed of the fallen heart flame, a revelation that brought him immense joy. However, in his greed, he attempted to fuse both flames within himself, only to find them repelling one another like sworn enemies. This clash of flames left him gravely injured, and in that vulnerable moment he was ambushed. As the Venerable recounted the circumstances that led him to this place, Liuyun grew increasingly impatient and soon interjected, "I grasp your predicament. You must have been attacked by magma creatures, of which there are countless Dohuang and Dozong, some even rivaling Dozuan. If you wish to restore your soul, then accompany me out of here." Rather than displaying anger at being interrupted, the elder's face lit up with joy from the aura emanating from Liuyun. He had surmised that Liuyun was a pill master. "If you can assist me in repairing my soul and rejuvenating my body, I shall repay you handsomely," the Venerable declared excitedly. "My only condition is this. For 6 months following your restoration, you must obey my every command," Liuyun stated with an undeniable authority. "What?" The elder's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation. "There is little time for you to deliberate," Liuyun said coldly. He then produced a fire-gathering bottle from his spatial realm and swiftly contained the young flame of the fallen heart. As Liuyun secured the flame, the elder gritted his teeth and conceded, "Very well, compared to the chance of survival, what is half a year of servitude to you?" Upon hearing the elder's acceptance, a smile graced Liuyun's lips. "In time, you shall find yourself grateful for today's decision. Now let us depart together." With that, Liuyun flicked his fingers lightly, drawing the skeletal remains into a spatial ring. His gaze then shifted beyond the protective barrier, where the crimson magma revealed no trace of the fire lizardmen. Having learned from past experiences, Liuyun understood that those creatures were exceedingly difficult to detect within the magma. One might be discovered the moment they stepped out. If memory serves, there are lizardmen with powers rivaling that of Dozuan in this vicinity. Such formidable beings are beyond my current capabilities to confront. Reflecting on this, Liuyun felt a twinge of fortune. The strongest lizardman he had encountered in the earlier skirmish was merely at the Dozong level. Sensing Liuyun's unease, the Venerable offered a reminder. Those fire lizardmen are acutely sensitive to the movements of the magma. Any disturbance will alert them. Furthermore, their numbers are vast. The more you slay, the more will come, potentially drawing the true powerhouses of their clan. That would spell trouble indeed. Indeed, I hope we do not encounter any of those formidable beings. Liuyun nodded in response to the elder's caution. He then adorned his hand with the white spatial ring. Observing this, the elder made a subtle gesture, and his indistinct form blurred, slipping into the white ring. A gentle wave emanated from the ring, causing the barrier in front of Liuyun to slowly part. As the barrier opened, Liuyun stepped forward, transforming into a green shadow that shot forth like lightning. Concurrently, a faint force of space radiated from the white ring, solidifying the turbulent magma around them. In that moment, as the barrier cracked, neither Liuyun nor the Venerable noticed that deep within the inaccessible depths of the crimson magma world, a colossal light column slowly unfurled, resembling a pair of watchful eyes. Emerging from the shimmering veil, with the Venerable's assistance in obscuring the magma's movement, Liuyun could accelerate his pace without fear of detection by the fire lizardmen. The journey progressed smoothly, and within mere minutes, they distanced themselves from the territory inhabited by the fire lizardmen. At this point, the temperature and pressure of the magma significantly diminished, indicating they were nearing the surface. Plop! The stillness of the magma sea was undisturbed, save for the occasional soft pops of bubbles bursting. The entire magma realm remained eerily silent until, suddenly, the sound of breaking water pierced the quiet. In an instant, a figure enveloped in a ghostly blue radiance emerged from the magma, hovering in midair. Casting a glance back at the bubbling magma below, Liuyun felt a whirlwind of emotions. He was aware of the ancient emperor's hidden chamber beneath the magma, but refrained from descending, fearing the loss of his avatar. With a deep sigh, Liuyun set his sights on ascending toward the Tianfen tower above. What brings you out so swiftly? Sensing a familiar aura within the tower, Su Qian, who had been monitoring the situation, hurried over. Elder Yun Lu, your cultivation has made another breakthrough. Upon seeing Liuyun, Su Qian immediately recognized the significantly amplified aura surrounding him, his face awash with astonishment. It is noteworthy that, within the realm of ordinary Dou emperors, achieving a breakthrough from one star level to another typically requires several years of arduous effort. However, Liuyun astonishingly ascended from a 5-star Dou emperor to a 7-star Dou emperor in merely a single day, a feat that is nothing short of extraordinary. A stroke of luck. Observing Su Qian, Liuyun his demeanor softened somewhat. In the next moment, he flipped his palm, revealing a gathering fire bottle, and with a playful smile, he addressed Su Qian, Elder. Pray tell, what do you think of this? Receiving the gathering fire bottle, Su Qian cast a fleeting glance at it, and moments later, as he felt a sudden surge of heart fire within him, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Elder Yun Lu, you have long desired the fallen heart flame. Why then, do you bestow it upon me? Perceiving Su Qian's reaction, Liuyun gradually elucidated. Elder, you are mistaken. This is indeed the fallen heart flame. Yet it is not the same as the previous one. Otherwise, its power would not be so diminished. The implication that it was not the former fallen heart flame left Su Qian momentarily stunned, prompting him to regain his composure. The fallen heart flame contained within the gathering fire bottle seemed rather feeble, vastly inferior to the terrifying potency of its predecessor. Cradling the gathering fire bottle, Su Qian pondered for a moment before an unmistakable gleam of uncontainable joy sparkled in his eyes. Are you suggesting that you have discovered another fallen heart flame? With a smile, Liuyun nodded. This particular fallen heart flame was also found within this magma realm. However, it is still in its nascent stage. Yet, if the elders in the inner academy continuously infuse it with Douqi while practicing fire attribute techniques, the heart fire it provides will still enable the heavenly flame refining tower to regain its functionality. Moreover, given enough time, this fallen heart flame may even evolve its own intelligence, and once nurtured by the inner academy, it will no longer reject us. Thus, it is conceivable that the heavenly flame refining tower could be permanently activated. Upon hearing Liuyun's description, the joy on Su Qian's face grew more pronounced. Clearly ecstatic at the prospect of reactivating the heavenly flame refining tower. I never imagined that another fallen heart flame could exist in this magma realm. Even the esteemed former dean failed to uncover it. Su Qian exclaimed, shaking his head in astonishment before cradling the gathering fire bottle like a treasured possession. With a beaming smile, he expressed his gratitude to Liuyun. Thank you, Elder Yun Lu. You have not only alleviated a significant threat to the academy, but also presented such a magnificent gift. At that moment, Su Qian felt immensely grateful for the decision he had made in the past. After their conversation, Su Qian learned that Liuyun would be departing for a period of time. While a sense of loss washed over him, he refrained from dissuading Liuyun and instead solemnly stated, Elder Yun Lu, although your time at the Canaan Academy has been brief, your contributions have been monumental. The Academy will remember your kindness, and should you encounter any troubles in the future, do return. The Academy will undoubtedly extend its assistance. Su Qian's words were meticulously crafted. He understood that Liuyun's departure would likely mean he would not return to the humble confines of Canaan Academy. Elder's words are etched in my memory, Liuyun replied with a hint of emotion. Having spoken, Liuyun took to the skies, departing from Canaan Academy. Soon, he arrived at a cave several dozen miles outside of Peacetown. Upon entering the cave, a white figure, seated quietly within the Beast Mountain Range's 10,000 Beast Palace, slowly opened its eyes. This figure was none other than Liuyun's true form, now radiating an aura magnitudes stronger than before, seemingly only a step away from Dozone. Magic Eagle, take Xiao Zi to the cave where we found a red peak last time. Following Liuyun's instructions, another enigmatic man within the grand hall swiftly vanished with the void escape beast. Before long, the Magic Eagle returned to fetch Liuyun's avatar from outside Canaan Academy. As Liuyun's avatar arrived at the 10,000 Beast Palace, a figure resembling an elderly sage gradually emerged from the white ring in his hand. I must admit, I was correct in my assumptions. You indeed hail from a prominent power, even capable of commanding experts who once flourished during my prime. The Heavenly Fire Venerable exclaimed with excitement. Heavenly Fire Venerable. At that moment, from his meditative seat, Liuyun's true form spoke through a black curtain. You are quite familiar with Zhongzhou, are you not? To the Heavenly Fire Venerable, the unseen figure behind the curtain was likely the strongest individual of this mysterious faction. Upon hearing the voice from behind the curtain, the Heavenly Fire Venerable felt a surge of trepidation, lacking even the courage to probe with his soul power. Indeed, after all these years, I am well acquainted with Zhongzhou, he responded in a low voice. Excellent. My disciples require training in Zhongzhou. You must care for them well. As Liuyun concluded, a green pill, resembling a dragon's eye in size, floated before the Heavenly Fire Venerable. This pill will fully restore your soul power. Once this task is completed, a greater reward awaits, perhaps even the opportunity for you to ascend to the half-saint realm. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in the Heavenly Fire Venerable's eyes. Just moments prior, he had merely inhaled the aroma of the green pill and felt his soul power begin to rejuvenate. I pledge my soul to serve and protect young Master Yunlu diligently. The Heavenly Fire Venerable promised, his excitement palpable. Then you may depart at once. With Liuyun's command, the Magic Eagle once again escorted Liuyun's avatar away from the 10,000 Beast Palace. Chapter 347. Dozone. Once the avatar departed, Liuyun, seated upon the Bodhi meditation seat, retrieved the 9th grade treasure pill, reincarnation locking life pill, from his system space. Gazing at the radiant green pill, exuding boundless vitality, Liuyun felt a surge of exhilaration. At present, my cultivation has reached the pinnacle of a 9-star Do Emperor. Though the reincarnation locking life pill is primarily a healing elixir, its 9th grade status implies that the immense energy it contains will undoubtedly facilitate my breakthrough to Do Zone. With this thought in mind, Liuyun prepared himself and promptly consumed the 9th grade treasure pill. As the pill entered his body, it swiftly transformed into a gentle stream of energy that coursed through his limbs and bones, with the excess energy being directed towards advancing his cultivation. Boom! A resounding explosion of energy echoed throughout the palace, causing a violent fluctuation of energy in the surrounding realm. As the sound reverberated, the energies of heaven and earth began to converge towards the palace as if drawn by an unseen force. This sudden upheaval caused the expressions of the blazing dual-headed wolf and the ice flame celestial beetle, located not far from the palace, to shift dramatically. Is our master attempting to break through to Do Zone? The dual-headed wolf asked, astonished. Quite possibly. The turbulence of energy here is so intense that even powerful beings within 1,000 miles will surely sense it, the ice flame celestial beetle remarked, clicking its tongue. As the two conversed, the tremors of the surrounding realm grew increasingly severe, with waves of rich energy seeping forth from the very fabric of the heavens and earth, flooding into the palace. From a distance, it appeared as though the entire mountain peak was enveloped in a vibrant, chaotic energy, a sight to behold. This extraordinary phenomenon undoubtedly drew the attention of numerous magical beasts and mercenaries within the Beast Mountain range, their astonished gazes fixed upon the tempestuous energies swirling in the sky, the latent pressure emanating from it instilling a sense of dread in many weaker magical beasts. As time progressed, the changes in the heavens and earth did not diminish. Rather, they intensified, eventually resembling countless colorful ribbons cascading from the sky. As an increasing surge of energy poured into the palace, a formidable aura began to permeate the surroundings, akin to a colossal dragon awakening from slumber. The intensity of this presence was such that even the two-headed wolf and the celestial beetle, who had both attained the 7th tier of transformation, felt an overwhelming pressure. This aura cannot possibly emanate merely from a newly ascended dozone. The two-headed wolf murmured with a hint of confusion. Indeed, I have only sensed such a presence from Lord Magic Griffin, exclaimed the celestial beetle, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon the palace. Shortly thereafter, the Magic Griffin, having returned to the Palace of Beasts, immediately noticed the unusual condition of Liuyun's body, his eyes reflecting disbelief. For at that moment, the aura radiating from Liuyun was nearly on par with that of the Magic Griffin himself. What has happened to my master? The Griffin pondered, utterly baffled by the transformation taking place within Liuyun. At that moment, his only thought was to ensure that no one disturbed Liuyun. Outside, as the aura within the palace rapidly expanded, it soon enveloped an area of nearly 1,000 miles. Under such a magnificent presence, both the magical beasts and human mercenaries within this extensive range were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, while the untransformed magical beasts erupted into a cacophony of panic. Some of the beastly overlords, regaining their senses, turned their gazes towards the peak of the mountain where the Palace of Beasts was situated. Atop that peak, energy roared skyward, and the vortex outside the palace spun with increasing ferocity, even the air resonating with booming sounds. Perhaps due to the fluctuations of energy in the heavens and earth, dark clouds began to gather above the mountain peak, abruptly transforming the previously bright, sunny weather into a foreboding overcast. However, the two-headed wolf and the celestial beetle remained oblivious to the changes in the sky, their eyes fixated on the palace. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed from the palace before them. The next moment, to their astonishment, the violent energy in the atmosphere began to rapidly contract, and as it did, the massive outer walls of the palace, crafted by the hands of the Magic Griffin, revealed deep fissures in an instant. Following this, the aura within the palace vanished without a trace. Has it succeeded? Both the two-headed wolf and the celestial beetle felt a twinge of doubt as they curiously approached the palace. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough to Dozun. The Magic Griffin exclaimed with a hearty laugh, directing his jubilations towards Liuyun. Master has broken through to Dozun. The two-headed wolf and celestial beetle, having just entered the palace, instantly wore expressions of ecstatic disbelief upon hearing the Griffin's words. However, compared to the joy that illuminated the faces of the three, Liuyun felt a deeper sense of having survived the calamity. He had entirely underestimated the potency of a 9th-grade elixir. Even the mere residual energy was beyond what his newly ascended Dozun cultivation could absorb. Ultimately, had it not been for his timely use of the Dozun experience card, which temporarily elevated his cultivation to the Dozun realm, he would have surely been overwhelmed by this colossal energy. Now, witnessing the three within the palace believing him to have reached Dozun, Liuyun opted for silence, knowing that the nature of the Dozun experience card would be beyond their comprehension. Leveraging the effects of the card, he wasted no time and began to keenly attune himself to the mastery of space power that comes with being a Dozun. In the Blackhorn region, Liuyun's avatar emerged from the Liuyun Pavilion, following the guidance given by the esteemed Tianhua Elder, making haste towards the distant Tianhua City. There, a spatial wormhole awaited, providing a direct passage to the Central Continent. The spatial wormhole, a unique phenomenon of the Central Continent, is created by Dozun experts who connect 2 points in space with their power. The distance between the Blackhorn region and Central Continent is vast. Even a Dozun expert would require at least 6 months to traverse it. However, with the use of the spatial wormhole, this journey could be accomplished in merely a month. For places he had never visited, Liuyun's Void Gate could not be activated, compelling him to make the journey step by step. The distance from the Blackhorn region to Tianhua City was considerable, and even at Liuyun's speed, it would take at least 7 or 8 days to reach. Thus, he brought along Xiao Yan. After a period of growth, Xiao Yan was no longer the diminutive creature it once was. Its size had now expanded to several times that of an ordinary tiger or leopard. Perched upon Xiao Yan's impressively smooth and robust back, Liuyun wasted no time, consuming an elixir before commencing his ascent and cultivation. Thanks to the breakthrough of his main body, his avatar encountered little resistance in its training. Halfway through the journey, Liuyun's avatar reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Huang realm. Anticipating the formidable experts awaiting him in the central continent, he sought a secluded valley to enter seclusion. This period of seclusion proved equally fortuitous. Although it caused quite a stir across the expansive plain, no reckless cultivator dared to interrupt Liuyun. After 2 days of seclusion, having successfully ascended to the Dozong realm, Liuyun continued his journey towards Tianya City. Tianya City, nestled within the Tianqing mountain range, lies 1,000 miles from the Blackhorn region. As the only city within that range possessing a spatial wormhole to the central continent, Tianya City is renowned for its prosperity. As Liuyun approached the mountain range, he could faintly hear the clamorous sounds emanating from below. At that moment, amidst the skies, aside from Liuyun riding upon the wand-poisoned beast, numerous flying magical beasts flitted about. However, when those riding the flying beasts beheld the wand-poisoned beast, which possessed no wings, their expressions transformed into envy and intrigue. It was evident that while the wand-poisoned beast was not a flying magical beast, its ability to soar through the skies indicated that its power had reached above the 5th tier. As Liuyun surveyed the city, Xiao Yan descended closer, and just as they were about to enter the city's airspace, a flash of light shot up from the city gates, transforming into an elderly figure clad in yellow robes. The elder's countenance was stern, and a pair of Douqi wings fluttered softly behind him as he stood resolutely in the path of Xiao Yan, his voice booming. "Are you newcomers to Tianya City? Surely you know that flying beasts are not permitted to enter the city's airspace." Blocked in their flight path, the wand-poisoned beast screeched to a halt, its round, bulging eyes glaring menacingly at the elderly figure before them. A 6th-tier magical beast. The moment the elder detected the aura emanating from the wand-poisoned beast, he felt a ripple of apprehension wash over him, and his demeanor softened considerably. His gaze shifted towards Liuyun, perched upon the wand-poisoned beast's back, and a wave of suspicion surged within him. To command a 6th-tier magical beast as a mount, this individual was either from significant power or possessed strength surpassing that of the 6th-tier beast. As the elder scrutinized Liuyun, Liuyun suddenly spoke. "This mount is accompanying me to the central continent, so it cannot be as you wish." Without waiting for the elder's response, he commanded the wand-poisoned beast to continue its descent. Upon witnessing the menacing glare from the wand-poisoned beast as it charged towards him, the elder instinctively sidestepped in fear, clearing a path. Following the guidance from the Tianhua elder within his ring, Liuyun flew directly towards the location of the spatial wormhole in Tianya City, observing Liuyun's defiance of the city's regulations by entering with a flying beast. The elder hurriedly followed and promptly reported the incident to the city's powerful figures. Who is this person, disregarding the rules of the city and brazenly entering with a flying beast? Such audacity shows a complete lack of respect for the Luo family. As the colossal form of the 10,000 poisoned beast descended upon the central square of the city, a wave of chaos erupted amongst the inhabitants. Ignoring the tumult, Liuyun cast a fleeting glance at the massive stone platform at the heart of the square. At its center, a gaping black void, measuring 10 zhang in diameter, slowly rotated, emanating a formidable force of spatial energy. Dismounting from the 10,000 poisoned beast, Liuyun began to make his way towards the stone platform. At that moment, a streak of gray light surged towards the city center, swiftly appearing above the streets, its overwhelming presence causing a sudden swell of awe and alarm among the onlookers. It was none other than the esteemed ancestor of the Luo family. Such an audacious display of provocation surely boded ill for him. It seems today shall unveil quite a spectacle. Amidst the rising clamor, the elderly figure in yellow who had followed closely behind Liuyun stepped forward and respectfully greeted the ancestor. "This individual disregards the city's regulations. Please forgive him, ancestor." Silence. The yellow-clad elder was abruptly interrupted by a sharp rebuke from the newly arrived figure in blue robes. The next moment, with a smile, the blue-robed man addressed the young man atop the 10,000 poisoned beast with a respectful gesture. "My friend, have you come here for the spatial wormhole? How could this be? To receive such treatment from the ancestor, could it be that he is a formidable Dozong?" The thought sent a chill down the yellow-clad elder's spine, and he felt fortunate that he had refrained from acting against Liuyun. Upon realizing the presence of the Luo family's ancestor, Liuyun finally paused. His eagerness to venture into the central state was palpable. After tossing a jade vial to the ancestor, he spoke in a grave tone, hastened to open the spatial wormhole. A look of joy immediately spread across the ancestor's face upon receiving the vial. Heeding Liuyun's urgent request, he promptly began to weave intricate seals, and gradually, strands of silver light emerged from the black void, twinkling like distant stars. Without a moment's hesitation, Liuyun leaped into the spatial wormhole alongside the 10,000 poison beast. The moment Liuyun and the 10,000 poison beast crossed into the spatial wormhole, they vanished instantaneously, a silver glow radiating outward before fading into the abyss of darkness. Observing Liuyun's disappearance, the Luo family ancestor could only click his tongue in wonder, pondering the origins of this young powerhouse. Within 1,000 miles, he had never heard of such a youthful dozone. Could they perhaps be from the central state? Soon, Liuyun and the 10,000 poison beast found themselves before an endless spatial corridor. Flanking the passage were faint silver barriers, through which a 10-zhang-wide path stretched into profound darkness. The upper and lower sections of the corridor were similarly shrouded in a disquieting obscurity, with intense spatial fluctuations subtly emanating from within. The entire passage was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. However, with his zone cultivation and innate understanding of spatial power, Liuyun quickly acclimatized to this environment. As they traversed the inky corridor atop the 10,000 poison beast, Liuyun swiftly moved forward. Although he couldn't replenish his qi externally in this realm, the ample supply of medicinal pills ensured that the beast would not suffer from depletion. To stave off the monotony of the journey, Liuyun resolutely opted to refine pills. Given his current strength, concocting 6th-tier pills posed no challenge. Thus, he decided to attempt crafting 7th-tier pills. Gathering the requisite herbs, as per the 7th-tier formula from his spatial ring, Liuyun immersed himself in the process of refining these materials. One by one, precious herbs transformed into pure medicinal liquid within his grasp, which he then sought to amalgamate. Yet, the 7th-tier pills proved to be more challenging than anticipated, leading him to waste numerous valuable ingredients. After 5 failed attempts, Liuyun finally succeeded in perfectly blending the necessary liquids for the 7th-tier pill. Now, he was merely one crucial step away, having retrieved a 7th-grade water attribute magic core from his spatial ring. Regrettably, he could not grasp the final moment, resulting in the nascent pill exploding within the spatial corridor. In that instant, the corridor trembled violently, momentarily halting the swift flight of the 10,000 poison beast. Subsequently, from one of Liuyun's white spatial rings, the spirit of the flame sovereign quietly emerged, his gaze now heavy with concern as he peered forward. Sensing the anomaly, Liuyun abandoned his pill refining endeavor and looked ahead. Before him, the walls of the spatial corridor, formed by the power of spatial energy, had notably weakened, revealing glimpses of the void beyond. Observing this, Liuyun turned his head to inquire of the flame sovereign. Could the recent explosion have damaged the spatial corridor? Not quite, the flame sovereign replied, shaking his head. While the explosion's power had some effect, it is not the primary cause. In my estimation, the walls of this corridor likely possessed inherent flaws. Flaws? At the flame sovereign's explanation, Liuyun raised an eyebrow, lamenting his earlier impatience. He wondered whether the Luo family ancestor had been aware of this and chose to remain silent. We must be nearing our destination. I hope we do not encounter that thing, sighed the flame sovereign. Are you referring to a spatial storm? Liuyun asked, perplexed. The flame sovereign nodded gravely. Indeed, should we encounter a spatial storm, it will be exceedingly difficult for you, as a novice dozone, to endure. Just as the flame sovereign finished speaking, a sharp cracking sound erupted from within the spatial barrier, accompanied by an unusual howling wind. Ahead, a storm comprised of faint silver spatial energy materialized. The overwhelming pull emanating from the silver tempest caused the 10,000 poison beast to feel as though it were on the brink of collapse. Truly, one fears what one does not wish to confront. The flame sovereign had not anticipated encountering a spatial storm so soon, his brow furrowing in concern. Understanding that the flame sovereign had likely regained considerable strength during his time in the ring, Liuyun asked, with your power, you should be able to withstand this spatial storm, correct? After a moment of hesitation, the flame sovereign replied, the medicinal power has not been fully absorbed. I can only muster a fraction of spatial energy. If it's merely to protect you, that should pose no issue. Upon concluding his words, the heavenly fire sovereign gestured towards the 10,000 poison beast beneath Liuyun's feet. The intent of the heavenly fire sovereign was unmistakable, to abandon the 10,000 poison beast. Upon grasping the underlying meaning of the heavenly fire sovereign's words, Liuyun resolutely stated, in that case, you shall lend your utmost assistance to Xiao He, while I will confront the spatial tempest myself. Are you certain you wish to proceed in such a manner? The Heavenly Fire Sovereign was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that Liuyun would jeopardize himself for the sake of a mount. In response to the sovereign's incredulity, Liuyun confidently replied, "Fear not. This trifling spatial tempest shall not pose a threat to me." With that, Liuyun surged ahead towards the colossal storm. At that moment, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign was astonished to observe shimmering silver lights manifesting around Liuyun. The power of space. How could this be? He had only recently ascended to the Dozone level. The Heavenly Fire Sovereign marveled internally, while his hands remained busy, casting intricate seals that enveloped the surface of the 10,000 poison beast in a faint silver hue of spatial energy. As this ethereal silver force emerged, Xiao Yan began to sprint towards Liuyun at full speed. Finally, after half an hour, a silver portal appeared before them. It was the exit of the spatial wormhole. Upon seeing the exit so near, both Liuyun and the 10,000 poison beast hastened their pace. However, just then, a massive wave of silver spatial energy surged toward them. Sensing the overwhelming force approaching, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's expression grew grave, and then, as if making a monumental decision, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. In the next instant, with a series of movements from the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, the speed of Liuyun and the 10,000 poison beast surged several-fold, propelling them swiftly into the radiant silver passageway. The moment their forms brushed against the luminous portal, they vanished in an instant. As they disappeared, the surrounding space once again fell into a lifeless void, with only the ferocious spatial tempest continuing its unrelenting rampage. Chapter 349. Capturing the 7th-tier magic beast at last. After half an hour, a silver portal emerged before them. It was the exit of the spatial wormhole. Upon seeing the exit so near, both Liuyun and the 10,000 poison beast quickened their pace. Yet at that moment, a massive wave of silver spatial energy surged toward them. Realizing this enormous force was upon them, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's expression turned exceedingly solemn, and then, as if making a significant resolution, a fierce glint appeared in his gaze. In the next heartbeat, with a series of deft motions, the speed of Liuyun and the 10,000 poison beast accelerated exponentially, propelling them rapidly through the shimmering silver passageway. The moment they made contact with the silver portal, they vanished, and with their disappearance, the space around them once again descended into a barren stillness, save for the colossal spatial tempest that continued to wreak havoc, refusing to dissipate. In the midst of a lush and expansive plain, there lay a square of broken stones at its center, adorned with numerous mysterious glyphs etched into the ground. These glyphs emitted a faint silver glow, subtly hinting at spatial fluctuations. The square was notably quiet until, in an instant, a fierce wind erupted from nowhere, and a silver circle materialized at the center of the square, from which Liuyun and the 10,000 poison beast emerged. As Liuyun appeared, the silver circle gradually dissipated. "Well done, Heavenly Fire Sovereign." As he landed, a smile graced Liuyun's lips as he addressed the ethereal presence of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign beside him. "Ha!" Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign lamented. "Having expended so much energy, I fear it will be quite challenging to regain my peak state in a short period." In response, Liuyun shrugged nonchalantly. "Then you need not intervene." Observing Liuyun's carefree demeanor, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign exclaimed with a hint of urgency, "Do you think I dare refrain from intervening? If anything were to happen to you, where would I find someone to forge my physical vessel?" The Heavenly Fire Sovereign was indeed covetous of the treasures promised by Liuyun's backing. Furthermore, having sworn an oath with his very soul to guard Liuyun, he could not allow the young man to perish before him. After hearing the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's earnest words, Liuyun understood that he had not misjudged the man. Despite being trapped for centuries, this pitiable old soul was not only honorable, but also trustworthy. "Rest assured, within 3 months at most, I shall provide you with a perfectly compatible physical form," Liuyun assured him. "Really?" At this, a glimmer of hope sparkled in the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's eyes. This was indeed a significant advance compared to previous promises. In that moment, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign seemed to cast aside his earlier concerns regarding the depletion of his soul energy. "Where exactly are we now?" Liuyun inquired, surveying their surroundings. "Based on the distance we traversed in the spatial passage, we should be in the northern region of Zhongzhou," the Heavenly Fire Sovereign affirmed with certainty. The northern region of Zhongzhou. Liuyun recalled that the most formidable force in that region was the Wind Thunder Pavilion. His initial objective for venturing into the northern region was to acquire the pavilion's treasured artifact, the 3,000 Thunder Illusions. 3,000 Thunder Illusions. Liuyun mused, remembering how he had once acquired the ninefold cloning technique through the fragmented, soul-splitting technique of the Elder Eagle Mountain. If he were to auction off the 3,000 Thunder Illusions, what extraordinary combat techniques might he procure in return? Heavenly Fire Sovereign. Are you familiar with the 3,000 Thunder Illusions of the Wind Thunder Pavilion? Liuyun inquired, turning to him. 3,000 Thunder Illusions. Upon hearing Liuyun's question, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign pondered briefly before responding, "Of course, I am aware. It is the treasured artifact of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. It is said to be an ancient combat technique of high earth grade. Once mastered, it allows one to condense thunder illusions, with the strength of the illusions rivaling that of the original body. As long as the original body remains intact, the illusions cannot be extinguished. This effect is often described by outsiders as being comparable to heavenly grade. What, you intend to covet the 3,000 Thunder Illusions? You have guessed accurately." Liuyun praised him. Upon hearing Liuyun's intentions, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's expression became somewhat troubled. "If I were at my peak, perhaps I could assist you in seizing it, but under present circumstances, it may prove challenging. I never claimed we should seize it right away." Noticing the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's agitated demeanor, Liuyun mounted the 10,000 poison beast, chuckling softly, "Let us first visit the nearest city." With that, the 10,000 poison beast soared toward the road that lay ahead. However, after traveling for a while, Liuyun considered that Xiao's current size was rather unwieldy for a city setting. Leaving him outside would also pose certain dangers. So Liuyun resolved to attempt concocting a transformation pill, ensuring Xiao would not attract undue attention. Arriving at a secluded valley, Liuyun summoned his alchemical cauldron and invoked the Taoyin Divine Flame, swiftly refining the ingredients required for the transformation pill, perhaps drawing from the experience of his previous failures. Liuyun seemed poised to succeed in his endeavor on the very first attempt. The extraordinary phenomena produced by the 7th grade pill soon captured the attention of nearby magical beasts and human cultivators alike. "Is that a transformation pill?" Soon, a formidable aura emanated from above the valley. A 7th-tier magical beast. Perceiving this aura, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, residing within Liuyun's white ring, raised an eyebrow. This young man must not be disturbed during the critical moment of refining the transformation pill. With that thought in mind, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's figure swiftly emerged from the ring, appearing behind the formidable presence above the valley. Just then, the 7th-tier magical beast, comparable in strength to a human's 3rd-star Do Zone, gathered a terrifying mass of Douqi energy in its grasp. "Do you really think you can launch a surprise attack?" Upon witnessing this scene, the Celestial Fire Sovereign showed no mercy. In the next moment, a peculiar surge of energy struck the back of the formidable beast. With a thunderous bang, the beast was sent hurtling backward for several meters, blood spewing from its mouth. Meanwhile, several massive boulders that were poised to tumble down into the valley were drawn upward by a powerful force. The 7th-tier beast, severely wounded, failed to discern the identity of its assailant and deduced that this was a soul attack, an art most adeptly wielded by alchemists. Realizing this, it shouted in terror from below, "Forgive me, esteemed one. I was merely passing through and meant no harm." Nonsense. The Celestial Fire Sovereign paid no heed to its feeble excuses, materializing before it and stamping a foot upon its chest. "Hold on." At that moment, a voice from below commanded. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Fire Sovereign tempered his strength slightly. "Let him live for now." After hearing the voice echoing from the valley floor, the Celestial Fire Sovereign retorted, "You brat. At such a critical juncture in your alchemical endeavor, how can you afford to be so distracted? Are you not fearful that your almost formed pill will explode like last time in the spatial passage?" With that, the Celestial Fire Sovereign cast a glance at the rugged man, transformed from some unknown beast, and with a smirk, remarked, "You are fortunate. That lad has taken a liking to you, so you may delay your demise for a few days." At that moment, the fallen giant, hearing that the Celestial Fire Sovereign would not kill him just yet, felt no joy. He was acutely aware that, as a 7th-tier, shape-shifting beast, every part of him would be coveted by these alchemists. Contemplating his potential fate filled his eyes with profound regret, yet he lacked the courage to resist. In truth, he was not the only one drawn by the phenomena caused by the shape-shifting pill being refined. Surrounding the valley, there were 7 or 8 human powerhouses at the Do Emperor level, not to mention a greater number of beasts. Truly, this was the central state, where Dou emperors could be found in abundance, wielding power over the imperial empire. Sensing the presence of several powerful auras nearby, Liuyun felt somewhat contemplative. Despite the multitude of onlookers, his alchemical process remained undisturbed. In merely a few breaths, an extraordinary sight re-emerged before him. A radiant beam of light shot forth from the valley's depths, captivating the gazes of countless human warriors and beasts alike. Although the shape-shifting pill was merely a 7th-tier concoction, for beasts, its effects were tantamount to that of a 9th-tier pill. After all, possessing a shape-shifting pill could liberate them from the tribulations of transformation. Yet, despite the overwhelming temptation, no beast dared to make a move. The reason was clear. They had witnessed the 7th-tier beast being utterly powerless beneath the celestial fire sovereign's foot. Even a 7th-tier beast could not resist him, and these surrounding creatures were well aware of their own limitations. At the valley's bottom, Liuyun grasped the fragrant pill and, with a smile, announced to the onlookers, "Esteemed guests, this shape-shifting pill is hardly anything remarkable. I also possess a variety of 7th-tier pills." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. When did such a formidable alchemist emerge in the northern region? The presence of so many 7th-tier pills being flaunted was unprecedented. Did he not understand the adage of keeping wealth hidden? A 9-star Dou emperor among the crowd questioned suspiciously, "Might you be intending to trade these for something?" "Haha, indeed. My friend, you are correct. That is precisely my intent," Liuyun replied candidly. His words stirred excitement among the crowd, prompting another eager individual to inquire, "What would you require for the exchange?" "All I ask is that you assist me in locating a suitable auction house nearby. When the time comes, all the pills and other items will be put on display at the auction," Liuyun elaborated. His intentions were clear, and soon an elder in white robes stepped forward, stating, "Sir, 400 miles to the east lies Bone Transformation City, governed by our Bone Transformation sect. We shall gladly provide you with an auction venue." "Very well. The auction will be held in Bone Transformation City. You have 5 days to prepare. The auction will commence punctually in 5 days." Liuyun agreed readily upon hearing the elder's words. After dispersing the crowd, Liuyun fed the freshly refined, shape-shifting pill to the 10,000 poisons beast, enabling it to successfully transform into human form, with its strength rising to that of a peak Dou emperor. Interestingly, the form it assumed was that of a child, around 7 or 8 years old, with bright, glistening black eyes that rendered it quite adorable. After successfully transforming, the little one surveyed its new body and joyfully approached Liuyun, saying, "Thank you, master, for the gift of the pill." Observing the charming appearance of the transformed child, Liuyun playfully pinched its cheek and pointed to the bound giant under the celestial fire sovereign's control, saying with a smile, "Little one, take him along and follow me to Bone Transformation City." This time, Liuyun did not require the little one to revert to its original form to carry him. He wished to experiment with spatial traversal. After utilizing the Dou Zun experience card, nearly a month had been spent researching spatial power, and he had finally made some progress. Extending his hand, he traced a line through the space before him, causing a dark crack to materialize. Without hesitation, Liuyun stepped into the abyss, and when he re-emerged, it was at the farthest distance visible to the little one. The celestial fire sovereign, standing near the little one, watched Liuyun's actions with wide eyes, as Liuyun had utterly defied his expectations. Could it be that this lad is an ancient being in the midst of a reincarnation? How else could he control spatial power upon entering the Dou Zone realm? But if that were the case, why do I see no signs of possession? As the celestial fire sovereign pondered, Liuyun stepped into the dark fissure once more, vanishing from their sight. What is this brat rushing off for? Wait for us. Upon seeing Liuyun depart, the celestial fire sovereign and the little one, along with the bound giant, hastened to follow. Before long, Liuyun's group arrived above Bone Transformation City. The scale of this city dwarfed that of the imperial city, marking it as Liuyun's first encounter with a city since entering the central state. It was said that this city was entirely controlled by the Bone Transformation sect. Despite the presence of various other factions beneath it, none could rival the Bone Transformation sect. Moreover, the sect was known for its sense of propriety. While they did take the lion's share of profits, they never monopolized it entirely. Thus, for many years, they remained the sovereigns of Bone Transformation City, with few other forces daring to confront them. Within Bone Transformation City, the predominant hue was a pale white, giving the impression of a city constructed from bones, which sent a chill down one's spine. However, the liveliness of the city remained undiminished. The cacophony of voices was distinctly audible, even from a distance. As Liuyun surveyed the bustling city below, the elder in white robes who had previously spoken to him soared into the air from a grand estate within the city. To my surprise, you truly honored your word. The elder approached Liuyun, clasping his hands in respect and excitement. How is the auction venue prepared? Liuyun inquired. Rest assured, everything has been arranged according to your specifications. The location is set in the heart of the city. Please follow me. The elder in white robes made a gesture of invitation before proceeding directly downwards. Following in the footsteps of the elder, Liuyun swiftly arrived at the designated location. It was an exceedingly expansive square, vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, with a high platform constructed from jade situated at its center. Suddenly, the elder turned to Liuyun and inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name? A powerful alchemist, such as yourself, must be quite renowned in the central domain." Upon hearing the elder's question, Liuyun paused for a moment and replied in a deep voice, "Yin Lu." "Ah, Mr. Yin Lu, I have long admired your reputation." Although the elder had never heard of the name Yin Lu before, he maintained a cordial demeanor despite the confusion in his heart. "If I may say, Mr. Yin Lu, you appear to be under 30 years of age." After walking for a while, the elder spoke again. "I wonder if you have any interest in participating in the upcoming Four Pavilions Grand Assembly?" Do I really appear so youthful?" Liuyun chuckled lightly at the elder's words. "The Four Pavilions competition is merely a child's play between the younger generation. Indeed, for someone of your stature, participating in such contests would be somewhat beneath you." The elder nodded earnestly. Before Liuyun arrived in the city of Bone Transformation, unfamiliar figures had already begun to appear in the area. Tomorrow marked the long-anticipated auction day that Liuyun had arranged with others, prompting many to arrive early in the city. The allure of seventh-grade elixirs was said to have even stirred the interest of certain high-ranking elders within the Wind and Thunder Pavilion from the northern region, not to mention the powerful families from nearby cities. As dawn broke the following day, the enormous square was thronged with spectators. Of course, only those truly qualified to participate in the auction were afforded the luxury of comfortable seating beneath the high platform. Liuyun, like the others, quietly sat below the platform. Above, an object shrouded in a red curtain was accompanied by the figure of an 8-year-old boy. However, when the crowd gazed at the boy, they dared not underestimate him in the slightest. It was said that this boy had transformed from a 6th-tier advanced magical beast, and likely, fewer than 10 individuals present could defeat him. Yet, the origin of this Yin Lu, who boldly declared the auctioning of more than 5 7th-grade elixirs, remained a mystery. Just as the crowd murmured among themselves, the boy on the platform cleared his throat and spoke in a childlike voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is now officially underway. The first item for bidding is this imposing figure behind me." Without further ado, the boy dove into the main topic. As he lifted the red curtain, the crowd was met with the sight of a pitch-black cage containing a robust middle-aged man. The instant they laid eyes on the man, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the audience. "Isn't that Qilong? How did a 7th-tier, shape-shifting beast overlord end up here in the city of Bone Transformation as an auction item?" questioned a spirited middle-aged man from the crowd. "You must have just arrived today, haven't you? It is said that 5 days ago, when Mr. Yin Lu was concocting a shape-shifting elixir, Qilong attempted to intervene and was captured by one of Mr. Yin Lu's friends. The most absurd part is that the one who subdued Qilong was merely a sole entity accompanying Mr. Yin Lu," another voice explained. "Hiss." The middle-aged man couldn't help but gasp upon hearing the explanations around him. Defeating Qilong was a feat that even the elders of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion would find challenging. "Keep your voice down. I hear many prominent figures from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion have arrived today. The starting bid for this imposing figure is 100,000 gold coins." On the platform, the boy's voice interrupted the crowd's discussions. After a brief moment of astonishment, numerous voices immediately began to call out higher bids. The robust Qilong, whose true form was that of a ferocious magical bear, was not well regarded in the vicinity, and many harbored intentions to see him perish. Within just 2 minutes, the bidding for Qilong had soared to 30 million gold coins. However, such a price scarcely reflected the true worth of a shape-shifting magical beast. "I offer 100 million gold coins from the Bone Transformation sect, along with 3 5th-grade elixirs." At that moment, a lean elder seated before the white-robed elder raised the bid several times over. It seemed this was the leader of the Bone Transformation sect, rumored to have reached the 2nd star Dozong realm. His bid left many wondering if he held a personal vendetta against the bear. Within the cage, a Upon hearing the bone transformation sect leader's bid, Qi Long's heart sank into a frigid abyss. He had a long-standing grudge against this leader, and should he fall into his hands, he feared he would face unspeakable torment. Below, Liuyun also caught a glimpse of Qi Long's profoundly stifled expression. However, he felt no sympathy for one daring to harbor malicious thoughts against him. Such a punishment was far too lenient. Soon, under the boy's somewhat clumsy hammering technique, a notification sound echoed in Liuyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully auctioning off the 7th-tier junior magical beast, the ferocious magical bear. You have received a 10-fold return, obtaining a 9th-tier junior magical beast, the Crimson Flame Heavenly Bear. The Crimson Flame Heavenly Bear has been dispatched to the system space. Please check your inventory. A 9th-tier magical beast. Although Liuyun had anticipated this outcome, he could not suppress his excitement. A 9th-tier junior magical beast. In comparison to a human Dousheng, possessed a power capable of easily overpowering several major forces in the central domain. At that very moment, far away in the Beast Mountain Range's palace of 10,000 beasts, a figure cloaked in crimson flames suddenly appeared beside Liuyun's true form. The instant this red-haired individual materialized, the magical griffin, which had been stealthily guarding Liuyun, felt its heart race uncontrollably. Clearly under pressure from the aura emanating from the newcomer, the griffin understood that with this figure's presence, it might have to depart temporarily. Griffin, you must hasten to the northern domain of the central region and join them, Liuyun commanded. As the griffin contemplated this, Liuyun's voice resonated. And in the next moment, the griffin vanished into thin air, having made its preparations. Chapter 352, Visitors from the Soul Palace. In the city of Bone Transformation, atop the vast square, after the Bone Transformation sect's leader secured Qi Long, the boy finally presented the highly sought-after items. On the stone platform before him lay 5 transparent jade vials, each containing a 7th-grade elixir. As the boy unveiled the 5 7th-grade elixirs, the breath of the crowd quickened with anticipation. The 7th-grade elixirs included the Fire Bodhi Pill, the Pure Heart Pill, the Mysterious Bodhi Foundation Establishment Pill, and the Advanced 7th-grade Dozong Pill, while the central domain boasted numerous 7th and even 8th-grade alchemists. For the powerful individuals in places like the Northern Domain and Bone Transformation City, the value of 7th-grade elixirs was immeasurable. Particularly, the Advanced 7th-grade Dozong Pill was rumored to enhance a Dozong's power by 1 to 2 stars. The mere existence of this elixir could incite fierce competition among the attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, all of these 7th-grade elixirs will be auctioned through a barter system. We shall commence with the bidding for the Fire Bodhi Pill. The Fire Bodhi Pill may hold little value for ordinary individuals, but if one were to possess a unique flame, its worth would become apparent. Observing the boy recite the introduction to the elixirs as if reciting from memory, Liuyun couldn't help but find it amusing. The elixirs presented this time were all items returned by the system, and reselling them would not yield any rewards. Liuyun's intention in doing so was that he had only managed to refine shape-shifting elixirs at this point. The astonishing quantity of 7th-grade elixirs returned to me by the system through the spatial ring is truly remarkable. Should I manage to exchange them for other 7th-grade elixirs, it would undoubtedly be a splendid outcome. Even if I fail to do so, I will not suffer any loss, as these 7th-grade elixirs were merely rewards obtained from the mass auction of 5th-grade elixirs. After the auction of certain items, such as the Fire Bodhi Elixir and the Pure Heart Elixir, my gains were limited to a handful of gold coins and some lower-tier elixirs and magical cores. Soon, only this final Dozong Dan remained on the high platform. The value of this elixir can be said to surpass the total worth of all other items available at today's auction. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the bidding for this Dozong Dan, I would like to present a few extraordinary items for your consideration. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating the Dozong Dan, Xiao Yan produced 5 crimson orbs. What do these be? They resemble magical cores formed within magical beasts. These orbs seem to encapsulate formidable fire attribute energy, albeit with a rather violent nature that ordinary individuals would struggle to absorb. Before Xiao Yan could begin his introduction, many in attendance had already deduced the purpose of these crimson orbs. It appears your insight is commendable. These orbs are indeed suitable only for those cultivating fire attribute Douqi. For anyone interested, a mere 6th-grade elixir will suffice to procure all 5 of these orbs. After Xiao Yan concluded this statement, despite some murmurs regarding the orb's ferocious energy being unsuitable for absorption, It did not deter those eager to claim the crimson orbs from placing their bids. 1 6th grade elixir plus a 6th tier spiritual herb. 1 6th grade elixir, coupled with a 6th tier water attribute magical core. In under 3 minutes, the head of the Lin family from another city offered 2 6th grade elixirs at a premium, far exceeding Xiao Hei's expectations. Following the sound of the gavel, 5 notifications echoed in Liuyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully auctioning the 7th tier Fire Lizard Clan Energy Orb, receiving a 10,000-fold return of a 9th tier Flame Burst Orb, which has been allocated to the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully auctioning the 6th tier Fire Lizard Clan Energy Orb, receiving 10,000 6th tier Energy Orbs. Following this series of notifications, Liuyun's system space was suddenly enriched with a 9th tier Energy Orb, 2 8th tier Energy Orbs, and an impressive total of 20,000 6th tier Orbs. Delving deeper into the system, Liuyun soon beheld the largest 9th tier Crimson Energy Orb. The fire attribute energy contained within is strikingly akin to that of the 9th grade treasure elixir he once consumed. It is worth noting that at that time, Liuyun had relied on a temporary Do Zun experience card to barely survive under such immense energy. Contemplating this, Liuyun temporarily lost interest in this formidable orb. Furthermore, having recently consumed an excessive amount of elixirs and various treasures aimed at enhancing his cultivation, Liuyun's advancement had been alarmingly rapid, which could potentially hinder his future growth. It would be prudent to wait until his realm stabilizes before considering absorption. After murmuring this to himself, Liuyun withdrew his consciousness from the system space. At this moment, the auction attendees, having experienced the brief interlude regarding the crimson orbs, redirected their focus to the resplendent Do Zong Dan on the platform. It seems many of you are rather eager to bid for the Do Zong Dan. With the experience from previous auctions, Xiao Hei appeared increasingly confident as he spoke. The value of the Do Zong Dan requires no further elaboration. The starting bid must not fall below that of an ordinary 7th grade elixir, and any other valuable items, such as techniques or Do skills, may be presented for consideration. Now, let the auction for the Do Zong Dan officially commence. As Xiao Hei's words resonated, the attendees, hailing from Huagu City and various esteemed families, engaged in a fervent bidding war, their faces flushed with excitement. Our Huagu sect offers 1 7th grade elixir and a mid-tier earth grade technique. The initial bid astonished many. Those who had not yet entered the Do Zong realm could scarcely comprehend the fervor exhibited by the patriarchs and ancestors of these esteemed families over a single Do Zong Dan. For an ordinary individual to reach the Do Zong realm, it might take years, if not decades, to break through even a single star. However, those fortunate enough to consume a Do Zong Dan might leap directly past 2 stars. This implies that whichever family acquires the Do Zong Dan could potentially ascend to dominance within their city, monopolizing all resources. The Han family offers 1 7th grade elixir along with 3 5th grade elixirs. The Lin family presents 2 7th grade elixirs. As the auction for the Do Zong Dan progressed, mere minutes had elapsed before someone proposed 2 similarly graded elixirs in exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, I must remind you, do not attempt to reintroduce those recently sold elixirs to increase your bids. Xiao Hei cautioned as he noticed several individuals brandishing 7th grade elixirs. At the utterance of Xiao Hei's words, several attendees' expressions darkened. Very well, then, let us refrain from selling any further. However, just as uncertainty enveloped the crowd, a brazen laughter suddenly erupted from the heavens. Chapter 353. The Fierce Battle at this moment. Nearly all eyes in the auction hall were drawn to the source of the unexpected laughter. Among them, the reaction from the Huagu sect's leader was particularly intense. Liuyun, as a 7th grade alchemist, held a status of great esteem. Hosting this auction in Huagu City, should any disturbances arise, it would greatly tarnish the impression of the Huagu sect in Liuyun's eyes. Thus, upon witnessing the commotion, the leader of the Huagu sect admonished with evident displeasure. Who dares disrupt Mr. Yin Lu's auction? Upon hearing the leader's words, others echoed in agreement. Concealing oneself and causing a ruckus is hardly the behavior of a true powerhouse. When has it ever been your place to meddle in the affairs of the Soul Hall? As a chilling voice pierced the air, a dense black mist suddenly coalesced in the sky, within which a figure cloaked in black robes could be discerned. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the figure emerged, revealing a pair of gnarled hands. The moment those hands stretched forth, an incredibly oppressive aura emanated from the sky, darkening the once clear horizon and sending chilling winds swirling. The Soul Hall, that sinister organization, what brings them here? Are they up to no good again? Fear not. We have so many powerful individuals present today. Can we truly be intimidated by just one? Upon the revelation of the intruder's identity, the assembled powerful figures displayed expressions of disdain. It seems you all harbor a prejudice against my soul hall. Observing the crowd's reaction, the figure in black robes let out a cold chuckle, then swiftly gestured, causing two black chains to materialize around him. They shot forth with astonishing speed, slicing through the air in a dizzying display. As the many strong individuals below hastily sought to evade, the black chains seemed endowed with sentience, spinning in the air before mercilessly piercing through the chests of two Do Huang level experts. The chains quivered slowly, lifting the lifeless bodies of the two, their eyes wide in terror, as the chains, shrouded in black mist, forcibly extracted their ethereal souls, which were then consumed by the chains, leaving the soulless corpses to be discarded at will. What overwhelming power! The Do Huang experts stood utterly defenseless before this might. It appears this visitor from the Soul Hall has likely reached the pinnacle of the Dozong realm. The pinnacle of Dozong. Who among us can contend with that? Witnessing the brutal tactics of this cloaked figure, those who had previously boasted bravado turned ashen, with some of the more timid already retreating in fear. The souls of ordinary strong individuals, it seems, are indeed less delectable than those of alchemists. After consuming these two souls, the figure in the black robe shook his head, expressing his regret. His piercing gaze then swept downwards, landing on the serene figure of Liuyun. Noticing that Liuyun's expression remained unchanged, the black-robed man felt a twinge of surprise. In the next moment, he bellowed sharply, "My target today is solely the alchemist Yun Lu. Anyone who dares to intervene will meet the same fate as those two." Upon learning of the black-robed man's intentions, many in attendance sighed in relief. The leader of the Bone Transformation sect cast a glance at Liuyun, observing his nonchalant demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly addressed the two elders in purple robes before him. "Elder Yun, Elder Shun, the methods employed by the Soul Palace are exceedingly ruthless. As esteemed experts of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, I implore you to rally the powerful individuals present to subdue this Soul Palace intruder." Hearing the words of the head of the Lin family, Elder Shun, the purple-robed elder, visibly hesitated. A moment later, he spoke with deliberation. "This matter is rather intricate. We must consult the pavilion master, and moreover, it seems that the target of this Soul Palace individual does not lie with us." Indeed, Elder Shun is correct. There is no need for us to provoke the Soul Palace on Yun Lu's behalf. Several voices echoed in agreement following Elder Shun's statement. With a resigned sigh, the leader of the Bone Transformation sect turned to Liuyun and said, "Mr. Yun Lu, these timid individuals fear the Soul Palace, but I do not. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure your safety." Observing the leader's resolute attitude, Liuyun smiled and raised a hand, saying, "No need. A mere heavenly-level protector cannot stir much turmoil. Old man, killing someone at the master's auction while audaciously uttering the master's name. It seems you are courting death." Came a suddenly immature voice from the high platform, just as the crowd buzzed with discussions regarding the unexpected appearance of the Soul Palace strongman. The black-robed man shifted his gaze toward Xiao Yan, who was clutching a Dozong Dan. A glimmer of interest sparkled in his eyes as he commanded, "Child, hand over that Dozong Dan, and I shall let bygones be bygones." "Bah, I would rather toss it to the dogs than give it to you," Xiao Yan retorted disdainfully. Such audacity from a mere child. It seems I must take matters into my own hands." The black-robed man's voice turned icy in response to Xiao Yan's words. With a casual wave of his sleeve, a pitch-black spear coalesced with lightning speed, tearing through the void and hurtling towards Xiao Yan with a fierce gust of wind. At this critical juncture, another ethereal figure rapidly materialized before Xiao Yan. The phantom waved its hand nonchalantly, generating a powerful gust of wind. The sharp black spear struck against the phantom's outstretched palm. With a thunderous explosion, the space above the high platform twisted violently, and the black spear was swiftly obliterated amidst the overwhelming force. It was only then that the phantom gradually transformed into the form of an elderly man with white hair. Indeed, it was the revered Tianhua. Those who had once witnessed the Tianhua's prowess in Liuyun's Alchemy Valley now felt a surge of excitement. So this is the formidable soul entity beside Mr. Yun Lu. I previously sensed his strength, but I never imagined he could rival a peak Dozong. Do not forget, the Soul Palace possesses means specifically designed to counter soul entities. This elder may be in peril. Upon seeing the attack thwarted, the Soul Palace strongman did not display anger. Instead, he laughed heartily. Ah, it appears my information was accurate. Not only is there the alchemist Yun Lu, a 7th-tier practitioner, but also a powerful soul entity. How dare you speak such grandiloquent words before me? Tianhua retorted coldly at the black-robed man. If your true form were present, I might have to retreat, but as it stands, you are merely a soul entity. I have plenty of means to deal with you. With that declaration, the black-robed man flicked his finger, and the air resounded with a sharp, clattering sound. Chains, reminiscent of octopus tentacles, surged forth with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Tianhua. Unfazed by the formidable display, Tianhua's expression remained unchanged. He quickly executed a series of intricate hand seals, summoning a sphere of red energy at his fingertips that he then rapidly directed towards a specific point on the chains. The explosive force sent the massive chains hurtling away. Though the Soul Palace's techniques are known to counter soul entities, Tianhua's cultivation was nearing the level of a 1-star Do Zone, making it no easy feat for the black-robed man to defeat him. The initial clash erupted with a cataclysmic sound, sending ripples of powerful energy radiating outward. Witnessing 2 peak Do Zone experts embroiled in a fierce battle, the majority of the spectators hastily retreated, fearing to be caught in the fray. Soon, only a dozen or so figures remained on the plaza, among them several strong Do Zone practitioners, with even the weakest having reached the 6-star Do Huang level. A soul entity of a Do Zone strongman must be exceedingly exquisite. High in the air, as he witnessed Tianhua once again neutralizing his attack, the black-robed man's excitement grew. Tianhua, observing the disdain the black-robed man held for him, bellowed in anger. It is my first encounter with someone so brazen since ascending to the rank of a respected elder. If I do not deal with you today, I shall turn my name around. Esteemed elders, this old man dares to stand against the Soul Palace even in his soul form. We still possess our physical bodies. Why should we cower? The leader of the Bone Transformation sect maintained his resolve, urging the remaining powerful individuals to unite against the black-robed man. Those who stayed were largely individuals who despised the Soul Palace's actions or harbored deep-seated grudges against it. With the leader of the Bone Transformation sect as their vanguard, a glint of determination shone in their eyes. Very well, let us settle both old and new grievances with the Soul Palace today. I have long wished to deal with these sinister individuals from the Soul Palace. Today, I shall go all out. In that moment, all remaining individuals reached a unanimous accord. The next instant, they directed their collective gaze toward the black-robed man above, unleashing a barrage of unrestrained attacks. Boldness. The black-robed man, fully engaged in combat with Tianhua, felt his expression darken upon sensing the onslaught of attacks from below. He had never anticipated that such a small place as Bone Transformation City could gather a dozen Do Zone and Do Huang experts willing to strike against him. At this moment, facing the formidable Tianhua while being harassed by 4 Do Zone experts and several Do Huang experts below, defeat seemed merely a matter of time. After conjuring a pitch-black barrier to block the attacks, the black-robed man darkly warned, "Do you understand the consequences of offending the Soul Palace? If you do not withdraw, I shall eliminate you first and seize your souls." Hearing the black-robed man's threatening words, the leader of the Bone Transformation sect and the other strong individuals remained resolute, disregarding his intimidation entirely. One individual, a 2-star Do Zone practitioner, frowned and remarked, "Does the Soul Palace always resort to such futile threats? If that is the case, do not blame me." Observing the unwavering determination of these individuals, the figure clad in black robes emitted a chilling, sinister laugh. With a swift wave of his sleeve, strange black mist surged forth from his being, coalescing in the sky to form an ominous cloud cover that obscured even the sunlight from reaching the ground. In an instant, the sky above the entire Bone Transformation City was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Amidst the swirling black clouds, the black-robed figure seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving an eerie silence that enveloped the entire expanse. In this unsettling and macabre atmosphere, even the formidable Do Zone experts present in the square felt a sense of unease. Feigning supernatural prowess, seated calmly, Liuyun's pupils suddenly constricted, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the leader of the Bone Transformation sect. He gently pushed aside the frail elder before delivering a powerful punch into the empty void. As his fist moved, the overwhelming soul energy surrounding him surged forth, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the space. accompanied by a tempestuous wind that struck with tremendous force. Boom! Upon the impact, a shadowy figure materialized in an uncanny manner, their fists colliding and generating ripples of palpable energy that radiated outward, producing a series of thunderous echoes across the square. With a grunt, the shadowy figure was sent hurtling backward, several dozen meters away. "Thank you, Mr. Yunlu, for saving my life," the leader of the Bone Transformation sect exclaimed excitedly, regaining his composure and bowing in gratitude to Liuyun. What is happening? Not only is Mr. Yunlu a 7th-grade alchemist, but has he also attained such a high level of cultivation? Liuyun's sudden intervention naturally drew a wave of astonished gazes, including that of the venerable Tianhua above in the sky. I never anticipated this young man would conceal his prowess so deeply. Tianhua shook his head, murmuring inwardly, "Such a formidable individual. Does he truly require my protection?" Kakik. "So, Yunlu, should you dare return to the northern region, I shall certainly seize your soul." With a single punch, Liuyun instilled an overwhelming sense of invincibility in the visitors from the Soul Palace. After delivering a chilling warning, he unhesitatingly chose to flee. The Soul Palace Guardian must not be allowed to escape. We must capture him. As the black-robed figure swiftly vanished from sight, the assembled experts in the square cried out in urgency. Despite the black-robed figure's flight, Liuyun maintained his usual calm demeanor. He flicked his fingers, and an almost transparent, blazing flame erupted from his palm, racing towards Tianhua. Falling Heart Flame. Upon sensing the familiar heat, Tianhua immediately understood Liuyun's intent. The next moment, both Tianhua and the Falling Heart Flame vanished from their position. Chapter 355, Pursuit Above the Skies. 100 miles from Bone Transformation City, dark clouds loomed, casting a dim pall over the landscape. The figure in black glanced back towards Bone Transformation City, murmuring to himself, "I did not expect this mysterious alchemist to possess such terrifying strength. Had I not employed my secret technique in time, I would likely have met my end today." At that moment, not far below, another shadow, similar to his, sped towards the dark clouds above like a fleeting light. "Zhong Guardian, did you not go to Bone Transformation City to capture that alchemist's soul? Why the haste, employing secret techniques to travel?" The shadow inquired curiously. The Soul Palace expert known as Zhong Guardian snorted dismissively, his expression sour. "Shui Guardian, you have no idea. A multitude of individuals in Bone Transformation City do not regard my Soul Palace with any seriousness. Oh, with your 9-star Dozong strength, are the people of Bone Transformation City truly capable of troubling you?" Shui Guardian questioned, intrigued by Zhong Guardian's grim demeanor. Zhong Guardian nodded earnestly, stating, "The information I previously received indicated that a powerful soul was likely accompanying that mysterious alchemist. However, upon arrival, I discovered that the strength of that soul surpassed the peak of Dozong. It must have belonged to a Dozun expert in life." A Dozun soul. Upon hearing Zhong Guardian's words, Shui Guardian's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. "No wonder you chose to come to Bone Transformation City alone. It seems you wish to monopolize the Dozun soul. With your strength, devouring a Dozun soul would likely elevate you to the rank of a respected expert swiftly." After a moment of contemplation, Shui Guardian, wearing a smile, proposed, "Zhong Guardian, why don't we join forces to return to Bone Transformation City? At that time, the Dozun soul will belong to you, while the alchemist's soul will be mine. What do you say? Return to Bone Transformation City?" At Shui Guardian's suggestion, Zhong Guardian recalled the terrifying scene from earlier, and his expression grew tense. As Shui Guardian awaited Zhong Guardian's response, the void within the dark clouds trembled violently, and a surge of soul energy emerged from the depths of the void. Spatial traversal. Observing the newcomer's method, the expressions of both Soul Palace Guardians turned grave. "Zhong Guardian, is this the soul of the Dozun you mentioned?" "Indeed, this old fellow was once a Dozun, but now he is merely a soul. Utilizing spatial traversal must be taxing for him," Zhong Guardian replied coldly. Yet, as he spoke, he extended his soul energy outward. Once he retracted his soul energy, his expression finally eased. Thankfully, that Yunlu did not pursue. Zhong Guardian thought to himself, why has he ceased his flight? Does he feel emboldened with assistance at hand? Observing the additional Soul Palace Guardian, Tianhua revealed a hint of amusement in his smile. "Zhong Guardian, strike now. Such powerful soul energy must not be squandered." As he regarded the suddenly appearing Tianhua, Shui Guardian's eyes gleamed with greed. Noticing Shui Guardian's expression, Zhong Guardian wore a conflicted look, his mind racing. "Alone. He could contend with this Dozun soul, and with Shui Guardian's assistance as an 8-star Dozone, subduing this Dozun's soul should pose no significant challenge. However, what if that mysterious alchemist, Yunlu, were to return? Zhong Guardian deemed retreat to be the safest course, with Shui Guardian serving as a temporary distraction. With this thought, he replied with vigor, "Very well, let us strike together." With that, Zhong Guardian initiated the assault, a dark chain lashing out towards the newly emerged Tianhua. Observing the move, Shui Guardian transformed his hand into a claw, conjuring a condensed black energy that swiftly surged towards Tianhua. As the attacks approached, Tianhua's figure flickered, deftly evading the chain from Zhong Guardian. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, his expression stern as he clenched his fist, causing the invisible falling heart flame to erupt with overwhelming intensity. With a flick of his fingers, the flames emitted a low, whistling sound, transforming into massive fire serpents that shot towards the approaching Shui Guardian. Falling heart flame. Upon witnessing the intangible flames, both Zhong Guardian and Shui Guardian gasped in unison, fear flashing in their eyes. Given their experience, they knew well that the falling heart flame could directly scorch souls, rendering it a nemesis to soul entities. This is bad. We cannot linger here. Seeing Tianhua unleash the falling heart flame, Zhong Guardian wasted no time in abandoning Shui Guardian, fleeing towards the distant mountains without a backward glance. Shui Guardian, now perilously close to Tianhua, found himself with no option but to withstand the onslaught of the fire serpents. Quickly forming a seal, he enveloped himself in a thick layer of black energy. Simultaneously, a fire serpent collided with Shui Guardian's body, causing the black shield he had conjured to flicker and wane. Who could have anticipated that the Soul Palace's guardian would encounter a scapegoat in his flight? Gazing into the distance, as the guardian Zhong fled into the mountains, the Lord of Heavenly Fire shook his head and sighed. "I must resolve this swiftly." With that, the Lord of Heavenly Fire's hand gestures transformed once more, causing the fiery serpent to surge forward with astonishing speed, ultimately hurtling towards Guardian Shui like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Once again, Guardian Shui was struck by a fire serpent, shattering the dark energy enveloping his body in an instant. Before he could retreat, an invisible fire serpent swiftly followed, crashing into him once more. Stripped of his defenses, Guardian Shui was directly hit by the fallen heart flame, letting out a wretched scream. "Zhong, this isn't over." Realizing he had been betrayed by Guardian Zhong, a wave of fury surged within Guardian Shui. Bang! 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 In the next moment, with a flourish of his palms, the Lord of Heavenly Fire unleashed several fire serpents condensed from the fallen heart flame, which collided violently against Guardian Shui's body, sending him hurtling backward through the sky for several hundred meters. As the last fire serpent erupted upon Guardian Shui, the Lord of Heavenly Fire mysteriously vanished, only to reappear behind him. With that proclamation, a fist enveloped in the intense fallen heart flame struck, directly penetrating Guardian Shui's skull. In an instant, all vitality drained from him. The Lord of Heavenly Fire casually collected the spatial ring of this Soul Palace Guardian and then reached out to seize a powerful essence of soul energy. Chapter 356. The establishment of the Heavenly Earth Alliance in the heart of Huagu City. A vast plaza served as the stage. A dozen formidable figures from Huagu City and its surrounding areas stood in a line before Liuyun, their gazes filled with profound respect. "Mr. Yunlu, I am Fu Fan, and I wish to follow you. Mr. Yunlu, I am Lin Feng, and I wish to follow you. Mr. Yunlu, I am Che Chunxiu, and I wish to follow you." At this moment, the more than 10 individuals who had previously engaged the Soul Palace warriors spoke in unison, expressing their desire to follow Liuyun. "Very well. Since you are all so eager to follow me, I cannot decline. After all, if I do not unite you now, you will soon face retribution from the Soul Palace one by one. From this day forth, we shall establish a new organization named the Heavenly Earth Alliance, and all members shall be under its protection." Upon hearing this harmonious declaration, Liuyun nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Your subordinates pay their respects to the Alliance leader." With Liuyun's consent, smiles adorned the faces of the crowd as they collectively bowed to him. "Alliance leader, I believe your words were not entirely complete." Suddenly, a surprising voice emerged from the crowd. "Fu Fan, what do you mean by that? The Heavenly Earth Alliance has just been established, and you dare to oppose the Alliance leader?" The Alliance leader's words exude righteousness and compassion. How dare you belittle him? Upon realizing that it was Fu Fan, the leader of Huagu's sect, who had spoken, the others began to murmur their doubts and reprimands. "Ha! You all misunderstand, Fu Fan replied calmly, a smile gracing his lips as he explained. What I mean is that our reasons for following the alliance leader are not solely due to the Soul Palace. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly grasped his intent, their previous gloom dissipating. Indeed, alliance leader Fu Fan is correct. Our loyalty to the alliance leader primarily stems from his greatness of heart and exceptional abilities. Yes, the alliance leader has already ascended to a 7-star alchemist at such a young age. Given time, he will surely break through to become an 8-star alchemist. And the Heavenly Earth Alliance will undoubtedly make its name known across the continent. We may even become elders within the alliance. Listening to the discussions of the dozen or so individuals, Liuyun felt a sensation entirely different from before. In the past, he often opted for forceful suppression followed by generous rewards to gain compliance. These individuals, however, perhaps driven by conviction, the pursuit of support, or recognition of his formidable talent, had shown a willingness to defy the Soul Palace, indicating a moment when they no longer held their lives in such high regard. With Fu Fan now a member of the Heavenly Earth Alliance, Liuyun decided to establish the Alliance's base in Douqi City, designating the current plaza as the future venue for discussions. Shortly after Liuyun announced the official establishment of the Heavenly Earth Alliance, dozens of figures approached the plaza, led by the 2 elders from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Ha! Mr. Yunlu, or should I say, Alliance Leader Yun? Elder Shen called out from a distance of several meters. However, this time, not only did Liuyun ignore him, but the members of the Heavenly Earth Alliance also looked upon Elder Shen with disdain. Huh, what brings this rodent here? One 9-star Do Emperor within the Alliance openly scoffed at Shen. How dare a mere loose cultivator speak to me like that? Though the statement was made discreetly, it was intentionally directed at the elder from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, causing Elder Shen's expression to darken as the formidable aura of a 4-star Do Zone erupted from him. Yet, no matter how furious he became, he dared not take action here, for Liuyun was watching closely. Although Elder Shen had withdrawn from the prior battle, he had observed enough to harbor deep reservations about Liuyun and the spirit entity behind him. Alliance leader, as an elder of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, your subordinates have insulted me. Do you harbor discontent towards the Wind and Thunder Pavilion? Elder Shen, stifling his anger, stepped into the crowd, fixing his gaze upon Liuyun. Hearing Elder Shen's words, Liuyun raised an eyebrow, casting a displeased glance in his direction. Even a mere ordinary glance caused Elder Shen to perceive something terrifying, prompting him to avert his gaze, no longer daring to meet Liuyun's eyes. Shen Changfeng, you speak incessantly of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion as though you represent the Thunder Sovereign. Fu Fan, the leader of Huagu sect, could not help but chastise him. The others joined in the ridicule. Indeed, your behavior brings shame upon the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. The Thunder Sovereign would likely strip you of your elder title if he knew. As the members of the Heavenly Earth Alliance mocked him openly, Elder Shen's face flushed crimson. The other elder who followed Shen, along with the others, merely trailed behind in silence, unwilling to speak further. Very well, Alliance Leader. If this is how the Heavenly Earth Alliance treats its guests, then I shall take my leave. With that, Elder Shen, having suffered humiliation, flicked his sleeve and hurriedly departed with his entourage. Approximately an hour later, the void above the plaza suddenly warped and a powerful essence of soul energy surged forth, coalescing into the figure of the Lord of Heavenly Fire. Upon witnessing the Lord of Heavenly Fire return from the void, the members of the Heavenly Earth Alliance began to speculate about his cultivation. Noticing a peculiar expression on the Lord of Heavenly Fire's face, Liuyun inquired, "Did not catch up?" To this, the Lord of Heavenly Fire responded, somewhat indignantly, "I did catch up, but another fellow at the 8-star Dozong appeared and took the hit for him. After I eliminated that 8-star Dozong, I could no longer find the black-robed figure. He knows you can traverse space, so it is only natural he would take precautions against you," Liuyun deduced. "I suspected as much, but I had little time to search thoroughly." Liuyun nonchalantly raised his hand and remarked, "It's nothing to worry about. According to the customs of the Soul Palace, he will undoubtedly seek us out." Chapter 357. Conflict under Liuyun's guidance. Fu Fan, the leader of the Bone Transformation sect, ensured that all the initial members of the Celestial Alliance were settled in the grandest estate within the city. This estate, originally the base of the Bone Transformation sect, now bore the newly affixed plaque inscribed with the words Celestial Alliance above its entrance. Soon after, within the expansive hall of this magnificent estate, the Celestial Alliance's formidable members had dispersed, allowing the venerable Tianhua to approach Liuyun with a feigned casualness, stating, "Strange, my friend. You appear utterly unperturbed by the potential retribution from the Soul Palace." Chuckling lightly at Tianhua's inquiry, Liuyun responded, "Perhaps what you truly wish to discern is the power that stands behind me. You still regard me with such caution, yet we have weathered storms together." Tianhua teased, directing a playful wink toward Xiao, who stood behind Liuyun. Taken aback by Tianhua's antics, Xiao eventually gathered himself and replied in a somewhat childish tone, "Indeed, Grandpa Yao, we have faced adversity together." Observing this exchange, Liuyun could only shake his head in bemusement. "Yao Tianhua, I never imagined you would stoop to such depths, leveraging emotional appeals on a mere child." Unfazed by Liuyun's revelations, Tianhua maintained his jovial demeanor, retorting, "How could you say that? Perhaps one day, I shall catch the eye of the superpower backing you, and then we shall be allies. Is that so? You are quite sure that you will attract the attention of my formidable backing?" Liuyun inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Naturally. Once I regain my peak strength, even the so-called Thunder Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion would be no match for me. Surely, such prowess would not go unnoticed by your allies." Confidence radiated from Tianhua's expression as he spoke. "Impressive," Liuyun commended, giving a thumbs up to the self-assured Tianhua. His gaze then fell upon Tianhua's tightly clenched right hand, and he chuckled softly. "So, when do you plan to refine the spirit of that Soul Palace Guardian?" "Heh. It seems there is nothing you can conceal from me," Tianhua grinned, revealing a black misty orb brimming with potent soul energy as he opened his palm. "Let the fallen heart flame remain with you for the time being, but do exercise caution. Do not jeopardize your body for the sake of regaining a mere fraction of soul energy," Liuyun advised, observing the scorched soul of the Soul Palace Guardian before guiding Xiao out of the hall. "Understood." At Liuyun's reminder, Tianhua suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, nodding gravely as he watched Liuyun's retreating figure. Once Liuyun exited the grand hall, Tianhua clenched his fist, causing the fallen heart flame to materialize in his palm before swiftly expanding into a fiery net. He gently placed the fire net over the black misty orb, which was restrained by special means. Sizzle. Stop. As the fire net made contact with the black mist, it began to emit tendrils of dark smoke, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Soul Palace Guardian. "So you can still speak. It seems my suspicions were correct. Your consciousness has yet to fully dissipate," Tianhua murmured, and with a series of rapid hand seals, he intensified the flame's scorching heat. "Are you truly not afraid of retribution from the esteemed elders of the Soul Palace?" The Guardian, Chui, cried out in agony as he struggled against the searing flames. During this process, the black mist emitted increasingly thick smoke, and, as it collided with the fire, both began to fiercely erode one another. It is rather too late to voice such concerns. If I were to release you now, the vengeance would come swiftly." Tianhua's eyes turned cold as he observed Chui's resistance. His hand gesture shifted, causing the fire net to gradually constrict, shrinking the black mist alongside it, intensifying Chui's desperate struggles. "I beg you, spare me. If you let me go, I will do anything you ask." The black mist resonated with desperate pleas. Yet, Tianhua appeared indifferent to these cries, wholly focused on channeling his soul energy to elevate the temperature of the fallen heart flame, not daring to relax his concentration. Before long, after a particularly harrowing scream escaped Chui, silence enveloped the black mist, and the fire net began to regain its original color, shedding the dark taint. Seeing this, Tianhua exhaled a sigh of relief, adjusting his hand seals as the fire net gradually dissipated, coalescing into a large flame cauldron, within which lay the black mist. Inside the cauldron, the temperature soared dangerously high, and under this intense heat, the black mist gradually began to lighten. At this juncture, Tianhua understood that he merely needed to regulate the temperature of the fallen heart flame and continue refining the black mist. Once all the darkness transformed into nothingness, Chui's soul would be successfully distilled into an exceptionally pure essence of soul energy. With this thought in mind, Tianhua slowly closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged in midair within the hall, directing his soul energy to control the flames in the cauldron as they refined the black mist. Meanwhile, Liuyun was also in another hall, entering a state of seclusion to commence the process of refining 7th-grade elixirs. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. By the 4th day, news of the Celestial Alliance's establishment began to rapidly spread throughout the northern region of Zhongzhou. Accompanying this was another astonishing piece of news. Rumors suggested that the newly formed Celestial Alliance harbored ambitions to rival the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Initially, many were skeptical of such claims, given that the Wind and Thunder Pavilion had firmly entrenched itself in the northern region for many years. Moreover, its leader, the Thunderlord, was a genuine champion of combat. How could the Celestial Alliance possibly dare to confront them? However, as the days passed, and with the increasing number of confrontations between the Celestial Alliance and the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, many began to suspect that the rumors held an element of truth. Chapter 358. Visitors from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, 50 miles outside the eastern gate of Bone Transformation City, a vast field of spiritual herbs, once belonging to the Lin family, became the scene of a standoff between two factions. At that moment, amid the purple-clad individuals, a tall and sharp-eyed youth bellowed at the opposing white-robed youth. Lin Tianfu, swiftly withdraw your people from this herb field, or else Lord Kuei will have you all lying down on your way back. Witnessing the arrogant demeanor of the purple-clad youth, Lin Tianfu, the white-robed youth, suppressed his anger and replied in a low voice, Wang Kei, it is you who should be leaving. This herb field has been under my Uncle Lin's ownership for decades. Oh, just because you claim it to be yours, it is yours? Present your evidence. Wang Kuei retorted with a derisive laugh. If you cannot provide evidence, I certainly can. Wang Kuei continued, gesturing to his companions, who soon brought forth two elderly men in their 50s or 60s. Elders, please enlighten this young man as to whom this herb field truly belongs, and for whom you have been working all this time. Wang Kuei forcefully pushed the two elders to the forefront. Upon hearing Wang Kuei's words, the expressions of the two elderly men who had been brought over revealed a flicker of struggle. In the next moment, they spoke with evident unease. This medicinal field belongs to the Wang family of Fenglei Pavilion. I am merely working for them. Jean uncle, Wang uncle. Lin Tianfu called out with a pang of sympathy for the two elders. Soon, an overwhelming fury surged upon his face as he bellowed at Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei, I never imagined you could be so despicable, so vile. Despicable? The facts are laid bare. What more is there to discuss? Wang Kuei replied with a smug expression. Lin Tianfu gritted his teeth, taking a few steps forward before solemnly stating, It seems you are determined to provoke me today, aren't you? And if I am, what can you and your ragtag group do to me? The purple-robed youth Wang Kuei continued to regard Lin Tianfu with disdain. Wang Kuei, your arrogance knows no bounds. While Tianfu can endure your provocations, I cannot, interjected the youths who had come alongside Lin Tianfu, drawing their weapons in anger. Oh, they intend to strike. Brothers, let them see what true power looks like. Wang Kuei sneered, beckoning to those behind him. Hold on. Let us remain calm until Uncle Lin arrives. With a resounding clash of energy, both factions immediately lost control and descended into battle. Soon, casualties emerged, and the vast expanse of this medicinal field was left in ruins amidst the conflict. In the skies above, a pair of violet energy wings fluttered behind Wang Kuei, while the sword in his hand flickered with arcs of lightning. Lin Tianfu, although I am but 2 years your junior, I have already attained the rank of 2-star Do Huang. How could your meager talent possibly contend with mine? Van Kui declared arrogantly. Is that so? Do you truly believe I will remain stagnant? Lin Tianfu's voice turned icy as his aura surged, swiftly reaching the level of 3-star Do Huang. Impossible. Just days ago, someone mentioned you were merely 1-star Do Huang. How could this be? Wang Kuei questioned, suspicion creeping into his tone. No comment. Lin Tianfu replied coldly. The next instant, a fierce sword energy surged toward Wang Kuei's throat. Yet, Wang Kuei remained unperturbed. With a swift motion, he left behind a flash of lightning, his figure already appearing several paces away. However, in the location he had just vacated, another sword gleam awaited him. With a piercing sound, the sword energy pierced through Wang Kuei's protective Douqi, leaving a horrific wound on his abdomen, deep enough to see bone. Hiss! A grave expression overtook Wang Kuei's face as he recoiled in shock. 3,000 thunderclaps, and yet this is all you can muster. After triumphantly wounding Wang Kuei, Lin Tianfu pressed his advantage. As the exchanges continued, Wang Kuei's injuries multiplied, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Just as Lin Tianfu thrust his sword through Wang Kuei's right arm, an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly enveloped the sky. Who dares to injure a disciple of the inner sect of Fenglei Pavilion? A thunderous voice resonated, causing Lin Tianfu to sense a perilous presence. In that He was unable to withdraw the sword embedded in Wang Kuei's body and began to retreat rapidly. Old Master Mo, it would be prudent for someone of your age to refrain from intervening in the sparring of the younger generation. Simultaneously, a formidable voice echoed from behind Lin Tianfu. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tianfu's heart finally settled. An elder swiftly appeared beside Wang Kuei, touching his body several times before carrying him away into the sky. Lin Feng, today's events will not be brushed aside. Wang Kuei is a prodigy highly regarded by even the Southern Pavilion Master. Tread carefully, sighing at the elder's final words. La Feng murmure, ah? The members of Fenglei Pavilion are becoming increasingly outrageous. Indeed, the number of Fenglei Pavilion members appearing in Puxi City has surged, and they consistently instigate trouble. They are so brazen. We cannot allow them to bully us. Alas, I wonder when the leader will emerge from seclusion. In the conference hall of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, several elder, powerful figures, who were among the first to join, expressed their growing anxiety. Meanwhile, within a grand hall in the estate, the venerable Tianhua finally opened his eyes, gazing at the cauldron suspended in midair. He observed that the once viscous black mist had completely dissipated, replaced by a chaotic mass of energy, within which he sensed a profound essence of soul power. At last, the refinement is complete. The Tianhua venerable gazed at the formless, colorless gas, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. With a motion of his hand, the cauldron disintegrated, transforming into a formless flame that vanished into his soul power. The chaotic gas, upon nearing the Tianhua venerable, was directly swallowed by him. Soon, 5 days had passed since the Tianhua venerable and Liuyun had entered seclusion. On this day, a silver figure suddenly appeared high above the Heaven and Earth Alliance. The silver figure was difficult to ascertain in terms of age. Their face appeared relatively youthful, yet their hair bore a hint of gray, subtly suggesting the presence of age. What astonished all was the pair of silver-white eyes, an exceedingly rare trait. Lin Feng, hand over the assailant who injured Wang Kuei. Chapter 359. Tianlei noticing the disturbance in the sky. The powerful figures Fu Fan, Lin Feng, and Xiao of the Heaven and Earth Alliance soared into the air simultaneously. Tianlei, upon recognizing the identity of a newcomer, they exclaimed in unison. Tianlei, known as Fei Tian, was the master of the northern pavilion of Fenglei and was said to have broken through to 8-star Do Zone many years ago. A true powerhouse. I'm surprised you recognize me. Tianlei scoffed, then turned his gaze to Lin Feng. What's this? Are you still hesitating to hand him over? Or do you require me to take matters into my own hands? Upon hearing Tianlei's intent, Lin Feng, Fu Fan, and Xiao all displayed expressions of discomfort. In the next moment, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and spoke first. Tianlei, you should not be the type to lack discernment. This incident was clearly instigated by Wang Kuei. Moreover, he is a disciple of the Southern Pavilion. Why must you involve yourself? Do you understand the severity of Wang Kuei's injuries and how much time and spirit herbs will be required for his recovery? Even if he is healed, his innate talents may be wasted. Tianlei responded solemnly. But that was his own doing. In that situation, if our young disciples had faltered, would Wang Kuei have held back? Lin Feng argued loudly. Do not waste your breath on me. Will you hand him over or not? Tianlei was unwilling to hear Lin Feng's reasoning, viewing the lives of the inner disciples of Fenglei Pavilion as more precious than others. Isn't your behavior a bit too tyrannical? Lin Feng's expression twitched with barely contained frustration. What, do you intend to act against me? Tianlei smirked, a hint of disdain curling at his lips as he fixed an arrogant gaze upon Lin Feng. In this tense atmosphere, Fu Fan placed a hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, whispering, do not act impulsively. There may still be room for negotiation. Upon hearing Fu Fan's words, Lin Feng's emotions began to stabilize. Fu Fan's gaze shifted to a grand hall within the Heaven and Earth Alliance before returning to Tianlei, producing 3 jade vials from his spatial ring. He spoke in a calm tone. Tianlei, your faction has lost a talented inner disciple and surely deserves compensation. How about this? Our Heaven and Earth Alliance is willing to offer 3 6-rank pills as a gesture of goodwill, one of which is a Huangji pill for breakthroughs, and the other 2 are healing elixirs. Upon witnessing the 3 elixirs presented by Fu Fan, Tianlei's gaze sparkled with keen interest. It was evident that the value of the elixirs could fully offset the matter of Wang Kuei's injury. However, for reasons unknown, the glimmer in Tianlei's eyes flickered and faded. In the next moment, he audaciously proposed an exceedingly unreasonable demand. We shall accept these 3 elixirs. Yet that injured junior must accompany me. What? Since you have already decided to accept the elixirs, why must my nephew go with you to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion? Lin Feng retorted, his anger palpable upon hearing Tian Leizi's words. Fear not. I assure you, I shall not take his life. Tian Leizi guaranid. Lin Feng vehemently disagreed with this response. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed in agitation, What use is your assurance? Who knows if others from your Wind and Thunder Pavilion will lay hands on him? I absolutely refuse to hand him over. Oomph. Tian Leizi scoffed at Lin Feng's retort, then turned to Fu Fan, inquiring, Do you share this sentiment? Fu Fan, typically diplomatic in his dealings, nodded affirmatively, stating, Our stance aligns with Lin Feng's. We cannot relinquish him. Very well. Upon hearing their resolute responses, Tian Leizi's expression did not darken with anger, but rather erupted into laughter. I have long heard that you have abandoned your former sect to join some heaven and earth alliance, led by a mere youth. It seems with newfound backing. You no longer regard my Wind and Thunder Pavilion with due respect. Having said this, Tian Leizi's countenance suddenly turned serious, and with a mere flick of his finger, a brilliant bolt of lightning surged toward Lin Feng. Watch out. Seeing this, Lin Feng and his companions quickly summoned their energies to defend against the incoming lightning. In their haste, the protective barrier they conjured proved ineffective, and in an instant, it was pierced by the lightning. Following this breach, the lightning, akin to a venomous serpent, swiftly sought to invade their bodies. The trio retreated urgently, simultaneously forming seals with their hands, launching torrents of energy to counter the lightning. After retreating several hundred steps, they finally extinguished the lightning with their combined efforts. Impressive. As expected of an 8-star Do Zone powerhouse, Tian Leizi's casual strike had exerted immense pressure on Lin Feng, Fu Fan, and Kikunkyu. What should we do? This old man is exceedingly formidable. Che Chuanqiu's face paled slightly as he warily regarded Tian Leizi. Do not panic. As long as the alliance leader does not show himself, this fellow will not resort to lethal force, Fu Fan reassured them. In truth, he had already discerned that Wang Kuei's incident was merely a pretext. Tian Leizi's true objective was to ascertain the strength of the alliance leader. Now, I shall ask you one last time. Will you hand him over or not? Tian Leizi bellowed as a dazzling orb of lightning, even more radiant than before, began to coalesce in his hand. Uncle Lin, just give me up. I do not wish to endanger everyone because of my actions. At that moment, a figure clad in white stepped forward from the Heaven and Earth Alliance. He shouted upwards, It was I who injured Wang Kuei. If you have the ability, come for me. Oh dear, this foolish boy. Lin Feng sighed helplessly upon seeing Lin Tianfu step forward. When the target voluntarily emerged, Tian Leizi did not exhibit any joy. Instead, he took a swift step forward, transforming into a streak of light, hurtling toward Lin Tianfu. However, as he approached, he suddenly noticed the space before him distorting. Last time was unsatisfactory. This time, I just happen to need a sparring partner. The ethereal spirit of the flame, sovereign, gradually materialized before Tian Leizi, extending a hand nonchalantly toward him. Is this the soul of the Do Zone that accompanies the alchemist? Upon witnessing the flame sovereign's appearance, Tian Leizi's heart quivered slightly. In response to the approaching hand, Tian Leizi, unwilling to take any chances, unleashed a torrent of brilliant lightning from his being, causing the clouds above to darken ominously, with silver serpents of lightning weaving through them. At this moment, Tian Leizi reached a realm where his own energy resonated with the energy of the heavens and earth. He thrust his hand forward, and with a flicker of lightning, a spear forged from pure lightning materialized, vibrating intensely and creating violent disturbances in the surrounding space. Yet, observing Tian Leizi's myriad of actions, the flame sovereign's expression remained unchanged. The next instant, when the ethereal hand met the spear's tip, a thunderous crackle echoed through the air, and a violent wave of energy surged outward. Should one be caught in this rampaging energy, even a Do Wang would be instantly torn asunder. However, in the blink of an eye, Tian Leizi felt the lightning power within the spear vanish without warning, along with the terrifying wave it had generated. A spatial wormhole. Tian Leizi's pupils widened in shock as he beheld the sudden emergence of a pitch-black void. He could hardly fathom that his nearly full-powered strike had been so effortlessly neutralized. A Do Zone powerhouse, truly terrifying. In the next moment, With a hint of panic in his expression, Tian-Lei rapidly executed a dazzling series of intricate hand seals, uttering a low incantation. 3,000 thunder illusions. An invisible force began to seep from within him, and, as it twisted oddly, it coalesced into a doppelganger that bore an identical appearance to Tian-Lei. To everyone's astonishment, this doppelganger exuded an aura that was remarkably formidable, at least at the level of a 6-star do zone. Stop him. Having issued commands to his doppelganger, Tian-Lei's earlier bravado dissipated, and he fled like a cornered animal. His speed was such that even the Soul Palace's protector could not keep pace. 3,000 thunder illusions. Isn't that the technique that lad desperately desires? Witnessing Tian-Lei unleash the 3,000 thunder illusions, the Flame Sovereign felt a surge of excitement. This time, I cannot afford to let him escape like last time. Murmuring to himself, the Flame Sovereign summoned a blazing fireball in his palm and hurled it toward Tian-Lei's doppelganger. The Flame Sovereign's strike was executed with remarkable swiftness, and Tian-Lei's doppelganger had no time to evade. It was pierced through and erupted explosively into ethereal motes of light that scattered in all directions. Afterward, the Flame Sovereign's hand grasped the air, creating a fierce suction that drew all the ethereal motes into his grasp. Having completed this, the Flame Sovereign swiftly tore open a rift in the void before him and vanished from sight. Phew! Not far from a rift, Lin Feng, Fu Fan, and Che Chuanxiu watched in relief as Tian-Lei was so swiftly defeated by the Flame Sovereign. It seems that the elder beside the alliance leader has grown significantly stronger, Lin Feng remarked with a sigh of admiration. Indeed, I wonder how the alliance leader has managed to gain such a powerful ally. Kikunkyu exclaimed excitedly. Listening to their conversation, Fu Fan's eyes glimmered with contemplation as he murmured, I believe the alliance leader's combat prowess may surpass even that of this esteemed elder. That seems unlikely. It would be reasonable to say the alliance leader's strength might have outstripped that of Elder Yao before. But now Elder Yao's aura appears far more formidable than it did previously, Lin Feng countered. Seeing the two engaged in debate, Che Chuanxiu interjected to mediate. Haha, it seems you both are eager to witness a clash between the alliance leader and Elder Yao, regardless of whether the alliance leader or Elder Yao is stronger. They both represent the foundation of our heaven and earth alliance. Why must you two dwell on this? Upon hearing this, Fu Fan and Lin Feng exhaled deeply, lamenting. Brother, que speaks wisely. With the presence of the alliance leader and Elder Yao, none dare to deceive our heavenly alliance. The desperate Tian-Lei fled from Huagu City and, having traveled less than 30 miles, discovered a dense forest where he concealed his aura. A few breaths later, the figure of the Fire Sovereign suddenly materialized in the sky above this forest. Upon witnessing the Fire Sovereign's appearance, Tian-Lei dared not move, exerting all his strength to mask his presence. Oddly, his aura vanished at this point. Upon reaching this location, the Fire Sovereign abruptly halted. After a moment of contemplation, he called out to the depths below, Do not hide. With your meager abilities, do you think you can evade my senses? After uttering this declaration, the Fire Sovereign waved his hand, conjuring a sword of soul energy, which rapidly coalesced with a terrifying red energy. No sooner had the Fire Sovereign spoken than Tian-Lei's heart began to race uncontrollably. This is bad. He has discovered me. As the dreadful energy from the Fire Sovereign's sword surged forth, Tian-Lei could no longer restrain himself. In a swift motion, he had already distanced himself by 100 meters from his hiding spot. Found you. Sensing the disturbance below, the Fire Sovereign's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Little did the pitiful Tian-Lei know that the Fire Sovereign's earlier words and actions were mere ruses designed to draw him out. At this moment, as Tian-Lei revealed himself, the powerful red energy that the Fire Sovereign had amassed struck forth without hesitation. Feeling an extremely perilous aura emanating from behind him, Tian-Lei attempted to hasten his escape, only to discover that the space ahead had warped into a vast distortion. A spatial cage. Realizing the situation surrounding him, despair flickered in Tian-Lei's eyes as he thought, I've truly kicked a hard metal plate this time. Perhaps only the Thunder Sovereign can contend with him. While Tian-Lei contemplated this, the Fire Sovereign had already approached him. With a pallid complexion, Tian-Lei clasped his hands toward the Fire Sovereign and said, Elder, I have merely come here, slap. However, before Tian-Lei could finish his sentence, he was met with a resounding slap from the Fire Sovereign. The force of the blow caused the very air to tremble violently, leaving half of Tian-Lei's face in ruins. A torrent of crimson blood gushed forth from the horrific wound. Stricken by such an injury, Tianlazi was rendered voiceless, his remaining visage contorted in excruciating agony. As the Fire Sovereign prepared for a second strike, Tianlazi hastily retrieved a jade token from his storage ring and, without hesitation, crushed it. Upon shattering the jade token, all that remained in Tianlazi's eyes was a blazing crimson, and shortly thereafter, his entire being turned to ash, his very soul obliterated in the process. Seizing the storage ring left behind by Tianlazi, the Fire Sovereign immediately unleashed his soul energy to inspect its contents. After perusing the items within this ring, a look of ecstasy spread across the Fire Sovereign's face as he exclaimed, "The 3,000 Thunder Illusion technique is indeed here. This time, that brat Yin Lu will owe me a favor." Chapter 361. The enraged Thunder Sovereign. The Wind Thunder Mountain Range is situated at the northern edge of the domain. Characterized by its peculiar terrain, perhaps due to its elevated altitude, thunder rumbles incessantly, and the weather is notoriously unpredictable. One moment it may be brilliantly sunny, and the next, a tempest may unleash its fury. At the heart of the Wind Thunder Mountain Range stands the towering and perilous Thunder Mountain, where the entrance to the Wind Thunder East Pavilion is located. At this moment, atop Thunder Mountain, a great silver tower rises as if piercing the clouds, and within it, a silver figure abruptly opened his eyes. This individual was quite tall, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, yet he sported a streak of silver beard upon his chin. Clad in a silver robe adorned with intricate lightning patterns that seemed to flow like living entities, he emanated a faint aura of thunderous might. Has Fei Tian encountered trouble? He murmured, his expression darkening as he exited the immense tower. Shortly after his departure, hundreds of figures clad in silver robes gathered in the vast silver plaza just outside the tower. "All disciples, heed my command. Hasten to Huagu City at full speed." With the words of an elder in silver robes, the crowd transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the base of Thunder Mountain. In Huagu City, within the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Alliance's estate, the figure of Liuyun sat cross-legged as a black and red elixir gradually took shape beside him. Just as the elixir formed, the sky above the Heavenly Alliance suddenly darkened, ominous clouds rapidly coalescing. Within the clouds, silver lightning could be seen slithering like serpents. The sudden apparition prompted dozens of figures within the Heavenly Alliance to soar into the air. The Fire Sovereign, who had previously exited the city to eliminate Tianlazi, returned just in time to witness this extraordinary scene. Dunlay, the well-informed Fire Sovereign, immediately recognized the phenomenon in the sky as the thunderous punishment that accompanies the successful concoction of an elixir. In the next moment, a violet figure abruptly burst forth from the Grand Hall, soaring beneath the ominous clouds. "This is the Danlay produced by our Alliance leader, S. Alchemy. Everyone, disperse immediately. Withdraw to a distance of at least 1,000 meters." Upon seeing Liuyun emerge, the Fire Sovereign promptly directed all members of the Heavenly Alliance beneath the clouds. As the Fire Sovereign's command echoed, the others swiftly complied, and soon, beneath the ominous clouds, only Liuyun remained visible. Upon noticing the Fire Sovereign's return, Liuyun smiled, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "Fire Sovereign, you haven't misplaced anyone again, have you?" Taken aback by Liuyun's unexpected inquiry, the Fire Sovereign found himself momentarily stunned. What is wrong with this fellow? Even with the Dan lay manifesting, he dares to jest with me? He seems to completely disregard the significance of the Dan lay. After a moment of reflection, a proud smile adorned the Fire Sovereign's face as he replied, "How could I possibly stumble in the same place twice? That Tianlazi has long since been reduced to nothing. That is good to hear." Liuyun chuckled lightly at the Fire Sovereign's confident response, before his gaze slowly shifted to the increasingly dense clouds above. Within the darkened heavens, silver lightning danced violently, occasionally colliding and erupting into thunderous roars. Suddenly, amidst the swirling clouds, a silver beam, as thick as an arm, burst forth, illuminating the shadowy surroundings. Sensing the energy radiating from the silver light, Liuyun murmured, "So this is the Danlay? Why does it seem so feeble?" As the silver lightning within the clouds intensified, the atmosphere around them became increasingly oppressive. After a brief moment of waiting, Liuyun's impatience grew as the Danlay failed to descend. In an instant, he leapt upward, directly entering the tumultuous clouds entwined with silver lightning. At that moment, as if incensed by Liuyun's presence, the clouds unleashed their fury, rapidly coalescing into a silver lightning serpent several feet long, resembling a colossal silver python as it lunged toward Liuyun. Come forth. Witnessing the Dan lay taking form, Liuyun's face lit up with excitement as he opened his arms and, with bare hands, seized the silver serpent. Simultaneously, the swallowing heaven demon technique within Liuyun surged into action, drawing the silver light from the serpent into his being. Yet, with each loss of silver light from the serpent's form, new power surged forth from the clouds to replenish it. What is happening? Why has the Alliance leader entered the thunderclouds? As the members of the Heavenly Alliance gazed upon the tempestuous scene of the Thunder Tribulation, they were filled with perplexity at the sight of Liuyun entering the heart of the thundercloud. It was the first time they had heard of someone attempting to endure the Dan Tribulation in such a manner. Rumor had it that venturing into the inner sanctum of the thundercloud could provoke the wrath of the tribulation, thereby amplifying its ferocity several-fold. If the power of the Thunder Tribulation were indeed to escalate, their leader would be in grave peril. After gleaning some insights into the situation, many members of the Heavenly Alliance cast anxious glances towards the ominous sky. Not only them, but even the esteemed Fire Sovereign furrowed his brow. For since Liuyun had entered the thundercloud, he had yet to witness a single bolt of lightning descend, and his spiritual energy could not penetrate the thundercloud to ascertain what was transpiring within. Let us wait a little longer. This fellow has never undertaken a venture without certainty. He sighed, suppressing his inner turmoil and opting for patience. After approximately half a stick of incense had burned, a peculiar aura suddenly emanated from within the thundercloud, and its ominous hue began to gradually dissipate. As the essence leaked forth, the Fire Sovereign's eyes widened in astonishment. This aura indicates that someone has achieved a breakthrough. Could it be that Yunlu was harnessing the power of the thundercloud for her ascension? A bold conjecture crossed his mind, but he quickly shook his head in denial. The violent energy enveloping the thundercloud was such that even a practitioner of lightning-based combat energy would hesitate to approach, let alone Yunlu, a fire and wood alchemist. Perplexed, the Fire Sovereign could only stare blankly at the sky. Just as the onlookers were consumed by concern, Liuyun, ensconced within the thundercloud, wore an expression of sheer delight. The devouring heaven demon technique was assimilating the power of the lightning, continuously refining Liuyun's physique while simultaneously elevating his combat energy level. Ultimately, as the last silver flash within the dark cloud faded, Liuyun floated down, his experience far from over. Upon his emergence, the previously overcast sky cleared up instantaneously. Chapter 362. The Thunder Sovereign comes knocking. What elixir have you concocted this time? The Fire Sovereign inquired eagerly as Liuyun descended from the clouds. A 7th-grade elixir. The Yin-Yang Soul Revival Pill, Liuyun replied, revealing a round pill the size of a longan, its surface a mesmerizing blend of black and crimson. It appears rather unremarkable. What are its effects? The Fire Sovereign scrutinized the Yin-Yang Soul Revival Pill with casual curiosity. It is used for the revival of the corporeal form, Liuyun answered matter-of-factly. Is that so? Upon hearing Liuyun's claim, the Fire Sovereign immediately thought of himself, his spirits soaring with joy. Well done, young lad. It is gratifying to see my efforts in safeguarding your path were not in vain. Gazing at the Yin-Yang Soul Revival Pill, the Fire Sovereign exuberantly praised Liuyun multiple times, before suddenly recalling something and speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Young man, I too have something to present to you. In the next moment, he mirrored Liuyun's earlier gesture, slowly opening his palm. Within his hand lay a black spatial ring and an unusual sphere of white energy. What is this ring? Observing these items, Liuyun promptly unleashed his spiritual force to inspect the contents of the ring. He soon extracted 4 scrolls, murmuring to himself, 3,000 thunder phantom bodies. Seeing Liuyun produce the 4 scrolls of the 3,000 thunder phantom body cultivation technique, the Fire Sovereign beamed with pride. What do you think? This technique is comparable to celestial tier combat skills. Are you not thrilled? Indeed, it is quite exhilarating. Liuyun nodded, responding, I did not expect you to remember this. Of course. Who are we to each other? The Fire Sovereign chuckled, patting Liuyun on the shoulder. His attention then returned to the Yin-Yang Soul Revival Pill in Liuyun's hand. When you plan to concoct my corporeal form, Yunlu? Instinctively, Liuyun replied, let's wait a bit longer. It is not yet time. Why must we delay? You have already created the elixir for corporeal revival. The Fire Sovereign grew anxious. I can always pay a price to acquire this Yin-Yang Soul Revival Pill from you. Are you certain you wish to use this 7th grade elixir as material for the corporeal form? Liuyun asked earnestly. The effects of this elixir are rather subpar. What do you mean, Yin? Can you clarify? The Fire Sovereign, now visibly flustered, pressed for an explanation. With a gentle smile, Liuyun elaborated, simply put, the grade of the elixir used for revival determines the quality of your rebirth. Once the Fire Sovereign regained his composure, he skeptically inquired, are you suggesting this elixir would cause my strength to regress, preventing me from ever reaching my peak? While his wording might not have been entirely accurate, the essence was conveyed. Take the Yin-Yang Soul Revival Pill and the Bone Rejuvenating Blood Fusion Pill as examples. The former is merely a mid-tier, 7th grade elixir, capable of reviving the body but severely limiting advancements in strength. The appearance of the revived body remains unchanged. The latter is an upper-tier, 8th grade elixir, allowing for a complete transformation during the creation of the corporeal form, wherein the old body is burned away and a new one emerges, enabling further enhancement in strength. Liuyun's patient explanation resonated with the Fire Sovereign, who, despite his earlier excitement, grasped the implications. Very well, Yin Lu. Let us wait until you concoct that 8th grade elixir before you prepare my corporeal form. Understanding the merits and drawbacks, the Fire Sovereign unhesitatingly chose to exercise restraint for the time being. Upon hearing the Fire Sovereign's decision, Liuyun stored the elixir in the system space and said slowly, all right then, since you've made up your mind, I shall take this 7th grade elixir to sell at the auction 3 days hence. Sell it? Do not. Why would you part with such a fine item? It would be better to sell it to me, the Fire Sovereign. A look of confusion and regret clouded the Fire Sovereign's face. No, this time, not only will the Yin-Yang Soul Revival Pill be sold, but also the 3,000 Thunder Fanabody technique you gifted me. Liuyun stated earnestly, his expression resolute. Fufan, notify the auction house to include an additional 7th grade elixir and an advanced terrestrial tier combat skill. 2 days later, 30 miles outside of Bone Transformation City, a figure clad in silver robes appeared at the site where Fei Tian had been slain. The energy has completely dissipated, the middle-aged man murmured, then turned his gaze towards Bone Transformation City. Even with Fei Tian's 8-star Do Zone strength, he left no trace of battle. Is the Do Zun spirit within Bone Transformation City truly that formidable? As the middle-aged man's words faded, his form abruptly vanished from sight. Within moments, he reappeared in the skies above Bone Transformation City. Concurrently, in a grand hall of the Heavenly Alliance, Liuyun and the Fire Sovereign exchanged swift glances at the sky. Utilizing their spiritual energy to investigate the sudden aura, Liuyun turned to the Fire Sovereign and queried, the incoming presence is that of a Do Zun. It is likely the Thunder Sovereign of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Do you feel confident? Fear not. You can rest easy. The Fire Sovereign offered Liuyun a confident smile before stepping out of the hall and ascending into the sky. You're the one who killed Fei Tian, correct? The silver-robed, middle-aged man queried in a deep voice as he faced the Fire Sovereign. Indeed, that little pest has been dealt with by me. What? Do you seek revenge? The Fire Sovereign responded with a flippant demeanor. I had thought that you might fear my pursuit and thus hesitate to admit it. Given that there are no lingering traces of energy, the silver-robed man sneered. Ha! If a fight is to be fought, then let it commence without all this unnecessary chatter. With that, the Celestial Fire Sovereign did not wait for the silver-robed middle-aged man to respond, but instead summoned a sharp sword of spirit energy into his hand. Not to be outdone, the silver-robed individual instantly conjured a massive sphere crackling with lightning as the Celestial Fire Sovereign made his move. With a series of hissing sounds, the silver-robed man propelled the sphere toward the Celestial Fire Sovereign. Sensing the terrifying energy within the lightning sphere, the Celestial Fire Sovereign did not dare to be careless, and a translucent flame coalesced around his sword. Falling Heart Flame. Upon witnessing the Celestial Fire Sovereign's attack, the silver-robed middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression turned serious. Bang! As the lightning sphere collided with the transparent sword light in mid-air, a wave of energy that could only be described as catastrophic erupted, spreading outwards. This is bad. In the Heavenly Earth Alliance, the swift-moving Liuyun raised an eyebrow at this situation and immediately darted toward the violent fluctuation emanating from the sky. Chapter 363. A sword to cut down the Sovereign of Combat. This time, the Celestial Fire Sovereign was engaged in battle with a peer-level powerhouse and could not afford to be distracted by the ensuing chaos as he did previously. Should this energy fluctuation sweep over the Heavenly Earth Alliance, It was likely that apart from Fu Fan and Lin Feng, along with a few combat sovereigns, the rest would be left to their doom. Given the gravity of the situation, Liuyun immediately began to fervently channel the immense combat energy within his body. As the wave of energy approached within 30 meters of the ground, Liuyun lightly clapped his palm, sending forth a massive, pitch-black handprint soaring into the sky. Whoosh! The previously rampaging energy wave was abruptly pushed upward upon encountering this dark handprint, and at the same time, the sky above erupted with a fierce howling wind. Liuyun's sudden appearance naturally caught the attention of the Thunder Sovereign. Upon witnessing Liuyun, a low-tier combat sovereign, neutralized the terrifying aftermath of the battle. A profound curiosity sparked in his eyes. Could this person be the leader of the Heavenly Earth Alliance, the 7th-rank alchemist, Yinlu? No wonder he could command the souls of combat sovereigns. He truly possesses remarkable prowess. However, without entering the combat sovereign realm, he remains but an ant. At this moment, while the Thunder Sovereign was astonished, he had already made a decision. The next instant, he unleashed his full power in the form of the 3,000 thunder movements. His figure constantly shifting, creating numerous silver afterimages in the sky. Soon, the Thunder Sovereign had distanced himself from the Celestial Fire Sovereign. 3,000 thunder clones. As his inner voice resonated, an invisible force began to seep from the Thunder Sovereign's body, twisting and coiling until it formed a doppelganger that bore an exact likeness to him. 2 combat sovereigns. Upon witnessing the Thunder Sovereign's 3,000 thunder clones, the Celestial Fire Sovereign's expression grew grave. Let me see what abilities this leader of the Heavenly Earth Alliance possesses. Just then, the lightning doppelganger that had been conjured let out a sinister laugh and rushed toward Liuyun. This is not good. Seeing that the target of the doppelganger was Liuyun, the Celestial Fire Sovereign's heart sank. Instantly, a tremendous surge of spiritual power erupted from him, causing the very space around him to tremble violently. On the Thunder Sovereign's side, observing the Celestial Fire Sovereign's sudden movement, he let out a cold chuckle. With lightning coursing across his body, he summoned a massive bolt of lightning in his palm and, with a swift motion, charged to intercept the Celestial Fire Sovereign. As the two clashed violently, a colossal wave of energy and the sound of thunder resonated above Douqi City. Damn it! Blocked by the Thunder Sovereign's real body, the Celestial Fire Sovereign roared in fury, hastening his attack rhythm. Meanwhile, the lightning doppelganger was remarkably swift, reaching Liuyun just as the two combatants engaged. However, the doppelganger found it perplexing that Liuyun, a low-tier combat sovereign, did not flinch upon the approach of a combat sovereign. Mia Blusta. The doppelganger muttered under its breath, then tightened its grip, conjuring a spear of golden and silver lightning, which it hurled at Liuyun. Faced with this formidable assault, Liuyun's gaze sharpened, and he did not retreat. A sword imbued with golden light suddenly manifested in his hand. The sword measured 3 feet and 8 inches, forged from an unknown material, with its hilt adorned with the intricate carving of a golden dragon, exuding an air of majesty. Sword of Heaven's Severance. With a light exclamation from Liuyun, the golden radiance surging from the sword intensified, and in that moment, Liuyun felt nearly half of his internal combat energy being drawn away. His expression darkened. As the sword's might reached its zenith, he swung it forth, unleashing a torrent of formidable and piercing golden sword light that shattered the space as it surged toward the massive lightning spear. Such a dangerous aura. Seeing the sword strike out, the lightning doppelganger's pupils constricted, a sense of trepidation washing over it. Boom! When the sword light collided with the lightning spear, a colossal sound akin to metal clashing echoed through the sky. Within the center of the explosion, the golden sword light remained largely unchanged in its ferocity, cleaving the spear cleanly in two before continuing unabated toward the doppelganger. Whoosh! In the next moment, a crisp sound reached the doppelganger's ears. Its gaze slowly descended, landing upon its bisected body, a wave of horror sweeping over it. In the eyes of the numerous Heavenly Earth Alliance powerhouses, a terrifying vacuum seam appeared along the doppelganger-esque body, yet not a single drop of blood flowed from it. The bisected form began to grow ethereal amidst a flurry of crackling electricity. At this moment, Liuyun's figure also materialized above the phantom halves of the body. Sur divine technique. With a soft incantation in his heart, Liuyun pressed his hand upon the doppelganger's crown. Instantly, a violent suction erupted from his palm, and the doppelganger let out a pained howl, uncontrollably drawn into Liuyun's grasp. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Many below had yet to react when they witnessed Liuyun slaying the lightning doppelganger, erupting into cheers. The alliance leader is mighty. Following the dissolution of the doppelganger, the Thunder Sovereign, who was still engaged in a soul struggle with the Celestial Fire Sovereign and had even gained a slight upper hand, wore a grimace. Although the doppelganger's power was inferior to his true form, being between a 1-star and a 2-star combat sovereign, it was incomprehensible to him that a mere low-tier combat sovereign could slay it with a single sword strike. As he stared in disbelief toward Liuyun, the Celestial Fire Sovereign seized the opportunity to strike him from behind with a palm imbued with immense spiritual power. Thud! With such a violent blow, the Thunder Sovereign was sent staggering back several dozen meters, and upon looking again, his complexion had turned pale, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Casting a glance at Liuyun and the Celestial Fire Sovereign, the Thunder Sovereign's heart sank further into panic. At this moment, Liuyun appeared to him as a powerhouse of the combat sovereign realm. Moreover, the Thunder Sovereign could deduce that Liuyun was surely employing some secret method to absorb the soul power of the doppelganger. In the brief moments it took to dispatch the doppelganger, Liuyun had also inflicted a degree of influence upon his true form. Under these circumstances, coupled with the full force strike from the Celestial Fire Sovereign, the Thunder Sovereign's condition had drastically deteriorated. If Yinlu were to emerge now, caught between the two of them, today might very well be his last. Whispering to himself, the Thunder Sovereign began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Meanwhile, as he absorbed the soul power of the Thunder Sovereign's doppelganger, Liuyun felt his own spiritual power surging dramatically, a sensation of indescribable euphoria enveloping him. While reveling in this surge of power, Liuyun turned his gaze toward the Celestial Fire Sovereign and chuckled lightly, saying, "Old Yao, I believe this fellow's body suits you quite well. You should take good care of it." Chapter 364. The Arrival of Reinforcements Indeed. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the body of the Lord of Heavenly Fire suddenly halted, and the terrifying energy he had been preparing to unleash also ceased. As he gazed at the Lord of Thunder with an intense fervor in his eyes, "Rest assured, have I ever deceived you?" Liuyun replied. Witnessing the exchange between Liuyun and the Lord of Heavenly Fire, as well as the fervent gaze directed at him, the Lord of Thunder felt a chill run down his spine. How infuriating! I never imagined I would be forced into such a predicament today. After a moment of self-mockery, the Lord of Thunder's expression suddenly sharpened. "Today, you rely on your numbers to bully me. Such a cowardly victory. Should you dare return, I shall personally sever your heads." After uttering this harsh proclamation, the Lord of Thunder's form was immediately enveloped in numerous afterimages, his true self darting towards the outskirts of Huagu City. By the heavens! He fleeing just like that. Why does every member of the Thunderwind Pavilion seem so spineless? Liuyun remarked, his tongue clicking in disbelief as he observed the once mighty Lord of Thunder making a hasty retreat. In stark contrast to Liuyun's calm demeanor, the Lord of Heavenly Fire reacted with much more fervor upon witnessing the Lord of Thunder's flight. "Do not leave. Stay with me. I am in dire need of your presence," he shouted, his eyes reflecting the desperation akin to that of a man whose beloved had run away with another. Following his words, the Lord of Heavenly Fire transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the direction in which the Lord of Thunder had fled. Seeing this, a smirk crept onto Liuyun's lips. In a short span of less than 10 days since arriving at Huagu City, similar scenes had already unfolded 3 times with the Lord of Heavenly Fire. Each time, just as he had finished warming up, his opponent had fled prematurely. Suppressing his amusement, Liuyun swiftly followed suit. After all, the adversary the Lord of Heavenly Fire was pursuing was a renowned Do Zun powerhouse. Any unforeseen circumstances could prove troublesome. Outside Huagu City, the panicked Lord of Thunder chose an escape route nearly identical to that of Taoyin during his previous pursuit. He soon arrived at the site where Taoyin had met his demise. Casting a glance back at the Lord of Heavenly Fire, who was hot on his heels, a terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly manifested in his hand, coalescing into a spear approximately 7 feet long. "You think you could detain me alone? You are merely deluding yourself." With a swift motion, the Lord of Thunder hurled the lightning spear towards the Lord of Heavenly Fire, then continued his flight without looking back. Suddenly, his expression changed to one of astonishment, for he sensed another formidable presence rapidly approaching from ahead. In no time, a young man clad in black, exuding an alluring yet sinister charm, emerged into the Lord of Thunder's field of vision. Surprised, the Lord of Thunder thought, "This individual possesses an extraordinary aura. He must have reached the level of 5-star Do Zun." When did the northern region gain such a powerful figure? As the Lord of Thunder's gaze locked onto the eyes of the enchanting young man, a tumultuous wave surged within him. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming loss of control over his own body. Alarmed, the Lord of Thunder quickly averted his gaze, daring not to meet the stranger's eyes again. I am the Lord of Thunder from the northern region. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Despite his inner shock, the Lord of Thunder had navigated the northern region for many years and, after regaining composure, addressed the enigmatic youth with a measured tone. In response to the Lord of Thunder's inquiry, the captivating young man remained silent, his gaze fixated on a point behind the Lord of Thunder. There, a violent surge of energy erupted. From that explosion, the young man discerned a vaguely familiar aura. As the mesmerizing youth contemplated, a figure clad in white suddenly emerged from the energy explosion. The Lord of Heavenly Fire. Upon seeing this figure, the enchanting youth finally recalled, his face alight with excitement. However, the next moment, his enthusiasm dissipated, replaced by a furrowed brow. This captivating young man was Mo, a loyal protector of Liuyun. Naturally, he was aware of the situation with the split body. Having come to the central region, he had only received one mission: to reunite with his master's avatar as swiftly as possible. With the Lord of Heavenly Fire present, where was his master? Had something gone awry? Contemplating this, a terrifying aura involuntarily erupted from Mo. Sensing this change in Mo, the Lord of Thunder grew wary and began to retreat. At this moment, the Lord of Heavenly Fire, who was pursuing closely behind, noticed the formidable presence of the young man. Isn't that the one who brought Yinlu back last time? But why is he with the Lord of Thunder? Confused about the situation, the Lord of Heavenly Fire felt an inexplicable sense of caution arise within him. I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. As the Lord of Heavenly Fire approached, the Lord of Thunder felt increasingly anxious and, after speaking briefly to Mo, intended to depart. Stop! Just as the Lord of Thunder prepared to leave, Mo called out sharply. What is it that you desire? Hearing Mo's words, the Lord of Thunder halted, frowning as he inquired. However, in response to the Lord of Thunder's question, Mo remained unresponsive, his attention solely on the approaching Lord of Heavenly Fire. Given the unfolding circumstances, Mo quickly deduced that the Lord of Heavenly Fire was pursuing the man beside him. Yet he understood that he needed to clarify the situation before proceeding. As the distance between Mo and the Lord of Thunder closed, the Lord of Heavenly Fire was beset by a flurry of peculiar thoughts. How strange. The Lord of Thunder is no longer fleeing. If his backing is indeed that individual, the situation could become quite troublesome. The internal conflicts within such transcendent powers may resemble the power struggles deep within the Imperial Palace, where, to achieve their ends, even allies could turn against one another. Why are you alone here, Lord of Heavenly Fire? Where is Yinlu? Following Liuyun's instructions to keep his avatar's identity concealed, Mo referred to Liuyun by his alias in front of others. Upon hearing Mo address the Lord of Heavenly Fire, the Lord of Thunder, no matter how dull he was, could surmise that the two were acquainted. At that moment, regret washed over him. Had he known he would linger, he would have left immediately. What if these two conspired against him? Surely not. It cannot be so. One Dozun spirit is already quite formidable. How could this 5-star Dozun powerhouse also belong to them? Chapter 365. The Fall of the Lord of Thunder, judging by the tone of the one speaking. It appeared that his focus lay squarely on the alchemist, Yinlu. An alchemist. This Yinlu is a 7th-grade alchemist. It is entirely normal for powerful figures to seek him for pill concoction. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Lord of Thunder quickly grasped the crux of the matter, and a cunning scheme began to take root in his mind. With a feigned expression of curiosity, the Lord of Thunder transmitted a message to Mo. Might I inquire if the esteemed Master Yinlu you mentioned is the same individual who was imprisoned by the Lord of Heavenly Fire and was the former leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance? The former leader? Imprisoned? Mo, well aware of the establishment of the Heaven and Earth Alliance by Liuyun, would not have been so fortuitously present near Huagu City otherwise. Upon hearing the Lord of Thunder's whispered words, a glint of coldness appeared on Mo's face. That lad, Yinlu, enjoys adventure. He frequently ventures out in search of treasures. Just a while ago, he went out again. As for his destination, I cannot say for certain. Observing Mo's somewhat unusual demeanor, the Lord of Heavenly Fire, too, responded cautiously. Was it not your master who instructed you to protect Yinlu? Is this how you fulfill your duty without even knowing where he has gone? A tempest of fury flickered across the visage of the griffin, resonating in the somber tones of its voice. As the two conversed, particularly at the mention of master by the griffin, a sense of foreboding enveloped the venerable Liuyun. It appeared that they had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. The origins of this Yun Lu were astonishingly daunting. Furthermore, the relationship between this so-called master and Yun Lu remained shrouded in mystery. A plethora of confounding thoughts swirled within Liuyun's mind, inflicting upon him an overwhelming sense of pressure. Nonetheless, the only solace for Liuyun lay in the apparent discord between the two individuals. Though my feet are planted firmly here, I cannot control them. Moreover, it was he who instructed me not to follow. The heavenly fire Zun explained in response to the griffin's reprimand. But what about you? Why are you consorting with this individual who seeks to eliminate Yun Lu? Is that so? You intend to slay Yun Lu? The griffin's gaze shifted sharply towards Liuyun upon hearing the words of the heavenly fire Zun. A wave of trepidation washed over Liuyun, who hastily protested. Do not heed his fabrications. I merely sought Master Yun Lu for alchemical purposes, only to find him under duress from this very individual, who also harbors intentions of treachery against me. The griffin's eyes narrowed, as each party insisted that the other was an enemy of their master. Yet, as the griffin's obsidian gaze scrutinized the two, it was evident that Liuyun bore a sense of guilt. At that moment, a streak of light surged from the direction of Bone Transformation City. Upon recognizing the silhouette in the distance, the griffin felt a familiar aura wash over it. Master, the detection of Liuyun's presence ignited a surge of excitement within the griffin. Meanwhile, the thoughts of the heavenly fire Zun and Liuyun were fraught with complexity. This lad has previously sent me alone to pursue. Why has he chosen to accompany me this time? The heavenly fire Zun mused anxiously as he beheld Liuyun's form. Liuyun's reaction was even more intense. If his lies were to be exposed, he would likely find himself besieged by all three. With that thought, he dared not linger a moment longer, retreating several hundred meters in haste. Simultaneously, Liuyun, hastening towards the scene, received an urgent message from the heavenly fire Zun. Caution is advised regarding the griffin. A smirk curled upon Liuyun's lips upon hearing the description conveyed by the transmission. I must admit, the old man's imagination is quite vivid. With a light chuckle, Liuyun sent a reply before accelerating his pace. Listening intently to the information relayed, the griffin's demeanor sharpened. In the next instant, noticing Liuyun's movements, a sneer of disdain appeared on the griffin's lips. Attempting to flee? With a chilling command, the griffin concentrated its vast battle energy within its palm, propelling itself forward with astonishing speed towards Liuyun. Even as Liuyun unleashed all his might in the form of the 3,000 thunder movements, he found himself unable to match the griffin's velocity. Before long, the griffin's fist, imbued with ferocious battle energy, closed in on Liuyun. With no avenue of escape, Liuyun had no choice but to brace himself against the griffin's strike. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided, the space around them shuddering violently, accompanied by a sharp cracking sound emanating from Liuyun's hand. In a single blow, Liuyun found his bone shattered. The sheer power of this adversary was terrifying, surpassing even that of the beast sovereign. In the throes of shock, Liuyun was forced to retreat hundreds of meters once more. Witnessing this spectacle, the heavenly fire Zun was equally astonished. Grateful that the earlier misunderstanding had not prompted the griffin to attack, he realized that his recently restored spiritual energy might have been shattered otherwise. At this juncture, the heavenly fire Zun had dispelled any misconceptions regarding the griffin and, observing its solitary confrontation with Liuyun, urged Liuyun, "Let us go, young Yun Lu. We must lend our aid. There is no need. With the griffin's strength, defeating Liuyun will be a mere trifle," Liuyun replied nonchalantly. "Still, we should join in, should he strike too fiercely and harm my corporeal form. It would be quite unfortunate." The heavenly fire Zun expressed his concerns. "Esteemed one, my wind and thunder pavilion shares a profound connection with the celestial phoenix clan. Could you not spare their dignity and cease this conflict?" Liuyun, aware of his disadvantage against the griffin, hastily invoked his backing. The celestial phoenix clan, the griffin, well versed in the lore of the three great races of the beast realm, acknowledged this name. However, the nature of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's alliance with such an exalted lineage puzzled it. Upon hearing Liuyun's entreaty, The Griffin's momentum faltered momentarily before it unleashed a wave of fierce attacks anew. With the heavenly fire Zun joining the fray, Lei Zun found himself utterly incapable of defending against their combined onslaught. In no time, he bore grievous injuries. 2 gaping wounds marred his chest, while the left side of his face lay mangled from the Griffin's blow. Observing Lei Zun's desperate struggles, the heavenly fire Zun's expression shifted to one of pity, and his strikes softened accordingly. If you desire my life, you shall pay a price. Suddenly, the beleaguered Lei Zun erupted into a maniacal laugh. He is going to self-destruct. Stop him. The heavenly fire Zun shouted urgently upon witnessing the chaotic lightning coursing within Lei Zun's body. His concern stemmed not from the danger posed by the self-detonation, but rather from the lamentable loss of such a formidable vessel. Fear not, he cannot self-destruct, the Griffin declared confidently. It then shouted towards the imminent explosion. Lei Zun, look here. By some stroke of fate, Lei Zun's gaze met that of the Griffin. In that fleeting moment, Lei Zun's eyes grew vacant, and the violent energy within him subsided. At that juncture, the heavenly fire Zun's soul surged behind Lei Zun, delivering a fierce blow of spiritual power. PFF. The impact jolted Lei Zun from his stupor, yet he was now teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The Griffin approached without mercy, delivering a final strike to his heart, ensuring Lei Zun's definitive demise. After securing Lei Zun's lifeless body, Liuyun led the Griffin and the heavenly fire Zun back to Bone Transformation City. The following day, the auction hosted by the Celestial Alliance commenced as scheduled in the central square of Bone Transformation City. Despite the persistent targeting of the Celestial Alliance by the Wind and Thunder Pavilion and many factions striving to distance themselves from it, fearing entanglement, perceptions shifted dramatically after Liuyun and the heavenly fire Zun's triumph over Lei Zun. What was once evaded became a source of eager flattery. Naturally, the auction attracted numerous prominent figures from the northern region. As in the previous occasion, the guest seating was meticulously curated. The auctioneer once again was the young black. Before the auction commenced, the VIP seating surrounding the elevated platform filled rapidly, accompanied by a cacophony of discussions. Have you heard? The Lei Zun of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion has fallen to the heavenly fire Zun of the Celestial Alliance. Before long, their dominance in the north will surely falter. Upon hearing such talk, members of the Celestial Alliance wore expressions of great pride. They felt fortunate for the timely decision made during the assault by the Soul Palace as powerful figures. Without that opportunity, they would never have been able to establish the Celestial Alliance or acquire such a wealth of alchemical resources to enhance their cultivation. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. Please maintain silence. With the youthful voice of Black ringing out, the chatter subsided. Once the hall fell quiet, Black retrieved the first item for auction from his spatial ring. The inaugural auction item was a 7th-grade elixir, the Yin-Yang Soul Rejuvenation Pill. Before Little Black, upon the stone platform, lay a black and red dual-colored elixir, resting quietly within a transparent jade vial. The effect of this Yin-Yang Soul Rebirth Pill is rather straightforward. It possesses the power to resurrect a deceased body. While it may seem trivial to many, for those whose souls alone linger in this world, this elixir is nothing short of a priceless treasure. For anyone wishing to revive a departed friend, acquiring this pill will grant them a complimentary opportunity from the Celestial Alliance to assist in crafting a new body. Initially, when Little Black introduced the elixir, many listeners were indifferent. However, as he continued, a ripple of intrigue began to spread among them. There remain quite a few powerful beings existing as mere souls on this continent. If one could leverage this elixir to recruit a top-tier powerhouse, that would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Now, without further ado, this Yin-Yang Soul Rebirth Pill has no starting price. Whoever first offers a grade 7 elixir, regardless of type, may exchange it for this remarkable item. Let the bidding commence. As soon as Little Black finished speaking, several individuals eager to test their luck began to place their bids. A grade 6 elixir, the Royal Extreme Pill. A grade 6 elixir, the Bone Replenishing Pill. A grade 7 elixir, the Devouring Life Pill. However, it wasn't long before these bids were abruptly halted by a young man clad in blue who made a startling offer. The Devouring Life Pill. Did I hear that correctly? Someone truly dares to present it as a grade 7 elixir? After a moment of silence, a wave of derisive laughter erupted. The reason was clear. Despite its grade 7 classification, the Devouring Life Pill does not possess the efficacy of a true grade 7 elixir. Its effect is to rapidly elevate the user to the rank of Douwang. Yet it comes with a significant drawback. Anyone consuming this pill will be left with merely 3 years of life. Seated comfortably, Liuyun could not help but shake his head in wry amusement upon hearing the young man's bid. So, this is how it is in my auction. Someone is trying to exploit the loophole, seizing upon Little Black's words regarding grade 7 elixirs. However, Liuyun has always conducted his auctions with fairness and integrity. If someone has the audacity to take advantage of the phrasing, then that is their own skill. Contemplating this, Liuyun signaled to Little Black, who seemed uncertain. Why can't the devouring life pill be considered a grade 7 elixir? With sufficient confidence, one could consume the devouring life pill to break through to Douwang, and within 3 years, achieve a breakthrough to Douwang. Thus, the side effects of the pill could be nullified. Listening to the crowd's mockery, the young man argued defiantly. 3 years to transition from Douwang to Douwang? Are you lost in fantasy? Even with the Qingming longevity pill extending life by another decade, few would dare to gamble. Clearly, the crowd dismissed the young man's explanation with scorn. At that moment, after receiving Liuyun's consent, Little Black raised his voice to announce, "Congratulations to this gentleman for being the first to offer a grade 7 elixir. This Yin-Yang Soul Rebirth pill now belongs to you." As Little Black's words echoed, the audience stared in astonishment. Incredible. This is permissible? The Celestial Alliance truly honors their word. Indeed, even accepting the devouring life pill, they risk significant loss. Many were left pondering Liuyun's actions, believing the Celestial Alliance sought a reputation, while some within the Alliance felt it was a regrettable decision. In truth, only Liuyun understood that he would not suffer any losses. Soon, he received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully auctioning the grade 7 elixir. Yin-Yang Soul Rebirth Pill. You have received a 10,000-fold return. The grade 9 treasure pill, Dragon and Phoenix Gathering Life pill. The Dragon and Phoenix Gathering Life pill has been dispatched to your system space. Please check. Liuyun's consciousness delved into the system space, where he beheld a pill the size of a chicken egg, floating in hues of red and orange. Dragon and Phoenix Gathering Life pill, grade 9 treasure pill. Effect: regardless of how long a corpse has been deceased, as long as a speck of ash and a wisp of residual soul remain, it can be revived to grow a new body. Upon reviewing the effects of the pill, even Liuyun, who had seen countless treasures, could not suppress his excitement. Now that he had mastered the art of splitting his consciousness, possessing this elixir meant that as long as neither his main body nor his avatars were simultaneously obliterated, he could swiftly resurrect himself. Chapter 367. The Birth of the Taoyin Soul after acquiring the grade 7 Yin-Yang Soul Rebirth pill. The young man in blue bowed slightly to the auctioneer Little Black and those from the Celestial Alliance surrounding him, saying, "The Celestial Alliance truly keeps their promises." Wang Yu expresses his gratitude. With that, Wang Yu strode directly toward the exit. Liuyun extended his spiritual sense to inspect the individual, only to discover he was shrouded by a veil of mist. Yet this did not impede Liuyun's investigation. An 8-star Douhuang. Upon sensing this person's cultivation level, even Liuyun was taken aback. At just over 20 years of age, he possessed such strength. His talent was undeniably extraordinary. It is worth noting that geniuses hailing from the great powers of Zhongzhou at that age typically average around 3-star Douhuang, making this individual's potential comparable to that of the ancient clans. With a light chuckle, Liuyun called upon the Fire Sovereign. "Old Yao, follow that individual and ensure he remains unrobbed within 1,000 miles of Bone Transformation City." What? The Fire Sovereign was momentarily stunned by Liuyun's command. After selling the Yin-Yang Soul Rebirth pill at such a loss, you are also offering complimentary after-sales service? Mumbling to himself, the Fire Sovereign ultimately complied with Liuyun's request. As Little Black began to introduce the second item for auction, Liuyun shifted his focus away from the young man in blue. The second auction item was the Douqi Transformation Birth. On the high platform, Little Black presented an exquisite wooden box, emanating a chill mist. The effects of the Douqi Transformation Birth in nurturing the soul hardly require elaboration, and it is well known that consuming this could potentially connect one with the legendary Douqi heart, a true treasure of heaven and earth. As Little Black concluded his remarks, the audience's eyes gleamed with greed. Such a treasured item, if obtained, would likely elevate one's soul power by an entire tier. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Little Black continued, "This auction, like the previous one, has no starting price. And as before, the first to offer a grade 7 elixir will claim it. However, Let me be clear. If anyone attempts to exploit loopholes with subpar elixirs akin to the Devouring Life pill, they will be treated as disruptors of the auction. Remarkably, the demand for Grade 7 elixirs persists. Master Yin Lu is a Grade 7 alchemist. Why would he seek so many Grade 7 elixirs? The Grade 7 elixirs that Master Yin Lu desires are undoubtedly not the ordinary kind. Upon hearing Little Black's stipulation, confusion spread across the faces of the crowd. Although puzzled by the Celestial Alliance's auction regulations, it did not deter their competitive spirit for the Bodhi transformation birth. Soon, a flurry of bids filled the air. 2 Royal Extreme pills, 40 stalks of Grade 6 spiritual herbs, 1 Breaking Sect pill. I am willing to offer half of the Han family stock to exchange for the Bodhi transformation birth. As the bidding progressed, numerous Grade 6 elixirs emerged. However, the elusive Grade 7 elixir remained absent. Those unable to produce a Grade 7 elixir were left with a singular hope, that others too would be unable to present one, granting them a slight chance. Liuyun squinted, skeptical that nearly a third of the Northern Domain's elite could not procure a single Grade 7 elixir. It certainly was not due to a lack of allure from the Bodhi transformation birth. Liuyun surmised that the earlier incident with Wang Yu and Little Black's warning likely deterred those possessing Grade 7 elixirs from bidding freely. Upon contemplating this, Liuyun rose slowly, his voice resonating throughout the entire square. Esteemed guests, there is no need for such hesitance. Should anyone possess 7th grade elixirs, feel free to bid without concern. As for the quality of the elixirs, our Heavenly Alliance will conduct a thorough assessment. Even if the evaluation proves unfavorable, it will bear no consequence. With Liuyun's words, the crowd seemed to find reassurance, and in a short while, 3 or 4 7th grade elixirs appeared in succession. Observing the 4 bidders, Xiaohei's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that a single warning could have nearly led to the pitiable sale of the Bodhi transformation essence, akin to the yin-yang soul nourishing pill. After careful consideration, Xiaohei selected an elixir named Tian Kuei Huangdan from the 4 7th grade offerings. The Tian Kuei Huangdan possesses the remarkable ability to swiftly restore those whose cultivation has plummeted in the Dozong realm due to various circumstances back to their peak state. Having made his decision, Xiaohei cast a sidelong glance at Liuyun, and seeing no opposition, he struck the hammer, solidifying the ownership of the Bodhi transformation essence. Simultaneously, a notification chime echoed in Liuyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the Bodhi transformation essence. You have received a 10,000-fold return in the form of the Taoyin Soul Essence, which has been deposited in the system space. Please check your inventory. Taoyin Soul Essence. Upon hearing this notification, Liuyun, the original, in the Myriad Beast Palace hastily entered the system space to inspect the Taoyin Soul Essence. There, he beheld a mass, half a zhang in size, with an exterior resembling liquid mercury, emanating a soft glow and undulating as it floated within the system space. The vast power of souls permeating it was as unfathomable as the ocean. Even Liuyun, whose soul strength was comparable to that of a half-saint, felt exceedingly diminutive in its presence. Taoyin Soul Essence, an extraordinarily miraculous celestial treasure capable of significantly enhancing one's soul power, while also facilitating the accelerated development of spiritual intelligence in surrounding spiritual entities. Witnessing such formidable capabilities, Liuyun's heart surged with excitement. With this celestial treasure, to what terrifying heights could his soul realm ascend? With this thought, Liuyun unhesitatingly extracted the mercury-like mass. The moment the Taoyin Soul Essence manifested within the Myriad Beast Palace, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from the palace, radiating outward. The numerous formidable beasts outside the palace were jolted by this wave of soul power, only to be met with a strange sense of euphoria from deep within their souls. When this immense soul power surged beyond 100 miles, it suddenly created translucent ripples in space, effectively sealing it from further outward diffusion. This peculiar occurrence stemmed from the fact that the Myriad Beast Palace had long since been relocated from its original position within the Beast Mountain range to a newly open space behind the Yunlan sect. Although this space was not expansive, it was entirely sufficient for Liuyun at this juncture. Gazing upon the half-zhang Taoyin Soul Essence, Liuyun concentrated his soul power to project a soul avatar into it. Inside the Taoyin Soul Essence lay an endless ocean, its surface roiling with waves. Faintly, it seemed to resonate with roars emanating from the depths of the soul. Chapter 368, Projection Technique. The soul avatar hovered above the ocean, and as Liuyun's gaze fell upon the depths of the sea, a profound shock coursed through him. This mercury-like substance, seemingly small, concealed an incredible secret. The ocean, upon Liuyun's probing, revealed a result that left even him astounded. This ocean was entirely composed of condensed soul power. The sheer magnitude of soul power was something Liuyun had never witnessed in all his years. Compared to this ocean of souls, his own perfected soul realm felt like a mere speck. Simultaneously, through sensations relayed from his avatar, Liuyun was astonished to discover that time within this space flowed nearly 10 times faster than in the outside world. He surmised that the density of soul power here had altered the flow of time. As he muttered softly, Liuyun began to steady his composure. With the accelerated passage of time, the duration required for him to absorb the soul power here would be significantly reduced. Contemplating this, Liuyun's soul avatar gradually descended onto the ocean surface, and in the next moment, the avatar's form rapidly expanded to hundreds of zhang in size. A ghostly blue flame began to emanate from within the colossal soul avatar, ultimately transforming it into a figure of blue fire, exuding a terrifying heat that permeated the space. Boom! Just as Liuyun's soul avatar was enveloped in the Taoyin Divine Flame, the ocean of souls roared to life beneath it, forming a colossal whirlpool. An overwhelming torrent of soul power surged forth, as if drawn by an irresistible force, transforming into massive pillars of soul water that relentlessly crashed against the grand soul avatar. Upon contact with the avatar, these enormous pillars produced wisps of white smoke as they were incinerated by the Taoyin Divine Flame, swiftly converting into pure soul essence that fused into Liuyun's soul. Liuyun's devouring demon technique excelled not only in energy absorption, but also in the rapid assimilation of soul power. Combined with the Taoyin Divine Flame, refining the already sparse impurities in this soul power, he could absorb it without concern. From the vast ocean, immense pillars of soul water leapt forth like giant serpents, ultimately cascading onto the meditating soul avatar. As time passed, a glowing aura began to flow across the massive avatar, transforming it into a deity-like figure standing amidst heaven and earth, exuding overwhelming pressure. This rate of refinement was astonishing enough to leave many in awe. While the ocean of souls roiled with tumultuous waves, echoing thunderously throughout the realm, accompanied by Liuyun's near whale-like consumption and absorption, the pressure emanating from his soul grew increasingly terrifying, swiftly propelling him from the pinnacle of the soul realm to the scarcely attained heavenly soul realm. Furthermore, even after reaching the heavenly soul realm, Liuyun's ascent in soul power showed no signs of abating. Amidst this frenzied absorption of soul power from the ocean, Liuyun also noted that the soul power within the Taoyin soul essence appeared to be regenerating at a subtle rate. This discovery, that the essence was indeed renewable, brought him a small measure of delight. In the northern region of the central continent, at the central square of the Bone Transformation City, due to the differing flow of time, Liuyun's original self had absorbed soul power within the Taoyin soul essence for over an hour, while his avatar, Xiao Yan, had only just begun to present the 3,000 thunder illusions. The final auction item of the day, 3,000 thunder illusions. No starting price, the highest bidder wins. As Xiao Yan's words fell, a wave of excitement rippled through the audience. The 3,000 thunder illusions, a closely guarded secret of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, was said to be an even more powerful combat technique than the 3,000 thunder movements. It was rumored that mastering it could rival the prowess of a heavenly grade combat skill. Such a precious combat technique was being auctioned by the Heavenly Alliance. Regardless of its rarity, the Heavenly Alliance was unafraid of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. We, however, are not. If the Wind Thunder Pavilion were to discover who possesses the 3,000 thunder illusions, it would likely spell our doom. After a flurry of impassioned discussions, an unsettling silence ensued. In the face of a superpower that had dominated the northern region for countless years, few dared to tread upon its boundaries. The crowd's reaction was precisely what Xiao Yan had anticipated. Are you all concerned that acquiring the 3,000 thunder illusions will provoke the Wind Thunder Pavilion's wrath? Xiao Yan inquired. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the head of the Leaf family in Tiannan City sighed and remarked, "The Wind and Thunder Pavilion has wielded its influence over the northern domain for many years, boasting of vast power and numerous experts. If they were to discover who possesses the 3,000 lightning phantoms, the consequences would be dire. But if I were to announce that the Thunder Sovereign of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion has perished, would you still harbor such fears? A confident smile graced Xiao Hei's face as he spoke. The Thunder Sovereign has fallen. Is that truly plausible? Even though the Fire Sovereign and the Alliance leader managed to defeat the Thunder Sovereign that day, surely killing him was no simple feat. Many voiced their skepticism in response to Xiao Hei's claims. Unfazed, Xiao Hei calmly produced a corpse from his spatial ring. The moment the body materialized, an overwhelming aura erupted, with remnants of lightning shimmering around it. Although the Thunder Sovereign was dead, the pressure emanating from the body still bore the hallmark of a mighty fighter. At that moment, those who beheld the corpse had no reason to doubt its authenticity. With the demise of the Thunder Sovereign and Fei Tian, it meant that the Wind and Thunder Pavilion was now left with only the West and South Pavilion Masters. This revelation would surely incite movements from other factions, and the remaining two Pavilion Masters would likely be preoccupied with their own survival, leaving them little time to address other matters. After today, it seemed the Northern Domain was destined for upheaval. 2 Imperial-grade pills and 1 breaking sect pill. A voice broke through the astonishment, marking the first bid from the audience below. The Han family offers 50 6th-grade spirit herbs, 1 6th-grade pill, 3 6th-grade pills. Following this declaration, several others quickly joined in with their bids. Ultimately, the 3,000 lightning phantoms were secured by Transformation Beast Expert for a 7th-grade pill. Congratulations to this Beast Expert for acquiring the 3,000 lightning phantoms. Our alliance will also bestow upon you a 3,000 lightning scroll as a complimentary gift, Xiao Hei announced earnestly, revealing the auction's results. At that moment, Liuyun received the anticipated notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the 3,000 lightning phantoms. You have been rewarded with the soul projection technique, which has been dispatched to your system space. Please check it. Chapter 369, The Northern Domain's Landscape Projection. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liuyun surmised the function of the returned soul projection technique from its literal meaning. As his mind delved into the system's space, he beheld a pitch-black scroll radiating a mysterious aura. Soul projection technique. Within a certain area, the stronger the soul power, the larger the coverage area, as long as it is a place previously visited or possesses approximate coordinates. One can instantaneously project a copy of their soul power to that location. This projection possesses the same strength as the original soul and does not diminish the original soul's power in any way. The number of projections can increase as the soul's realm ascends. Just as I suspected, after reading the scroll's description, Liuyun felt a surge of anticipation. If this soul projection could gain the system's recognition like a clone, then in the future, he would effortlessly gather rewards from every auction house. With this thought in mind, that very night, Liuyun summoned the immense soul phantom from the Taoyin soul birth. As this soul phantom emerged from the Taoyin soul birth and returned to the original body, invisible ripples emanated from Liuyun, swiftly spreading throughout the 100-mile radius of this small world. In an instant, the small world fell into profound silence, and all beings within sensed an oppressive force emanating from the depths of their souls. As they attempted to approach Liuyun, it felt as though they were wading through a mire, with each step exceedingly arduous. A complete mastery of the heaven realm soul. My master grows ever more formidable. This level of attainment is rare even among those who have been the fighting saint realm for many years. At that moment, a crimson figure within this realm gazed at the palace where Liuyun resided and sighed softly. Inside the palace, as the colossal soul phantom returned to Liuyun's body, he too recognized the monumental transformation within himself. His soul seemed capable of naturally dividing from his body without any external aid, existing in another substantial form, with power that was no less than that of the original. Sensing the remarkable enhancement of his soul realm, a smile spread across Liuyun's face. It was known that those who had not reached the complete mastery of the heaven realm soul seldom dared to summon their soul for battle. After all, if their still somewhat fragile soul were to be harmed, it would inflict greater damage on the original body. However, now, Liuyun bore no such concerns. Coupled with the soul projection technique he had just acquired, it was as if he had amplified this advantage infinitely. Moreover, Liuyun could feel that with the significant elevation of his soul realm, the strength of his physical body was also rapidly increasing under an invisible pressure. At this rate, he would likely reach the peak of the fighting sovereign level within a month. Reflecting on this, Liuyun slowly retrieved the mysterious black scroll from the system space. As his soul power probed within, an immense volume of information surged into Liuyun's mind. The recorded cultivation methods were profoundly intricate. Had Liuyun not attained the complete mastery of the Heaven Realm Soul, he likely would not have been able to comprehend such vast information, let alone practice it. Taking a deep breath, Liuyun began to meticulously study the soul projection technique. As he reviewed the contents recorded in the scroll, he suddenly felt that it was somewhat misleading, presenting itself under the guise of a soul cultivation method while being rife with insights into the way of space. However, upon further consideration, Liuyun found clarity. To achieve instant soul projection to a specific location, one must possess formidable spatial control capabilities. And this was not even the scroll's most challenging aspect. The true core of the scroll lay in how to replicate a soul with identical strength to the original without diminishing any of its power. This seems somewhat unscientific. Unable to grasp the underlying principles, Liuyun was filled with boundless anticipation for this soul projection technique. In the central state, at the Bone Transformation City, as the Heavenly Alliance openly auctioned the two secret techniques of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion and displayed the corpse of the Thunder Sovereign before the crowd. Their prominence overshadowed all other forces in the northern domain. Many rogue cultivators eagerly chose to join the Heavenly Alliance, and even certain families with substantial populations expressed interest in merging with the Heavenly Alliance. At that moment, atop a towering mountain 1,000 miles from Bone Transformation City, thousands of figures clad in silver robes gathered. Among them, a particularly burly, bare-chested man stood out. This man was none other than the West Pavilion Master of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. At this moment, standing beside the West Pavilion Master was another elder of similar strength. West Pavilion Master, recently, many have been circulating rumors of the Sovereign's fall. Do you think our actions might be akin to walking into a trap? The South Pavilion Master expressed with concern. What caliber of strength does the Sovereign possess? How could he fall so easily? The West Pavilion Master retorted indignantly. If you're determined to seek your own demise, then I shall not accompany you. Take care of yourself, the bare-chested man declared. Hearing his words, the silver-robed elder shook his head and sighed, then turned to address the assembled elders and disciples of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Those wishing to leave with me now, do so. As the elders' words echoed, nearly half of the figures standing atop the mountain began to waver in their resolve. The news of the North and East Pavilion Master's demise had spread widely, and the South Pavilion Master's proposal seemed highly appealing to many. Should we wait until the members of the Celestial Alliance come knocking at our door, we will have no opportunity left to make our choices. Indeed, the Celestial Alliance currently reigns supreme in the northern region and will undoubtedly seek to eradicate our Thunderwind Pavilion. Given this, what purpose do we serve by remaining here? You old fool, the esteemed one has only recently vanished, and yet you already entertain such thoughts. Observing the growing inclination of the crowd to depart due to the elder's words, the bare-chested man's face contorted with anger. Say what you will. The silver-robed elder paid no heed to the man's outburst. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light, darting into the distance. After the silver-robed elder's departure, individuals began to pursue him from the mountain peak, while some chose to shed their Thunderwind Pavilion robes and leave through other paths. The bare-chested man watched these movements with a bitter smile, making no attempt to hinder them. His gaze remained fixed on a woman draped in a colorful skirt among the crowd. Chapter 370. Negotiating Collaboration. Miss Feng, in light of the upheaval facing the Thunderwind Pavilion, I sincerely hope you will lend your assistance. As the leader of the Western Pavilion, the bare-chested man was privy to certain secrets of the Thunderwind Pavilion. This woman, adorned in a colorful skirt, was Feng King-e, though she appeared as the disciple of the Thunder Lord. Her true identity was that of a member of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, one of the three great beast families. Hearing the bare-chested man's transmission, Feng Qing responded earnestly. Leader of the Western Pavilion, given the current circumstances, you must relinquish your hopes for the Thunder Lord. The status of the Thunderwind Pavilion in the northern region will undoubtedly diminish significantly. Miss Feng, the Thunder Lord is your teacher. How can you believe he would fall? The bare-chested man's countenance darkened. Leader of the Western Pavilion, while I too wish to believe my teacher is safe, the overwhelming might of the Celestial Alliance and the fact that he has not shown himself for so long compel me to accept this grim reality. Feng Qing sighed. However, rest assured, while I cannot restore the Thunderwind Pavilion to its former glory, I will ensure that the Celestial Alliance does not annihilate you completely. Just as Feng Qing finished speaking, an unusual commotion erupted in the surrounding sky, causing the Western Pavilion leader's expression to grow serious. The Celestial Alliance members arrived swiftly. Feng Qing murmured softly. On the mountain peak, all remaining elders and disciples of the Thunderwind Pavilion fell into a state of alert. "Ha ha, leader of the Western Pavilion. How fortunate to see you." Soon, accompanied by hearty laughter, Liuyun, Lin Feng, Fu Fan, and several hundred members of the Celestial Alliance appeared before the Thunderwind Pavilion disciples. "Fu Fan, I have yet to seek you out, and here you are, delivering yourself to me." The Western Pavilion leader's eyes blazed with fury. "What do you mean by that, leader? I am merely here with the Alliance leader to invite you all to the city for a respite, sparing you from enduring the elements in this desolate mountain." Fu Fan gestured toward Liuyun, a faint smile adorning his face. "You are the Alliance leader of the Celestial Alliance, the 7th-grade alchemist, Yin Lu." At Fu Fan's prompting, the Western Pavilion leader finally directed his gaze toward Liuyun. "Good eye, leader of the Western Pavilion," Liuyun complimented. Upon sensing Luyun's cultivation level, the Western Pavilion leader erupted into laughter. Who would have thought that the formidable Alliance leader of the Northern region would be but a fledgling? With your cultivation, had it not been for that soul of a battle sovereign, you would have likely been crushed long ago. Impudent! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the Alliance leader? The Celestial Alliance members accompanying Liuyun were incensed by the Western Pavilion leader's crude remarks. In the next moment, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself and was about to charge forward. At that moment, however, Liuyun gestured for everyone to stand down. Liuyun's purpose for coming was straightforward: to uproot the Thunderwind Pavilion's influence entirely, ensuring the name of the Celestial Alliance echoed throughout the northern region. Nevertheless, regarding the ordinary disciples of the Thunderwind Pavilion, Liuyun felt that as long as they did not deliberately oppose him, there was no need for excessive bloodshed. Disciples of the Thunderwind Pavilion, heed my words. You have the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. After this time has elapsed, anyone remaining on this mountain will be executed without exception. Ignoring the Western Pavilion leader, Liuyun directly addressed the Thunderwind Pavilion's members. "Who do you think you are? You, Fu Fan, and Lin Feng, mere newcomers to the Battle Sovereign realm?" The Western Pavilion leader retorted angrily. Despite his show of bravado, a considerable number of individuals began to shed their Thunderwind Pavilion robes and choose to leave. "Alliance leader Yun, may I have a word?" At that moment, a graceful figure soared toward Liuyun from the mountain peak. Hearing the melodious voice, Liuyun turned his gaze toward its source. Before him stood a captivating silhouette in a flowing, colorful dress, exuding an unmistakable air of nobility. Her slightly gaunt face, coupled with a perfect oval visage and violet-brown gem-like eyes, rendered her akin to a princess from some grand empire, beautiful and ethereal, yet somewhat discordant amidst the tense atmosphere. However, the only flaw in her beauty was the hint of aloofness that seemed to radiate an air of unapproachability. Yet, as the saying goes, even jade has its flaws, which only enhances its value. That trace of coldness did little to diminish her allure. Her grace and beauty were of the highest caliber, prompting Liuyun to silently praise. Indeed, a feast for the eyes. Before long, she approached within 50 meters of Liuyun. Noticing Liuyun's unabashed gaze upon her, Feng Qing's indifferent eyes narrowed with a touch of anger. Liuyun, discerning her identity, surmised that she was Feng Qing, sent by the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan to train within the Thunderwind Pavilion. Paying no mind to Feng Qing's changing expression, Liuyun smiled lightly and inquired, "Fair maiden, do you come to plead on behalf of the Thunderwind Pavilion? You are quite perceptive." Feng Qing replied with utmost confidence. "Oh, I wonder what means you intend to employ to sway me." A smirk graced Liuyun's lips, his gaze lingering on Feng Qing's fair visage and elegant neck. Sensing his gaze, Feng Qing furrowed her brow slightly, suppressing her inner fury before softly addressing Liuyun. "May I inquire if Alliance leader Yun is aware of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan?" "Of course." Liuyun nodded. "My identity is that of a practitioner sent by the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan to experience the secular world. And the Thunderwind Pavilion is the entity we have chosen to support in the mundane realm." Feng Qing proclaimed with pride. The implication of Feng Qing's statement was evident. She sought to leverage the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan to instill apprehension in Liuyun. However, to Liuyun, her words were somewhat amusing. A mere member of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, she dared to boast about their prominence in the secular world. Moreover, Feng Qing was merely a talent of average merit within her clan. "So, Miss Feng hails from the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. How my eyes have failed me." Liuyun replied with feigned humility. Since Alliance leader Yun is aware of my lineage, and the Thunderwind Pavilion still holds some value for my clan, surely you would grant us this favor, would you not? Thinking inquired earnestly, Herr hautet de mino momentarily subdued. Liuyun suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, Miss Foam, what standing does a decrepit faction like the Thunderwind Pavilion have to collaborate with your esteemed Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan? If partnership is to be considered, would it not be more fitting for me, Yin? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Fengqing's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of insight. Indeed, the influence of the Heavenly Earth Alliance in the Northern Domain today far surpasses that of the former Thunder and Lightning Pavilion, especially under the leadership of the young and exceptionally talented Yun Liu, a genuine 7th-grade alchemist who possesses the potential to ascend to the 8th grade within her lifetime. Should she achieve this, even those formidable sage fighters would likely seek her favor. Is what you say true, Alliance leader Yin? Feng King instinctively inquired. Upon sensing Feng Qing's budding interest in such matters, Liuyun teasingly remarked, if Miss Feng were to become my concubine, I might consider collaborating with the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan. As Liuyun's words fell, laughter erupted around them. A hint of crimson stained Feng Qing's fair visit, which soon transformed into an icy demeanor. It was evident that she had realized Liuyun had no genuine intention of collaborating with the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan. His remarks were merely a means to jest with her. Yun Liu, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Have you contemplated the consequences of offending my clan? Feng King coldly retorted. Oh, what consequences might that entail? I will be most curious to hear. Liuyun replied dismissively. Arrogant fool, to belittle my clan. Should a powerful member of my clan descend, your Heavenly Earth Alliance would be obliterated in an instant. Feng Qing threatened, her expression rife with menace. In response to her words, Liuyun mockingly laughed. I fear that, given your status, you may not yet possess the clout to summon our clan as strong to action. Having uttered this, Liuyun suddenly commanded, Fu Fan, Lin Feng, seize this woman and imprison her within the Heavenly Earth Alliance's dungeon. As his command echoed, several figures swiftly emerged from the Alliance. You dare! Feng Qing exclaimed, her voice laced with fury, being so close to the Heavenly Earth Alliance. Before the burly man from the Thunder and Lightning Pavilion could react, Feng Qing had already been captured by 4 powerful Dozone warriors. Heavenly Earth Alliance, how dare you lay hands on a member of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan? The West Pavilion Master exclaimed, astonished at the scene. However, the next moment, the previously imposing West Pavilion Master suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on a sword light slicing through the horizon, unleashed by Liuyun. At that moment, under the terrifying might of the sword light, bolts of lightning surged around the West Pavilion Master. Simultaneously, under Liuyun's orders, Lin Feng, Fu Fan, and other newly joined Do Zone warriors began to cleanse the remaining members of the Thunder and Lightning Pavilion atop the mountain. Powerful torrents of Do Qi bombarded the summit. The confrontation between the old and new hegemonies of the Northern Domain raged for over 4 hours. Despite the Thunder and Lightning Pavilion boasting 7 or 8 Do Zone warriors, once the West Pavilion Master was defeated, their fighting spirit waned significantly. Ultimately, almost all of the remaining members of the Thunder and Lightning Pavilion perished. The Heavenly Earth Alliance pursued relentlessly, consolidating their remaining forces and resources. Thus, the Thunder and Lightning Pavilion, which had dominated the Northern Domain for many years, fell completely. After addressing matters concerning the Thunder and Lightning Pavilion, Liuyun began to immerse himself in the study of alchemy at the headquarters of the Heavenly Earth Alliance. Since absorbing a substantial amount of soul power from the Taoyin Soul Birth, Liuyun's own soul power had reached the celestial realm, laying the foundation for crafting 8th-grade pills. However, on the 6th night of Liuyun's seclusion for alchemy, uninvited guests arrived outside the Heavenly Earth Alliance. Members of the Soul Palace. Liuyun, engrossed in his alchemical pursuits, abruptly halted his actions. In the next moment, he ascended into the air, hands clasped behind his back. His dark eyes fixed on a point in the void as he calmly remarked, Since you have come, why hide in the shadows? As expected of a 7th-grade alchemist. Your perception is remarkably keen. Just as Liuyun's voice faded, a subtle ripple emanated from the void, and 3 figures cloaked in black robes slowly emerged from the distorted space. Alliance leader Yin, you have been quite impressive lately. The foremost figure spoke in a haunting tone. What grandeur can compare to that of the esteemed members of the Soul Palace? Liuyun replied with an air of indifference. While Liuyun conversed with the 3 black-robed figures, The respected Tian was sensed something amiss in Huagu City and hurriedly made his way there. 3 Do Zone warriors. Observing the imposing aura emanating from the black-robed figures, Tian Hua grew cautious. Indeed, there were souls of Do Zone caliber present. The 3 black-robed figures showed no surprise at Tian Hua's appearance. Well, since our target has appeared, let us act swiftly, one of them urged. You too. Combine your efforts against the Tian Hua who possesses the fallen heart flame. This young man is mine. As he spoke, a pale hand emerged from his sleeve, and a vast black mist surged forth, rapidly coalescing into a massive Tenjong black mist palm, which he forcefully brought down upon Liuyun. Meanwhile, the other 2 figures wielded dark chains, ensnaring Tian Hua. Hearing the terrifying sound of wind rushing towards him, Liuyun maintained his calm demeanor, summoning the Xianyuan sword into his grasp. Evans the Yin Swelt technique. As he silently chanted in his heart, a sword light, even more formidable than the black mist palm, slashed towards the black-robed figure. The clash between the sword light and the black mist palm erupted in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the heavens. As the shockwave reverberated, Liuyun took several steps back, feeling the tumult within his blood. He surmised that the black-robed figure he faced was likely at the level of a 3-star Do Zone. A glance at Tian Hua revealed that the black-robed figure he contended with appeared slightly stronger, likely at the 5-star Do Zone tier. Nevertheless, Tian Hua, wielding the fallen heart flame, should be able to hold his ground for a short while. Zhaixing, this young man's strength is rather perplexing. Despite being merely a Do Zone, he can withstand my blows. The black-robed figure exclaimed in surprise after their exchange. You merely need to hold him off. Once we subdue Tian Hua, we shall deal with him. The one identified as Zhaixing replied. Upon hearing the dialogue of the 3 black-robed figures, Tian Hua felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 372, Defeat of Zhaixing. Let us settle this quickly, calling upon the other black-robed figure attacking Tian Hua. Zhaixing spread his palm, fingers splayed towards Tian Hua. Then, with a tremor of his fingers, 5 streams of viscous black mist surged forth from his fingertips, coalescing into strange black chains with a cacophony of sound, spiraling through the air and piercing the void, appearing above Tian Hua's head in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Tian Hua's expression shifted slightly, and he swiftly retreated a few steps. The chains descended fiercely from above, brushing past Tian Hua, shattering the space before him. Let us see how many times you can evade, Zhaixing shouted, snapping his fingers. The chains shot up like a venomous serpent, propelled by a fierce wind. Surging toward Tian Hua's soul, the chains struck with terrifying speed, leaving a flurry of afterimages in the sky, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to evade. Clang, clang, clang. Facing Zhaixing's relentless assault, Tian Hua grasped his palm, summoning a black spear of soul power to materialize in his hand. With a swift motion, he conjured a dense array of spear shadows around him, absorbing the incoming chains. The chains thudded heavily against the black spear. The overwhelming force and the chain's peculiar power targeting the soul made Tian Hua feel discomfort. At that moment, another black-robed figure's attack descended, a wave of black mist surging toward Tian Hua's flank. At this critical juncture, an ethereal flame suddenly manifested within the soul of the celestial fire sovereign, which then transformed in midair into a colossal fire serpent that devoured the swirling mass of black mist. Liuyun, I can barely withstand this anymore. Why haven't you sent your people to assist? After fending off another's assault, the celestial fire sovereign turned and shouted at Liuyun. So soon? I haven't even had my fill of battle yet. A faint smile graced Liuyun's lips upon hearing the celestial fire sovereign's plea. You're dealing with one opponent, while I'm facing 2. The celestial fire sovereign retorted, somewhat exasperated. Demon Griffin, with a single call from Liuyun, a nearby space warped suddenly, revealing the figure of an enigmatic young man before the eyes of the 5. There's actually reinforcements. The imposing aura radiating from the demon griffin caused the star-removing old ghost to pale, his attacks on the celestial fire sovereign slowing considerably. Are you truly going to oppose us for this, Yinlu? The star-removing old ghost threatened the newly emerged demon griffin. What nonsense! With just those 2 words, the demon griffin swiftly approached the star-removing old ghost, while the celestial fire sovereign tightened his grip on his black spear, advancing steadily. The appearance of the demon griffin dramatically shifted the tide of battle. The 2-star Do Zun, who had just attacked the celestial fire sovereign, joined the fray. Yet his participation seemed to do little to aid the star-removing old ghost. After merely 3 or 4 exchanges, The star-removing old ghost found himself struck fiercely in the chest by the demon griffin's fist, retreating while casting a wary glance at him. Meanwhile, Liuyun wielded the Xianyuan sword, engaging in a fierce battle with the 3-star Douqi of the Soul Palace for several dozen exchanges, gradually gaining the upper hand. How terrifying! It seems as though this person's fighting spirit is inexhaustible. Each strike lands like a thunderclap. The figure in the black robe thought, in secret, astonished. Demon Griffin, eliminate that star-removing old ghost first, Liuyun commanded suddenly, unleashing a horrifying sword beam. Hearing Liuyun's words, the demon griffin's gaze turned increasingly vicious, his form halting as he exuded a terrifying bloodlust. Even the celestial fire sovereign nearby was taken aback by this overwhelming aura. Blood Soul Seal. The next moment, with a thunderous shout from the demon griffin, a blood-red imprint, suffused with tearing power, began to coalesce in the void. As this seal manifested, the entire realm was dyed crimson, and a vast expanse of space crumbled. What has transpired today is irreversible. Upon witnessing the formation of this massive blood-red seal, the star-removing old ghost felt a shudder course through his body and soul, his eyes filled with dread. With a booming shout, he signaled his 2 companions to retreat, even as the space around him began to warp. Boom! However, just as his words fell, the enormous blood-red seal had already approached him. In that precarious moment, a ferocious glint appeared in the star-removing old ghost's eyes, and he instinctively seized one of his companions, thrusting them in front of himself as a shield. Almost instantaneously, the blood-red seal reached the space where the star-removing old ghost had stood. Upon striking the 2-star Douqi of the Soul Palace, it unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. Puff! The star-removing old ghost, with most of his body having slipped into the warped space, suddenly felt a violent tremor in his back, followed by the complete shattering of the void behind him. A hurried glance back revealed a world transformed into blood red. With the 2-star Douqi he had used as a shield reduced to nothingness, their very souls obliterated in an instant. Such a domineering Dou technique, at least of the intermediate heaven tier. The star-removing old ghost trembled internally at the sheer might of the demon griffin's attack, not daring to linger for even a second longer. Fortunately, that day when pursuing the Thunder Sovereign, Liuyun was with me. Otherwise, my fate might have been worse than that of the Soul Palace's man. After the tremendous explosion, the celestial fire sovereign gazed at the shattered blood-red void, his eyes wide with terror. At that moment, the 3-star Douqi engaged with Liuyun also stared in shock at the fragmented blood-red expanse. In his eyes, the demon griffin's terrifying strike had vanquished both the star-removing old ghost and the other combatant. Only you remain. Let's take our time with you. Observing the anxious demeanor of the figure in black, Liuyun twirled the Xianyuan sword in his hand, chuckling lightly, then unleashed another fierce sword beam. Now, having witnessed the terrifying prowess of the demon griffin, the Soul Palace elder had lost all inclination to continue battling Liuyun. Seizing the moment when Liuyun's sword beam was unleashed, he attempted to traverse space and escape. However, just as the space around the 3-star Douqi began to warp, the demon griffin emerged from a rift beside him. With a casual yet forceful punch, the demon griffin shattered the space with a gale, striking the Soul Palace elder in the back. He then seized the elder's neck, hurling him directly towards the path of Liuyun's sword beam. Puff! The body of the Soul Palace elder met Liuyun's sword beam and, as expected, was cleaved in twain, subsequently exploding into shards. Chapter 373. Astonishment of Xiao Yan. Master, I couldn't capture that star-removing old ghost. After slaying the Soul Palace elder, the demon griffin expressed some regret to Liuyun. Do not blame yourself. While your attacks are indeed formidable, that star-removing old ghost has reached the pinnacle of 5-star Douqi. Unless the space is completely sealed off, it would be impossible to detain him. Liuyun replied nonchalantly, not overly concerned about the star-removing old ghost's escape. Yun, this time the Soul Palace has suffered a setback at our hands. They're likely to dispatch stronger individuals against us. The celestial fire sovereign approached, his face filled with apprehension. Upon hearing this, the demon griffin agreed wholeheartedly, stating, Indeed, Master, having killed 2 elders from his Soul Palace, they will not let this go unpunished. Observing the concern etched on both their faces, Liuyun analyzed, there is no need for worry, having incurred such a significant loss. The star-removing old ghost will likely refrain from acting rashly until he thoroughly investigates our capabilities. That is wholesome truth. The celestial fire sovereign nodded in agreement, then turned to ask the demon griffin, the technique you just employed must be a heaven-tier skill, correct? Heaven-tier, intermediate technique, blood-soul seal. The demon griffin replied flatly. Heaven-tier, intermediate. Upon hearing the demon griffin's words, a storm of astonishment surged within the celestial fire sovereign. Such a level of Do technique. To date, he had never even heard of, and it was likely that even ordinary Do saints could not wield a skill as powerful as that of the demon griffin. Now aware of the demon griffin's possession of a heaven-tier technique, the celestial fire sovereign couldn't help but recall the mysterious power Liuyun had once visited. And combined with the calm demeanor Liuyun maintained, he formed a conjecture. That is, the force behind Liuyun is on par with the Soul Palace. With this thought, the worry on his face dissipated. Noticing the astonishment in the celestial fire sovereign's eyes at the mention of the demon griffin's heaven-tier technique, Liuyun chuckled. Old Yao, are you envious? Taken aback by the question, the celestial fire sovereign paused before laughing. A terrifying heaven-tier intermediate technique. To say I'm not envious would be a lie. Would you like to possess a heaven-tier technique as well? Liuyun asked with a smile. Of course I would. The celestial fire sovereign's heart surged with excitement at the sight of Liuyun's smile, exclaiming, could it be that you possess a heaven-tier technique too? Indeed. Liuyun nodded candidly. Upon seeing Liuyun's affirmation, the celestial fire sovereign's voice suddenly grew louder, excitement radiating from him. I've long sensed something was off about you. With your Do's zone cultivation, you can unleash attacks that even 3-star Do Zune find daunting. That heaven-tier technique must be the swordsmanship you wield. What I present to you is not a sword technique, but a set of palm techniques. As he spoke, a crimson scroll materialized in Liuyun's hand, which he casually tossed to the Flame Sovereign. Upon receiving the scroll, the Flame Sovereign felt a surge of excitement and unhesitatingly infused it with his soul power. The moment the soul energy entered the scroll, he beheld the ethereal figure of an elder. With a graceful motion of his hand, a massive crimson palm imprint, spanning dozens of feet, surged forth. As this fiery imprint struck the void, it unleashed a terrifying spectacle akin to burning the heavens and boiling the seas. This was the heavenly level intermediate combat technique, the Burning Heaven Palm. The awe-inspiring vision revealed in the scroll left the Flame Sovereign in a state of profound astonishment. Let us depart and review it later. Liuyun advised the Flame Sovereign before soaring toward the city of Huagu. Several hours later, the star-seizing old demon emerged from a distorted space, glancing back with lingering trepidation. Only when he discerned that the demon griffin had not followed did he exhale a long breath. The might of the Celestial Alliance was utterly unexpected. Initially, he had assumed that with merely a single soul entity of a combat sovereign, the three of us could easily handle him. He never anticipated that such a formidable master would emerge at the last moment. Reflecting on the events that transpired, the star-seizing old demon's face darkened, murmuring, Celestial Alliance, I must uncover your origins. After uttering this, he gazed wistfully toward the northwest continent, sighing softly. The Xiao family has fallen to such a lowly state. Why have they yet to fulfill their mission? Were it not for the fear of attracting the attention of ancient clans, I would have personally gone. In the empire of Giamada, within the imperial capital, the Mitel Auction House, a resolute young figure hastily exited and rushed back to an inn. This tall youth was none other than Xiao Yan, who, with less than 3 months remaining until his 3-year rendezvous with Nalan Yanran, had returned early from his training in the Tagore Desert. Teacher, I never imagined that in just over 2 years, the situation in the Giamada Empire would change so dramatically. Xiao Yan sighed softly upon entering his room at the inn. Just as his words faded, a figure clad in white robes suddenly emerged from the black ring on his finger. I too did not foresee that such a remarkable individual could arise from this seemingly insignificant Giamada Empire. The face of Yao Lao revealed a look of surprise. Since exiting the Tagore Desert, Xiao Yan had encountered numerous powerful factions, shops, and markets, all prominently displaying the banner of the Yunming. Hence, he felt compelled to express his astonishment. The last time I saw Liuyun in the Monster Beast Mountain Range, you mentioned that if he were not born of those mysterious races, he could only be described as a prodigy. Compared to him, my current cultivation truly seems insignificant. Xiao Yan remarked with self-deprecation. Observing the disappointment on Xiao Yan's face, Yao Lao offered words of comfort. Xiao Yan, do not belittle yourself. You have achieved the strength of a 9-star great fighter, which exceeds my previous expectations. 9-star great fighter. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's expression brightened considerably. In the next moment, he clenched his fists, murmuring, Nalan Yanran has probably just broken through to the great fighter level. Not necessarily. Yao Lao gently shook his head, analyzing. Since Nalan Yanran is the direct disciple of the Yunlan sect's leader, she undoubtedly possesses ample medicinal pills for her cultivation. Medicinal pills. At this, a glint of excitement sparkled in Xiao Yan's eyes as he recalled the ring gifted to him by the mysterious owner of the palace in the Monster Beast mountain range. Teacher, if what I think is true, I could break through to the Doling realm at any moment. However, you always emphasize that cultivation requires a solid foundation and cannot rely solely on the power of medicinal pills. Chapter 374. Yun. Misunderstandings resolved. Noting Xiao Yan's somewhat restless demeanor, Yao Lao spoke earnestly. Xiao Yan, some matters cannot be rushed. My arrangements are made with careful consideration. As long as you adhere to my guidance and utilize the items given to you by that mysterious individual, you should not face too much pressure before breaking through to Dozone. Teacher, Xiao Yan clarified, feeling a wave of shame wash over him upon hearing Yao Lao's words. Over the course of more than 2 years, Yao Lao had come to understand Xiao Yan's temperament exceedingly well, knowing that his earlier words stemmed from anxiety about his insufficient strength as the 3-year appointment approached. In truth, Yao Lao greatly valued Xiao Yan's diligence and talent. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of Liuyun, the young master of the Mitre family, Xiao Yan might have been regarded as the #1 genius of the Jiamida Empire in Yao Lao's eyes. Seeing Xiao Yan's admirable attitude of reflection, Yao Lao expressed his satisfaction. Very well, Xiao Yan, I am pleased to see you think this way. For the time being, focus on your cultivation and patiently await the arrival of the heavenly level auction at the Mitre Auction House. Rest assured, teacher, 3 days hence, I will surely secure that 3-leaf star due, Xiao Yan declared confidently, clenching his fists. Within the room, as Xiao Yan entered a state of cultivation, Yao Lao cast a discreet glance out the window, murmuring to himself, Xiao Yan, you are indeed fortunate to have such a beautiful confidant who constantly watches over you. In Utan City, the Xiao family, following the ascension of the family patriarch, Xiao Yan, to the ranks of Doling and the subsequent annihilation of the Gaili and Uba families within the city, the Xiao family had risen to become the most formidable force in Utan City, with their business interests extending to surrounding areas. However, during the Xiao family's gradual expansion, they inadvertently encroached upon the interests of other factions. At this moment, in a mountain range 100 miles from Utan City, 3 shadowy figures emerged. There lies Utan City ahead. When do you think we should strike against the Xiao family? One of the figures inquired, gazing toward the direction of Utan City. After this shadowy figure spoke, the 2 others responded, let us wait a few more days. It is prudent to ascertain the situation before taking action. The key is to execute our plan cleanly and swiftly, ensuring no one realizes we are the ones orchestrating it. In the Yunlan sect at the rear mountain, as the space in the sky warped, a figure clad in white emerged from the rift. The youth exhaled deeply, stretching his body, causing a series of cracking sounds to resonate from his bones. After being in seclusion for so long, it was time to emerge and take a look around. This figure stepping forth from the distorted space was none other than Liuyun, his true form, who had absorbed over 90% of the Taoyin soul power and advanced his soul projection technique to a minor success before exiting his seclusion. The location from which he emerged in the newly constructed space was unpredictable. Thus, at this moment, Liuyun found himself hovering above a pool in the rear mountains of the Yunlan sect. Casting his gaze downward, he was greeted by an alluring sight. In the pool, a young woman bathed in crystal-clear water, her flawless form occasionally splashing droplets with her delicate, fair hands. Perhaps due to the loud, stretching noise Liuyun had made, the beauty in the water raised her head, her clear eyes filled with indignation as they slowly met his gaze. Upon recognizing Liuyun's face, the anger in her beautiful eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by a hint of shyness. How could it be him? Has he come here to sneak a peek in my bath? She submerged her body into the water until it covered her neck, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Yun. Upon seeing the graceful figure in the pool below, Liuyun was momentarily frozen in place. In the bygone days, due to a misunderstanding, Liuyun inadvertently injured Yun, and since then, the two had not crossed paths again. Little did they expect to reunite under such circumstances today. The conflicts arising from Yun's misconceptions about Liuyun had long dissipated over the passage of time. At this moment, as Liuyun recalled the enchanting scenes shared with Yun, a complex array of emotions welled up within him. Liuyun, where did you learn the art of peeking at a girl while she bathes? Seeing Liuyun silently gazing at her from the sky, Yun slightly parted her crimson lips, expressing her displeasure. In response to her sarcastic remark, Liuyun refrained from addressing her comment directly and instead asked with genuine concern, "Has your injury from that day healed?" "Liuyun, which injury are you referring to?" Yun lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently upon Liuyun. Meeting her unwavering stare, Liuyun did not flinch. "I deeply apologize for losing control of my emotions that day," he murmured softly. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, a warm current surged within Yun's heart, though she quickly succumbed to her own feelings of guilt. "I'm sorry. I also misunderstood you back then. How could the esteemed leader of the Yun Alliance be someone impersonated by a beast? It was merely the malicious slander of that despicable Guhi. Furthermore, even if you were a beast, what difference would it make?" Yun had come to see clearly that with Liuyun's current power and cultivation, even the royal family within the Jiama Empire would have to bow before him, including the Yunlan sect. "Does that mean you no longer harbor hatred towards me?" With Yun's forgiveness evident, a profound affection shone in Liuyun's eyes. "If it weren't for your rescue in Haiyan City, perhaps there would no longer be a Yun in this world. My life belongs to you. How could I possibly harbor resentment?" Over the past 2 years, thoughts of her had never left his mind. At this moment, Yun finally laid bare her innermost feelings. High above, upon hearing Yun express her sentiments so clearly, Liuyun shook his head in quiet lament, thinking to himself, "Liuyun, you truly lack courage, allowing the woman you adore to confess her feelings first. Liuyun, do you intend to merely stand there and watch me bathe?" In the waters below, Yun, having fully divulged her feelings, spoke with a newfound boldness. "Of course not. I simply did not have my fill of gazing at you while healing your wounds back then, and now I wish to make up for it properly." As Liuyun's words fell, his figure suddenly vanished from sight. Just as Yun was engulfed in confusion, Liuyun had, unbeknownst to her, shed his garments and appeared in the water, wrapping his arms around Yun from behind. Chapter 375. Just call me Yinran. Within the main hall of the Yunlan sect, ever since Liuyun emerged from seclusion and reconciled with Yun, the two had remained together. "Yunea, within this vial lies an imperial extreme pill. Consuming it will enable you to break through a star level in the Do stage." In the hall, Liuyun, clad in a flowing white robe, held Yun close while producing an exquisite white jade vial. An imperial extreme pill. Observing the vial, Yun displayed little surprise. Over the past 2 years, although she had not stepped outside the Yunlan sect, she had acquired much information about the Yun Alliance from Nalan Yinran. Such pills, capable of facilitating breakthroughs for Do powerhouses, were routinely auctioned off in the Yun Alliance, often 1 or 2 each month, alongside numerous other precious pills that could enhance strength. As of now, the number of publicly acknowledged Do powerhouses within the Yun Alliance had surpassed 7 or 8, with Do powerhouses exceeding 100. This formidable strength was unimaginable for any family or sect within the Jiama Empire. Yun understood that the Yun Alliance's might was inextricably linked to their leader, Liuyun. In the days before the establishment of the Yun Alliance, this young man, then merely the heir of the Mitre family, had orchestrated the acquisition of mid-tier, Earth-level techniques and various 6th-grade pills at the auction house. "Lulang, what level has your cultivation reached now?" Putting away the Imperial Extreme pill, Yun looked at Liuyun with curiosity. "I just reached 7-star Do Zone yesterday, and I believe I will soon attain the pinnacle of Do Zone," Liuyun replied candidly, without a hint of concealment. 7-star Do Zone. Although she had long suspected Liuyun's cultivation was formidable, hearing him state it so plainly still elicited a gasp from Yun. To achieve 7-star Do Zone before the age of 20, what an extraordinary genius he is. Such talent, even in the fabled Central Continent, would be hard to find. However, after the initial astonishment, a hint of perplexity crept into Yun's eyes. "Last time, your figure vanished suddenly from the sky, only to reappear beside me in an instant. Isn't this the ability only a Do Zun powerhouse can wield? Yun'er, your insight is truly remarkable." Liuyun praised her upon hearing her query, then explained, "Although my cultivation is still at the Do Zone stage, I have already grasped spatial power in advance. Coupled with the intensity of my Do Qi, which rivals that of a Do Zun, I can naturally traverse space." "Ah, Lu Lang, you have grown so strong." After listening to Liuyun's words, Yun expressed her sentiments. "I too must strive to improve myself. Yun'er, you're the leader of the Yunlan sect. Your innate talent is beyond question. I have something here for you. Give it a try. As he spoke, Liuyun retrieved a Bodhi Zen seat from his system space. What is this? Seeing a golden, circular seat appear before her, Yun inquired with curiosity. This is the Bodhi Zen seat. Meditating upon it will greatly enhance your cultivation speed and allow one to cultivate without distractions, Liuyun explained. As Yun sat cross-legged upon the Bodhi Zen seat, she immediately felt her body's energy absorption rate increase tenfold. Without hesitation, she consumed the Imperial Extreme pill Liuyun had just given her. Before long, her aura began to surge, and powerful waves of energy emanated from the main hall. At that very moment, not far from the main hall, in a secluded courtyard, a woman gazed towards the source of the energy fluctuations, a smile gracing her lips. The woman, wielding a long sword, was dressed in a light blue gown that accentuated her alluring figure. Her voluptuous form was truly captivating, and her long hair was casually tied with a silk ribbon, cascading down to her delicate waist. The master has made another breakthrough. This woman was none other than Nalan Yanran, who was no stranger to the fluctuations emanating from the main hall. She had witnessed similar occurrences during Yun's previous breakthroughs. Years had passed, and Nalan Yanran had shed her youthful naivety, exuding a mature allure with every movement. The once headstrong girl had blossomed into a true beauty. Now, upon learning of Yun's advancement, Nalan Yanran sheathed her sword and hurried towards the main hall. Lulang, I have broken through to 4-star Do Huang. Slowly opening her eyes while seated upon the golden Bodhi Zen seat, Yun revealed a radiant smile, showcasing her pearly white teeth as she gazed at Liuyun. Excellent. Liuyun was genuinely pleased to see Yun break through after consuming the Imperial Extreme pill. However, at that moment, he sensed a figure approaching swiftly from outside the hall. With his current perception abilities, Liuyun could easily discern every movement within the Yunlan sect if he wished. Yet, no powerful individual would find it entertaining to monitor others constantly, especially those with weaker auras. Moreover, Liuyun's attention was entirely focused on Yun at that moment, which was why he only began to take note as the figure near the entrance. Yunner, it seems someone is coming. Upon hearing the words of Liuyun, Yun directed her gaze towards the entrance of the Grand Hall. Before long, a figure clad in azure appeared before their eyes, followed closely by a melodious voice. Master, congratulations on your latest breakthrough. Nalan Yanran approached the entrance with a lively gait. However, upon catching sight of the male figure standing beside Yun, her previously delighted expression faltered into one of surprise. This man is Liuyun. How could the master be in the company of Liuyun? It is indeed Yanran who has arrived. After recognizing the visitor, a warm smile graced Yun's face, showing no signs of distress at being seen with Liuyun by Nalan Yanran. Master, you're not with him? Nalan Yanran recalled the incident that transpired 2 years ago at the Mitel Auction House, her voice tinged with confusion. There is no longer any misunderstanding between us. Yun replied with an air of relaxation, then turned to Liuyun, saying, Yunlang, this is my closed-door disciple, Nalan Yanran. I believe you are acquainted? Of course. The eldest daughter of the Nalan family, correct? Liuyun nodded gently. Upon hearing Yun's address to Liuyun, Nalan Yanran could naturally surmise the closeness of their relationship. Out of respect for Yun, she spoke with a hint of nervousness. You need not call me Miss Nalan. You may simply refer to me as Yanran from now on, just as Master does. Indeed, Yanran makes a valid point. Addressing her as Miss Nalan now feels somewhat distant. Noticing Liuyun's momentary daze, Yun interjected. Liuyun understood her words. Given his current relationship with Yun, Nalan Yanran was to address him as Master. Liuyun nodded lightly, then retrieved a jade vial of azure from his system space and extended it towards Nalan Yanran. Yanran, this contains a 3-pattern Qing Ling pill. It should prove beneficial for you. Isn't this inappropriate? Nalan Yanran hesitated, glancing towards Yun upon seeing the vial. Sensing her uncertainty, Yun encouraged. Yanran, this is a token of goodwill from your master. Do accept it promptly. Understanding the implication behind Yun's words, Nalan Yanran's gaze suddenly grew resolute. Since master has permitted me to change my address, why should I hesitate any longer? With her mind made up, Nalan Yanran accepted the jade vial with composure. Thank you, master and master's wife. A respectful greeting emerged from Nalan Yanran's lips. In response, both Liuyun and Yun exchanged knowing smiles. Master, what effects does this 3-patterned Qing Ling pill possess? Nalan Yanran inquired curiously as she uncapped the vial and took a gentle whiff. The 3-pattern Qingling pill is a 4th-tier elixir. The most common variant can assist a dosher in breaking through to the Great Dosher level. For those already at the Great Dosher level, there is a slight chance of enhancing their rank by 1 star, Liuyun patiently explained. It carries a certain probability of allowing those at the Great Dosher realm to ascend by 1 star. Liuyun Ran felt a spark of joy upon hearing Liuyun's description of the elixir, as her 3-year agreement with Xiao Yan was approaching. If she could use this to break through by 1 star, her chances of victory would considerably increase. Thank you, Master. Yin Ran will certainly make the most of this opportunity and strive not to waste the chance for a breakthrough. After bowing respectfully to Liuyun and Yunyun, Liuyun Ran prepared to step outside. Wait, I have not finished my words yet. As Liuyun Ran turned to leave, Liuyun suddenly called her back. Upon hearing Liuyun's voice, Liuyun Ran immediately halted and softly asked, Master, do you have further instructions? Indeed, I do. What I mentioned earlier referred only to the lowest grade. Liuyun nodded. The 3-pattern Qingling pill is classified into 3 grades, each distinguished by the formation of a ring of patterns upon the pill. Should 3 rings of patterns materialize, it signifies the highest grade of the 3-pattern Qingling pill. For a Great Dosher consuming this elixir, there's a chance of temporarily elevating their strength by 3 stars. However, there's also a risk of backlash, which may cause a reduction in strength by 1 to 2 stars, though it poses no mortal danger. With this explanation, Liuyun Ran could easily deduce that the azure vial in her possession contained the highest grade of the 3-pattern Qingling pill, and that consuming it came with the risk of backlash. Should I take the gamble? Liuyun Ran found herself in a quandary. As Liuyun spoke, Yunyun recalled the ethereal state she experienced while seated on the Bodhi Zen seat and suggested, since consuming the 3-pattern Qingling pill carries a risk of backlash, why not let Yin Ran try it out on the Bodhi Zen seat? Yin you and I are of the same mind, Liuyun remarked, his gaze shifting towards her as soon as she finished speaking. Yin Ran, go ahead and give it a try. With both Yunyun and Liuyun expressing such confidence in the golden circular seat, Liuyun Ran no longer hesitated. Stepping gracefully onto the Bodhi Zen seat and settling into a meditative posture. The moment she sat down, Liuyun Ran felt the unique essence of the Bodhi Zen seat, her earlier tension dissipating entirely. Once her mind was at peace, Liuyun Ran placed the 3-pattern Qingling pill into her mouth. The elixir nearly dissolved upon entry, and before she could fully comprehend its effects, it swiftly transformed into 3 surges of increasingly potent pure energy, akin to a roaring river, rushing down her throat and fiercely inundating her meridians. As the 3 energies surged into her meridians, Liuyun Ran's palm, which had maintained its meditative seal, trembled violently as she felt the searing heat of the energies akin to flames erupting within her. At that moment, the Bodhi Zen seat erupted with dazzling golden light, intricately patterned with enigmatic designs. As the golden light enveloped Liuyun Ran, a faint azure, qi surged forth from within her, colliding fiercely with the energy of the 3-pattern Qingling pill at a specific point in her meridians. Boom! The soft thud resonating from within her prompted a low groan from Liuyun Ran's throat, her cheeks flushed. Her hand seals shifting as her mind began to guide the energy, now slightly dulled by the qi, along the pathway of her cultivation, initiating rapid circulation. Though the proactive assault of the qi slightly suppressed the potency of the 3-pattern Qingling pill, as the 3 energies navigated through her cultivation path, they seamlessly merged once more. With this fusion, the volume of energy swelled dramatically. What had once been somewhat ethereal transformed entirely into a tricolored liquid. As the volume increased, Liuyun Ran could even faintly hear the exhilarated roars emanating from the energy. However, before she could take any action, the tricolored energy surged through her meridians with the force of a speeding train. Just as Liuyun Ran was taken aback and prepared to exert her full control, the tricolored energy suddenly quivered. Countless slender energy pillars erupted from it, flowing in all directions through her meridians, even invading narrow pathways she had never previously traversed. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead as Liuyun Ran clenched her teeth, a pained expression crossing her face. Within her body, innumerable slender energies, with an unstoppable momentum, barreled into previously unreachable narrow meridians, the energy rushing through like a torrential river, causing her tight meridians to expand rapidly. Minute cracks appeared on the walls of her meridians, with faint glimmers of light bursting forth from the fissures, an ominous sign of impending rupture. At this moment, within the grand hall, Yun observed the state of Nalan Yinran, her expression tinged with concern. Chapter 377, Xiao Yan, the Heavenly Tier Auction. Witnessing Nalan Yinran's agonizing demeanor, Yun felt a pang of sympathy in her heart and softly spoke to Liuyun. Yunlang, should we lend a hand to Yinran? Understanding that Yun could not bear such scenes, Liuyun gently embraced her, reassuringly saying, Yun'er, do not fret. This is a necessary process for ingesting the 3-pattern Qingling pill. If her meridians cannot be expanded, then all the suffering she has endured will be in vain. Reluctantly, for the sake of Nalan Yinran's future growth, Yun decided to refrain from intervening. Inside Nalan Yinran, as the fissures in her meridians gradually widened, a whirlwind of tricolored energy surged through, trailing behind it a plethora of extraordinary liquids. These liquids swiftly adhered to the impending ruptures of her meridian walls and permeated within. Soon, the fissures began to slowly diminish, and moments later, they vanished entirely. However, the previously narrow meridians, which could only accommodate a meager flow of energy, had undergone a profound transformation. At this very moment, similar occurrences transpired within the countless meridians of Nalan Yinran. Although the excruciating pain was unbearable, the rapidly expanding and fortifying meridians enlightened her to the fact that enduring this trial would yield significant benefits. Once these narrow meridians were fully cleared, her ability to channel Douqi in the future would undoubtedly accelerate, and in combat, being able to manipulate Douqi with precision would grant her a substantial advantage. As the differentiated energy continued to break through each narrow meridian, a soft sound echoed, and a slender pillar of tricolored energy erupted from the pores on Nalan Yinran's body. Shortly after the first sound, her delicate figure trembled incessantly, and streams of tricolored energy gushed forth from her body like a fountain, rapidly opening countless tiny pores in mere seconds. At this juncture, Nalan Yinran could distinctly sense that whenever she shifted into a cultivation seal, the pores that had connected with her meridians acted like a wind tunnel, absorbing external energy at a velocity tenfold faster than before. The gradually subsiding pain within the slender meridians brought Nalan Yinran a sigh of relief, allowing her to focus entirely on the largest surge of tricolored energy that coursed along the pathway of her cultivation technique. Yet, she couldn't help but furrow her brow in disbelief at the magnitude of energy contained within the 3-pattern Qingling pill. The energy that had differentiated from the main body had already opened several small meridians, linking them to the pores on her skin, while the main body, despite undergoing several cycles of cultivation, had only been minimally refined. At this rate, how long would it take to fully refine it? At that moment, in the grand hall of the Yunlan sect, Liuyun, who had been observing Nalan Yinran's cultivation progress, gently spoke to the embracing Yun'er. Yinran's meridians have now been expanded. It is just a matter of refining the remaining energy. Upon witnessing this scene, Yun finally felt a sense of relief. Yinran, focus entirely on your cultivation. Do not be distracted by anything else. Suddenly, the voice of Liuyun reverberated in Nalan Yinran's ears, startling her from her contemplations regarding how to refine the energy within her body. Without a moment's hesitation, she formed the hand seals and began to absorb the energy. Within her body, a wisp of azure flame suddenly flickered around the tricolored energy. As the azure flame transformed into a thin membrane, encasing the tricolored energy, the latter diminished in size by 5 or 6 times almost instantaneously. Subsequently, it transformed into pure energy that could be absorbed by her body without any rejection. In less than 2 seconds, the immense challenge Nalan Yinran faced was effortlessly resolved by Liuyun. Once the tricolored energy within her body was refined, Nalan Yinran's aura surged dramatically, leaping from a 2-star Dome Master to a 3-star Dome Master in an instant. After reaching the 3-star Dome Master level, the rate of her ascension showed no signs of slowing. In quick succession, her aura broke through to the 4-star Dome Master level, then to the 5-star Dome Master level, and finally to the pinnacle of the 5-star Dome Master. Only after reaching this apex did the surge of her aura gradually abate. Once her aura stabilized, Nalan Yinran slowly opened her eyes, filled with joy. Thank you, Master. A single pill had enabled Nalan Yinran to leap from a 2-star Dome Master to the pinnacle of a 5-star Dome Master, a feat that would typically require 2 to 3 years of cultivation for an ordinary individual. Thus, Her expression of gratitude was utterly heartfelt. There is no need for thanks between us, my disciple. For Liuyun, this was merely a trivial matter, if he wished. He could easily elevate Nalan Yinran's cultivation to the levels of Do Spirit, Do Wang, or even Do Huang. However, such actions would be akin to forcing a seedling to grow, leading to limited future accomplishments. The following day, just as dawn broke, a tall youth emerged from the entrance of an inn in the capital city of Jimu. I can't believe the day of the heavenly tier auction at the Mitel Auction House has arrived so swiftly, Xiao Yan murmured, gazing towards the direction of the colossal structure at the heart of the city. In the few days since arriving in the imperial capital, Xiao Yan had visited the Mitel Auction House several times and had become quite familiar with the routes. Now, stepping out of the inn, he swiftly made his way down the cobblestone street toward the auction house. As he approached the grand auction venue, the crowd grew increasingly dense. After much effort, Xiao Yan finally managed to squeeze into the main hall. Upon entering, he walked directly toward a passage guarded by stern sentinels and addressed them, saying, "Hello, I wish to attend the upcoming heavenly tier auction." The Mitel family's heavenly and earthly tier auctions were not events that just anyone could attend. To participate in the heavenly tier auction, one either needed to possess a fortune of several million or hold a distinguished status. "Very well, please proceed." At that moment, as Xiao Yan stood before the passage guards, the insignia of a 3-star alchemist on his robe prompted the guards to treat him with great courtesy. Without needing to provide any proof, Xiao Yan successfully entered the most prestigious auction venue in the Jiamu Empire. Chapter 378. Encounter. The Heavenly Tier Auction. As Xiao Yan crossed through the exclusive passage, he was greeted by a sight of a dozen young maidens clad in white, gauzy garments, all possessing exquisite features. The closest maiden, adorned with a sweet smile, approached Xiao Yan and said, "Young master, the heavenly tier auction venue is still some distance away. Please follow me." Xiao Yan merely nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Following the maiden, he observed that the interior of the Mitel Auction House was as grand and majestic as a royal palace, and the venue for the heavenly tier auction was nearly 1,000 meters from the main hall. Such a vast complex warranted the need for attendants to guide the way. He mused. Finally, a unique golden circular building came into view. "Young master, ahead lies the auction venue. There remains about half an hour until the auction begins, so you may rest inside for a moment." Upon reaching this point, the guiding maiden bowed to Xiao Yan before retracing her steps. Upon stepping onto the jade-like staircase, an unexpectedly astonished voice from Yao Lao echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. To his surprise, there were actually 2 presences of Do Huang within the auction venue. "What?" Hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's steps faltered momentarily, a wave of astonishment surging within him. "Xiao Yan, why are you so flustered? You're here to purchase items, not to engage in combat," Yao Lao remarked, somewhat irked by Xiao Yan's reaction. "Moreover, as long as you secure the 3-leaf Stardew, the Jiama Empire will pose no further threat to you." Encouraged by Yao Lao's unwavering confidence, Xiao Yan felt a newfound sense of assurance. Soon, he completed the ascent of the jade staircase and entered the grand hall of the auction. Today, Xiao Yan was among the earliest arrivals. At this moment, within the expansive venue, only 7 or 8 figures could be seen. As Xiao Yan stepped inside, he immediately attracted the attention of 2 elderly men clad in yellow robes seated near the circular auction stage. In that instant, Xiao Yan felt as if he were being scrutinized by some unseen force. Remarkable. This young lad has already reached the 3rd-grade alchemist level at such a tender age. One of the elders exclaimed. Indeed, not only is his alchemical skill exceptional, but his cultivation has also reached the pinnacle of the great dosher. The 2 yellow-robed elders held Xiao Yan in high regard. Xiao Yan, the 2 closest to the auction stage, are the Do Huang experts I mentioned earlier. Additionally, the material of this auction venue is rather peculiar. I cannot detect the lower level with my spiritual power, Yao Lao informed him. Understood, Xiao Yan acknowledged, taking heed of Yao Lao's words. He then found a relatively secluded corner to sit quietly, awaiting the commencement of the auction. As time passed, more individuals gradually filled the auction hall. During this period, every one of Yao Lao's reminders invigorated Xiao Yan. Nearly every alert indicated the arrival of either a Do Wang or a Do Huang powerhouse. "Haha, old man Nalan. It's been a while since I saw you at the Tianji auction." Suddenly, Xiao Yan overheard a remark that stirred his emotions. He quickly turned towards the source of the voice, and an elderly man with white hair appeared before him. This elder must be Nalan Jie, the grandfather of Nalan Yinran. "Nalan Jie has arrived. I wonder if Nalan Yinran will also be present," Xiao Yan mused himself, as he retrieved a black hat from his spatial ring and donned it. Xiao Yan, you seem rather anxious. Is that person the elder from the girl who called off the engagement with the Xiao family? Yao Lao inquired as Xiao Yan adjusted his hat. Yes, Xiao Yan nodded, revealing no hint of concealment. Just as he was about to turn around, another figure clad in moon white emerged through the spacious entrance. Nailin Yinran. Upon sighting her, Xiao Yan's brow involuntarily twitched, and his emotions became complex. I wonder how far her cultivation has progressed after more than 2 years. As Xiao Yan contemplated this, Yao Lao seemed to intuitively provide the answer. This girl has advanced quite rapidly. She has already reached the pinnacle of the 5-star Great Do Shi. Yao Lao remarked with astonishment. 5-star Great Do Shi? A slight smile curved Xiao Yan's lips as he softly murmured. Although Nailin Yinran's cultivation level surprised him somewhat, he felt even more confident in his own abilities. Since the last time he beheld the 5-clawed golden dragon sculpture atop the palace in the Monster Beast mountain range, and with the mysterious spatial ring gifted to him, Xiao Yan's path of cultivation had been remarkably smooth. Of course, Yao Lao's guidance played a significant role in this. Ding! As the clear sound of a bell resonated, Xiao Yan understood that the auction was about to commence. Following the chime, the chatter within the auction hall fell silent. The enormous circular auction platform at the center began to open with a low, metallic grinding sound, revealing a staircase that extended down to the floor, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. As the staircase materialized, a woman's figure emerged first, clad in a vibrant red, form-fitting brocade robe, exquisitely crafted to accentuate her enchanting curves. The garment highlighted her strikingly fair legs and cinched waist with a silver belt, accentuating her slender form. This woman exuded an alluring charm, yet an air of nobility also emanated from her eyes. Following her appearance, none of the males in the auction hall dared to display any lecherous gazes. Their expressions turned solemn. The 2 yellow-robed elders seated nearby, who had reached the Do Huang realm, even bowed respectfully to her. The reason for such reverence was that this woman was the current representative leader of the Yunmeng, a powerful force within the Jiama Empire. At that moment, upon catching sight of the red-clad figure, Xiao Yan felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Is this not Yafei from the Mitel Auction House in Utan City? To think that after accompanying brother Liuyun to the imperial capital, she could preside over such a grand auction. Xiao Yan marveled beneath his black hat. Xiao Yan, this girl is truly exceptional, Yao Lao exclaimed, his surprise evident. Since arriving at the Tianjia auction venue, Yao Lao had expressed astonishment at regular intervals. What is it? Is there something wrong with Yafei? Curious about Yao Lao's high appraisal, Xiao Yan inquired. Her cultivation is unmatched in this auction hall. Yao Lao's voice was tinged with excitement. What? Xiao Yan's expression drastically changed, disbelief evident in his eyes. 2 years ago, she was merely a novice. Now, she had ascended to the lofty heights of a Do Huang. Few would remain unshocked by such a revelation. Xiao Yan, I can now conclude that the Mitre family S. Liuyun must have acquired an extraordinary inheritance, likely bestowed by a Dosheng powerhouse. Otherwise, how could they have built such a formidable force and elevated those around them to such heights in less than 3 years? Yao Lao continued his analysis. At this moment, every word spoken by Yao Lao resonated deeply within Xiao Yan's heart. A Dosheng powerhouse belonged to the realm of legends, capable of causing mountains to crumble and rivers to run dry with a mere flick of their wrist. Master, does this imply that the potent techniques and high-tier pills originating from the Mitre family in the past 2 years may have been brought back by Liuyun from the inheritance site? Xiao Yan pondered aloud, awestruck. Do you recall the secrets you heard upon arriving in the Jiama Holy City, which were only circulated among the old nobility? Master, please do not keep me in suspense, Xiao Yan replied, still somewhat puzzled by Yao Lao's words. I suspect that the so-called Dan Wang Guhi, mentioned by those nobles, may have already deduced this and incited a faction of nobles to seize Liuyun's inheritance under some pretext. However, he bet wrong. Liuyun had already grown strong through the inheritance and subdued him in return. No wonder. This elucidates the fundamental reason behind the thorough cleansing of the noble factions in the imperial capital. With this realization, Xiao Yan felt increasingly in awe of Yao Lao's wisdom, as if there were no secrets left in the world that he was unaware of. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled, Xiao Yan sincerely praised. Xiao Yan, do not envy Liuyun too much. As long as you strive to become stronger and seek an opportunity to resurrect me in the future, I shall grant you opportunities beyond your imagination. As an esteemed 8th-tier alchemist, the old man spoke with considerable confidence. Master, Xiao Yan's desire to resurrect you has never stemmed from a wish to gain anything from you, Xiao Yan stated with unwavering determination. Throughout their journey, the old man had repeatedly expended his own soul power to help Xiao Yan evade perilous situations, while patiently imparting cultivation techniques, combat skills, and alchemical knowledge. Xiao Yan had long regarded him as one of his closest companions. At that moment, as Xiao Yan conversed with the old man, the ground of the circular auction platform fissured once more, revealing several passageways. Immediately, a host of enchanting maidens fluttered like butterflies, gracefully navigating the stage while carrying silver trays, which they respectfully placed upon the auction stone platform. Ladies and gentlemen, it is once again the day for the heavenly tier auction to commence, announced Yafei, her smile radiant as she effortlessly greeted the audience below. Having hosted countless auctions, Yafei was already well-versed in the various proceedings. Next, she proclaimed, "We have a delightful appetizer for today's auction, a scroll containing a combat technique." With a cheerful demeanor, Yafei gestured to the first silver tray before her. Soon, a pale blue scroll materialized within the sight of the audience. The rolling waves technique, a primary earth tier skill, is particularly suitable for the cultivation of water attribute fighting energy. Once mastered, its potency escalates with each successive strike, embodying a type of combat that grows increasingly formidable with each battle. The starting bid is set at 5 million gold coins. Yafei elaborated as she lifted the scroll. Though few in attendance possessed water attribute fighting energy, the allure of an earth-tier combat technique prompted many to engage in fervent bidding. 6 million gold coins, 7 million gold coins, 10 million gold coins. The price of the rolling waves technique quickly soared to double its initial value. Upon witnessing this rapid escalation, Xiao Yan couldn't help but recall the Flame Division's devouring wave he had learned from the old man. He understood well the immense benefits an earth-tier technique could provide, and it struck him as peculiar that such a powerful combat skill was being offered as merely an appetizer by the Mitel Auction House. Despite its somewhat niche water attribute, it still left Xiao Yan feeling a sense of poignant nostalgia. As the price of the rolling waves technique reached 13 million gold coins, it finally plateaued. After inquiring 3 times, Yafei promptly struck the gavel, declaring the final ownership of the technique. Meanwhile, beneath the auction venue in a lavishly adorned hall, with walls embellished with dazzling crystals, Liuyun, accompanied by Yun, Xiao Yan, and Qing Lin, was enjoying a sumptuous feast when he received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully auctioning the primary earth-tier combat technique, the rolling waves technique. A 10,000-fold return has awarded you the heavenly tier primary combat technique, the 9-fold tidal wave. The 9-fold tidal wave has been deposited into the system space. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the notification, Liuyun's expression remained remarkably serene. Such rewards no longer held any allure for him. At that moment, Qing Lin glanced towards the upward opening and suggested, "Young master, with so many dishes prepared, why not invite Sister Yafei to join us? Do not call for her just yet. She relishes the experience of standing upon the auction stage more than indulging in fine cuisine." Liuyun chuckled lightly in response to Qing Lin's proposal. "Do not fret, Sister Qing Lin, who understands Sister Yafei better than your brother Liuyun," Xiao Yan remarked with a smile after savoring a hearty bowl of creamy fish soup. "Oh." Qing Lin nodded obediently. Nearby, Yun listened to their conversation, gradually shedding her initial shyness, and soon found herself exchanging a few words with Xiao Yan and Qing Lin. How delightful, Liuyun thought, observing the harmonious rapport among the 3 women. Time passed slowly, and on the circular auction platform, Yafei had successfully sold 3 or 4 remarkable items. Now, for our 5th auction item, the 3-leaf star sunfruit. While it is merely a 5th-tier spiritual herb, it possesses remarkable efficacy for soul restoration. The starting bid is set at 4 million gold coins. As Yafei's words faded, Xiao Yan's breath grew somewhat rapid. The arrangement of auctioning the 3-leaf star sunfruit after a 6th-tier pill was not surprising to the audience. After all, the Mitel Auction House seldom adhered to a strict order of items, sometimes placing treasures that could serve as the grand finale at the very beginning. Upon announcing the starting price, a chorus of bids erupted from the crowd. 5 million gold coins, 6 million gold coins, 8 million gold coins. As the bidding momentarily subsided, the price of the 3-leaf star sunfruit settled at 8 million gold coins. At that moment, Xiao Yan finally made his move. Rising to his feet, He raised a finger and lowered his voice, declaring, "I bid 10 million gold coins." Once Xiao Yan elevated the price of the three-leaf star sunfruit to 10 million gold coins, no one else dared to continue bidding. In truth, a fifth-tier herb selling for 10 million gold coins was already an exorbitant price. As Xiao Yan's words hung in the air, Nalan Yin, seated in the front row, inadvertently turned to glance towards the corner where Xiao Yan was situated. How peculiar. Why is this person wearing a hat at the Mitel Auction House? She mused, noticing a faint resemblance between him and someone she knew. In that instant, due to Xiao Yan's unusual attire, many gazes were drawn to him. Who is this mysterious gentleman dressed as a third-tier alchemist, and why is he concealing his identity? Hearing his voice, it seemed he was quite young. This enigmatic figure has bid 10 million gold coins. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes? As the crowd murmured, Yafei began the final confirmation process. 15 million gold coins. Suddenly, a melodious voice, as clear as silver bells, rang out from the entrance of the venue. All eyes turned to see two young women gracefully entering the auction hall. The first was a girl who appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old, clad in a specially designed light blue alchemist robe, with the wide sleeves adorned in a floral pattern, exuding an air of elegance. Following her was a tall woman in luxurious brocade, whose features bore a striking resemblance to the young girl, yet emanated a cool, captivating aura, coupled with an unintentional air of authority. In stark contrast to the delicate charm of the girl, the mature woman exuded an enchanting allure, her gaze captivating all who beheld her. The Princess of Night and the Princess of Moon. The identities of the two women were immediately recognized by the crowd, sparking a flurry of discussions. It seems these two princesses also desire the three-leaf star sunfruit. It appears the mysterious hat-wearing gentleman has little chance now. I heard that Princess Moon promised the president of the Alchemist Association she would procure the three-leaf star sunfruit. Xiao Yan found himself in the far-right corner of the venue. And to his surprise, the two princesses, upon entering, walked directly towards him. Noticing their approach, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was on the verge of securing the three-leaf star sunfruit, only for these two women to intervene and significantly raise the price, leaving him quite frustrated. As the two princesses reached Xiao Yan, Princess Moon spoke first. "Hey, I want the three-leaf star sunfruit. If you choose to forfeit your bid, I shall bestow upon you 3 million gold coins as compensation." Upon hearing the words of the young girl, Xiao Yan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the contender for the tri-leaf star orchid would be a princess of the royal family. Should it have been anything else, Xiao Yan might have yielded, yet he had pledged to his master to secure the tri-leaf star orchid at all costs. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "I am sorry, but I shall never relinquish the tri-leaf star orchid. Your 3 million gold coins hold no significance for me." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's response, Princess Yao Yi felt a pang of concern for her sister's conversational skills. "My apologies, esteemed sir. My royal sister may have expressed herself poorly," Princess Yao Yi said, revealing a dazzling smile. "The tri-leaf star orchid is intended for the president of the Alchemist Guild to concoct elixirs that will aid the elders of my royal family. If you could assist us, Yao Yi would be sure to remember your contributions." "My dear lady, I must apologize, but today, the tri-leaf star orchid is a prize I am determined to obtain. With the acquisition of the tri-leaf star orchid, Master Yao's spiritual power could restore an additional 10%. Thus, at this moment, no matter what Princess Yao Yi said, Xiao Yan remained unyielding. "Sister, if he refuses, then let him be. I refuse to believe that his financial resources can surpass mine," Princess Yao Yi retorted disdainfully. After the two princesses had submitted their bids, Yafei paused briefly before continuing with the auction process. "Princess Yao Yi has bid 15 million. Is there anyone else willing to raise the stakes?" 20 million gold coins, Xiao Yan shouted without hesitation, utterly disregarding the gazes of the two women beside him. "Excellent. This mysterious gentleman has raised the bid to 20 million gold coins. Is there anyone willing to offer more?" Yafei announced with fervor upon hearing Xiao Yan's offer. 25 million gold coins, Princess Yao Yu exclaimed, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Xiao Yan defiantly, as if to challenge him to see how many coins he could muster. 40 million gold coins. Before Yafei could even inquire further, Xiao Yan swiftly raised the bid once more, pushing the price of the fifth-tier spiritual herb directly to 40 million gold coins. "What?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan's bid of 40 million gold coins, both Princess Yao Yi and Yao Yu were momentarily taken aback. Not only were they surprised, but the other attendees of the auction felt the same astonishment. Just as Princess Yao Yu was about to raise her bid again in frustration, Princess Xiao Yi quickly covered her little sister's mouth with her hand. With her mouth covered, Xiao Yi could only emit a series of muffled sounds. After Yafei struck the gavel, Princess Xiao Yi finally released her hand. Congratulations to this mysterious gentleman for successfully bidding 40 million gold coins for the tri-leaf star orchid. Yafei announced with a smile, proclaiming the auction's outcome to the audience. Simultaneously, in the lower tier of the auction venue, Liuyun received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully bidding for the tri-leaf star orchid. You will receive a 10,000-fold return, gaining the Bodhi transformation essence, which has now been delivered to your system space. Please check your inventory.